Oh yeah, they call him the Bean Burglar because he burgles the beans. How we doing, everybody? How we doing? Oh, it's cheeky switch time, isn't it? It's cheeky switch time. Bing bong, bing bong. Will it appear? We will see. Look at that. Beautiful. It's day 2, baby. But before we do anything, baby, let's thank the wonderful people who support this channel, baby. So, join me in saluting the reigning defending champions for the month of June, who are Kaylee, the donation champion, Alex, the 8T, the bits champion, and Rising Star, Chris, the Twitch Gifts champion. Then over to our Ace Ultra members, Sam Accardi, Typhlosion, Shogun, Shadow Scarab, Rachel Lynn, Dr. Vixelation, Tactical Dilly, and Sophie Jane. And our Twitch Ace Trainer Ultras, our tier 3 subs, Bro Metapod, Rachel Lynn, and Drake Knight. And then give me double salutes, please, for the big boys, the best, the creme de la creme, riding the Ace Train in first class. They are the Ace Trainer Ultra XL members, Bro Metapod, Gear Kai 1, Night Angel, Toy Bonnie, Vent Rabbit, and channel has been deleted. Thank you all. You're all dead good. Ain't it dead good to be dead good? That's dead good, that is. Proper dead good, dead good. Ain't it dead good? Wait, what? Oh, I do still have the Nintendo Direct logo in the top right of my overlay. To answer that question, no, I did not remember that I still had that in the top right corner of my overlay. So let me mosey on. Oh, Pokemon's already doing an E for Fantasy Violence. Oh, Christ. Already an E, lads. Crikey. How we doing there, everybody? What's happening? Hello, Clay. Hello, Alex. Hello, everybody on the YouTube side. How we doing? Oh, it was just a teaser. It was just a teaser, lads. Teaser. I hardly know her. Good. That means we can za. Although before we za, I do need to. I do need to give my dog a cheese. No God, Mega Raichu I focus blast that kind of nasty plot would be nasty. No, it won't. Just run a Pokemon with fissure.
Fit check has been redeemed.
Job's a good one. Clay with a fit check as well. Holy moly, right, let's go. Everyone's scared of Mega Raichu Y when they realise Mega Raichu Y should be scared of everybody else. Pretty good girl. Let's get the fit check going. Everybody remembers that No Guard guarantees your moves will hit. But everybody forgets that No Guard guarantees that everybody's moves will hit you. They always forget, gang. But don't worry, I never forget. Right, this music's probably gonna blur in, but fuck it. We got fit check time. Let's do the fit check. Then I can have a bloody drink. Right, we're rocking. Just the boring, plain black muscle tea. It's ironic because the muscles are not popping today. So, we've also got the pink shorts. They're luscious, they're delicious, they're lovely stuff. Look at that. Look at that fucking Easter. Let's go. Right, let's be having you. Let's be doing it. Have a drink. Have a yogurt. If we don't do it, who would redeem a fit? No one else wants to see me. Don't worry. Don't worry. Good stuff, though. I'm like the only person I know that's not fearing Mega Raichu Y. I'm just like, oh, guess I'll use Fissure or Horn Drill. Do you know what goes really well? Is a good Horn Drill into Raichu. Fuel of the day, Ashura, Watermelon, Kiwi. Hello, Primrose. How you, Prim, doing? 35 cheeses have been given. Damn. 95 streams. That's almost a year. Holy shit. Holy shit balls. Look at that. The powder of the gods. Oh, hell yeah. Also, I got confirmation, gang. Get excited. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Code Ace is going to be 40% off G Fuel. So if you're planning a big order, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, baby. Hello, Linya. How you doing, baby? That just the exclamation, baby? Or are you telling the baby that's inside you, baby, that it's day 2? White Shadow Scarab. Oh, they're all rolling in now. Look at this. What's going on Nintendo Switch Online? Fucking nothing. Fucking nothing. I don't care about the dick challenge. I win every dick challenge. Right, do I have any good Pokemons to get? I need to open my little list. I need to open my Whittle Whist. Little list. To be fair, we haven't got that many Pokemon to go yet, so that's banging. Let's see. Do I recognize anything in this list, in these? Or do I need to reset my day? I think you need to reset your day, lad. I think I do too, lad. That's a shame, lad. What a shame, lad. Let's go Pokemon Center. Which is where, lad? Dunno, lad. Knackered, telling the baby to stop making me tired. I just vacuumed the entire house. So I guess that's why. Oof, that is knackering. Not gonna lie. Not gonna lie. I would have been if it wasn't for the time Liam has technical difficulties. Hey, blame OBS. OBS exists. Not me. There's no house chore I hate more than vacuum. It's so boring, isn't it? Rubbish. Not too good. I was feeling ill getting into work. My colleague was messing around with the torch and shined it in my eyes. Oh! A fucking weirdo. I blame everything but you. Thank you. Thank you. Hello, Melon Monkey. What's happening? How's your day treating you? I do find it funny that No God's both good and bad, right? People don't get it. Sure, blame the tech and not the streamer. Yep, that's what I like to do. I'm very much on the side of the streamer. Don't ask me why. Do I see anything that I need from my little list? Need from my little list. Need from my little list. I think actually. Am I an idiot? And I do need... Oh, I need a mudkip, actually. I do need to grab a mudkip real quick. Hello, Amanda. What's happening? Yeah, I don't need Scovillain or thingy. I need a Greavard. I need to remember that. So I woke up from a nap. How are you? I'm all right. I wish I would have had a nap today, but I'm doing all right. I'm doing all right. I'm doing better than I was yesterday after my terrible, failed nap. That was a nightmare. Now I have a headache, but it's a Saturday and it's really busy trying to get through it. You got this, Primrose. Try and drink plenty of water if you can. It's right in front of you, Liam. It's right in front of me. Right in front of me. I woke up to you streaming and now I'm about to go to sleep with you streaming in the background. Yeah, that's how it works when there's like an event on. I tend to stream when the event's on, you know? Crazy. Let's go get a fucking mudkip. Have some of that lovely G Fuel. EP about to head out for errands. Errands? Dirty. Although everyone, whether you're here or not, pop a like on the stream. I don't know how people who are not here can put a like on the stream, but we can always pray. Ah, perfect. I can just leave. Not yet, I can't. Fucking bastards. Get them all. Thank you. You might as well try and finish the research. Oh, good point. To be fair, that's true. That's true. Mostly fun errands, though. Like masturbation. Also, I wish I could teleport there, bruh. He swam. Also pre-ordered the ports of Kingdom Hearts. I hope they play well on the Switch. Oh, catch undetected? Hell yeah. Undetected, bro. Break the Pokeballs. Thank you. Undetected, bro. Undetected, bro. Undetected, bro. Let's go, bro. Oh, you didn't even catch. Okay, we just need to destroy big balls, just the way your dad likes it. 2 more big balls. Thank you. 2023 today and has barely started. Dude, it's only going to get warmer. Hello, Jazz the Man. What's happening, Jazz the Man? Oh, Liam, you're not supposed to catch the balls. Unless they're Volt or... There we go. Right, get your big gold ball. And off we go. Where's the golden ball? Where's the golden ball? Good question. 63% humidity. I'd rather die. I'd rather die. There we go. Thank you. More berry for Liam, please. Nothing through that wall. Leave me alone, Mudkip. You're just being rude. I'm just looking for my big golden ball and then I'll leave. Hell yeah, there's my big golden ball. Yes, now I'll leave. Ka-chow. That's the good stuff.
Hello, everybody. Good morning.
Oh, shit.
New Orleans. Here we
Is that
are,
fucking
the
Spraggles?
Show for NAIC.
I'm gonna
They
pre-show.
feel Pretty good, actually. Pretty good. I didn't know we were going to get an applause for that. All right. Well, let's start with a little bit of an applause then. Okay, so here's what we're going to do.
Time's in England. Time you got to watch. It's 18 minutes to 3.
Oh, okay. That was neat. Yeah, a little bit
Oh,
of
I
a
just
golf
realized
clap.
I've just
Not
blinded
bad.
myself.
Oh,
Put it on in the
something
corner.
Actually pretty interesting. A Pokemon you really wanted to see. Wait, your favorite player is on stage right now. Holy moly. Oh my gosh, they just won NAIC.
Bruh.
Pretty
So
good.
now I got a mud
that
kip.
energy to
That's
start this
fine.
off.
Oh, I've got loads of stupid
This is a
Panpour all in the
pre-show,
middle of
so
everything
it
now.
doesn't matter, and we're gonna nerd
Keep
out
one of
about
the mud
all
kit.
of our games here for a little bit. I'm
And
gonna be
then do
talking
some
about Unite. I am
murders.
Jake, Content Cowboy, all the things yeehaw. Martin
Oh,
here from Go.
Vaneri
Sierra
is
from
109.
VGC, formerly VGC, currently champion.
Vaneri's not even meant
and
to be
Ethan
there, Liam.
from
Oh, yeah.
TCG. We're gonna talk a little bit about some of the big moments from day one. some
I don't
things
want to
that
talk
stood
about
out.
TCG.
Sierra,
I
why
want to
don't you
talk
start us
about
off?
VGC. I thought it was Evan
we
Lat,
always
bruh.
Start off with the best, right?
I
I can kind of
Let's
hear it.
go. But for
It's like
NAIC,
number
we
45,
are
Pulp
starting our
45,
first
and two
international
zigzags.
with
Maybe
Pokemon
that's all we
Champions. The
need.
game
Right,
is
you go
still
there.
so new,
Luscious.
so fresh, but it's such a big tournament. It has been so
let's
nice to
reset
see what
the
trainers come
day.
to the forefront of this new game, of this new
don't think there's
meta.
anything else we
And
need.
It's really fun to see. It's a new game, but we're seeing
I do a bit of
lot
VGC and Unite.
old
It's fun,
talent
innit?
really step up. Our two undefeated players currently going into today.
Let's go.
Two former world champions.
Cheers for me
in
balls,
both
Dad.
Split and Kosakute, which is so exciting. And I cannot wait
Excellent.
to see who's
Hello
going to
there.
be our Pokemon champion.
I would love to wait till
champion
nightfall.
of the weekend, and if it will be a former world champion for a Pokemon Champions champion.
Say champion again,
The
Sierra.
game again is Pokemon Champions.
Pokemon
Let's stream on the
Champions,
background
yeah.
while I
Just
read.
making
Appreciate
sure
you.
Pokemon
You're a good
champions.
egg.
I know
I
you
feel like
have to
Megasco
say
villain.
that
Should get
50
dragon
times
wings and a
throughout
larger
this
body.
pre-show.
Looks kind of
You got
underwhelming.
halfway there already.
Why
But
would it need
close.
dragon wings and a larger body?
Pre-Unite, we
It's
have
just
an
a
amazing competition.
spicier
This is
spicy
the
pepper,
final
bruh.
stretch. So
I think it
one
should have got a third
final
head or
world
something.
Invite. We know every single team
Maybe.
that will be at our world championships except for one.
I'll show about $30, store credit, get $150 gift card, and going back on Tuesday. Sell more Pokemon cards to get it, and then after get the second monitor. Smart. Smart.
Here, and we have so many
what we
teams
got?
unqualified that are
You know what we should do,
competing.
Liam? This is
So
gonna
all
happen
these
all day.
grassroots teams that didn't get to
Where's
play
the
in our
mini
league,
screen?
teams that
It's a
don't get to
pepper
show up to
raptor.
a ton
It's a
of
pepper
these
rami.
tournaments
It's a bit of an
are
animal.
Here, they are showing out, and it's really
Here we
exciting.
go.
It's
Here we
anybody's
go.
game
Where
right now,
is?
which I
Where's
think
the
is
little?
very cool. Let's talk
That's
a
the
little bit
mini
about Go.
screen. Yes.
Well, the cool thing that we
Want to
have,
unlock it
Fraggles,
so I can
is
just
that
move
for
it.
every international championship
Just
this
up to
season,
here,
we
just
have
so when
a
I'm
limited
playing this, I
meta.
can
And
fucking
for
see what I'm
NAIC,
doing.
the theme
Cheers,
seems to be
gang.
Flexible movesets.
There we go.
Anything can just hit anything.
Third head was my
Normally
name in
you have
college.
Pokemon
Yo,
cards,
what's
they
up,
wanna
Diva?
outline everything well.
How you
Not
diddling?
this time. So what you see
Let's see what
today,
else we have
yesterday, and tomorrow,
available.
you're going to see so much
Fucking
skill and
nothing,
Pokemon that
bro.
are
This is
involved.
garbo.
Grumpig, Galarian,
Why doesn't it
Weezing. I don't know if
specifically
you see those
cater
in
to the
your
things
games at all,
I am
but
currently
we have
trying to
them. We
hunt
have all
for
these Pokemon
so that I
kinda
can
look
get
like farm
my
animals. We
living
have,
decks
Miltank
filled up?
as well.
You
Yeah, we
bastards,
have,
let's reset.
being meta in our game, so
Resetty
yeah,
spaghetti,
I
please.
do love that. First off,
They should have
every
slashed
time
10
I
of its
hear
speed
about
is what they
Go
should have done.
as someone
Maybe.
who plays it very
Got the
casually,
symmetry
I
gimmick.
love hearing them
Fine, it should have got 2 extra
Shadow
heads.
Pig and
Fuck
Shadow
you.
Poliwag and things like that. I always love
I love
hearing about
Poliwag.
the meta, and I also love that it's very farm
Oh,
animal based
antihistamine.
right
Good
now
point.
for NAIC. I think
Got a
that's
little
pretty
itch in my
great.
throat,
Tell
and I was
me
like,
about
wait.
TCG. Does anyone play Dragapult currently?
There's a couple of people in the room. Maybe
Yummy.
more than 3,000. Not that many, but 35% of
Oh,
the room
bro's
is
got
going up with
jokes.
Dragapult
Bro's got jokes for
EXS.
days.
Two
Persian. I
It
do
is
need
the most
Persian.
dominant deck in the format, and it has been since the rotation happened a few months back.
that's
It's
fine.
play
No.
Dragapult or beat
No.
Dragapult. And the latter
No.
is a lot more difficult. You've got Phantom Dive,
No.
which inflicts damage. Players playing Crushing Hammer
No.
to try and gain that
No.
extra energy advantage against
Tatsugiri might have Dondozo with it, so that's worth having a look
at.
at.
To anything in the Pokemon TCG. That's the
But yes, I need to go
specialty
get
that Dragon-type
Persian
Pokemon
then.
currently have. All
Is
those
it
things
easy to
combined,
get to?
a lot for these
Fucking
trainers to
no.
overcome, but there
Stupid
are a few decks
nerds.
out in the field that do have the potential to take it
Let's
down.
go.
I've seen a little bit of Crustal action. We have 2 of our 9
I'll show you my
players
Crustal
are
action
playing
after a night
Crustal
out.
a deck.
Way,
Fares
that's
pretty
disgusting.
well into Dragapult, but can struggle against some of the other
Okay, so
off-lane
we'll
decks.
head down
that
this
sort of
way.
Matchup
I
battle,
did mark
so
it
to
on the
say.
map, didn't I?
What decks you get paired against will
Good
be very
question,
important
Liam.
for these trainers in this second
Does it
phase
look
of
like you did?
Yeah, I guess that's one of the hardest.
I did.
things,
I've
right,
just
is
ran the
trying to
complete wrong
figure
way
out
because I'm so
exactly
smart.
What you're gonna run when the competition
There we
is
go.
so huge. You know there are going to be.
Question is, what
thousands
colour
of
for the
players.
center head?
You can
Yellow.
Run into a ton of Dragapults.
You get
but
red
if
bell peppers.
Aim to counter it and don't run into them. You could have a rough run in
You
the
get
tournament, right?
green bell
Absolutely.
peppers. So how about a yellow bell pepper?
Pokemon, you've got to play great.
Bell
but
pepper.
We always say to have a deep run, you
Wait
have
for
to
someone
have
to be like, "Oh
experience
my
on your
God,
side.
today I
Get the right
learned that its
matchups.
heads
Your
are
deck
bell
has to
peppers."
function the way it does in
Bell pepper.
practice and in testing. If it doesn't, doesn't.
You're
going to find yourself like a lot of our players so close to that finish.
No, Liam, they're chili
Now, we
peppers.
want to
Couldn't
talk
give
a
a
little
fuck.
bit
Couldn't
about
give a
some
fuck.
impactful moments from day one. Maybe a cool
Couldn't give a
thing
fuck.
that stood
Couldn't
out.
give a fuck.
All of our
Nice.
games, I know, have a ton of amazing
really does sound like you
moments,
could not give a
especially in these
fuck.
early
Hell yeah.
stages where you get to see a lot of diverse competition.
Where's
But
this
I want to hear a
stupid-
big moment from each game. Sierra,
this way?
Champions is the name of the game?
Yes.
Yeah, we're looking for a Pokemon champion.
Dale earned his heads of bell peppers.
Make sure to get it right
Way!
over there. But
Couldn't give a
talking
fuck,
about
couldn't give a
impactful
fuck.
moment from yesterday,
Oh,
we'll
that's the
talk
one.
about a champion
Oh.
that is popping off in
Yeah,
a
that
champion.
Magikarp's not even
There's
gold.
two world champions I got to focus
Hey,
on.
I
but
recognize
wanna
this
talk about
area
Wolf's
from
Flick match in
Hyperspace
particular,
Lumios.
because he's coming off a second place at the Indianapolis Regional Championships. Did it with a crazy Pokemon. He swapped it up, and we get to see a couple of
Power
very
all types.
different picks on his team. The Toxapex and the Mamoswine. Toxapex
Fucking Wolf Glick with his 9-0, bro.
but then we got to see a
What a
statement
fucking 9-0
in
mo.
game number 3, the Hydreigon with the Draco Meteor.
Tournament pairings
Both
are
those
up for
discard
round
bombs.
9. Wolf
Getting
Glick
double
versus
KO.
Ko
It was such a crazy
Tsukide.
battle between the two of them going up against Alex Underhill.
That'll be
But
your
in
stream
all
match for
honesty,
today then, right?
pure
The only
instinct
undefeated
to
players.
Keep on his winning ways. It was awesome. And yeah, Toxapex, we don't really get to see the most of that. And for anyone
Linea's
who's
joke
not
was funnier.
familiar
She
with
put more
VGC,
character into
what
it.
it does is be super annoying. You're getting
Persian.
a little bit of that passive damage over time. Toxapex
Liam,
is
you've realised the problem.
so
I call it Persian, it
bulky
don't
and
matter.
difficult to kind of
No, but
take
you realise the
down,
problem.
and
You've
just
now put the
Toxic
stupid
all
little
over the
thing
board, just slowly
in the
kill
way
all the Pokemon.
of your
It's a strategy
goals.
that
Oh,
we've
yeah.
not
Of what you've
necessarily
got to
seen
do.
in Pokemon Champions, and I love that
Yeah, I have.
back-to-back tournaments for this World
React Mini
Champion
can go
that
down.
we've gotten to see
What
very
the fuck are you
unorthodox
doing,
how
game? Right.
skillfully he can pilot them
Move it
to
like
the
this.
top.
Brah.
And with
And then
only
move
a
it like
couple
this.
of more
Brah.
games that he needs
Down
to
here.
secure
Brah.
in
Very
spot
good.
putt,
Brah.
I cannot wait to see how
Don't
he's
just
gonna
hide
play
it.
today to try and
Idiot
secure
boy.
that.
Right.
Yeah, obviously, I think a lot of people
now I don't
their
have chat on
eyes
screen. There we go.
Wolfie all the time. You know, such an exciting
Lost report
player,
worm.
and
Who the
clearly
fuck
the
is my
truth,
dad?
you know,
Right.
there's
Pick up
some-
sparkling items
there's
like
some
a
people
true
who might
meow.
question,
Floating
the
boat
biggest
Pokeballs and use the catch
Pokemon
window.
YouTuber
You wanna see some
and,
catch window
former
action,
world champion,
baby?
And he shows up and wins.
How about
time and
this?
time again with a unique strategy, time and time again. It's really impressive.
Yeah, catch window. Your windows have been caught.
Obviously, we have a very limited meta as well at this point.
When's more Pokemon videos coming? When they're ready.
Be able to kind of dig deep in this meta, find picks that nobody else
You should know this by now.
and be able to pilot them to the top.
I've already
Just
said
shows
it
such
6,000
mastery
times.
Of a meta that is still like a game that's just so new, right? And I can always see how he fares going into today.
Nor do I.
I want to talk a little
Miami
bit
Knights is
about
banging.
Unite now.
I got Ashura
Pretty
today, baby.
exciting moments in day one. Again, in our group stages,
Ashura,
there's
Ashura.
always such,
Yeah,
diverse
Yoshi's gotta catch up.
competition, a
Yoshi's
lot of
behind.
strategies being thrown at these teams that you wouldn't expect. One of the wildest things that we
Worst
have
part,
seen
it's just
on
a
the
concept
Unite
I've come
stage,
up
we have
with.
3
Why? What you done?
Charizards in our game.
A Thomas
Charizard,
fan fiction.
X,
Oh,
Y,
God.
and regular old base model
And then
Charizard.
all
And
the
one
trains
team
had
here, Green
intercourse.
Max
That's fan
Aftermath,
fiction, right?
Picked up all 3 in
But that's
a
deviant
single
art.
game. It was absolute chaos in the best way.
I'm not pressing it,
Pretty
Lemia, because I know you're just trying to
hilarious
bait it.
each one of them has
You don't
a
just get it like that.
science
It's gotta
that
be-
they
it's
can
gotta
use
be,
over
what's
and
the word?
over
It's gotta be
and over
organic.
again in some of these big fights. So Charizard would take you up into the air.
I had to do
and then
Ashura, but
Charizard
I
would
was
take
going to do
you up
Ashura,
into
but
the
some
air, and
Miami
then
Nights for
another
yesterday. That was fairly
Charizard
cold, so I
would
topped
take
it
you
off.
right up
Good
into the
shout.
air.
I'll top
It
you
was
off.
brutal. It was hilarious.
Little
and
sprinkle
it
of
gave them
jizz.
the game
Stop
win
this.
here. Pretty amazing. They
Stop
are moving
this.
on to day 2. They are undefeated in their groups, and
Apparently
they
a
have
text
a
feature
shot
on DeviantArt.
at that final World Championship spot heading to World.
You know I'm
in San
sexy. Don't
Francisco.
text me on
It's great to
DeviantArt.
watch. I love it
I'm
when a
the
team does something
ITGIRL.
kind of crazy, and at the same time,
we
it
need more
really,
Pokeballs
really
to destroy.
works. It's just one of my
Destroy my
favorite
balls, mommy.
things.
There you go. Class.
Yeah, in Pokemon Go, I picked a moment here that is kind of representative
where is?
for what I talked
You wish
about,
you were
the
that
skill
lucky.
that you
You'd be
see
the
here
lucky
in this
one.
tournament.
Think of the
And this
ratings.
trainer, Gold Professor in particular, is his username.
Bro
He
said
is
the
making a
ratings.
play
Can you
called
just
a
fly up and get
sacrificial
that, man?
catch in this moment
Bro,
here.
you're dumb
It's
at
where,
this.
like,
Why-
is he
why
gonna
is
do
my
it, yes or
Holucha
no?
dumb as
And
fuck?
he does. So basically in Pokemon Go, you're tapping your
Oh my God,
screen
Holucha, you're
until
pathetic.
you have the energy for a charge.
Raichu can do it.
Trainer on the left
Raichu's not a
last year.
daft twat.
But the trainer on the
Actually, no,
right
Raichu
still
can't do it
couldn't
like
cope
this.
with almost no health, and
Oh, I
otherwise
can.
would have dealt devastating damage. And this is just such a beautiful
Give me my
moment for
big
this
ball.
trainer who actually didn't even have accommodation booked for day 2 because he
Oh,
didn't
wait, no, you
expect to
need
get
to pick
far.
up one
And I
sparkling
saw him
item.
make
Look
a
at
call
that
yesterday.
big
He was
ball.
like, hey, I need another knight here, by the way. Is that
Go on.
possible? Yeah, very
Search
good
of
to see
Thomas to
trainers
bring him
all
home
over the world come
to
here
the
and get
family he
points
had all
from
along.
Using the plays that they need to do rather than just
He already
having,
has a family.
your
His name's
fire-type
Henry.
Pokemon Pokemon on a grass type Pokemon here.
That, by the way, is a story I hear time and time again.
Need to
at these
climb.
events. I do think possibly a hack to
Take
making
me
it
up
day
to the
2 or
ball
Championship
bag.
Sunday.
Ooh.
Book your flight as if you're going to lose on day 1. And then you're going to win and you have to reschedule. And then book it as if you're going to.
Oh, shit and piss and poo. I fucked up.
Then you win again.
Go on,
and you
lad.
have to move it again. I really
Oh,
do think
look
it's
at
the
me.
play.
Succeeding
Wasn't that
and
like
feeding.
last year's EUIC where the
On
two
the blood of the
grand
innocent.
finalists, for VGC
Oh,
didn't
go
have
on,
their,
lad.
flight spots
Oh,
either.
go on, lad.
Let's not talk about
How am I
that.
doing this?
Let's
I'm insane.
Let's not push
Didn't
this
go read
as
the other message.
strategy, all right?
Basically, Tom has the last unicorn vibes where Thomas finds out he's the last of his kind. He goes on an adventure to find his family, and the engine will soon discover this and go in search of Thomas. I mean, I don't think the first part changed anything. I'll be completely honest.
No one's surprised we have to continue to talk about Dragapult because it truly is that serious. But there's plenty of ways to go about
They're the same
playing Dragapult.
picture.
One variant that has
I'm not drinking my
popped up
husband's G
has
Fuel
been
flavor,
this
but it's fine. I've got his
Blaze
Crocs
version.
on.
Its
You're
ability
wearing his
allows
Crocs.
you
How will he
to
go
attach
outside?
energy cards from your discard pile to your Pokemon, accelerating
In his
more
rubber
into play
masturbating
and
shoes.
flooding the board. And we see on this turn a pop-up.
He's a concept, right?
Rare
Yeah,
Candy
yeah. I mean,
allowing
it
you
sounds
to
very
skip
hit
the stages
era.
of evolution, pivoting with that
Where's
air
my
balloon,
fucking big
and
boy
phantom
ball?
diving early in the game. The earlier you can
Where's
power
my
up these
big boy
powerful
ball?
attacks, the more pressure you can put on your opponent's
I bet it's at
board,
the other end.
especially against
You're at
a
the other
deck that
end.
requires a little bit more setup. Phantom dive combined with the consistency.
I'm gonna
of
roll off the
cloak,
building and
then
die.
later
Oh,
in
I
the
wish.
game,
No,
setting
you don't
up cool
wish.
plays with
You hope.
Monkey out of nowhere, this card has shaped
You won't go
the
outside because you get
format
fucking lost. That's
completely
true.
in
He do
terms
that.
of How you can spread damage. How
But
you
he
can
got
make
nice
huge
pecs, so do you know
swing
what?
turns,
Swings and
setting up a
roundabouts.
checkmate scenario, pushing up this one prize Pokemon.
I
not getting
still
greedy, not taking a
have
prize
not
card, but
found my
ensuring
big
that
ball.
next turn the game would be closed out.
Where did
led
they
to an
put my
epic
big ball?
situation,
Did they
and
put it in the
for all good
Pokemon Center?
measure, had to flip for confusion, and it was a tails.
They may
Knocked out
have
his own
done.
Pokemon. Jackson was able to advance to win this game, and another interesting moment here
I
was a
cannot
bit of
find my
improvisation
friend.
from our world champion
big
in
ball.
2024.
The big
Serendipity,
ball.
not the EX.
Where
the
have you
baby
put
Pokemon.
my
It's got
friend?
the ability where
The big
every
ball.
turn you attack
The
it, you have
big
to
ball.
flip a coin, and if heads, you prevent that damage
I am
done
confused.
to the Pokemon. Threw a bunch of energies, tried
past
to
being a
make a
little clueless.
comeback, slowly
Aw.
but surely kept flipping heads to buy
You
time.
love him.
And this Cynthia's Garchomp, it wanted to go out with a bang.
You want to
swinging
waifu
for
him up.
260 damage on the last coin flip and
kiss him
flipped
on his bottom.
tails to hit through the
Where the fuck is
Serendipity
the
in a
ball?
game that was so back and forth. Fernando
Where did they put it?
almost
It's
a
clearly on the roof and I've just
10-1
missed it 'cause I'm a
underdog
big,
in that spot.
sexy
On the line,
dumbhead. Right,
tried
let's
to
go.
attack with that Pokemon, and if that coin flip
Yeah,
went
boy.
wrong, squeaked the
Oh, what
victory
the
out. It's those 50-50 moments sometimes.
I mean, I'm actually currently fucking lost.
How many
Bro.
did they hit in a row?
Well, there was a lot.
Let's
There
play
was 2 or 3 in a
Pokemon.
row, and then they flipped tails
Welcome,
once, and
trainers,
this definitely is a lot of ways
to
heal your
Pokemon
Pokemon,
VGC
so that you heal
history.
it back to 0.
Manimajah Brown.
Again, and then flip heads a couple more times.
Oh no, they can't show the little patch of reset that could anymore because
Energy
Jody
card.
Azarelli got
So,
cancelled.
While you're
Fuck.
buying time and blocking the damage, you start to slowly attach those energy cards, and
It's there,
as it
obviously.
becomes a very cool threat.
Sounds
Oh,
pretty
come on, mate.
amazing. I know everyone at home is waiting for us to talk about what you get.
Oh,
just
come on,
for
you fucking
watching
pleb.
our games, and we do have some cool
Get
treats
it.
for you. Sierra, the game
Get it.
is Champions.
Pokemon
Thank you,
champions,
fucking hell,
yeah.
girl.
If you want to be a Pokemon champion of Pokemon champions, well, you gotta have.
Oh, yeah, I need to claim my
champion-worthy
Blastoise and
Pokemon.
champions.
Maybe
I wonder
it's
how
not
I
the
do that.
Charizard we see out in the
I claimed it
field,
on the
but
Twitch
what beats
bit.
fire? Water, surely, right? So you can go ahead and redeem
Uh,
to get
so now
a
I've done that, I can
Blastoise
leave.
in-game. Mega Blastoise, the amount of damage you can do, especially with the full HP water
I can
spout, is
leave.
amazing. You can shell smash to get those healthy little
Yes,
boosts
boy.
to try and push on forward. And of course, Cherish
Shell
Ball
smash
is
White
the
Herb
coolest
Blastoise.
Pokeball in the game. I do not make the rules.
Let's
Make sure
go.
you get this while you can.
Right,
Amazing. Let's take a look at
so-
what you get just for
We only need
watching
one
over on the
Persian.
Pokemon
You're
Unite
being
channel. You get yourself a little
greedy.
sticker to let everybody know
You.
that you are watching live
And you.
a platinum boost emblem of
And
none
sticker.
other than Blastoise.
Love
Little bit of a
stickers.
theme going on, it looks like. You get a Blastoise, we get a Blastoise.
Sticker. I hardly know
Everybody
it. There we go.
gets a
Persian slots in
Blastoise
nicely.
Just for watching, so make sure you head on over to the Pokemon.
Did I see another one I needed? I can't
to check
remember.
that
A Tatsugiri. You wanted to
How's it
go
going?
to the Tatsugiri place in
You
case
don't
they
need
had
a
Don
Blastoise.
Diddley Do's on
You have a
below.
Seeking
They do
Insect.
have Don
What's
Diddley Dondolo.
Victory
Yes.
of Fatima
Perfecto
at
diddly do
EYC.
donzolo.
It already has the legacy charge like Ice Wind, so you don't need to use
That
a
worked
big
for Go and
charge gem
TCG?
for that. The LED charge gem
Oh,
you get
fair.
from watching here 30
Pokemon
minutes as well
website.
on the Pokemon Go stream alongside some Rare Candy XL for
Or
like your mythical Pokemon.
I
So
could
make
just
sure
kick
that you
myself
don't miss
in
out
the
on this.
chin
I
and
already
teeth.
did this
Oh.
yesterday to make sure, because I really need these things.
I gotta say, I always love when the drops are linked to something really cool that happened at an event. We see that kind
Lego.
of time and time again with these games. I think that's really
Seeking
unique
is my
and very
dad.
Cool. Let's talk about
But, you know,
TCG.
before I go in, big
Got
tinkle
3
time.
different
Big
rewards
tinkle
for
time.
tuning
Gotta
into
be,
the stream
gotta
this
be
weekend
good
for the
lad and
trading
make sure
card
you've,
game,
you know,
each depending
led the
on
lizard.
how long you watch the stream over on Pokemon TCG Live. We've got 4 booster packs if you tune in for 30 minutes, those special illustration rare cards for 45, and then a nice little leather jacket. So no Blastoise theme. You see a little bit of the deck box going on. We've got a little bit going there, but you know, I'm really looking forward to using that leather jacket in game.
Amazing. We are going to be starting our show here very soon. Make sure you are watching all of our broadcasts, of course. Make sure you're coming back here for Championship Sunday. It's going to be very exciting. The last international competition of the season before Worlds. I am very hyped about it. Are all you guys ready here in New Orleans to start this thing? I am as well, but I believe I actually have 30 seconds before I can start it. Is that right? Is it about 25 seconds? All right, we have 25 seconds. Let's be completely silent. Can you imagine?
How many Pokemon can you name in 20 seconds?
Okay,
Blastoise?
Blastoise. We got Blastoise.
Okay.
Mega Blastoise?
Blastoise, Mega Blastoise.
How many Charizards were in that one Unite match?
Blastoise. Blastoise. And we're done. Let's get our show started.
Your dad be like, hello, my name is Dad. Got him. Roasted. Put me in! Put me in! Thank you. Let's do it. Fucking hurry up, Hooper. We're gonna catch a Dondozo and then get the fuck out, please. Don diddly don don diddly don don diddly diddly don. That's the one. No, no. Volt tackle the dozo. Volt tackle the dozo. Catch the dozo. No, catch the dozo. Oh my god. Where did that Dondozo just Dongozo? Ah, now we've got to wait for them to respawn. Come on. Bollocks! Oh. Bit rude. When did my Raichu Daichu? Bro, can you stop attacking me? Bro! Thank you. Come on. Get out of my fucking way. Destroy the floaties. Kill the EVs. Ah, don diddly don don diddly don don dodolo zozo. That's the one. That's the one we need. Go on, Raichu. Oh, you made me hiccup. Thank you. Oh. Maybe get that guy. I got a dozo. Good. You're supposed to catch things undetected, Liam. Yeah, we'll work on that. Pokey McMahon. No, Holucha killed that. Thank you. Oh my lord, welcome to Pokemon.
Good morning, trainers, and welcome to day 2.
More like hot drainers, am I right?
International Championships.
We saw some
Nice.
incredible
Destroy
battles on
Pokeballs.
this
And then we're
stage
done.
out on the
And
floor
we've done our
yesterday.
hyperspace survey.
The field has narrowed, and the trainers that still remain have another day of intense matches ahead of them.
Mate, yesterday was intense. 9 fucking rounds over 12 and a half fucking hours or whatever it was.
But also on our feature match tables as well.
Now, the question on everyone's mind is, who is going to
There
make it to
is
Championship Sunday?
And Pokemon
Pokeball
Unite,
I'm looking
DreamHack
for.
Esports, Deep Cross Gaming,
There's
and
one there.
Fulcrum have yet to earn their World Champions invite, and they might be able to do so in this
Stop
event.
saying things about
In
other
Pokemon
games
Go,
because you're
this
confusing me and I keep
season's
thinking I'm not on the
LAIC
VGC
champion,
stream.
Night EUIC champion Pokémon,
Big ball.
reigning world champion Beelzeboy, reigning NAIC champion It's Active. All
Oh,
made it
it's
to
all
top
about
five from the
Beelzeboy
winner's
again.
side of the bracket.
Wow, and in the Pokemon TCG,
I'm leaving.
Dragapult has dominated the meta, as we thought, but a few players like Rule Ready, Carter Malnick, and Cooper Call are using Crustle to try to stop it. in
Dragapult's
its
my dad.
tracks. And with James Kowalski sitting near the top
There
of
we
the
go.
leaderboard,
Thank you for the
with his
special
Lily's
scan
Clefairy
information.
deck.
Why don't you just do it
And in
automatically?
Pokemon Champions,
If you're programmed to
previous
call me
world
and tell me about it,
champions Wolf Click and Coach
just tell me,
Tsubide
just
are
do it.
coming into day number 2 undefeated
so we got a
at
Dozo.
9-0. But
we delete the
reigning
Slowpoke.
NAIC champion Federico
Also, why is that
Camporesi is
Excalibur?
still
It
very
doesn't
much
need to be
in
there,
it
which
at
means there's
8-1.
probably a Pokemon before
Now,
Gimme
with
Gold.
that, competitors, it is time to lock
34.
in for your next wave of battles here in day
30.
2.
That
And
goes
for
in the
those in the
previous.
audience here
Oh.
and at home, time to grab a
Now I
snack,
get it.
get comfy, and cheer on your favorite
Tatsugiri
trainers.
can cut
All
right
right,
off.
NAIC, one last question
That
for all of
Dozo
you.
can
Are
go
you ready?
Elsewhere. I'm so ready. I'm going to be ready all over your face.
Let's get
Let's
this
do it.
party started.
Yeah,
Over
you're
to
number
you,
30.
casters.
Yeah, that makes more sense. So we can mark off Dondozo and Persion. Yes. And then we need to go to the Rusty Syndicate, baby.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championships.
Thanks, Dad.
We're back in the Big Easy, where thousands of the world's best trainers
Yeehaw!
have come to battle for the title of NAIC champion.
Your dad done goofed in my face. Oh, yeah, we got
Last
Mudkip.
year, two-time world champions Luminosity Gaming completed their IC
What,
sweep
Metapod, how
after
we
a
doing?
tense four-game set against
All right,
Revelation.
Raymond Bassett. How we doing? Yeah, I need the Arctibax line. That's interessante. I need Kecleon.
Battled tirelessly
Still
through
need
the
Greavard,
losers
that's funny.
bracket, resetting the bracket in the grand finals and winning his second NAIC
I
title.
do a special scan, please? Give me something good. Ah, I'm all right, Raymond. I see we've had the obligatory TCG piss chair and the new edition poop carpet.
Coming
No,
up
I
short
haven't
in
seen
the
poop
past finals,
carpet.
Isaiah Bradner pulled it
What
all
did they give
together
me?
to claim
Please
his
don't be
first
battles.
NAIC
No, it's
trophy
not
in the
battles.
Masters
No, that's
division.
the Mega Evolution. Oh, they gave me back Excalibur. Good. I need that. Yes, thank you.
And Federico
What is the poop
Camporesi
carpet?
claimed
I think
yet
it's
another champion
self-explanatory.
title for Italy in
Hits
an
your mum's
exciting
chin.
three-game
Whoa!
match against teammate Marco Silva.
You know, because she's got that bit of peach fuzz.
Camporesi is your 2025 North America International.
Wolf Flick's going to open the show, lads. Confirmed. Wolf versus Co. I guess you could say we're starting with Wolf and Co.
Welcome to the 2026 Pokemon North America International Championship.
I don't believe that's a real guy's voice. I do declare.
Let the games begin indeed. Welcome everyone to Pokemon VGC here at NAIC. It was a wonderful day 1 of competition as trainers made their way through phase 1,
I'll do.
kicked off phase 2, and of course
Tweeted
today
it yet?
is going to
Oh boy,
be
I can't
the
wait.
line to see who makes their way to top cut and will compete on Championship Sunday. I'm Sierra Dawn, joined here by Lee Frobos. We're so ready for today. It's going to be an epic battle.
Yeah, what a great start.
No, there's a poo on the carpet.
The recap
No.
show and then to hype us up to get
And I see
into
data
game
anxiety
two.
is
I
too
think,
high. Someone
I'm
literally
very
shits
excited
on the
to see
floor.
Our players who will rise to the top and make their way into Championship Sunday. 'Cause
Pokemon
the action
players are
yesterday
gross.
was incredible, and it's only going to get better as we go on in this event.
We had to talk about some of the action that we saw yesterday because, of course, with Pokemon Champions, trainers came out with every strat that they could. This is going to be the last time that we see this current meta, this current format. So nowhere left behind, no secrets. And we got to see some really innovative team
Drain punch
building.
everything.
Looking back even at previous earlier
drain
rounds,
punch everything.
including one with our 2019 world champion, Wolflick, with
Don't
a
need
very
Excalibur, bro.
interesting team.
Yeah, I mean, I think out of all the teams that we featured yesterday, this is probably the most
Hey, you
unique
can all
one,
stop
right?
beating
With
me up
this
now.
toxic
Did I just get
the Mammoth
frozen?
Swine.
Fucking
Didn't
did.
get to see. Hopefully we get a little showcase of that at some point today. High Dragon as well was so impactful, but the Toxapex
just do a
is
punch.
so disruptive, right? It's a tank. It takes hits
Bloody
so
Wolflick,
well,
Rig.
and against the really common
Stop,
threats in this format, the Charizard.
Stop freezing me,
It's
bro.
going to really struggle against this Pokemon and allow it the room to get those all-important infestations off to trap opponents, chip opponents, each and every turn that is active.
It's just
and
rude.
on top of that, you've got to worry about the toxic that just chips away each and every
Marco's
turn
reply
with
is
that
fine.
set.
What's Marco's reply?
Really unique team, and it looks as though the field is really not kind of set up to deal with it that well.
Get him.
I
We'll
mean,
kill him.
if we're not going for the, slow mode with the Toxic attack, why not just do big damage?
We'll
I
kill
don't know,
him.
a perfect example of that. Draco
we
Meteor.
got Octobat,
I mean,
good.
we take one KO.
Now we need
Draco
to go
Meteor
get a
not
Friggy.
as impressive the next turn, but that's where you have to.
Walked past the thing and this guy went back to take a picture to farm Twitter likes. Very unserious
See that
guy.
different play style going from game 1 and game 2 to then how crazy game 3 was so impressive. And as we
So
talked about
funny.
in the preview show, and now undefeated, so we'll have to see the run.
Oh, that guy's off to take a picture of some poo.
Yeah, and I think we saw how much of a high-level player Wolf was in that match as well.
Need to destroy
conditioning
floating
Alex
perky
in that game
birds.
to bring the Garchomp in game 3, and then
Where's the
switching it up
Oluchar?
and saying, okay, well, this is the time I'm going to bring
not
my
there,
High Dragon,
Oluchar.
not
Can
bringing
you get
in
it?
games 1 and 2, and really
can.
catching Alex on the back foot there.
Why
and
couldn't he
just
do that
locking
before?
game up so sweet, simple, and straightforward.
And not the only case of innovative team building that
Yo,
we got
what
to
the
see from
fuck?
a phenomenal player. Let's
There's
talk about
Pokemon
Dawei
in
C,
here.
because Dawei is someone that's known within this North American circuit for some of these, off-the-wall picks that she'll bring
Oh, that's
out. And we got to
round
see
7. I thought they were starting
And
with
this
Dawei. I
Ceruledge
was like,
put
that's
in
sick.
so much work. He had bulk ups, he get defense, attack, and all
Nobody
of
will
this
suspect actually
deals
him all
with
along.
big
Are you
damage.
suggesting
Yeah,
that Marco
I saw
Silva
Dawei
dropped it?
and Indy running the Ceruledge and loved it as soon as they saw
And that's
Silva
why he's
really
acting like
back
it's not a big
forward,
deal.
back
Like, oh,
to
someone's
this
just
event
shit.
as well,
It's
having
not
so much success
Twitter
with it,
farm
and I
worthy.
think it's a good showcase to say, bring
Put
things
shit
that
on
you're
the floor.
comfortable with into these big events that you know and
Oh
you
my
have
God,
that
it's not
confidence
shit.
in
It's
Pokemon
actually a
to
muffin.
carry you all the way in
Right, this
current
place told me it had
tournaments.
Frigibax,
And
although I'm starting to not
against
remember if
Justin
it did.
Tang, I mean, how much higher of a class trainer do you want to go against to kind of prove yourself? Taking that, it was a real back and forth kind of
Octobax.
chess
Where are all
sort
the
of game
Frigibax?
as well. But Dawei
I'm
coming
bringing
out on top, and that
Frigibax.
Ceruledge was
Yeah.
definitely the MVP, the star.
Them
of the
Friggy
tournament.
boys don't know how
And
to
sometimes
act.
when we get these
Fridge.
innovative team buildings, it's a Pokemon for a particular matchup. We put it on broadcast, we don't get to see it showcased. But
If you
Ceruledge
kiss my dad,
stealing
I'll
the
slap
show,
you
I think,
on
was
the
just
back.
So
Yeah.
cool. And Dawei currently
I'm the
sitting
king
at
of
a
Fridge, I'm gonna
3-1
bum your
record.
dad.
So,
Yeah.
one loss. Yeah, it's okay. That's only
Dirty
one loss.
bitch.
And Dawei is
Uh-huh.
just so renowned for incredible runs over North America.
I'll
So
bum your
again,
dad
we
if
can always
he's a
see how that's
little
done. We have
bit.
one more match that we wanted to feature going into today, which is our other
be a dog,
undefeated trainer
unless it's
and our
really big.
other Pokemon World Champion.
It's
Let's
the
talk about
biggest
Coach
poo I've
PJ.
ever
Yeah, I
seen.
mean, Cole came off the back.
I got
of
IBS,
a
I've seen bigger
top
poos than that.
finish in Japan Nationals last weekend.
That's just a
Straight up to this
baby.
event. Had a great warm up, full NAIC, and just making a
Whoa,
slight
can you
tweak
stop
to the
killing
team
me
that
and my
they used
Pokemons?
over there and bringing it into such good success. We
destroy
saw
floating
in that round
Pokemon.
9 was a real back and forth with James. James against the wall, and a lot of times
Ooh, you
was
can
Cole
find the
was
heal.
so precise with their move decisions and game planning as well around those
Crecelia's my
obstacles
dad.
like the Venusaur that were so threatening under the sun.
Get him.
Especially when your main mega that you're piloting in
Oh,
that
wait,
game
get him.
was kind of helping it out with that
Oh, get
Coruscant
him.
and that he
There's a
was
bonus ball for
And
me.
to be able to go for the back tournaments, like just last
Get him,
weekend,
get him, kill him,
getting
kill
that
him, kill him,
7th
kill him.
place to then into NAIC is so impressive. The world implementation has already
you're
been
killing
locked
things.
up, but of course you have traveled far and wide. You want to take this one going.
Apparently we
Maybe
didn't.
become
Oh.
NAIC champion, and with someone with such high skill,
Get him,
it
get
is
him.
definitely possible. So yeah, these are some of our phase
Thank
2
you.
players, and so
Get that one too.
really themes on this. I mean,
Stop being
we
frozen. It's
focused
fine,
on
we got the
World
Frigibats.
Champion.
We
Why
out.
add a third to the
Peace
list?
out.
Shohei Kimura's in this. I mean,
Is that the Wolf Glick?
championships. We get Alex Gomez, like Federico Campresi, our
God.
reigning NAIC champion.
Yeah, I mean, the roster here is just incredible. The talent that we see
What?
right
Kill,
across
kill,
the
kill,
top
kill,
and the
kill,
bottom
kill,
is
kill.
amazing. And what we've got to look forward to today with our matches.
Thank you, Mega
throughout
Raichu
as we
Y
get
Incorporated.
to the tournament. I mean, just to mention, Colin Hire, one of the players I love watching.
Eric
from,
Stewart, he did the voice of
North
James in
America region,
Pokemon.
Has come into this format, has been really, really
Taran's
good
still
at
in.
having a
UK
great
represent.
start to this event, and I think he could have a really deep run
Up
in
the
this
Taran,
tournament as
up
well.
the Taran.
Maybe hasn't had that like big finish more recently, like with an IC win, but definitely
we
one
only
of the
needed
players to keep
one
an eye on. I
Frigiback.
think capable of doing it. But yeah, Federico's still keeping themselves in the mix as
there's
well.
Octobacks. I had a panic then. I was like, did I
NAIC
just get rid of the
champion from last
Octobacks?
season? Can they do it again? That's a big question. Federico
No, they
definitely
go in
possible,
there.
but look
That's
at the talent on
good.
display
Frigiback's
here, and it's gonna be
Octobacks.
a
They're
hot task.
done.
I mean, I feel like we could spend ages talking about each one of these players and each of their accomplishments.
You mentioned
We haven't
Eric
even scratched
Stewart.
the surface,
Oh,
but we
Eric
do
Stewart's
not
one
have
of the
that
players
short
to
of
watch.
time. We need to talk about the Pokemon as
Bottom
well.
right,
Before
Eric
we
Stewart.
Get started with our
Gone
first
now.
match of the day.
King Gambit,
This is our
70%
phase 2
usage.
Top 12 Pokemon. I'm not going to address the 70% King
Sneeze
Gambit in the room. I don't wanna do
54%
that.
usage.
I
Smart
wanna
enough bought
talk about
G.
Pokemon at the
Gruel
bottom line
hydration
that have made
packets.
their
Good
way
lad.
in. We have seen so
Good
much
effort.
like Rock going into the weekend to be countering
Different
each
actually.
other's
See,
teams
that was
and
the
get
joke.
onto
The
graphics
joke was
as
it
well
wasn't
is
really the Eric
Yeah, well, that
Stewart
wave
from the
started over in
Telebox
Turin last
program.
weekend with the
It was a
Lycanroc
different Eric
teams with
Stewart
that
that was from
Mega
a different
Frozlass
Telebox
Scovillain team,
program.
and that seems to have really kind of washed up on
I guess
the
there's
shores
probably
here
potential.
in New Orleans and really making a big impact this weekend.
If I go to the
reason that
Clefairy
team is very
area, there'll
solid, it's
also be
built so
Igglybuff,
well,
but
and that
I can't be
Lycanroc a
bothered
real
to
good
check.
deterrent against those Charizard
Then again,
boys that we know are in
if it's
abundance
Clefairy and
out in the
Cleffa, I'll
field,
go.
and progressing to
It
day
is
2, they must
Clefairy.
have had a lot of success against those archetypes yesterday. Charizard, though,
I'll say it
still
again.
sitting pretty
Bishop
high
evolving
in
was a
usage
mistake,
as well,
bruh, right?
so,
Why,
not
Tank,
as
how
high
you
as probably
doing?
what I would thought it would have been, but still
Apparently
high enough.
directly
But
across the
two
road,
standout
man. No, it's
megas,
down
I
the
would
road.
say, are
Your mum's down the
Frozlass,
road.
Scovillain coming into this one, really making an impact and going to
Na,
cause
na, 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 na,
all
na,
sorts
na.
of problems for the remaining teams
Bishop,
in the tournament.
Bishop.
They really
Glare and Weezing
will,
will be
but
back soon.
before
No
we start
Defiant
getting
boost.
into
Glare and
today's tournament,
Weezing
of course, our
fucking
thought and what
is
we
scared.
Kind of going into all of this.
Glare and
This
Weezing
seems
is scared
really
of,
to bring,
of
and I feel like you can
King
see
Gambit.
the players that are like, you know what?
Sorry, I nearly said
I
Mega
can take
Bishop.
this. I could win. Picking up
It's basically
top
Mega Bishop.
Pokemon, and then you can see that I'm just looking to have fun at this tournament. I think the team is fun.
I'll have fun
that is
with-
what I care.
no,
I would not,
no,
I certainly
no,
wouldn't be- I
naughty.
wouldn't be 9-0 like some of those trainers out there.
Never know, there might be. I haven't looked specifically if there's any FP in the field yet. But I think
America.
it's a good pick. It's a good
PP.
Pokemon. It gives you a lot of flexibility. Set the screens that be disruptive with Thunderwave. There's still options
Willow
out
Spirit
there.
fine.
It's a good
Willow
example.
Piss.
I was very close to going with the
Weezing is scared of all the
Charizard
guard chomp running
Y
around.
kind of Mega Floette stuff.
A strange
but I thought
steam
I'd
go
something
brrr.
different. I really liked the teams from Japan Nationals last week, and I really liked
Raichu,
the Rain
good
Dance
stuff.
Frozlass that was there, and I thought maybe
Pokemon
some players might
undetected
pick it up.
can
Hot
do.
Caledon range
Proceeds
feels
to not.
good against
Mime
Charizard.
Junior.
Position yourself well, but haven't seen any of that really. But I do like the other choices. I think Lensden, Pride, and True.
Caught none of them
They're
undetected.
hard
How do you feel?
with the Mega.
I feel like I all fucking wore him on a big
itself,
fucking
and I
hook.
think a really good pick as well with the,
God, that was a lot going on
the
there. That was a
Hisuian
lot of
Arcanine as
sounds.
well, which I do like a lot in this format. Any rock type add-on and it gives Charizard a hard time.
And you have a
No terror to
you-
save
you
it
you know,
now.
the same weather. You got snow. You're
No,
fair
one
enough.
for
Yeah, we have
Fairy.
to go a little shout out, I think, yeah, with the Mega Charizard X team. They made quite a splash last week in Turin.
Yeah, but okay, we're so close to getting started, guys. We're so close.
There we go.
Of course,
Now
we
just
have to
gotta
get
destroy some
into our
balls and
Swiss
leave.
Standings again. 9-0
Kinda sounds like your mum's
fantastic.
Friday night.
8-1 also great, but you're looking to get as many wins as possible because Top Cut is what you have your sights on set next. So
Boom.
no slacking now.
No, and I think if you're at the better end of these records,
That's
of
a
course, you've got an advantage going into the
go.
tournament, but anyone progressing with that X and 2 record at this stage, you're still in contention.
Oh, shit,
You've
there's
got a chance. You've
Flambembes.
got to give it your all each and
Yeah,
every
there was
round.
no
Take
Jigglypuff
every
here. What a
round
waste
as
of
it
time.
comes. Sure, our players will be doing that exactly,
wait.
but yeah,
Oh,
these
shit.
players here performed so well
There's
yesterday. They
the
put
golden
themselves
ball,
in the
not here.
driving seat coming into today, and hopefully to carry that confidence and the ability to
Then
go
running
further in
T-Tar
the
Fork,
tournament
Founding
on.
Kitchen.
And of
Bruh.
course, sitting at the undefeated,
T-Tar Fork is my
we
favorite
had
T-Tar.
to showcase them first. So going on broadcast for our very first match,
Let's go!
starting off day 2 of NAIC, Wolf Glick going up against Coach Kide, a world champion matchup.
Let's hear it
Only
for
one
Wolf
of them
Glick.
can remain undefeated after this.
Yeah, and what a way to start. You know, you start as you mean to go on, and this is the best way to start day 2 here. But we can't just concentrate just on that match. We're going to be featuring that, of course. There are some amazing other feature matches here that are going on this round as well. Emilio versus Shohei, one of those players. I don't think we caught
anything in there that we needed.
Out of the tournament, running to progress on.
Yeah, look,
so,
there's a random
really tough matchup for both of those trainers.
There's so many fantastic matchups here, but we can't showcase them all. While we're getting ready for the match, one last final thing, of course, if you want to be a Pokemon champion, you need to have championship-worthy Pokemon. Your opportunity watch for 60 minutes, and you can earn a special Blastoise. Sheriff Ball 2 is absolutely amazing. Do not miss your opportunity.
You know what? At least we got.
Get this. These drops are so awesome. You need more and more Pokemon.
So we'll pause that for the moment. Go over to the main.
Take a screenshot. There's a lot of text here, but I'm believing you guys. I'm sure you can figure it out.
Actually,
long story short,
let's jump on Champions and see if it tells me I'm really nice.
But how about we start getting started with today?
Yes,
let's go.
I mean, when we're looking at featuring Wolf round 1 against Cole,
is that the Wolf Blick?
That top 8 finish at Japan Nats had such good form yesterday. Both undefeated trainers in the tournament. One of them will still be undefeated after this match. Which one will it be? We're going to decide in this Swiss round 10 coming up next.
And to talk about the teams, because we have certainly talked about the accomplishments.
Time for some protein, yogurt.
Different team building coming out from Wolf, but this is like his bread and butter, right?
Then Car Mechanic Simulator,
full display yesterday, and then the Hydreigon for the fast mode. But the Mammoth Swine is also a really big piece of this puzzle. One that I hope to see going into today.
I would love to see the Mammoth Swine. I think it gives a lot of issues to the Garchomp in particular, and with that Focus Sash that it's got as well, it's got that little layer of security against those big threatening attacks from the Charizard, the Basculegion.
Yeah, basically the rule is double into the Mammoth Swine at all times.
But I think if you look at Wolf's team on a whole, it's got a lot of Charizard hate there. You know, you've got Pokemon like the Charizard, Hydreigon, the Incineroar, the Toxapex that all resist everything that the Charizard's going to throw out. So it makes it difficult for Cole to kind of bring that Pokemon as eloquently as they would normally do. So you're looking at
what happened to Terrestrialization?
The option, but the Protect the Queen almost is going to be the
Terrestrialization really fell off, huh? Imagine.
Needs to really have that active to deal with a lot of those threats. Get around the fairy threats as well. You've got nice toxic support, like poison type support with the Sneasler, that immediate threat. You've got the Toxapex that can soak up damage.
I'm not a Rev.
The Hydreigon a little bit
they wouldn't have me.
To deal with that Basculegion that could be a little bit threatening. You do have the Intimidate from the Incineroar, the Hydreigon. With that Choice Scarf, immediate pressure is going to be able to cause a lot of issues.
Crystals. All right,
and the fact that we've seen this team operate on that slower mode, but also the faster mode as well, I feel like it's so
I do stand a Hydreigon. I didn't see no typo.
So many different varieties of way Wolf can try and start this out, or even something that you have to watch for later in the set.
Yeah, Wolfie, give him your team sheet, bro.
But looking over at Ko's team, again, he is coming off his 7th place over at the Japan National Championships, and this is the same team that he used. It is tried, it is true, it is made up of some of the top Pokemon we have here in MA.
Classic meta team.
With that Mega Charizard and Mega Floette.
Yeah, we've seen the 6 quite a lot already this weekend, and for good reason. These are probably
the team sheet that Ko can't read part.
We've got in the format, right? Ko used this in Japan Nationals. I mentioned that a few times now. There is a slight adjustment to this team that they used last weekend, and that is the Chopper Berry on this King Gambit. They were using the black glasses.
Chopper Berry King Gambit is correct, King Gambit.
They'll protect on there as well. So that is, as long as it's on the field, you've got a pretty free target into it, and I'm sure that's something that Wolf will identify in this match.
Signature Incin. No, he's using a different Incin.
Like
disappointing.
And Charizard in those scenarios.
You want to see Wolf sent out Wolf's Incineroar. Chopper Berry.
You can deal with that Pokemon quite easily. The Floette is going to be a big player here for Ko, and also that Tailwind on the Whimsicott. It is a form of speed control that can get you ahead of some of those faster threats on Wolf's side.
Want Wolf to lose, but also don't want this generic team to win. Oh, I want the off-meta team to win.
Have to be careful about.
I like Ko. I think Ko's cool.
The encore threat, but a way to stop that immediate Tailwind enabling. Then you've got ways to do that, and then can you punish while you've got that big pressure next to you? That's the big question for Wolf, because it's easy for Whimsicott just to say, okay, well, you've got Fake Out, I'm just going to protect and get my Tailwind up the next turn. So these are the things that Wolf is going through his mind to get around these threats of that Floette and Whimsicott.
Very nice.
Getting into this match, Wolf.
Here we go, baby.
Going up against Ko Tsukide.
Do you recognize there are Pokemon more suited to each than others? But I really appreciate when some unique teams are showed. Yeah. That's why we like Jamie Boy. Jamie Boy's fucking crack.
Go Floette, soon to be Mega Floette for Ko. Going up with this Garchomp, but a good check.
Damn, Metapod's so anti-wolf.
Yeah,
what happened, bro?
A lot of pressure onto that Garchomp here on Cole's side. Immediate pressure.
There's a lot of pressure onto that high dragon, bro.
Remember though, that Cole has got protected, so it's a simple play where you could protect it and then enable that Floette to easily remove that high dragon. 4 times weakness to fairy type attacks, and is the Charizard going to be in a position where it can remove that Floette? Floette's pretty speedy on Cole's side as well.
I don't know
has got a
killing the
Charizard
I guess
of their own.
yeah.
Not wanting to lose it too early on though, getting it straight out of there.
Toxapex is a good switch.
We're switching things around. That high dragon is not safe. Toxapex comes out to play as Mega Evolution.
Maybe he just doesn't like Wolf, bro. Maybe he just doesn't like Wolf.
You want to get that Sun to deal some big damage going on for it as Drought. It's going to be a sunny day, but a Mega for a Mega.
Maybe he just doesn't like Wolf.
Over on the opposing
Here we go, Mega Floette, guaranteed.
Here, the Charizard Mega revolving before the Floette.
Toxapex eats it.
Before the Floette, but what is the Garchomp on Cole's side? Was it pressured enough to go for a Protect? There it is. It's not going to attack, giving that Charizard freedom this turn to go after that big Mega on the opposite side. But no, Wolf just
didn't use that freedom.
What Cole is deciding to do, protecting the Charizard this time.
Dazzling Glizzle. Thank you for the 600 glizzies. He's always rubbing the wrong way. It's nothing new. Yeah, exactly. Metapod sees through the facade.
You soak up the hit, and you got a lot of recovery back.
Yeah, and it's a great position for Wolf to be in now, right? You've got the Toxapex on the field. You've got that wide guard that gives that Charizard perfect protection.
I have to like his music there.
Yeah,
oh, it is.
It has Rock Slide, but
look,
it's
because it's so uncharacteristic to see Metapod on the hate train that I'm just like, damn. That's some fire from my boy. I love it.
Just that position, especially if this consistent wide guard pressure is applied.
All right, Pretzel, how you doing?
Yes, now making sure that we are protected from any spread damage attacks.
Big
so
Dragon Claw.
Garchomp instead opt in for this Dragon Claw.
Cheeky Heat Wave.
Some damage.
Floette does not appreciate.
A lot of damage onto both the opposing Pokemon, but what does this Floette opt for? Single target damage as well.
Moony Blast.
Into the
how about you? You just asked me, bro. You literally just asked me.
Damage for Wolf, but Cole seeing straight through that wide guard. The Dragon Claw very good onto it. Now with combination of that Moonblast,
doesn't like being in front of Garchomp.
The next turn, the Wolf has to try and readjust.
I suppose he's got to be careful because Stompy Tantrum into Baneful Bunker is a bad
here,
move.
maybe scout the Charizard switching out. Wolf has to play where they can just protect it and maybe enable that Toxapex to trap something on the field and then make that switch to something a little bit more preferable. But the damage onto the Floette already very valuable onto that Garchomp as well. But Cole feels in a bit more of an advantageous situation right now with this Garchomp pressuring that knockout straight onto the Charizard this next turn.
Rock Slide
the amount of damage that could do, and looking at the other Pokemon to maybe try and swap into that if you're not wanting to take hit doesn't necessarily feel too positive. So
Proteku.
Stay in.
With the emotionally charged day at work. Can dogs please stop getting sick? Oh, Amma! Oh, dude, you need a fucking holiday again, bro.
It will be a protect on the opposing end. Dragon Claw won't be able to
Mr.
make
Reply
a
got it now. There we go. There we go.
Infestation, but trying to target into the Floette means not much is going to get done on this turn.
Lefties, nuts,
back and forth.
in your path.
Protect the Megas here. You don't want to get your Floette trapped on the field if you are Cole, but you don't easily want to switch it out either into something else.
They're tiptoeing around. Charizard not looking so healthy, though.
Using the Garchomp now as that leverage. Maybe would have been likely to see an Earthquake then, but no one to fall prey because of that wide guard pressure. You're still in the same scenario here, but now there's no guarantee of those protections next turn, so it's likely we do see switches.
They keep on taking obscene amounts of money from these people. You just have to put your heart in a little drawer.
For the cost of maybe getting some big damage
just
onto anything that switches.
join the machine.
Yes, the Charizard, as said, I'm forced to be switching out.
It's fine, mate. You've got a pretty smile. People will be like, "Oh, do you know what? She seems very wholesome."
That Intimidate will drop the attack on the opposing Garchomp.
Just took $2,000 from a woman who found out a dog has masses on lungs and spine. Oh my god, it's so bleak. I'm trying to see the sunny side. It's not working, is it?
Well, it will be the King Gambit that's forced to be sticking around.
Yeah, that's a really good trap there for Wolf with that.
Don't the obscene amount of money you can help us out. In fact, if you help me out with an obscene amount of money, so I can pay my rent and stuff, you'll get a week of 12-hour streams, gang. What, Jason?
And you've got the active fake out now.
It was Gambit in the back. There you go.
Into that Garchomp where you could potentially fake it out. Go for the infestation. Trap both
it's comical as well as sad, to be fair. It is.
Where you could get that
I'm so sorry that your dog's so incredibly terminally poorly. That'll be £2,000, please.
And then you're in a great spot where...
So to pay cash or cards.
It's not really that effective in this scenario, and the Garchomp's then super threatened by the High Dragon that's on the field.
this King Gambit as well notably doesn't have Protect, so even if you're worried, like, Fago, I mean, King Gambit has to be kind of eating that, so you can target into the slot. You know this Pokemon is forced to be sticking around. You know it's forced to attack on the turn. So if you're a little worried of that damage, there's that possibility.
I literally said cash or card. Amazing.
Not going to accomplish anything this go around. But notably, no Protect on the Garchomp. Not necessarily worried about the damage. And showing
paper or plastic?
Why. Now,
I did this fine Saturday. I'm alright. I'm a bit knackered, but I'm not surprised after 9 rounds of Swiss yesterday.
And those toxics will stack up.
Yeah, it's a nice toxic into the Garchomp slot there, and also the fake out
big poison,
just to kind of continue the chip away with this infestation and avoid any low kick damage into the Incineroar this turn. Because
can they change the infestation noise back to the Gen 6 noise, please?
The Hydreigon onto the field like it want right
now. The current, have to do it in a way where you can get it the current few decade of infestation sound has been fucking horrible.
Even though it is -1 attack and that low kick from the King Gambit.
Remember, one of my opponents had to take his headset off at a local because the infestation noise was just too much.
Yeah, I mean, looking at these Pokemon too, both still kind of healthy on Ko's end, but this damage over time will kind of stack up. And if we can get some swaps coming out from Wolf to where this King Gambit can't really get too much momentum, that could be huge. We're going to
Incineroar avoids the rock slide. Hashtag Wolfie hack.
And that is pitiful damage. Maybe going for some sort of blend. But sure enough,
I should have parting shot at the Defiant King Gambit for a laugh.
Accomplishing too much out here, and now even less so. And this is going to be a little bit of a safer swap with whatever Pokemon comes in. Won't have to take a hit.
Not if it's Hydreigon and he goes for low kick.
Yeah, the drop in attack again onto the Garchomp is very useful. It's probably going to force Paul into this scenario where it has to switch out. But the question is here, what does Wolf do?
It was just a weird, like, buggly noise.
It's going to be able to take even a resisted hit like a low kick into that slot. And there's always a risk that Cole just went for maybe even a
It was very similar to the poison tip sound.
Or an Iron Head into that slot.
Which is probably why they changed it, still.
Big question, if it survives, great for this Charizard and Wolf.
Yep, sunlight coming out. Charizard
Big Charizard. It was a low kick. I called it.
Enough to take down the freshly swapped.
Is that kind of what it is now? No, now it's like a. It even hurt my mouth to do that. Oh, that made my lips feel awful.
With the flinch, which.
Listen to it.
That's kind of one of the things of Rock Slide. It's not doing damage, but it did stop that Pokemon.
There it is. It's horrible.
Yeah, and
it's a subway. I'll be in and out until I proper service again. No worries.
Well, to keep pace with Wolf, but you've got to be thinking.
Yeah, Wolf's playing Co.
What is my way to deal with his Toxapex? Especially now.
What do we know about this guy? Did he do the poo in the hallway?
Pressuring a knockout straight onto that Garchomp. And also big damage on to the King Gambit as well. It does have access to Earth Power, so will hit for super effective damage and probably in range.
They keep putting his name on stream when a Pokemon gets knocked out.
Come in on that. And you've got to be careful if you are the Hydreigon.
That was fucking really good.
Because if something like the Garchomp that does switch
I fucking love that. Well done. Well, that is the best dad joke I've ever heard.
Meteor is your only option against the Fairy type, which is not ideal. And
I wonder how many countries you've been to.
Options in the back. It doesn't to play around that.
It's crazy. I've only ever been to the USA, but I have once seen into Canada. Seen into it, but not been in. I've been to like 5. I've been to like UK, Belgium. Technically Germany, but we just kind of traveled through it, I think, at one point. France and Spain.
Yeah, really unfortunate flinch, because you've got to imagine Wolf.
It does sound like swirling bugs, but it's horrible when you're wearing headphones.
To add up the stack chip damage each and every turn, that alongside the Toxic would take down this Garchomp a lot.
Luckily, we've got the sound slightly down, the commentators are talking over it, and I'm talking over it, but
immediate bet onto the Garchomp, so it can switch out, undo those stat drops that it's taken, and then come back in a little bit later and be a bit more effective, where it has got the Earthquake, has got the Dragon Claw, will be hitting for super effective. Big damage onto these two targets that at the moment seem in a position where they are kind of putting a lot of pressure onto Cole's side.
I mean, coming out onto the field, we see the Float once again, but reminder, that Float took a lot of damage last time it was in battle.
Yeah, now
maybe I wouldn't know any different, yeah.
Option where they can go for the infestation into that floor. Maybe
I know. Oh, he's such a good lad. What integrity.
You don't have to worry about proccing any Defiant because the King Gambit's gone. So a really nice swap, but the Hydreigon's so pressured here from that floor. It is locked into that Earth Power as well, so not really going to be enough to take down the floor from this position. You've got to imagine. You might say a switch, but no switch, Sierra.
No switch. Garchomp protect Earth Power into Floette to see if it will be enough, but no, just not nearly there. So Floette
goodbye, Hydreigon.
A lot more damage in retaliation.
More like goodbye-gon.
Is enough to take Hydreigon down.
Yeah, but we see the end goal here from Wolf.
Go on,
okay, I get initial damage onto this Floette. Now I'm going to get the infestation onto it. And because it's trapped on the board, it's got so low health, it's only a matter of time before this Floette actually drops. And now the next turn, even though you've lost the Hydreigon, the big hitter here, you've got your Incineroar to come in, you've got that fake out that you can go for this next turn to prevent even the Garchomp from attacking all this Floette.
Hydreigon is spelled like the German word for 3.
Now, and this Toxapex feels like it's in a great position, and it all comes down to that one Pokemon that's not revealed that Cole's got in the back.
Or D-R-E-I.
Yeah, but especially that one Pokemon will have to do a lot of momentum because this Garchomp is just
3 heads.
any attack. And as you said, that timer for Floette.
That's why I hate when people say Hydreigon. Oh my
to
god, look at that really cool Hydreigon.
Like
and you're like, no.
that Basculegion for Cole as well, so that's
3
something
heads,
that you're going to
Dragon.
try and deal with. If you suspect maybe the Garchomp switches out here, there is
Don't know
the
what these two
opportunity where you
do
don't
against
go for a
Basque
fake out
Wolf.
and maybe go for one of those
Oh, Co's last
attacks
Pokemon had
you've
already
got
been
access
revealed.
to, like the Throat Chop, if you can catch maybe,
Oh, maybe not.
Basculegion on a switch in.
No,
makes
no,
this
he
game
hasn't.
a lot
Oh, yeah,
easier,
shit.
but is Cole going to give it up? He's going to just wait out, get as much damage as he can onto the field right now. You still have Light of Ruin active on the Floette, so that's something that Wolf will be thinking about. Fake out into that slot prevents it. It can't switch out, and you prevent any of that big damage, which is why we're seeing that
probably
into that
Basque, but like
Pokemon right now.
No damage, and you don't even have to worry about that infestation damage stacking up. Fake out will be
not
enough
base
for the
or
KO.
Whimsy, you're right.
Dragon Claw, again, that pitiful damage and an infestation into the Garchomp to make sure that this timer of the Garchomp's
Otherwise you would have swapped Garchomp out by now? Yeah, you'd think so.
Rather than later. We're so much on these toxic stacks now. You want to see Laster and how much damage it
Does the
did,
last respect?
and it's going to be enough on this turn.
Oko, oh god.
Only one left for Ko. They need Basculegion, but still.
Yeah, I don't mind this for Wolf.
Does the last respects Oko
it's got to make a decision, right? If it goes for last respects, it's not doing as much damage into the Incineroar, right? So you go after the Toxapex, you probably get respectable damage into it. I don't think it's going to be enough to pick up a one-hit KO against it. So it gives the Toxapex room to get the infestation, all that toxic onto it, and then also room for Incineroar.
Wave Crash just has a great time here with the sun up.
The Wave Crash, maybe into Incineroar. That's, well, not going to be very effective into the Toxapex. It kind of loses you the game here. So the last respects feels like the best option. The Incineroar has taken a good amount of damage so far, and maybe
last respects, baby.
Last respects after, you know, it might be enough. A couple of them could be enough to get rid of it, and then you can start dealing with the Toxapex. You just feel like it's probably not got enough in the tank to deal with these two Pokemon that will preserve
All right, Martin.
to this end point.
That's the thing is Basculegion can do so much, but with these two Pokemon on the field, and with
it's going to be tough.
this
Amanda streaking, hell yeah.
Of course, if you target wrong, that could be everything. Wave Crash from the Basculegion. Just making sure you can pick off one of these two threats to try and do this.
It is Mystic Water Basculegion, so he can switch
now,
to last
course,
respects.
With no protect from the Toxapex, this is where we assumingly will see the Toxic to start chipping away more and more at this health. So Basculegion now badly poisoned. I have to imagine this next
Mystic
turn,
Water adaptability probably gets instant twice over Spot the Sun.
Yeah, the protect now, stop that stack.
But it didn't matter.
And then you're going to be, if you call, relying on last respects into the Toxapex here, because, and hoping that it's doing significant amounts of damage.
I mean, on the plus side,
recoil could be quite crucial
Wolf's
here
Toxapex doesn't have recover.
How well this Toxapex can take these
so there is a chance.
Remember, it is fully powered up at this stage with all three of its
crit last respects goes hard.
Coming out to give that Toxapex a little bit of alleviation and get some of that leftovers recovery going.
And of course, this is the name of the game. Toxic onto the Basculegion. Baneful Bunker coming out from
Toxic
the Toxapex
stall in
to get a little
2026.
bit of recovery and chip away. So now it comes down.
Tiny
You've already
Toxapex
used
is
the protect.
nice.
Go for it again. But how much damage is Last Respect's going to do?
Yeah, I think the Toxapex will take it, and this gives an opening for Wolf to potentially get an infestation off, which then the next turn that's stacked with. Here we go.
Oi!
Last Respects into the Toxapex will be enough damage.
Damn, take that stall.
In the end game, the 1v2 to get the first victory on the board for Ko.
Wow, I did not expect it to knock out. That is just the power, the sheer
Why did Ko just
of
rub his
Last
titties?
Respect. Cole probably knowing that the whole time as
spot
well,
that?
the game plan, saying, I'll just keep this Basculegion in the back, because the Toxapex otherwise is going to be very difficult for
So
him to
Dashi
deal with,
just got to grab the girlies, you know.
Last Respects would be enough to get the knockout.
Everyone's sleeping on how much Basque actually hits like a truck. Are they though? Because he's in the top 12 of the format.
You get the infestation off the stack, the Baneful Bunker, and the next turn.
Unfortunately, I can't have Toxapex winning. Yeah, like stall tactics are not for me. I'm Ko all the way in this one because I don't respect stall.
sustainable.
Titty massage is a great
to help
relaxer.
deal with that in the end game if you're Wolf. I think that's
remember
what
that
you
if ever we meet.
Yeah, the Hydreigon in that spot. It deals with that Pokemon.
Reg Eye
perfectly,
was
but
great,
obviously
fun
you've gotta
meta
kind of
call. Here
leverage
it's
that in
annoying and
other
upsetting.
areas. And that's what
Upsetty
Cole did
spaghetti.
so well here to force it back onto the field, in front of that King Gambit, in front of that Garchomp, and utilize lock into something you probably didn't want to there.
Won't KO.
And then
It needs a crit.
let
I
it go
believed
down
in
at
it.
the cost of taking the floor out.
I believed in
You know,
Last
I think
Respect, baby.
In hindsight, you probably would have preferred to keep it and lose the Incineroar in that trade-off, but that's not how it played
Francesco
out.
Pio
Lots to think
Pero
about,
is
but
9-1.
huge credit to Cole there for
He beat
managing
Ryosuke.
A really difficult situation.
Alex Gomez beat Justin Tang and is 9-1. Marcus Dion beat Benny 9-1. Federico Camporesi 9-1 beat Darway. Don Check beat Bradley Barbie and is 9-1. Kazim beat James Palmley. Oh, that James is on a losing streak now. Tola Webb beat Logan Green, is 8-2. Christopher Hahn beat Montana Mott. How's Taron doing? Taron lost. Taron's out. Taron went 7-3. He lost to William Poor. Poor Taron.
Is going to be the big question here as we get into game number 2 and get a chance to eye up our leads. Floette and Garchomp coming out for Go, and on the opposing end, Charizard and Incineroar.
Yeah,
later.
Telegraphed, like you say,
I'll
from
see you in a
Cole,
bit.
so going with those same leads, but mixed up here from Wolf. And I think the one thing you probably want to do is try and not allow this Charizard to take as much damage as it did when Cole didn't fall for that wide guard in
Where
game
the ball,
one.
the
If you can get this
Floette,
Charizard
you
into
bloody
better
wolfy
positions
boy.
later in this game, it's probably going to have a bit more of an impact. The Intimidate here is very good onto this Garchomp in that active fake out now to prevent a threat of Rock Slide. Dragon Claw from that Pokemon in particular, really useful while you can
Garchomp
leverage his
protects,
Charizard,
so Flare
start
Blitz
getting those
and
all-important
Weather
heat
Ball.
waves onto that side of the field. We saw the damage from game 1, and that's, I think, what Wolf needs to try and do in this opportunity. Is Cole going to allow the Garchomp to be an easy target here? We'll have to wait and see, but Incineroar switches straight out.
Incineroar is out.
With the taste of your lips. Mate, imagine if the Floette protected here and the Garchomp Earthquake.
Will hit the field. Mega Floette from Code to just deal as much damage as possible, because of course you don't want to be a sitting duck in this match either. I'll have to see where it's targeted into.
Oh,
No
that's
Mega
the same
Evolution
turn
quite yet.
effectively as the
Instead,
first
Charizard
time,
just
except not a
split the
Hydreigon in the
protection.
back.
You won't see the sun quite yet.
Rock
A little
Slide.
bit of preservation on your weather. Rock Slide coming out, no damage.
I'd never do this live because it'd be
We'll just
embarrassing
see a
when I
little bit of
lose.
chip
I mean,
into
losing
that
is part of
Fox Protect, but
competing.
where did the Floette target down
Like, if
into
Wolf
to
loses
damage
this game,
into
for
the
example,
protect?
it
Yeah,
wouldn't
once
be
the really
embarrassing
got
for him to
after that
lose
Charizard
because
when
he's
the
still
opportunity was there,
undefeated
smart play
9-1.
from Wolf, not even mega evolving here.
But
so
he's
preserving
he's
that
9-0,
form.
so
The right
he'd
time
be
to get the
yeah,
sun
so he'd
onto
be
the field. Now that
9-1 in a
Toxapex has
tournament.
threatened the wide guard
He went
against the
undefeated
Crystal
in
for
day
this
1.
turn.
That's
It
nothing
puts
embarrassing
Cole
about
off
that.
using those spread attacks, of course, but Dragon Claw is going to be active. It is there, but unlike earlier, is -1, so it isn't going to be hitting as hard. The Charizard probably in that position where it doesn't want to contend with a double up. So you've got a nice
Here we
switch in
giggity go.
to Incineroar here to drop another Intimidate onto that Garchomp. Then you have the fake out, and if the opportunity arises, you can get the infestation early onto that Floette and put the timer on it to start removing and trying to get rid of it. as quick as possible.
It'll be turn number 2 where we get to see the Mega Evolution come out, so a little bit more.
Can't decline. I think there's an expectation you'll be on stream if you make top cut. Yeah, true.
On the offensive, Mega Evolution, of course, bringing about the sun, so they
Didn't they give you a match loss if you're a free? Yeah, because they like to, like for top cut, they absolutely like to show it on stream. The whole reason they're doing a
first up, Intimidate paying off well. It'll be Weather Ball instead. Floette is the
stream.
target. That is the threat, and nothing will happen to it this turn.
Really good protect there from Cole to get that useful Dragon Claw damage. You can see how valuable that Intimidate was. Charizard taking
Imagine you make it all the way to the finals and you're like, yeah, I don't
Like
want the
we said,
finals to be
Cole not
recorded.
wanting to go for that Rock Slide because of the wide
I don't want the
guard
finals
threat.
to be
Just
streamed
going
if I'm
and
in it.
getting really no value from that turn, not ideal. But that Floette target is open this time around. Could you maybe go for a wide guard, expecting the Garchomp to say,
The crowd
well,
went, okay.
you think I'm not going to Rock Slide, but actually I am. So just to cover bases here with the Toxapex here, keep that Charizard protected, and then try and get that all-important Weather Ball into that slot, especially if you catch something on a switch.
And if
King
it's
Gambit.
Weather Ball, that will be a lot of
That's
damage
very
into
brave.
King Gambit, so really counting
That was
on
a
the
lucky
Charizard to
turn.
protect, but this Kingambit gets in safely. Rock Slide, of course.
Rock
Charizard
Slide is
if it
cheeky.
did want to go on the offensive.
Flinch the Toxapex.
Really taking that little bit of chip damage. Will we get the flinch, though?
He didn't flinch.
Instead, Infestation to lock this Kingambit down.
This is very reminiscent
really
of the previous
nice
game.
Trap there, making the Kingambit a pretty easy target this next turn. You do have to contend with the Sucker Punch from this Kingambit, and that combined with the Dragon Claw Rock Slide from the Garchomp will do significant damage to the already weakened Charizard. So it's not going to be as free, and it has protected the last turn. Do you maybe switch things up now, try and get the Hydreigon onto the field? There is the worry, though, that Cole could just go for Dragon Claw there. So you're in the
I was going to say the Dragon Claw is a big threat, so like switching the Charizard for Hydreigon would be a bad idea. Maybe get the Incident. White Taser, how we doing?
On the field, it's trapped, and then you could leverage this Toxapex to maybe go for the Infestation into that Garchomp, trap that also onto the field, and then you could cycle those Intimidates a little bit later, get some value out of your Charizard now when the opportunity is there.
Well, Charizard, we're not looking for that opportunity. We do not want to contend.
It's an Incin, baby.
Instead coming out onto the field. And this is where things can get a little bit risky, because, of course, with that Intimidate, you get the Defiant onto
Kowtow
that
into Toxapex.
Dragon Claw, the first hit into the Incineroar, and low kick
into
that spot. Not enough for the KO.
But it wasn't enough.
Yeah, really good call there from Cole to try and get them back into a position that's a bit more preferable where they
Toxic
were
on the
threatened
chomp.
so heavily from the Charizard. A nice
Remember, gang, if you're a poison type,
Garchomp,
you
we can
always
actually
land
further in
Toxic
the
regardless.
There. We'll just put it on a timer now. But this Kingambit in a spot where it is threatened this next turn. Because you've got that wide guard support from the Toxapex to protect the Incineroar from the Earthquake, the Rock Slide. And you've got a Flare Blitz boosted by the Sun that you can go for into that Kingambit and just remove that with the Incineroar. So a nice trade there where you're keeping that Charizard still protected, and that Garchomp, all the time it's staying on the field, it is not resetting those drops, and we saw how less of an impact it had in that late game in game 1. So it's the same sort of situation. Does Cole want to try and switch it out, though? That's the thing. If you set those drops, it will have a bit more of an impact. So that's something that they might be thinking about.
Whether try and get the Floette in now.
Have that consistent damage.
Oh, we're going to go for as much damage as we can into the Incineroar.
Yeah, Toxic and Infestation is dirty stalling.
Dragon Claw, Sucker Punch, the double up is enough, and Incineroar goes down. So no Fake Out, no Flare Blitz potential onto the turn.
Oh, the Garchomp's got to stay in at -2 though.
More and more damage as Infestation also going to be stacking up going on forward, but go slowly but surely try to chip away through Wolf's team.
Kingambit, can you just do Kowtow Cleave?
Okay, well, I am threatened by that Flare Blitz we talked about. Just getting some last hit damage off, and the double up there enough to take down that Incineroar because of that low kick on the switch in. But now I don't mind the trade where you're saying, okay, well, if you get the Incineroar, don't get the Kingambit, I'm going to trap you.
Now you can bring in Hydreigon and just go for it.
We talked about those drops and how less of an impact it's had. Now neither of these Pokemon can switch out now.
You can go Earth Power into Kingambit.
Hydreigon comes onto the field really healthy and in a position where it can start getting rid of these Pokemon on Cole's side. That's
such an annoying position because Garchomp needs to protect to avoid whatever the Hydreigon's doing, but then
and try and get evening up the score.
This match is how I learn Infestation triggers rough skin, yeah, right?
Hopefully
it's a contact move.
Up and take us through game 3.
That's where we saw game 1 falter a little bit, where the mid game seemed so strong, but just not being able to get too close.
Nah, man, Basket Legion cleans up. Trust.
With all of that passive damage over time, so Hydreigon something that's definitely a lot more powerful.
Floette's not dead.
With this Choice Scarf, what do you lock into right now? Earth Power surely gets Kingambit out of there.
It's probably the bigger threat is that low kick as well, especially because the Divine boost that it's had, right? So you want to make sure you get rid of that threat. The Garchomp's weakened by those Intimidates, so it's probably not.
But I guess it stops Sucker Punch.
Earth Power seems like the smartest choice. Get rid of that threat.
Oh my
Dragon
god!
Isn't as threatened going into this turn against the Garchomp.
Yeah, so Kingambit is gone, and of course,
with
Garchomp
just went
no
for Dragon
Rock
Claw.
Slide, but it will be a Dragon Claw into the Toxapex instead. Start trying to damage into this, because of course, if we're looking at it,
interesting choice.
Something like Basket Legion, you want to make sure you have that little bit of damage in case it was a roll or
Cheeky Citrus.
It could be close.
Yeah, and I think that's the real important thing here for Wolf. Is
that's the annoying part.
Is
the toxic chip happens.
To deal with that Basket Legion, because it feels like Cole
then
went with a similar game plan to that game 1. But you can't
then you get healed by a Citrus Berry.
Where that last respect is active against
and then you still take the
ignore the damage there. It's not going to be
Infestation.
enough
So
to
it's
get you
like
over
great.
the line. The Hydreigon,
might as well have not had a
is
Citrus Berry.
the Pokemon that can get you over the line. You just need to deal with this Garchomp. You've done a really good job so far of trapping it in, getting that Toxic timer on it. Now, in the next task is get this Hydreigon out of harm's way. so threatened by this floor. You've got no impact really offensively with this Earth Power.
I mean, a Moonblast will do decent damage to Charizard if he switches.
Get one turn against this Garchomp that has been weakened.
Yeah, plus and minus zero,
as well, and use and leverage his Toxapex to deal and start the timer ticking down on this Floette.
And
oh boy.
This is where things get scary, because in game 1, Floette had taken quite a considerable amount of damage early on, but at full health now is so much more threatening. Hydreigon locked into the Earth Power is not like the most amount of damage, but we're going to go
Earth
for
Power.
it. This could be so dangerous, because now
no,
if
Hydreigon's
this is a Floette that
donezo.
targets down into that Hydreigon,
Try and flinch the Toxapex, or catch the Charizard on the switch in.
Down to only 2 Pokemon. Moonblast,
Cheeky Moonblast.
down that dragon. Barrier aura, so much damage, extremely effective. If Hydreigon was the Pokemon you needed,
Basculegion's still in the back. I think Co has this.
Basculegion, well, that is now just eliminated from the game.
Yeah, it is gone, but the Charizard's still in the back, and it can come in. And now with the chip onto the Garchomp, there is the potential where you could potentially pick it up with a Heat Wave, and depending on how much this takes this Floette down by, it's going to be very close, where the Charizard could come in and kind of clear these 2 Pokemon up. And then you've got, with the Sunbeam active, once it hits the field, you do have Solar Beam that is going to be super effective into the Basculegion, so there is that play as well. And if you're really worried here with the Charizard, you just protect it and maybe go for just a Baneful Bunker with the top.
For Solar Beam, Bask is dead. I think it is Solar Beam, but Bask outspeeds, Lash Respects will one-shot it.
But it's all about protecting this Charizard. The Garchomp probably will drop the next turn, so that's fine. You want to force that Basculegion out as long as you've got the Sun active to allow you to get that all-important Solar Beam onto that Pokemon.
I mean, we got 5 turns to work with if we need to get that Sun up, as Charizard hitting the field brings it new bout of that sunshine around.
Oh, maybe not. Oh shit, good point. No, it probably doesn't. It probably doesn't. Yeah, you're right. It's not Scarf.
And you should be so careful if you look at that information, because yeah, the Garchomp, definitely, that timer should be up. But still a little bit more staying power. So sure enough, protect on to this Charizard. You cannot risk anything at this point in the game. And Toxapex also will protect.
Yeah, it's probably a smart Baneful Bunker here. You could go for the Infestation, but why risk taking any extra damage than you need to, right? Light of Ruin being the choice as well from that Floette into the Charizard, so not wanting to take that big, powerful hit.
This is where the big boys play.
Now that Garchomp, which was once a threat, is now removed. It's kind of like a pseudo-perish, this Toxic and Infestation combination, but a really effective one as well. Now this Floette takes a bit more additional damage. It is
going to game 3, baby, probably, baby.
Thing here, if it is the Basculegion, it has one more partnering Pokemon than it did the last time around, which could give that Toxapex a little
7
bit
matches
more
still going,
here,
including this one.
They're not fully boosted, Last Respect, and put it in a position where it can start to get that timer onto this Pokemon as well. You've got the threat of the Solar Beam now, which
you can do it, Basculegion.
Yeah, so it comes down to Charizard. Still just a threat in this, but the Basculegion does, of course, have Protect. So if you are thinking that it is a Solar Beam into the spot, you can take that down and Protect past this turn, get damage with Floette, finish off with Aqua Jet, but still, you have to be so careful. You can't let this Basculegion get a hit for free.
Yeah, and that's what I would worry about. I think the Light of Ruin...
You've got to get that Light of Ruin into Charizard, really.
Charizard, will that be enough?
Oh, he went for the Floette.
But here we go.
But the Bascu didn't protect, did you notice?
Into the Floette. Now that will drop. But now you're powering up that Last Respect. We saw the damage from game 1.
Yo! Yo!
Or even into the Charizard.
Co made the ballsiest play.
Goes down. Only one Pokemon for
the Protect was so obviously going to happen. There was no way Co doesn't protect that turn on the Basculegion. And Co went, bet.
Toxapex with these leftovers now.
So I'm not here.
Yeah, I think it will be. The Toxapex has taken a little bit. It's not full health yet, but it's around the same health as it was at Last Respect in the previous game, so it feels like it probably will. But Baneful Bunker.
Make sure that you can get up to maximum health.
Co's having a drink. He knows. He knows. He's like, yeah, fuck it, I got this.
You get the leftovers. We're back up to full.
It's just 2 Last Respects, but Toxic takes 8 turns, right?
So if this isn't enough, you can still try and hit this 1v1. Of course, go up 1 in the set. This KO would secure.
I don't see how Toxapex wins the 1v1.
Basculegion, will it be enough?
Bro!
Toxapex, 5 HP. Infestation fired off.
Do not Aqua Jet, just Last Respects.
You have the Toxic, you have the Infestation, and you have a Toxapex that can protect on this next turn.
Yeah, you called it, Sierra. Needed that just few extra HP points there with that leftovers recovery to get that hit. But now you're in that position.
Toxic, my bad.
You've got the ability. I think you're going to need a double protect here, really, to get the remaining health on this Basket Legion. It's around 50% right now.
Come on, just one last
Probably
respect.
feels like 2 ticks of that Toxic and the Infestation to get it.
Damage that stacks up. Baneful Bunker. Nothing will happen to the Toxapex on this turn. How much damage will be happening to this Basket Legion? We have the Infestation. We have the Toxic. We'll have to see how much it brings it down to. But I said, I think we're pushing for the double. That's going to be the first one. Infestation, not enough. We have to go ahead and hit the double protect.
He needs a double protect to win. Fuck, it's down to a 50-50.
We'll go to a game 3.
It's a 1 in 3 chance clicking this Baneful Bunker.
It's down to a 30,
protected through
66.
This turn and have the Basket Legion go down. Or if you fail, Basket Legion gets the hit, secures the win.
Oh! We're getting game 3, bro. Fucking RNG, bro. Hey.
Go down, and Toxapex secures this endgame for Wolf to take the game.
Jammy bastard.
Wow, what an end to the game there. You needed that double Baneful Bunker, and he gets it, locks it in, taking us to a game 3.
A 1 in 3 chance.
And we're gonna get it.
That was incredible. I mean, Toxapex, easy MVP. I mean, there's the survival, being able to have that leftovers recovery each of those turns, and I mean, even just that Baneful Bunker for that 5 extra HP at the end, that 5 HP that you survived off of with the last respect, and it comes down to the double protect. I mean, 1 in 3, the odds aren't great, but hey, if the odds are there, there's always a possibility. What a crazy end game.
Yeah, I'm glad you called it, Sierra. I think you said, you know, going for the Baneful Bunker to ensure that you've got maximum HP as possible. It felt like in that scenario, you were very close to it, right? 5 hit points away from max, but that 5 hit points was all the difference, right? So going for it, knowing the calcs, knowing it's probably a roll here, right? And every bit of HP matters, and then putting yourself in a position where you can close this out and getting that second Baneful Bunker making all the difference there. And you can see the power of that Toxic, that Infestation trap there. But you mentioned in game 1, very telegraphed from Core. I feel very telegraphed from Wolf as well.
I mean, telegraphed, but that was still a match that was on the wire. You had to make sure that last respect wasn't the KO, and maybe it was a roll, right? Maybe it could have had been a KO, and you hit the 1 in 3 for that Baneful Bunker. So that was not an easy game. That didn't feel secure. That there's a lot of things that could have gone wrong.
You don't even know my name,
so now, if you're both knowing how tight that end game was, you switch it up going into game 3, because those are variables that I don't think you can rely on. I think
he's always had the glasses on him. Yeah, probably.
Match.
No, definitely not. I think you don't
probably.
Your progressing undefeated record does not want to hinder you landing Baneful Bunkers in a row. I think you've got to have a little bit of a better way about it, and knowing Wolf as a trainer as well will want a little bit of a more consistent group.
Prove to me why off meta is the wrong way to go.
Against Cole, because Cole is playing so well and just making all the right reads at the right time and getting themselves into positions where they should be locking this game up, but Wolf closing that door each and every round. I still believe the High Dragon in the end game is the key to this.
One more match for these two trainers, these two
world
champions, to see who can remain undefeated here at NAIC. Garchomp and Floette yet again for Ko.
It was like, I can do this.
And Incineroar, again, two very aggressive leads from both.
Yeah, same leads.
Charizard protects this turn, guaranteed. Stomping Tantrum or whatever into the instant slot.
If it wants to. Still the protecting game too. Does Wolf change it up here? Get that immediate damage onto the field when you've got that fake out support next to you. It might be very useful to do that, especially knowing that the blowout was a lot healthier in the end game in game 2, and it would have been easier to
Every move needs to target the top
space. Had taken some initial damage already.
Going on into this too, again, it kind of seems that we're just not getting through these Pokemon fast enough. So you
everybody
really
pose together.
Hit to be starting off this match that can just be so crucial. Of course, this Garchomp, it has been something that hasn't been able to have the most impact in the later stages of the game with those
Here we go. Mega Charizard. Is he going to protect again?
Gone for a swap, but instead sticking in, do some damage now. But it seems like Wolf has the same idea. No swaps. it'll be Charizard with that Mega Evolution. Sun
Earthquake,
is
baby.
out. Is this going to be a Heat Wave to deal some damage onto both, or a Weather Ball? We'll find out after this Mega Evolution. Is Floet also Mega Evolve?
Oh boy.
Yeah, more inclined to say that Charizard's going to protect here because it didn't Mega Evolve in game 2, but it has here. Is it getting ready to throw out a big Weather Ball? He got the wave onto this side of the field. There's the fake out.
Fake out,
no
Garchomp
action
in its tracks. Make sure it's not going to be able to do anything and not hit any sort of rock
Weather
slide.
Ball into Floet.
Ooh. With the Sun, deals some damage right away into the Floet. Bring it down to a third
damage
of its health. But of course, gets a hit in response. And Moonblast into that Charizard will bring it to
decent
about
hit
half.
into the Charizard.
Yeah, that's a really nice play from Wolf, identifying there is an option here to try and get the damage onto that Floet, because once that piece falls, if you've got the Hydreigon in the back, it can come in a lot freer. It doesn't have to worry about that fairy threat anymore. It will have an easier time against this Garchomp, the potential.
Bring the Mamoswine, bro.
That you would expect cause broad, but they might.
They talked all about how Mamoswine was a great counter to Garchomp. It's just never brought it.
Against the Garchomp threat, so you might
Garchomp out, nice.
Switch out to the Toxapex, get itself
Whimsy in.
Super swift change up here from Cole.
Very brave. The Charizard might go for a Heat Wave this turn.
Toxapex also going to go ahead and switch, but that game 3 adjustment, how does Whimsicott change its dynamic?
It does have Encore, so it can be a real problem for this Toxapex if it wants to start laying Toxics, if it wants to start changing its moves, or if it wants to go for that support line with the Wide Guard here.
Yeah.
Will and has the potential to be locked into any one of those attacks.
I mean, Charizard now can be locked into...
You can't keep it on the field as easy. You also have Tailwind. It's something that Core has had under their belt that is going to give them a bit more of an advantage against the faster, speedier things on Wolf's side. So you can levitate, put everything ahead of the threats on Wolf's side and start really being a bit more impactful from your end.
Well,
yeah, I guess Ko's got to go like as offensive as possible at this point.
To make sure that it didn't take damage on that last turn. So that Encore threat is very imminent, right? You have to worry that if Charizard is going to get locked down, do you make the switch now? But that's also going to be a Pokemon on a switch in. You make so much damage from that Floet.
Yeah, and it's likely if Wolf was kept the same forwards, you know, you're going to have to bring in the Incineroar. You can't bring in Hydreigon in front of two Fairy types, so it does make it a bit easier for Cole to maybe pick off
Incineroar in. Take out pressure.
Could be something that you utilize into this Incineroar that's just hit the field.
Yeah, that was the Encore. That was an obvious play.
The Charizard isn't locked in, but of course, damage is the name of the game. And
big Moonblast.
Into that Incineroar. Of course, it will get some recovery with the Citrus Berry, but
can't live another.
At less than half damage. If that was the main way of dealing with the Garchomp damage, that one hurts. But Floet is definitely going to be on a timer, and even more so now thanks to that infestation.
Yeah, really nice infestation there because you're trapping it on.
I guess
you're putting it on
Floet
a timer. It's already taken that Weather Ball damage, and it's a matter of time before.
But it is going to take. It's got about 3
turns
turns left in it.
Go into the Floet this turn, prevent any big damage from that Pokemon in particular, and then try and get the infestation onto the Whimsicott as well, and then
Flare Blitz from Incineroar goes hard into Whimsy though.
From either of these. The on-call threat onto the Toxapex, do you mind if it locks you into Infestation? Probably not right now. And also, do you leave the Whimsicott in a vulnerable position where its Sash could be broken pretty easily from a fake out and it's not able to support this Floet? But I think the more immediate threat is that Floet. That's where the target of that fake out is probably coming. But you've taken a lot of damage. You've got the Fairy Aura boost
Floet in here instead of the King Gambit, because
so you can't really
the King Gambit didn't really achieve anything, did it? It did a big low kick at one point.
You could maybe take with that Incineroar Moonblast from that Whimsicott.
Let's fake out into Floet. Floet's done this turn.
Get a good attack off. The Whimsicott will also
big
go
Moonblast.
With the Moonblast.
Not quite enough
to take care of this Incineroar. Incineroar sticks around for one more turn, and Infestation is also going to be hitting.
Maybe instead of Basque. Oh, it could be instead of Basque. Although, I don't know, Basque's basically been Ko's win condition, so like.
Go down to this Infestation chip, and the Sash broken on the Whimsicott going to be
like
easier to deal with now. Going to be susceptible to going down to anything that Charizard throws out once it does come back onto the field. But the nice thing is that still got that Incineroar as a piece that they can utilize. You're going to get knocked out by anything. Fairy Aura is gone, so that Moonblast not as effective here. And it does mean...
Oh, that's a good point. That was powered up by the Fairy Aura, wasn't it? Hey, no. How you doing? I'm alright. How about you?
So effective as an endgame Pokemon. So the Basculegion not being able
Garchomp on the Tailwind's going to be pretty dirty.
Garchomp now entering the fray, can't utilize those spread attacks as easy because you've got that immediate
I assume
from the Wide Guard here. Do you use it now to try and reposition the Incineroar? Do you let it go down?
Tailwind Basque would just tear everything up, yeah.
Next turn?
Yeah, I mean, especially with the amount of damage this Incineroar has taken. I mean,
I feel like if you bring
Whimsicott,
you
make
don't
sure
bring
you can just pick up this KO sooner rather than later if you anticipate the Toxapex is just going to go ahead and hit that wide guard, right? But then if you're worried about
Doing good things?
Garchomp
Oh,
and
nice.
kind
Glad to hear
of
it.
stopping it in his track, there is the opportunity as well for Whimsicott to start dealing some of that damage, which Whimsicott, he can take care of the Incineroar and try and get a VP hit into that Toxapex.
Yeah, that is very true.
Hey, Whimsicott's out of the infestation because Toxapex is leaving.
Want to stick around.
It doesn't. Hydreigon coming out instead. This one can be dangerous. You're sitting across from a fairy type and a dragon type, but Encore, smart little swap. Dragon Claw could have been dangerous, but will just hit into the Incineroar instead.
Tailwind Dragon Claw now goes kind of hard.
It could have been a risky switch, but calling so well how Ko was going to be playing out this turn means Hydreigon gets in safely and has so much pressure into that Garchomp, and the Charizard driving so much into that Whimsicott.
Yeah, and this is a nice spot for the Hydreigon because you instantly
guess
pressure
Tailwind
the
Rock
knockout
Slide.
onto the Garchomp, but you are going to have to take a trade because this Whimsicott will probably likely pick up the Hydreigon, but are you all right with that with Wolf? Because if you take down the Garchomp, the Charizard's kind of protected, right, from anything. The Garchomp
All I can think of really
take down the
is
Whimsicott that threatens your Hydreigon.
Tailwind
Then
Rock
you're left
Slide.
with Cole's last Pokemon, which is likely the Basculegion, and then you've got the Charizard in the sun that's just set up with that active Solar Beam once again.
Moonblast Rock Slide.
I mean, something we look at too is maybe just switch up of the speed. And
But does the Garchomp outspeed the? Yeah, it does. It naturally outspeeds the
as threatened.
Charizard.
Feeling a little bit of that pressure. Will the swap Toxapex comes back out onto the field?
Tailwind Rock Slide, baby. And that's great because that means when the Hydreigon comes back in.
Well, it can. And it will be that rock slide.
When the Hydreigon comes back in now, Tailwind Moonblast is available.
Really clever rock slide there from Cole.
That's great play.
Using the Dragon Claw that might not be picking up those knockouts.
I think that switch by Wolf was a mistake.
From the player that you mentioned, the Tailwind, it was immediate there. Put the Garchomp ahead out of harm's way and get that all-important.
Because the Toxapex can't Oko the Whimsy, which means this Hydreigon is guaranteed to take a Moonblast.
Moonblast into that slot, and has Toxapex got enough in the arsenal to be able to deal with 3 remaining Pokemon on Cole's side?
Yeah, Wolf goofed.
Right?
Wolf made a mistake.
Toxapex can do so much, but it just doesn't have that same staying power we got to see before. These Pokemon are not toxic, they're not infestation, you're not getting that damage over time. And looking like
I think Wolf should have protected the Charizard and attacked into the Garchomp.
Power up against this Moonblast. It is all down to Toxapex, but I think this battle is just a little too much.
Toes done it.
Dragon Claw will be the first hit. You still have a lot of damage to do into this Pokemon. That'll be the first piece of the puzzle, but I just don't think that there's enough that this thing can do.
I can't wait for this bit of the NAIC video. It was Toxapex versus the world. Most people would have quit by now, but I believed in my little Toxapex. All he needed to do was get 13 consecutive protects.
Have that free Earthquake to close this game up at this cost of your Whimsicott, but that's fine because it closes the matchup and makes your run still undefeated.
Yeah, there is Encore as well.
Really looking difficult here for Wolf.
All right, protect for the Garchomp. Already taking some damage, don't want any more. And
there's the Encore
to lock this Toxapex down even more. So making sure that Toxapex, I mean,
but now just get Bascu in and go ham.
Toxic, right? And once you toxic
never
Pokemon,
tell me the odds. The odds are
Garchomp stays safe, and yeah, that's you don't have those.
Garchomp not have Stomping Tantrum.
Protects to get recovery back.
No, and that's the problem.
13 Baneful Bunkers, yeah, right?
You want to take
back to back to back.
Time to get those recovery turns in as possible, but not going to be allowed that year. And like we talked about with that Dragon Claw, that's doing good consistent damage. We've got the immediate threat of the Earthquake here, which combined with the Moonblast might just be enough onto this single target.
It does sound like flies buzzing in your ears, you're right. Oh, it's got Earthquake. Oh.
Thanks to that critical hit. And now this Earthquake Garchomp.
Well, Whimsy's done what it needed to do.
Toxapex does stick around, but
Bascu not even needed.
Numbered within this one.
Yeah, and like you've said, Sierra,
well done, Co.
Go for the protected between turns to make use of these Toxics. It is just a
well
sitting
done,
target
lad.
now. Able to take that Earthquake pretty well as a consolation prize, but consolation prize is not going to be enough to get you over the line with this.
Lock in the forfeit,
so
bro.
Well adapted here, and what an adjustment from Cole with that Whimsicott. It has been the game changer for them in this match, and
yeah,
really making it difficult for Wolf to get any momentum in this game.
You might as well just lock it in, Wolf. There's no win con.
It is locked into only Toxic. Garchomp only one hit away
be a good sport.
from being able to close this one out. Whimsicott first. It'll be that Moonblast. not enough, but the follow-up from this Garchomp will be good to finally put this Sox
there it is. And the Whimsy.
And it's going to be Ko Tsukide.
GG Ko.
Here in New Orleans.
10-0, baby.
Champion matchup.
Japanese players built different. Round 11 pairings are up already.
10-0. Ko, he looks unstoppable.
Wolves against Federico Camporesi,
I mean, it was
who's all well rested.
Game 3 anyway. But yeah, incredibly well done by Ko.
Ko is against Marcus Dion.
In front of them to such a high level against such a high trainer and Wolf, and continuing their streak with that 10-0. But what an adjustment going into game 3.
I wonder if we'll get Alex Gomez versus Samuel Pereira as our stream game.
But it really hasn't given me much value, whereas that immediate ability to get
the guy so stoked to go win against Wolf. I mean, he's an elite level player as Ko.
Also, having another Pokemon that could threaten High Dragon,
like,
you know, outside of the floor. Because
for Ko, it's just another Tuesday,
High Dragon, you feel, would be freed up. It would have a lot easier time.
I don't give a fuck. He's like, yeah, I can beat Wolf.
Whimsicott, that second fairy is just as strong and can do the job.
Well, even just the encore
log into the
game. I mean, we're kind of forced to be switching out a damage dealer early on in Charizard, and then we get to see in that end game. I definitely feel.
How do I claim my? I need to go to the Pokemon Trainer Club, don't I?
But encore down that Toxapex, it can't get.
Wolf won a regional this year. Yes, he won the last one.
Just what an adjustment.
He won Turin, didn't he? No, he won Indianapolis, didn't he? No.
Yeah, Ko looks like
no, he didn't. He hasn't won a regional this year. He's still only on 10.
You know, with those
only. He's still only on 10.
But piloting it, I think that's the key point here.
That's so funny.
The pilot behind these 6 makes a huge difference in how the team operates, how they
more
approach
like
different
washed
matchups,
glick.
How you identify kind of game
says me, who will never win anything.
As well, and I think that's the whole thing about that last match, right? You looked at how the Toxapex and how Wolf used that. Well, it needs a lot of room. It needs to be able to change its moves a lot. Well,
Blastoise
you just
drop.
take that away with that encore lock, and then the whole kind of game plan falls apart. It's very
there we go. Let's find out.
And yeah, just remarkably well played by Ko, and I'm looking forward to seeing more of them as they move on. Still
okay, how do I do it?
Which is crazy.
As you watch, you receive a one-time use code via Twitch drops that brings a battle-ready Blastoise to Pokemon Champions game.
Oh no, somebody else. About Ko.
Oh, okay. So I need to go to my Twitch menu.
His name scrolling across the screen after Pokemon gets a knockout. It's because I feel like Ko is the main character of the weekend. That is why. I mean, coming off a top 8 of the Japan National Championships, making the long journey to come out here, the only undefeated player left in our field. Yeah, he can have his name on the screen. It's not going to be the last time we see that.
Yeah, I guarantee that. And yeah, like you say, though, the long journey over here, something to consider about. Maybe some people forget that, you know, coming out of such an intense tournament last weekend, which is Japan Nationals.
Blastoise.
Really hard schedule against top players, having a great finish and then coming straight into this event, you know, and then performing to the level that they are, just showing what a great trainer they are.
And I mean, there's a reason that this Mega Floette in this Charizard is just so strong. And I mean, that is the team to beat coming into this weekend, right? Everyone, that is on everybody's prep sheets. Everyone knows their matchup going into it.
I clicked the claim button on it, but I don't know what happens then. Do I get an email?
The team is one of the best, and especially when it's in a very capable trainer's hand, it is so difficult to contend against.
That's claimed, but what does that do?
Yeah, and it's got so much damage capable of dealing out each and every turn, and I think that was the problem.
It made it really easy to claim these fucking things,
slow, methodical ways of getting around these threats, but they're too slow in certain circumstances. You know, even when the Garchomp, and this is down to Cole playing the team very smartly, you know, keeping it on the field, even though it's taken, you know, 2 Intimidate drops and just getting that consistent damage, because all that damage stacks up in the end. And then you've got these like burst damage Pokemon like the Floette, and threatened in scenarios, it might be going down the next turn, but you've got these moves like Moonblast that just do so much damage when they're boosted by the Fairy Aura, and then the Light of Ruin as well. And we saw multiple occasions there where the double up from something like a Sucker Punch or a
Twitch drops are so complicated.
The Incineroar or
go to the Pokemon Trainer website. I did. It didn't show me anything.
It was the Dragon Claw and the Light of Ruin, or the Dragon Claw.
So it's once linked, watch the edible stream,
really
claim button, follow these steps, link your accounts, did that, watch the stream, did that, claim the reward, click claim now. The item will automatically transfer to your linked in-game account. Oh, allow 24 to 48 hours depending on the game. So it should just go straight into my Pokemon Champions.
Thank you so much, Sierra. And
unless
Lane,
I've not connected champions to the Pokemon Trainer Club, which feels weird.
Round number 10, Ko Tsukide. Congratulations.
Go on, Ko.
We're now 10-0 in the tournament. So close to that top cut. were you nervous about having to face off against another former world champion, Wolf Glick?
Pokemon Twitch Rewards program, yep. Pokemon Unite.
Were you nervous to have to
Play
face
Pokemon.
off against another former world champion?
You can't even
Wolf
connect
Glick?
Pokemon champions. Pokemon Trainer Central. Is there a different Pokemon Trainer Club account?
対戦で緊張はあんまりしないんですけど、相当強敵だと思ってたので、どうにか勝とうと考えてました。
So I didn't get nervous about it, but he's a very good player, so I try to win to do my best to win.
Lad.
Well, you did win. Congratulations. In that game 2, that double protect, what was going through your mind at the end
Nintendo
of
Link.
that game?
Congratulations, it's all set. So I think it'll just appear in Champions then at some point. The vibe I'm getting.
もう2連で
Unless
決
it's
められた
under
ら
mystery gift.
もう負けなのは分かってたので、もう1個前のターンからもし決められたことを考えて、その3試合目のことを考えてたので、まあ3試合目いっちゃったかみたいな、まあちょっとがっかりした感じでした。
I don't think.
So
I don't think the
he
Pokemon
knows
Trainer
that
Club,
two
sorry,
protects
Pokemon Trainer
goes-
Club, Pokemon Center pet
he
products
lost
are
his
overpriced.
game two, so
I just think
he start thinking for third game.
I just think they're
when-
Pokemon Center products.
Yeah.
So like
two protects going on.
you pay Pokemon tax
And,
on them.
Yeah, always. And the fact two protects.
said 24 to
is
48
success,
hours.
So he's already go mines to go game 3.
That was a really hype moment. Did you
Yo,
expect to
check out
play against
Rosemary's
the
fucking
Toxic
dress.
X at
Hello,
this
girl.
tournament?
Hey, girl.
この大会
Looking
が
good,
始ま
my
るまでは
friend.
もう夢にも全く考えてなかったので、もうオルフが使ってるのを見て結構驚きました。
Absolutely.
So I haven't expected with, gaming with Toxapex, and I very amazed that Wolf using a Toxapex in this tournament.
You had firm control over the match, though, knowing you needed to have that Basculegion at the end. So, how did you preserve Basculegion to finish the games?
Anyone with the large pillow? Large pillow was my nickname in college.
目的としてプレイしてたと思うんですけれども、そちらどういう感じで思考してたかっていうのを聞きたいそうです。
Hell yeah.
ゲームの序盤とか中盤で
Again, you Torontos blended together, it do be like that.
まあ
Toronto.
絶対に回復されちゃったり回復されるのが分かってたので、もうとにかくドヒドリ以外のポケモンを倒してから最後にライトで倒そうってのをずっと考えてました。
So I couldn't knock out Toxapex during game, so I tried to knock out other 3 Pokemons during game, and I tried to be
Took a long time for a small bit of data in a game, right?
And Toxapex, so he can win the game.
But
Like
you
the
got
way
that
the way
Rock
they've
Slide
been
on the
announcing it, it
Charizard,
sounds like
so was
you
that
get
the
it straight
moment you knew
away.
You had won game 3?
They're just like, get your Blastoise. Have you got your Blastoise yet? And I'm like, no, not fucking get it. Bastards.
まあそうです。まあ順当にいけば勝ちだなと思って、あのターンが一番重要なターンだったので。
He's saying, I'm very aware that we're delaying round 11
important turns that he
at the moment. There are people really eager to play. We're actually stalling because Wolf's gone for a poo on the
I
carpet.
got almost win, but
We're waiting for him to finish.
I need to do my best for other turns to win.
Ko, you're going to win the whole thing, mate.
Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC now?
Yes.
I couldn't hear that.
I said, Ko, you're already qualified for Worlds. Do you think you can win NAIC?
Oh, bro, you got to pay attention.
世界大会の出場は決まっているんですけれども、この NIC も勝つつもりでいます。
はい。もちろん勝つつもりで、トロフィーが欲しいので、そこまで、優勝まで目指したいと思います。
So he won a trophy, so he want to be the champion for this tournament.
That's excellent. Ko, any final shout outs to people supporting you?
Sometimes my cynic brain is like, are the translators even translating exactly what he said? Or they're just going, oh fuck, that's a lot of words. Let me just say like the sentiment.
Please cheer me for I will be a champion for this tournament.
Yeah, you will. Go on, Ko. Oh
again
yes,
on
go
your
on, lad.
undefeated record.
Ko's
Thank you
fired
for
up.
speaking
I'm
with
fired
me.
up. You
And
better be
now we're
fired
going
up.
to
You
go
fired
to
up?
Scott's
Why aren't you
thoughts
fired up?
for
You fired
more
up.
analysis
Fired up.
on this incredible match.
Your Nan's incredible.
Thank you, Rosemary. I got Lee with me. He enjoyed that
Scott
match so much. Let's talk
Glaser.
about it a little bit more.
He's a
thanks for having
fucking
me,
king.
Scott. Yeah, I mean, what an incredible game to kick off day 2, right? I don't think we could have done it in any better style.
No, I mean, I feel like the matches all weekend have been incredible, but you can really see why both those players are undefeated going. This match could easily have gone either way. On one side of the field, we have kind of a team to beat in this tournament, right? That 6 Pokemon combination we've seen so much of.
Change the day.
On Wolf's side, I mean, he's maybe a little more conventional than is normal for Wolf.
Let's
but
keep an eye on which
still
Pokemon
really
I'm
cool
trying
team.
to get.
A lot to talk about this one, so I'm going to jump into the teams a little bit quickly here.
Looking out for big boys like Igglybull.
The strategy of Wolf's team is so different than most of the teams we see in this format. While we do see some setup-based teams,
Show me
in
what
general,
you got.
it's a very damage trading based format, right? Where typically most of the Pokemon on these teams are going to do a lot of damage. You can try to score quick knockouts. And getting ahead in the game and the Pokemon count tends to be really important. Wolf's not really doing that, right? This is a completely different style. You kind of see that throughout the course of the game too. Like, well, I'll make some like weird looking trades. Wolf doesn't have burst damage on this team, really, right? Like even the Charizard is maybe not the Charizard you used to see on the other side of the field.
Maybe I had one already. I don't know.
More about positioning. It's really
we'll double check
resources and
Overquill.
not take bad trades.
Yeah, exactly that. I think with the speedy Charizard, it's just not got the impact that the
ages. There's been an empty space after Quillfish. I clearly forgot.
Boosting Charizards would have. It's still doing good
definitely
damage, but
need
it's
an
more
Overquill.
about getting that initial damage off to set up the
definitely need to go pick up an Overquill. So
scenarios where you've got that infestation, you've got the trap lock, you've got the toxic as well.
For a long time, I forgot Overquill existed.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
Around it, and then the pressure piece.
Because I have Overquill in my main deck, so that's probably why I overlooked it.
Put it in those positions.
But I don't have it in the living decks right now.
Mega Floettes that we're seeing so frequently in this format.
Silly boy.
I think that's the other thing on this team I was going to point out too, is just that typically when you see these like heavily positional-based teams, I see a lot more protect. Right? Typically, and like Perish Trap, for instance, that's the one team archetype where Incineroar is often taught protect because it's so important to be able to have that.
Bugger off, Ghastly. No one likes your face today.
Protect the one slot, bring in the appropriate teammate. Wolf in every game in this series brought 2 Pokemon that couldn't protect in both the Incineroar and the Hydreigon. I think this made it a really challenging set for Wolf to play, and while we've seen that combination of Pokemon really strong in other trainers, I think Ko was just doing such a great job of kind of keeping the pace that it became a bit of a liability, especially as like Charizard in particular was so important to protect, and it was difficult for Wolf to keep like the right partner next to Charizard throughout the course of the game.
Yeah, and those pin
didn't even give me shiny Pokemon.
I think it just made it
pick up sparkling items, destroy floating Pokeballs, end yourself. It doesn't say end yourself. That would be really mean of a game to say that to me.
Couldn't bring the Hydreigon, and then you got that. Ko was able to get a really valuable.
At least it's nice, easy tasks. Yeah.
With Wolf's team. If you can exploit those, that's where you can start to gain that momentum against
I like
them.
simple tasks.
I'm going to not say too much about
Right, I don't need any of all of
over the
y'all.
course of the weekend. There's a few details that I think are important we can get to once they show up in the match. One thing I was just going to say is I think Garchomp was sort of the Pokemon to watch in this match. He's like super important.
Pick up those sparkling items, 20 of them.
Garchomp's help, but I think especially its attack stat.
20.
Game 1 and Game 2 when Wolf kept it close. He did such a great job of reducing Garchomp's attack and making it disadvantageous for it to switch out so he could kind of control the damage from it a little bit. Part of why I think Game 3 gets a little bit crazy and Ko kind of runs away with it. It's just Garchomp gets to come in at so much better of a position, and then it really does just check Wolf's team really well.
Yeah, it was such a thorn for Wolf to deal with.
Ooh, that was a cheeky slight
like
sideways lean.
Without that burst damage, you just don't.
Hey, yo, gang.
Really
Get my Earthquake boy in.
Effectively, and I think it was always
these bad boys are mad boys.
Well by the floor in those scenarios where you had to.
These bad boys are mad boys.
If you were Wolf, because you knew you needed it later on to deal with the King Gambit threat.
Oh God, these bad boys are mad
Wolf
boys.
would have probably ideally liked it there for that Basque Legion in the end game to not have
do it again.
Worry about that scenario of double being for bunkering against the last respects threat as well.
I just want to show out the trainers' titles too. Kind of a fun new feature at Pokemon Champions, but really both were noteworthy. I got to shout Wolf out as well. Evan and I were making fun of him a little bit in Indianapolis with his really the worst Steelix title. He didn't quite get to Toxapex Professor, but he's a Toxapex Tamer, so it's pretty good. Maybe put a little more practice in before this tournament. Maybe that'll help him out. Eventually. And then that flex on Coast side of the field. Yeah, that's the title for doing very well at the PJCS last weekend. I think Hamilton won the game like Thursday, so he was ready.
Kill him.
Intimidate all of his opponents. And,
do all the kills.
Maybe that intimidation factor has helped him a little bit in this tournament. They would jump ahead to the second turn here as Wolf has cycled Toxapex into the game. It's the only game where he leads Toxapex instead of Incineroar.
Get him.
And I think it leads us to a
regular
situation
Pokeballs,
where
that's why.
Wolf puts himself in a tough spot where he protects Charizard as Toxapex switches into battle in order to stay as safe as possible. And, I think the tricky thing about that is it makes it a little bit easier to predict him, where if Charizard hadn't protected the previous turn, I think it's a little bit harder to read what Wolf might want to do, right? Like, Charizard could protect, allowing Toxapex to go for an infestation or a toxic, but because Charizard's protect isn't available, this wide guard is a little bit telegraphed.
Yeah, and that opened the door for that Dragon Claw into it, and it was so pivotal. That damage right and the double up into it was almost handed because of that protect, right? So that puts Wolf on the back.
But I know I shouldn't.
I think the damage taken here is so significant.
I did catch a
get any further forward in this match for Wolf, and it was almost kind of telegraphed from this point on how Core had to play things out. That one moment where, there was that lapse where there was the opportunity of really just taking it with both hands.
I think in the same way that Garchomp's HP and stats were really important
is hard to take down.
for
I think, can someone put the live command in chat? Because I think Richard might be behind on stream.
Is really important.
Unless you're on about the review that's happening now.
Low kick from King Gambit, and I think that was really the decisive feeling play in this game. Not such a big deal, but I think worth noting too. I don't know, it really mattered where Garchomp could have been infested.
I destroyed Bold. I haven't found any Boulders yet.
It wound up being that Ko felt like it was the right move not to switch Garchomp out of battle anyway, so I don't
Boulder
think it actually impacted the game, but certainly a bummer if you're Wolf, and causes him to have fewer options because you just want to keep at least attempting infestation into that slot.
Yeah, the flinches are unfortunate, but I think you've got to give credit to Cole here as well.
Very
going
clean.
For those options as well, just to be like,
very luscious. Very nice. Gold ball is where? Up there.
Progressing this match back into
can you use water moves, please?
So if I can go for it, I will go for it and pay off in those scenarios.
When it comes to endgame 2, so we get the
let's
first
go up and see the little babies.
There was a big critical hit there. It did not matter if you were wondering.
Oh, that's a big critical hit.
The Basculegion makes a big difference there, where I think it could have gone either way without the Mystic Water, but because Mystic Water's on there, even with the Drought, that's how powerful Basculegion is.
Good job, Nightbot. Fucking hell.
So always going to get
Take
that one.
forever.
I wanted to check Toxapex's HP as well because I missed it
this way, please.
But yeah, so I do think, on the other hand, as we learned in game 2, there's a pretty good chance that Toxapex could have survived this last respect, but not what ends up happening, and we wind up in a game 2 where Ko is the advantage. Critically in this game, though, the leads are a little bit different this time. Wolf goes for his strategy for both game 2 and for game 3, where instead of the Toxapex,
they don't even connect right.
Hydreigon leading out the battle, it's the Incineroar, which makes a big difference. Ends up switching out the battle.
It's one of them Willy fish.
Once again, but the Intimidate onto the Garchomp
no. Willy fish. Willy fishy Willy.
In that first game where
very mature.
At least if Garchomp attacks Charizard,
too mature for your dad.
Damage as it did the first
right.
time.
Yeah,
so
we saw the damage from the
here.
Dragon Claw from
I think we started on a roof, didn't we?
Charizard,
we did.
It was so low impact. It was kind of like, okay, well, this is worth the trade-off here for me to be able to get some damage back
low
onto
impact,
side of
like
the
your
field.
mum had
way
on society.
Better way of kind of adjusting how you're approaching this game from Wolf in a lot more methodical way about dealing with these threats in
particular. Look at all those Topsies.
I think the next play that I'm really excited about in the second game, Ko in the middle of both game 2 and game 3 just had like some really great reads that put him way ahead in the game. Wound up not being enough thanks to an eventual Baneful Bunker in this one, but it's a really great read where
Baneful Billy, show him your whoa.
Charizard is, so Wolf tries to get it out of dodge and bring this Incineroar in, and things just go horribly wrong. Where he gets the Defiant boost to King Gambit, which would not have been such a big deal if it was the Sucker Punch that seemed like King Gambit.
None of those are shiny, are they?
Calls the switch, gets the Dragon Claw, gets the low kick.
No, none of those are even.
Oh,
I took a photo of them.
In that scenario, if the Charizard just stayed in there, maybe calling it, it's really, like you said, really
Alpha
hard
turning
to
up.
keep the Charizard there because of how important it is, but you keep it in that scenario and you get the King Gambit, I think that puts you so far ahead in this game, especially when you've taken the turn as well to get the Toxic onto the Garchomp, but I think
we have a sparkling sandwich. Hello, Team Rocket Grunt Top, how you doing?
You probably are taking a turn to wide guard rather than the Toxic with the Toxic.
I can.
Just add that little bit of extra security
don't take another photo.
Yeah, and I think that's a great thing to point out here too, where this is a really difficult set for Wolf.
Yeah, I can just look from here.
I don't know if I would necessarily say it's a team disadvantage, but I think co-piloting this team is very different than other players piloting this team, and he just always felt like he was the back foot on this set, and I think he had to make a lot of really difficult decisions while he was under pressure. Even though this looks a little bad where, Incineroar takes a terrible trade here, he does get to a position where, even though he's not as likely to win the game as Ko was, he's still got himself to a pretty good percent to win in the end, and I think this is a big part of it, right? Where the
tired, and I have an MRI on my knee on Tuesday. Oh,
as it adds up over time. Jumping ahead a little bit as well, Incineroar is defeated there. I think this is the other interesting play for me in Wolf this game. Hydreigon obviously being threatened by this float on the other side of the field. Opts to sacrifice it instead of going for a switch. These choices are just so hard in Pokemon, right? Where it's like, hey, I have to take a bad trade, so which bad trade is the correct one for me? I don't know if it necessarily made Wolf in a position where he was more
That's what she'd sing if she was singing to me.
But it did give him, or maintain him odds that at least he was reasonably likely to win the game, and that's all he could do here. I thought it was a very difficult call.
This much time
so difficult, because I think
Sui and Quillfish, although I do love using him on my rain teams. He's a good little muck around.
It would have been easier to have the Hydreigon than the Charizard against the Basculegion.
He's basically Toxapex but fast and without
being able
healing,
to get that
but
initial
still.
damage onto floor was so all important here.
So not like Toxapex at all then, yeah, basically.
Chip away at it at the sacrifice to then know that you've got the Charizard to come in, and because the Garchomp had been so weakened at that point as well, Charizard felt a lot stronger than it would have done in other scenarios where
Blake, how we doing?
hadn't had those intimidates.
Yeah, for this end game. I think it's a lot of fun checking this out. So, I mean, the trainers now, I think they were to look back at the match would know this for sure. I don't know if they did in the moment, but we could have mentioned, Wolf's Charizard's a little bit different than other Charizards. It's not like all the other reindeer, and because of it, its Solar Beam isn't quite as powerful as other Solar Beams are. I think Wolf realized this in the moment.
Randomizer?
Ooh,
enjoy.
Basculegion, right? He's actually pretty far from picking up this knockout because of how his Charizard is trained. So, not like a super great option. You'd need a critical hit in that slot in order to win the game. So, we see Wolf play this a little bit differently, and I think it looked a little odd in the moment where he takes a Weather Ball on this floor, which I think could be critical for the next game, kind of at least understanding exactly how much damage that does, despite, again, Wolf's Charizard not being the most powerful of attackers, but the last respects to come down, easily pick up this knockout, and I think cleverly avoids perhaps a situation where a 2v1 could have been allowed if he'd gone for the Solar Beam instead.
Yeah, I think
let's just go.
The understanding that Wolf has of the threats in front of him, I think, really shone through here, and the decision-making to go after that float. Just say, okay, well, if I go for it, then at least Toxapex is safe, and I'm going to be in that position where I can go for the Baneful Bunker the next turn, get that all-important Toxic onto the Basculegion, start the chip, and then have that full health to be able to take what everyone, I think, expected to be very close, if not a knockout from the last respects, going off damage from turn 1.
Yeah, and I guess maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important, right? This is a very physically defensive Toxapex. It tends to be how that Pokemon gets used in VGC, where maybe in some singles formats you can be a little more specially defensive. But in this case, Toxapex tends to be very physically oriented. Yeah, it does take
now we shall leave.
Full health. It always takes the last respects, but it was weakened a little bit in that first game, allowing the KO to happen. But I think we all wanted
that wasn't even one of the ones on my list because I'm a silly boy.
No one too upset about it, and I think the first turn of this game is really interesting. Wolf in both Game 1 and Game 2 had led Charizard next to a support Pokemon, immediately protected Charizard and cycled. And sometimes in a best of 3 set, when you're doing that, you're kind of conditioning your opponent a little bit, right? It's like, hey, I'm showing you, but this is what I think the right way to play this matchup is, and now I'm going to do something else.
Yeah, and really taking advantage of the position here with that fake out, because I think Wolf never really taken advantage of the fake out previously to get damage on the opposite side of the field, and this is the time when Wolf was like, okay, well, I'm gonna go for it now and take advantage of this floor that is so open now with the Weather Ball, and that is really valuable damage. You feel like Wolf's in that position now where they can start to get some momentum early on in the game, which felt like they were clawing at in games 1 and 2.
Yeah, I think at this point it felt really good for Wolf, right? Where even though, again, Charizard's not the sort of Pokemon that's scoring a lot of one-hit knockouts, it does get a lot of really important damage out of this floor. Puts Wolf in a pretty good position, but it winds up being, I think, by turn 4 where things start getting really interesting here. Toxapex going to flee, as it did over the course of the game. Again, kind of we learned in that second game, maintaining Toxapex's HP is very important. So
miserable? Why? What's happened?
Here, which would have put it in a pretty difficult position, as we saw much later in the game. And then Dragon Claw going to pick up this Incineroar. I think it had previously switched in, took a bunch of damage.
Not you.
And I think this turn is just very critical because, again, the previous games, Garchomp's HP and its attack family controlled so well by Incineroar. This time being forced to sacrifice it because it's so low on HP, and because Encore is being threatened in the other slot. I had to let it go. Now Garchomp at this point in the battle is just
fucking good Dave, so
scary.
I hate this life.
Wolf brings up Charizard here a little bit as a bait, where he's like, oh, these combination of Pokemon. Ooh, look at this scary Hydra
not getting
guy.
any enjoyment for life
probably
at
going to
all.
need
I
to knock
thoroughly
that one
recommend
out,
talking
aren't
to
you?
a doctor.
And I think he was hoping either for a Dragon Claw into that slot or perhaps a
There's only
Tailwind
so
that
much we
protect
can
in order
do.
to get into a safer position. Instead, though, we see something else, and I think this is the game-winning move for Ko in Game 3.
Yeah, and I think going back to those first few turns as well, I think the emphasis from Wolf getting that damage onto the floor, you were thinking,
how many of these
you're in a great spot, because once this falls, the High Dragon, I think I mentioned it during the match, the High Dragon feels almost free here, but then you see the
15 more. Last night I fucking lost it. In what way?
Yeah, like you said, this turn, how it plays out from that Tailwind, and the decision to go Rock Slide was completely game-changing.
Gets a knockout, gets it completely for free because of the switch in the other slot, and then I don't know that we need to watch the rest of this poor game here as Wolf. He just has no options left, but Hydreigon forced to come out into the Tailwind, and much like in Game 2, you can just see the weakness of that Pokemon not being able to protect, right? Not that Toxapex is the sort of Pokemon that's going to score a big knockout and bail it out during the Protect anyway, but forced to just take the Moonblast, and with 3 Pokemon remaining, it takes a little while. Toxapex likes to stall it out a little bit, but just no way Wolf is going to come back from here.
No, unfortunately not. And I think just credit to Cole with how well they adapted in that Game 3, because it completely, I think, just flipped the matchup on its head. I mean, King Gambit, I mentioned it. I don't think it really brought too much to the party. It was a bit disruptive.
I still don't know what you mean.
The few turns where it went for the low kick, it put pressure on the Incineroar.
You haven't used it enough times yet, Liam, that's what I'll tell you. Oh yeah, I forgot we don't have PP in this game, it's 3 charges.
Whimsicott in the Tailwind, and the advantage that it puts, particularly like you mentioned, the Garchomp into that scenario where it is able to close things up a lot easier.
Yeah, and a great switch up too, right? We're talking beginning of the game, Wolf made a good switch up, but the end of the game, I think Ko locks it in because of his own change up in Game 3, mixing things up a little bit. Lee, thanks for joining me.
My family's been talking about me a lot.
I hope the rest of today is just as good, but hey, you don't want to listen to us talk any longer. We're going to shoot you back to the casters to enjoy another great round of action.
Oh, hell yeah. We love a round of action.
Thank you very much, Lee and Scott. And Smile, you're on camera, and you have a bunch of badges as well. Good luck in the Elite Four, by the way. Hope it goes out. I hope it goes well for you.
Oh, I love how cringe they are. Bless them.
All of your Pokemon are going to be listening to you.
Don't be talking. Even ask them to stop and still continue. I try not to take that from me, but holy shit. Yeah, understandable.
Trainer who's trying to keep you from the Elite
Not good starter options. Let's hear them.
You are just 5 battles away from becoming our next Kanto Pokemon League champion. So best of luck out there in the field, trainers, and best of luck to all of our trainers who are competing for the title of Pokemon North America International Champion for the 2026 season here in New Orleans today.
Oh, we got
Coach
paralyzed.
Ide just winning on stream over Wolf Click last round, so he is the only remaining undefeated trainer in the entire field. And we could just wrap the tournament up because he already told us in the winter interview that he's going to walk away as NAIC champion. But there's obviously a lot of great contenders still remaining here in New Orleans.
For sure, and the nice thing about all of these trainers is that there are so
They said you need to get a girlfriend, and recently the grandma keeps yapping about it. Even when I wear some pair of pants, they kind of don't look right. She says they'll laugh at me. Right.
What I'm really excited about, though, is that we're going to
Family's got really weird ways of showing affection.
Here this weekend. Up next with
Timber, Sandal, Lillipop. Mate, they're great choices.
Daniel Quick, not somebody
what do you mean?
Yet on stream this weekend. So
I mean, I'd go Timber. Actually, no, go Sandile, because Sandile fully evolved. Let's go.
International circuit, but look at some of these other
Daniel Quick versus Francesco Piopero.
Well, I mean, Toller Webb versus
there we
go.
That's
going to be an incredible match. Over
Evolve.
Down
I understand they're doing it to help, but it's been
frustrating. Federico Camporesi versus Wolf Glick, of course.
It doesn't get easier.
It doesn't get easier.
It's been so fucking suffocating. Oh yeah, absolutely. Like I say, like they may be trying to help, but they're doing it in the most negative way possible.
All your decisions, every round obviously equally important, but it kind of the stress
that
round 11 has
compared
to say round 3, it really does get as we get over.
I just wish it didn't have the spikes on the front of its face, because I think they've ruined the look.
Australia and Italy, truly.
Yeah, the 2 spikes between its eyes needed to not happen.
Yeah, and both these trainers, of course, running some of those teams we've seen run away with the competition here this weekend. Though a little bit of a switch up here, as Daniel Quick will be the one running the team that Italy made famous last weekend.
Damn, you got the Frostlass Lycanroc team.
A player from Italy
Puppy on screen.
running the Charizard Aerodactyl team that a lot of people were expecting to see coming into this tournament. So
it's a pretty cool Ogapon shirt, my guy.
How to beat the team that Italy made famous? I would assume it would be one of those Italian players, but of course we'll have to see.
We're making it sound like they're being unruly or not. What they say is very blatant sometimes on content. No, it's horrible. Like, it doesn't help at all.
Yeah, that Frostlass and Scovillain core
Daniel with the
your
drip.
Mega Evolution Scovillain around.
Daniel Quack, more like Daniel Drip.
Usage in phase 2. Lycanroc Duskform making the top 12 at 15% usage.
Adamant Citrus Berry Basket Legion.
You're using this team as a Charizard counter, and your opponent happens to have Charizard.
Yeah, you usually want to try and position that Scovillain so that it can land those burns on
Mega
the
Scovillain.
physical attackers that quite frankly dominate those Charizard teams, whereas Frostlass is there to deal those big hits with Blizzard that can hit, you know, the Garchomp, the Aerodactyl super effectively. Of course, control the weather, take away the sunlight from Charizard, and take away those power-up boosts to those powerful fire-type attacks. You know, you also can bring that Lycanroc, Accelerock, a priority attack, basically guaranteed to knock out Charizard.
Last day was so fucked up. My grandma wakes me up early in the morning because she wants me to deep clean the bathroom and just talk so fucking much. Right.
Don't trade your Charizard that way. It's really not worth it. And of course, this team also just has a lot of natural.
You've not killed her, have you? This isn't where you admit you've like
we take a look at
butchered your family.
Pero side, a more traditional core here in regulation.
Like I like the midday one. Shelby though, so it's not all bad, right?
Mega Evolutions on my team, so I'll swap the Mega Floette that's usually on these Charizard cores with a Sylveon, which still does massive fairy damage.
But some unique twists here that I think were brought specifically
so needs
for
the bleach.
this tournament. You have that Jolly
you did say you lost it. In my defense, you did say you lost it.
Speed investment to try and outspeed the competition. You have Wide Guard on Aerodactyl instead of Protect, so you can stop Rock Slides or other spread moves from the opponent. And Sylveon, I think the most curious thing to me has Yawn, which will allow you to slow
but you still don't explain what you did when you lost your composure. You've just said you lost your composure, which is so vague.
To sleep after a turn.
The one thing that I think Daniel might be looking.
Did you yell at her? Did you slap her? Did you? What did you do?
Physical attackers on Francesco's team. So with Mega Scovillain's Spicy Spray ability, it doesn't even have to be a contact move. It could be a Rock Slide. It could be any type of attack you can redirect in and have a poor Aerodactyl, Garchomp, Basket Legion, Kingambit. Any of them getting burned can be really detrimental for Francesco's plan.
Exactly, but the other side of that is that if Charizard can land any fire type attack into that Scovillain, you know, we saw the stat alignment for that Pokemon being bold. That is going to be boosting the physical defense of that Pokemon. It's very unlikely that it would be able to take a Weather Ball boosted by the sunlight. You know, Heat Wave, of course, if it misses, that's one thing. If it does land, there's a chance it could take that. So really, Daniel has to be very careful about how he positions that Pokemon. If it's the Mega he decides to bring, in
won't be a chant off. I'll see what the Americans capable of. Because we support the US, the US, and that's the way we like it. We like it. We love it. To be fair, I'm rooting for Australia right now. Is that Australia? AU? Yeah.
Game 1 scenarios against Charizard. When it's led against a Charizard like this, you have to be careful about the timing of the Mega Evolution, as Frostlass is just naturally faster than Charizard, so it will Mega Evolve first.
This is Australia versus Italy.
Charizard Mega Evolving second will immediately override that weather with the sunlight, so there is a little bit of a guessing game here. Both these Pokemon have Protect available to them.
Later in the day, I forgot my hat in my sister's car. She kept blaming me. Again, it's my fault. But if someone's drowning and they forgot their life preserver, all you're going to do is say, should have done that. Slight difference. Slight extreme example, but I get the sentiment. I remember you saying that she wouldn't give you the keys to the car to go and get your hat. Which was honestly very petty of her. Like, most of all, supporting the opposing to the US, with US versus US, I'd support the versus. Versus these nuts. Who's on a trip with my grandma wakes me. Right. I was adopting sad chicken nuggies. And Semi missed the end. I hear Wolfie lost. He did. Oh, fucked him.
If the sun wasn't up, that would have been a one-hit KO. But can the combination of Heat Wave and the Wave Crash Recoil, no, not the Hyper Voice follow-up. Instead, it's the Yawn. Putting the onus on Daniel. If you want to hit me again, you're going to sleep.
That Basculegion did so much work, though, in this first turn. I think it's okay for Daniel to take
Charizard's in Aquajet range.
Passive play moving forwards, as that Charizard is certainly within knockout range from a Shadow Ball and possibly even a Blizzard.
My job 5 hours, just not able to do work.
Typing of that Pokemon means it would
Wait, why weren't you able to do work at your job? Because you didn't have your hat.
Would mean it's guaranteed to hit. Of course, you do.
Surely they have spare hats.
Going for a second yawn in that position,
My phone died and shit. Not really your family's fault. I had to go and buy another charger.
Otherwise, a bulkier Pokemon in the back to switch into.
Couldn't get it open soon because she had work and whatnot, which is fair. It's not having my hat as a health code violation. Then why don't they have spare hats? What fucking food place doesn't have spare hats for the employees? Like, sure, I'll tell you off and be like, don't forget your hat again, but they always have spare hats.
Does finally Mega Evolve, activating its snow warning ability, setting up the snow and giving all.
That in itself is probably a health code violation. What do you mean you don't have spare hats? What if an employee forgets theirs? Then we just don't wear them.
Critically, it does get a
even McDonald's has spare hats.
Sylveon does not have an automatically falling attack, so it stays frozen solid.
The nice thing about Pokemon Champions is that Sylveon is guaranteed to thaw after a couple of turns. It's unlike previous games where you just make the same roll, turn after turn and hope for the best. But Sylveon being unable
they should have hairnets
anyway. Does mean that this Frost and the Lycanroc really were able to attack last turn for free. Now, Lycanroc and Frostlass are very threatened by the presence of King Gambit.
I just can't imagine a job that's like, you've not got your hat, that's a health code violation. So you can just not work for 5 hours while you wait for your sister to finish work so that she can give you your hat. That's a bizarre scenario to me.
Ooh, those black glasses boosting the damage of Sucker Punch, doing more than 50% to the Lycanroc. Blizzard hitting both. Sylveon now down.
Let me clock in. They wanted me to get my hat. That's wild.
Is here to counter the Charizard teams, and even through the Chople, King Gambit 70%
Mate, I don't know how they do things over there. But in the United Kingdom, if you turned up, right, let's say there was a scenario where you had only one hat, and if you didn't turn up with it, you couldn't work because of health code reasons. And that meant that the rest of the staff had to work 5 hours of a shift without the extra body that they need because of the hat situation. That'd be a written warning. That would fully be a written warning, because it'd be like, you literally left the team missing a person for 5 hours because you didn't bring your hat. Yeah.
And if it can land a yawn,
of course it'd be a warning on you.
Could go to sleep eventually, but really there's nothing forcing that Pokemon off the field.
Because it wouldn't be their fault you didn't bring a hat.
Force it would be the Charizard in the back, but Mega Frostlass is
the hat that they gave you that apparently they don't have spares of.
And Sylveon and Garchomp, all three of the Pokemon remaining on Francesco's
No, it's a Tesco. Forgot my shirt. They just got me a white shirt from the clothing section. It gave it to me. Base Tesco.
So not going to take any damage.
Yeah, it'd be a warning because you didn't come prepared for work.
Blizzard in the snow, always accurate and always doing massive damage to Garchomp. That is a one-hit KO.
Francisco opting to allow that Garchomp to be
so you're looking out. So you're lucky you got away with that.
Just be locking in the forfeit.
Go on, Daniel.
It's possible he wanted that Charizard to switch in without taking damage.
Like in reality, like most normal places, your employer should have spare hats. If they're that integral to the health code of the business,
but knowing that Daniel went for
there should be spare uniform. Like, that's just a given.
Quite honestly, it's just naturally faster than the Sylveon anyway.
If your employee is bringing their one hat each, was so integral to your business falling apart. Like, imagine if everyone forgot their hats one day. Like, just out of complete coincidence, you had 5 employees on shift and all 5 forgot their hats. Does the business just not open?
And then they have to take a close combat now.
Exactly, and
obviously they have enough staff. I can't imagine a place ever having enough staff that they can let someone not work because of a hat.
If you look at the stat distribution of a Lycanroc, it doesn't necessarily read with its low defenses, but with that Focus Sash and its very high speed stat, it can guarantee take 2 hits. So as long as you know that it's going to be faster than the Pokemon on the opposing side of the field and have enough health to take that second hit, you are going to be in a relatively safe position.
That was a quick round as well.
But that does mean that Francisco can exploit that a little bit, because if your first hit does enough damage to bring it down into knockout range from a Sucker Punch, then all of a sudden that Lycanroc's bulk essentially disappears.
I do wonder if
it's this one.
Could be an adjustment over the Charizard or Garchomp, where they both do struggle into the blizzards from the outspeeding Mega Frostlass. Mega Aerodactyl, the fastest Pokemon in the format, and you have super effective Rock Slides into that Frostlass.
It is true, but then you have to wonder about Rock Slide's accuracy, whereas at least if you set up the Sunlight, you're forcing Daniel to worry about his accuracy. It's a tough game to play, but it does look like Francisco has opted into
the skill it takes as well to dominate Francisco Piopero is wild.
Dust form now for Daniel in this game, just in case there was a Charizard on the field, you'd be protecting your Frostlass now, but it is instead against Kingambit Aerodactyl.
Yeah, and the other interesting thing about Aerodactyl is just because this was a Pokemon adjustment from Francisco doesn't necessarily mean it's the Mega Evolution adjustment. One of the cool things about these Charizard Aerodactyl teams is that you don't have to Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in order to get its full value. It has Wide Guard, that stops Blizzard. It has Tailwind, that will allow a lot
of not enough stuff at my job, because if I get sick, my boss has to cover for me, bro.
To naturally outspeed the Frostlass. Unfortunately, with that Lycanroc standing next to the Frostlass, you do have to worry again about that priority Accelerock. You have to worry about a Rock Slide as well going into that spot. But you've given yourself the opportunity now to at least try to get the speed in your game.
Aerodactyl is naturally faster than Mega Frostlass, so that means Francesco did not Mega Evolve the Aerodactyl in this game. Could be saving it for the Charizard Y.
Frostlass don't like that.
Double connects onto both of Daniel's Pokemon, bringing them
Frostlass
down
flinches,
to
that's rough.
half HP.
Oh, that's rough.
An Ice Beam that would have been massive, or excuse me, a Blizzard that would have been massive. Now the close combat with
Kingambit lives that
Blizzard
easy.
chip means that Kingambit is on in the red and can retaliate as Lycanroc lowers its defenses.
Shit.
Thanks to the Chople Berry, it makes it through the turn. And
Kowtow, down goes Frostlass.
Mega Frostlass.
That's a big piece gone.
And we can see just how critical that Blizzard was in game number 2. With Frostlass out of the way for Daniel, this Aerodactyl suddenly feels a little more comfortable. You still have to worry about the Accelerock. You still have to worry about whatever Daniel has in the back of the party. But if Francisco has, let's say, maybe the Garchomp in the back, all of a sudden that Pokemon's biggest counter is gone.
Now with Basculegion hitting the field for Daniel, this is a citrus berry or bulky bask, as we like to call it. Not the
What Megas aren't in Champions yet? I assume it's just the Legend of the Mythicals. The Hoenn starters aren't in it. The Golisopod and Phalanx aren't in it. Staraptor's not in it.
Could try and opt for here is go straight for the Kowtow Cleave into that
Mega Garchomp.
Daniel, of course, could protect. Maybe
Z is not in it.
Getting knocked out this turn.
Absol Z is not in it.
Going for last
Absol's. Oh no, Absol's in the game, but Absol Z isn't. Metagross, yep.
Pick up the knockout in that Aerodactyl in what would appear to be one turn. But overall, you are on the back foot right now, and a passive turn would only just allow Francisco to get that much more ahead.
Ooh, Kingambit swapping out
then, the legendaries.
The Garchomp there, really not taking any damage.
Mega Binacle.
As he dished because of the rough skin into Lycanroc, and a Tailwind from Aerodactyl, doubling the speed of all of Francesco's Pokemon on the field for the next 4
Yeah, there's quite a few.
Gladly
I miss the days when there were only 48 Megas.
This wave crash, knocking it out. So now Francesco can put either the Kingambit back on the field under Tailwind, or that potential Mega Charizard Y in the back.
Francisco getting a huge value out of that trade. I'm really excited to see what Pokemon he sends back in. I think Kingambit is exactly where it wants to be. Yes, it is only at a little bit of health left.
Going to oversaturate the Mega with all the overpowered Megas? Yeah, right?
Let's just say this assumption that this Basculegion is going to be on the bulkier side, it should be able to outspeed under Tailwind.
Oh, Mega Darkrai is not in.
As a result, to guarantee a faster Sucker Punch than that Pokemon at this point in time.
And as long as
Mega Tatsugiri is not in it.
You don't care about the speed turn orders.
That's one everyone forgot about.
Has priority. Charizard can't really be comfortable no matter how fast it is.
Exactly, and you have that
Mega Dragalge's
right
not
there
in it.
to be able to target down Lycanroc with a super effective ground type attack. Unfortunately, the only ground type attack that Francisco's Garchomp has is going to be Earthquake, so you might have to make a tough decision here.
At 1 HP!
The invisible focus sash.
Glasses boosted sucker
Steve's
punch.
having a
That's
turd.
Bulky fish right there. Accelerock doesn't even KO King Gambit. That hangs on with 11 HP as well. The Dragon Ball, after Lycanrock's defensive drops from close combat,
Your
is
dad's
enough
got
to
such big
ensure the
nuts.
KO.
Let's go.
And for Daniel, Basculegion, last respects, exactly where he wants
Nice.
to be. Into the Garchomp, taking
I called my mum to talk to her. Oh yeah, how'd that go?
That was a 2-for-1
We'll see if we get fucked over with a special attack.
That was a 1-for-1
Garchomp
trade there
Z.
for Daniel, excuse me, as Basculegion holding on with a single health point was exactly enough to get that
We know the
Garchomp
stats
off
of
the
Garchomp
field,
Z.
which means that this King Gambit on Daniel's side of the field was looking a little bit more comfortable until the
No, he's pure
Charizard
dragon.
finally made an appearance for Francesco, and those fire-type attacks are going to be doing so much damage to the King Gambit.
Yeah, and Basculegion ate the citrus berry
I'm just casually
anyway,
peeling the
so
skin
it was
off my
actually
thumb,
healthier
so
than
I
I was
feel like I
thinking
need
at the
to
beginning.
wrap that shit
So
up.
had no chance of really
Keep it
knocking
safe.
himself out there. King Gambit does
Told my
swap in
sister
here
something
as
she didn't like the
Daniel's
sound of.
final
Oh god,
Pokemon
yeah.
here in Game 2, significantly healthier.
Samson's EA was up on
Francesco's
Cerebi and his
King
stats are
Gambit,
high.
But Francesco
Oh,
still does
cheeky.
have 2 turns of Tailwind.
You do have to wonder. I mean, we
All
saw
of them.
how much the
Big
Wave
boy.
Crash did under the sun against that Charizard.
So basically,
in
he's
number
what?
1.
He's the Mega
I think
that
a double up
Drodigon
with
should
a
have
Sucker
got,
Punch
basically.
Plus a Wave Crash into the Charizard would be enough to knock it out. So that is one option that Daniel has available to him. You still have to worry though about the threat
have a
of
gander.
Francisco's own
Would've gone to
King Gambit moving
Cerebi.
first in this scenario.
Cheeky Cerebi. Gen 9 Dex Cerebi. Garchomp Z Cerebi.
On the field, and only person that would be using that would be the Charizard, of course. Gonna have just a couple of protects this turn from Daniel, trying to scout out what Francesco's plan is. It is the Sucker Punch, presumably into the Basculegion, and Francesco feels comfortable enough to Weather Ball the Steel-type King Gambit.
I think also
138
just
attack,
not wanting to rely
108
on
HP,
Heatwave's accuracy
85
at this point in the
defense,
game.
145
Francisco
special
is
attack. There is a
down
mixed attacker.
game in this set,
151
so
speed
just
though.
wanting to ensure that that fire type
Damn,
attack
girl.
connects and does that extra bit of damage in case this King
That
Gambit
bit
is
forgot his
also
due,
down.
yeah, right?
Just
It's
you
like it
need to get that
levitates
knockout and
too.
double
Levitate
protect.
these
Double
nuts.
protect. We see this back-to-back rounds.
Did we need another
30%
levitate
chance.
dragon?
Sure seems like it's a lot more likely, but no, King Gambit is not able to get the double protect as well, so it's going to have to eat this Weather Ball in the sun, which it does not particularly enjoy
Boom.
doing. One-hit KO. Daniel Kleck down to his last Pokemon. It is a great Pokemon, and Basculegion appreciates being the last one on the team as Tailwind expires, but the King Gambit can always just go for
I was gonna say, he's not taking another Sucker
Charizard's
Punch,
full
that's
HP as
GG.
well. It's got a lot of health to get through.
I can see what Daniel is going for there.
You're also the
You
first
go for
person
the
I've
double
heard of advocate for a Mega for Drodigon.
stall out the
Well, Drodigon's
remainder
shit,
of
isn't it?
Tailwind, and then you
Oh,
have
your
this
message is not
natural
going through on
speed
YouTube?
back on your
Yoshi,
side
fuck,
for
that's
the
rough.
Basculegion, and your own
Looks like it
King
hovers like
Gambit
Alakazam,
now
Mega
could
Delphox.
potentially
Ah,
outspeed the
hover
opposing
these
King
nuts.
Gambit. You also now can Aqua Jet the opposing Charizard to get a little bit of chip damage. It's just unfortunate that in that position, you're essentially relying on 2 1 and 3 rolls, and the odds of that
Just telling you about the funeral of my cousin, and I said he's dead.
Learn some information there.
I mean, you are correct.
In the sun, did a little over
That's normally why they have
40
funerals.
Math live on the stream exactly for an exact number, but if he needs to know in game 3 how much damage can Aqua Jet do to this particular Charizard, it could all change differently. He did gain some information while Francesco got it done.
That is some great information indeed for Francisco.
Your dad's
and for
got a big
Daniel, like
fat
you were
batty.
mentioning. So let's go back
Your dad's
to
got a
this
big
game number
fat
2, because
batty.
the turn
All
that
right, stop.
really changed things
I got
was
full
when that
Pepsi Max
Garchomp
here.
was able to get on the field for free, and really
Liam,
just
you've been live
how
for
much work this King Gambit was allowed to do for
almost 2.5
Francisco
hours,
when it was
and
just sitting on the field at such
not
low
drank this
health
open
for so
Pepsi
long.
Max. Hell yeah.
And see the last respects here into Garchomp, having 2 teammates
Basically still
knocked
Pepsi
out
Max now.
at that point. Making 150 base power, an incredibly powerful move there. There's the Weather Ball into King Gambit. He would have needed a double.
Said, why would you say that? And I say, you guys say hurtful shit all the time. You'll say homophobic, transphobic stuff all the time. You say the F slur no matter what. I mean, that's valid. They do that.
Mega Aerodactyl is the adjustment for Francesco. Now Daniel is the one that's on the back
happy
foot, right? He's the one that
birthday.
might need to make an adjustment in his lead,
birthday
potentially
today.
his Mega
She's 6
Evolution
today,
of
gang. I
how
forgot to
should Daniel
mention it.
handle this?
Well, if you look at the Pokemon that he brought to that matchup,
you
I
don't even know
still
it's your
think
birthday,
they
so it's
were
fine.
the right Pokemon to play
Happy
because that Frostlass
birthday.
has so much pressure against the Pokemon that Francisco brought. It was really just his positioning of the King Gambit that I think scared Daniel a little bit.
Just me trying to show my point of view, which is valid.
Around maybe a little bit more than he would have liked. So I do think you continue to bring that Mega Frostlass because of the board pressure it brings, but maybe take a page.
Started hating on Sylveon and they didn't like it. Oh damn, you got kicked out.
Try to draw out his own King Gambit a little bit.
I remember she was just a pupper, right?
Knockout against it.
Show us your pupper.
Have some of the tools available to you to pick up the KO with
Wolf Glick beat Federico Camporesi.
Chip damage is down.
The baby is sick.
Francisco, I think, just has to stick with how he was playing. You know, the Aerodactyl Tailwind was so influential. I'm so glad to see him lead it once again.
Aerodactyl King Gambit for Francesco with Mega Frostlass.
Previous 10 this July, dogs need to live longer.
I was wondering if Daniel would leave Lycanroc for later since it's somewhat of an auto win button into Charizard.
Oh, hey.
And Charizard's not on the field. So
Lycanroc. Oh, you've been offered a cheese.
We saw last time, by itself does not one-hit KO King Gambit.
Right there.
Well, just because you lead a Pokemon doesn't necessarily mean it has to stay on the field. Remember, as you know, these Pokemon can all potentially switch here. Francisco, though, I think ultimately has the better positioning in this lead, as King Gambit and Aerodactyl can immediately go on the offense against Frostlass and Lycanroc and be pretty
That's good G Fuel.
You know, that Aerodactyl will still be the fastest Pokemon on the field.
Remember, gang,
does threaten super effective
Monday,
damage,
Tuesday, Wednesday
but
next week, G Fuel with code ACE will be 40% off.
Would be enough for the one-hit KO. So
40.
you would need
I think it's
attacks
ever
to
been
pick up
40.
knockout into it.
Frostlass Mega evolving here for Daniel.
I did get a situation made people calm because we were driving in the dark.
By Rockslide.
There was a car entering into the lane. I said, I don't want to talk about this while on the road. But then my sister's boyfriend who was driving said, I'm not even going the speed limit right now.
Brings it down to a third of its HP already.
Weird.
If it's a Rockslide follow-up, that lands into both.
Bro, it's over.
Before it ever clicks a button in game 3. Daniel down his Mega.
Technically, if he hadn't clicked the button, the turn wouldn't have started. But the flinch on the Lycanroc is devastating.
With the flinch, he's popping off.
You can see how happy Francesco was with that turn as he was able to eliminate one of Daniel's most powerful
by Grabthar's hammer. What a savings. I fucking love that. Oh, rest in peace, Alan Rickman.
Time and time again, we've seen it open doors for trainers.
That's like the third Galaxy Quest reference I've heard in conversation in the last week, and I'm living for it.
We know that, especially with the defense boost.
Is this what hail looks like? No, this is snow, dude.
Onto that Mega Frostlass overall.
Hail hasn't been a thing since 2022, mate.
Play for Francisco to make, but still getting the connection of those two attacks.
This is snow.
Pokemon, and with the flinch on top of it.
Anyways, this all escalates. We're calling each other names and bringing up horrible shit. So I decided to leave the car because we were driving and I didn't want to do it on the road. You can't leave the car while it's in motion.
Just yet, and without the ability to protect on Francisco's King Gambit,
yeah, hail doesn't float; it hits you in the fucking eyes.
This
game is one of my favorites to succeed.
But that just leaves the Aerodactyl wide open to do whatever it wants.
That's why I asked, because it doesn't look like hail. Hasn't been hail in nearly 4 years, sweetheart, sweetheart, sweetheart. In nearly 4 years, sweetheart, 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 sweet,
going to be outspeeding it. Cannot stop
sweetheart.
The tailwind. It is a bulky Basculegion. We saw the Sucker Punch would not
anything
be able to
under 10 miles an hour, and I can combat roll into the street.
Damage from a Sucker Punch this turn. Aerodactyl does click the tailwind, and we'll see.
Yeah, but I was on the side of the back roads, so no other cars were on the road, and we were slowing down. You never jumped out the car. You insane person. My sister yells at me, telling me to get back in the car, or she'll call the police.
And at the end of the day, as long as
Jesus, you went radio rental.
Daniel's side of the field, you're forcing him to.
Yeah, say sweetheart 4 more times. Candyman, 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 ah! There you go. That was sick.
Go on the offense here. Daniel is slowly losing his outs in this matchup.
King Gambit will protect, keeping himself safe from a potential low kick on the other side here. Aerodactyl with the Rock Slide.
Oh, Rock Slide, baby, and it missed the Basculegion. It didn't. Of course it didn't. If it hits into Protect, it lands on the other opponent. You should put stuff on YouTube. You could talk about it, like, man, on. Like, I just don't know what to suggest, because it sounds like you went off at your family and it changed nothing. Like, they're arseholes, and they're always going to be arseholes. There's no fixing arseholes.
Just some excellent positioning from him with this lead. I mean, these two Pokemon together cover
there's a famous phrase that Ace Trainer Liam once said, which is, the problem with arseholes is they're always going to sting.
Is so good. Rock Slide is incredible.
No, but I still love them. I wouldn't.
Just going to keep doing what it does best.
I wouldn't. I wouldn't love anyone that makes me feel the way they make you feel.
Does not get it this time, so low kick is not.
Boom! King Gambit dead.
Francesco has the Chopper Berry on his side. Daniel
I don't think Daniel's winning.
As the held item. So
I was the asshole in the situation.
Chance has been a 100%
I don't think it's fair that you being an asshole in one situation
Sometimes this just happens.
is justification for all the other times they've been assholes in situations.
This is just
Sophie's totally raiding me. Look at that fit
system for the round, for the day even.
For the rest of the day. No more flinches.
GG, my guy.
Celebrating.
Sophie's squatting, lads.
And 1 here at NAIC.
Congratulations to Francisco, and I know that endgame did look
Francisco,
like it was a little bit of a
Perro. Wrong button.
Fest,
There we go.
But it really was the incredible
Sweat
identification
into
of
your
the
dad's
lead
mouth.
of the
Don't do
Aerodactyl
that.
and
Never
the
do
Gambit
that.
even made
It's disgusting.
that possible, because
Right,
if you
so
think back
we
to
need
this
a new
opening,
area.
it was
We need
the
new
damage onto the
areola. Did I
Mega
finish my
Frost Blast
research?
that started things off. Yes, the
No.
Lycanroc was flinched by this
So
rock
what we'll
slide,
do
but we know that with the
is
Chopper Berry,
we're going off tonight to finger blast your wife. We'll pour it in her bum. We'll pour it in her ass. Stop. That's a horrible song.
And that pop off.
No, she's into it. You know what? Fair.
Difficult this matchup is. Daniel Clegg, one of the best players.
Still arguing in the car. Nemesis boyfriend almost hits a deer because he's also participating in the convo. Well, not just that, but you got to remember also because a deer was in the road, I guess. Which normally they're not supposed to be on the road because it's not built for them.
Going for the rock slide damage on Frost Blast. Does get the beneficial flinch, obviously, but Daniel then anticipates game 3. He's just going for the flinch again, and now you can combine Sucker Punch plus rock slide, knock it out before it even.
He was looking back at me too. Oh, then he's an idiot.
It's one of those strategies.
I've had arguments in the car with people before. You think my eyes leave the road? What a fucking idiot.
It was Sucker Punch plus damage. Sucker Punch.
You can
plus
argue
damage.
while facing forward. People are dumb, dude.
So that Sucker Punch did, what was it, like 60 to 70% of the damage, and then the Aerodactyl just did the
And it felt horrible because we could have died because of our conversation.
And really nice adjustments from Francesco.
I mean, they were also arguing with you, so it was as much their fault as it was yours.
In game 1, because sometimes you can view that as a little simple. Okay, lost game 1 without Aerodactyl, won game 2
also,
with Aerodactyl.
You didn't tell bro to turn around. It's not your fault. The man's an idiot who turns around when driving. Who the fuck does that? Unless you're reversing, in which case, you know,
as well, just was able to use Tailwind alone with Aerodactyl to really make a difference.
60 to 70.
Presumably, Charizard was the 4th Pokemon in that game, right? So, still getting another.
Your dad's
victory,
got a
even though it's
minge
not
and he
even getting
feeds
on
it to the
field. That's how
twins.
strong this team is. You brought it up right at the beginning, Gabby, of the set.
Yeah, surely he could
Using
see you in the
Italian
rearview mirror.
Lycanroc
Like, surely he just
Charizard
talks
counter
to the
team
mirror.
against an Italian, not as successful as he'd hope.
They were prompted to really show back control over emotions. I think you're blaming yourself for a situation that
you just have to use them yourself. I mean, I don't
wasn't
know how
completely
you
your
prepare
fault.
for tournaments like this, Joe, but I like to try and pick up teams and just play with them. You know, see how they work, see how they feel.
Looked in the mirror first, then turned his head a bit. Well, he's the idiot. I'm sorry, you don't get to blame yourself for a grown man with a driving license taking his eyes off the road. The thing that you're not supposed to do when you drive. It's like rule number 1 of the car. Don't take your eyes off the road, you dumbass. Like, he's a dumbass. You didn't make him a dumbass.
I think the most important thing in this matchup was guessing what it would lead.
I'm not arguing. It wouldn't have almost hit a deer. He might have still almost hit the deer.
To read my opponent, maybe go for
if he's too stupid to look at the fucking road in front of him and pay full attention, whether he's in an argument or not, he might have still almost hit a deer.
Because it was like
take the deer home for some venison in your trashed car.
I should have won the set. So in game 3,
God, your family have done a really good job of like making it so that even when you voice your feelings, you still turn out to be the bad guy in your own eyes. That's warped, man. That is some trauma. Like, you 1000% should save some money and pay for some therapy because your family mistreat you so much, and at the end of it all, you just go, oh, well, it's probably all my fault. That's warped as fuck, dude. That's not how it's supposed to be.
And I want to talk about your team and going into this matchup because we saw a lot of, like, from Daniel's team.
Oh, like, don't get me wrong.
Pop buckets were in, right?
Being so frustrated about an argument that you try and fucking GTA 6 jump out the car, like, that's dumb. Like, don't get me wrong. Like, I look down on that. That's very dumb. But, like, that's no excuse for your fucking sister's boyfriend to take his eyes off the road like a twat.
There was a round where I was facing Lycanroc, and on my right there was a Lycanroc full mirror.
Still the bad guy.
On my left there was a Lycanroc.
You're not the bad guy. Everyone in this situation's the bad guy. You and them. It takes two people or more to argue.
I am in the wolf's den. And I have to get out of here quickly.
But notice, right? Notice all of the excuses you make for them. How many excuses are they making for you? Fucking zero. Because they don't respect you, and you need to start respecting yourself for a change. Bro, come on. Hi, Liam. Oh, mate, CDA Spy Plays, how you doing? I hope your day is amazing as you are. Oh, thank you. And everything in life is as calm and collected as you. Oh, mate, I am not calm and collected. I am dirt poor and scrounging for money, e-begging on the internet because I cannot pay my rent right now. So, nothing calm and collected about me. Wish you all the best in life and maybe stress-free and cool as a cucumber. Oh, I could only wish, man. To the point I wish I never got to. Okay, I'm going to teach you something about life that's really helped me over the years, right? The problem is, it's all well and good going, I wish this was a point I never got to, but the way reality and time works is it doesn't matter if you wish you hadn't gone to that point. Wishes don't come true. The reality is you did get to that point, and now you have to deal with the aftermath.
That also helped me a ton and is helping
they both put their hands on me to make me stay in the car, and I tried pushing her boyfriend. I mean,
I also want to thank my team
again, you make it sound like, right, this is the problem, right? Get extra out of Sophie? Oh, hell yeah. Spray everyone else stimulated. Like, you're like, I put my hands on him. I regret putting my hands on him. That makes it sound like you were aggressive with him, like you hurt him. But then what you've said before that is they tried to grab you to stop you jumping out the car like a fucking dickhead, and in response you pushed them away. That's different to you putting your hands on him. You putting your hands on someone sounds unprompted and like you're in the wrong, but you were retaliating to someone trying to stop you doing something that admittedly was stupid, but at the time you thought was the right thing to do. So like, you make your side of the argument, you make your sound of the argument sound like it's way worse than anything that they've done on their side of the argument. You make excuses for them all the time. Yeah, if ever the police get involved, for the love of God, reverse what you're going to say first. Rehearse. I'm in the wrong because I don't want to be anything like my father. Your father, right? I'm gonna be honest, Manon. From everything I know about your father, if your father was angry with someone, he wouldn't try and leave the situation. Your father would throw the first fucking punch because he's an arsehole. Yeah, you're being gaslit, full on. Like, yeah, leaving the situation via the car door was arguably one of the stupidest things you could have done. But your father would never do that. He'd never leave a situation that he's upset about. He'd lash out. That's what he does. He's literally done it to you and your sister.
Yeah, so anyway, not a whole lot to talk of the team preview.
You are nothing like your father, because your father's a fucking arsehole that uses violence first. All you did was push someone that was trying to stop you. Oh my fucking god. How will the guy ever recover from being slightly pushed? I still feel horrible and miserable because I didn't have enough control to not put my hand on my sister's boyfriend. Put your hand on him! You pushed the fucker away because he was trying to stop you leaping out the car door. That's so different to putting your hands on someone.
I'm not so sure about the Lycanroc part, right? Where it's like
the way you're wording it, I assume is the way your family is telling it, right?
We'll see. The thing to keep in mind too is
the way you're wording it is like you just unprompted went for him. When you've already said he was trying to stop you from leaving the car and you pushed him back. That's so different to putting your hands on someone. God, your family have such complete control over your mental state that you're just like, you'll believe anything they say in the way that they say it. Yeah, putting your hands on someone doesn't literally mean your hands touch the person.
It's not necessarily that this team
Yeah, exactly what Yoshi says.
For anyone, it's that Charizard is
God, your family have done such a good job of making you think that no matter what the situation is, you're always the fucking problem. Dude, you need out of that family, bro. Like, you need to fucking leave that family somehow and never look back.
And like I felt like on the ladder, it actually felt like pretty strong.
Phrasing. I just wanted to get them off. Sorry. I know it's a really, thingy situation, but
other side of the field, like, I do think it's a little bit interesting, where like
I feel bad.
The mean thing to say about teams.
But
like
I saw get them off. It was like.
But I think it's becoming a little bit
I love
like
that.
the Big
I can
Six,
never
where
get
the
out.
Big Six
I'll never
is
leave
like
this place till I
11
finish
different
college,
Pokemon.
so you
Like,
can get out.
This is two members
Eventually.
of the team that like are not there in the high usage version of this roster, so like.
That's the fucking thing, Manon. This is what winds me up so much, is you'll say things like, I didn't mean to push him, I just wanted to get him off me. And then you'll go, I should have never put my hands on him. Those are two different things, right? Those are two different things. They were holding on to me, and I just wanted to push them off me. Oh, but I put my hands on him. It's two completely different things.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's Sylvia's a little bit more of a finisher, right?
Bro, you got to be kinder to yourself.
Targets and we don't wind up seeing.
What fucking Pokemon did they catch here that's wrong?
But
I don't think
it's
there is one that
particularly
was wrong.
interesting in this format too.
Oh no, there's a Greavard there that
like
didn't
it's
belong.
so much about trading big knockouts, right? And
I pushed him hard.
it's
Yeah,
kind
I'm
of a
not
format where I think in general
surprised. That's
offense is
what you
stronger
do
than
when
defense,
someone's holding
and
on
because
to
of
you
that,
and you
it's
don't
really
want
tough
them
to
to
make
hold
safe
on to
switches,
you
so
anymore.
You're just like, okay, either you're gonna fall
Nobody
asleep,
who's
which,
being
like,
held
is
on
horrible,
to
even with,
and wants to not be
sleep
held on to
duration being
goes,
reduced in champions, or you're gonna have to switch something
oh, that
in
didn't really
probably
work.
isn't
You
gonna
go,
take my attacks
fuck
very
off
well.
me. That's what
that
people
comes from
do.
And most of
That's
the
a valid
Pokemon
response.
Are trained defensively to always endure in a hit while at 100% HP. Right?
Can't be kind to
so
myself to handle myself in those
Chip
situations.
damage doing 15% or Hyper Voice doing 20%. Your damage calculations.
I mean, you can be kind to yourself.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of calculations.
Because part of the reason you can't handle
Pokemon
yourself in those
calculating
situations is
exactly
because
the most
all you
exciting
do
matchup
is
that they
blame
can give us.
yourself for
At first you're
everything.
like, obviously, I think
My sister was screaming our names, and then I just felt like I was back with my dad when he was beating me. Except for the fact that you weren't beating anyone.
I think Gabby was talking a little bit.
You were just trying to get the guy off you.
It's a big trade of this Charizard. Where now
you're not fucked up. You're just naive. You're just a kid. That's the problem. Yeah, it's called the fight or flight response. It's automatic. Yeah, literally. It's programmed into our fucking DNA, bro. You do realize humans wouldn't exist if whenever someone confronted us and we didn't want to be confronted, we just went, oh no, I guess I'm dead now.
It's essentially never attacking again. Francesco did not bring air
They still
damage,
said I was
you have
just
no
like
access
him,
to Tailwind.
which is, oh my god, I fucking want to.
Manon,
Manon, you're always talking about how your family make excuses for your dad, and then they say shit like you're just like him, you are.
Yeah, this Pokemon is a walking.
How could you not see that these people are stupid and they don't know what they're talking about? Their opinions don't mean shit because they can't even keep their story straight. 1 minute, your dad's horrible and you're just like him, and how dare you be like a horrible dad? And then the next minute, you're like, oh, but I'm in the wrong because they're really horrible to me and they're nice to my dad and they treat they tell me that I should just be nice to my dad. If your dad's so horrible, right? Listen to this because it's important. If your dad is so horrible that your family, when you're in a bad mood or when you're reacting in a way they don't like, will say you're just like your dad, and therefore put your dad in the position of, oh, your dad's a bad person and we're using him as an example of a bad person, and we're trying to call you a bad person by likening you to your dad, who therefore is a bad person. If they can't keep the story straight, 1 minute they're saying that, and then the next minute they're saying, no, that's just how he was raised. You should just be nice to your dad because it's not his fault. He's so fucked up. That shows they're stupid and they don't know what they're talking about, Manon. Your family are fucking morons and you should not use them for any example of anything other than how not to behave to your fellow human. Yeah, you have to surely wonder why everyone has the same reaction when they hear about your family, yeah. How you doing? How you doing, P9? What's happening? You alright, Fink? What a time to join. Yeah, I'm not angry at you. That's a very good point by Jason. I'm not angry at you, I'm angry for you. I'm still getting seeking therapy. I've got better help. Be careful with better help because they have a reputation. Hopefully they're better now, but it's such a frustrating thing to like try and get my head round that they'll be so horrible to you and so in support of your dad, and then the minute you snap back, they go, God, you're horrible, just like your dad. There's something there. There's something there not quite clicking, and it pisses me off, man.
But it's over, right? Where it's like, well, you got
like, you must see the discrepancy there, surely.
No longer survive Blizzard because it's got like 30 hit points. This was a rough
like,
one.
Yeah, and at this point,
yeah, like at least better help is something. Even better help, very good. Like, oh my God. I only get frustrated because I want you to see what we see. Yeah, it's classic manipulation at its finest. Exactly, Shadow. My grandma threatened to send me back with my dad. The fact that they use your dad as a threat.
Between game 1 and 2, that Aerodactyl seems really great.
Oh my God.
It doesn't actually outspeed Mega Frostlass, so even without its Mega Evolution, and obviously clicking Rock Slide into it.
Like, that's such an abusive situation. Oh, remember the guy that abused you? If you don't behave the way we want, we'll send you back to the guy that abused you. That's the most disgustingly toxic thing I've heard all fucking week. That's wild. How does someone say that to someone, man? Bro. Honestly, I'm going to be completely honest, mate, right? It's not the safest, like, it's not the safest, it's not the most, like, it's not the most luxurious thing. But, bro, I would say go to a fucking shelter. I think there are shelters that would be fucking safer than where you live. No God's that kind of Raichu is crazy. Nah, it's fine. Just use Fissure into it. It can't miss. Fissure can't miss on a no-God Pokemon, so Raichu's fucked. As long as you have one Pokemon on your team with Fissure, you've won. I'm not scared of no-God Raichu. Everyone else is worried about it. I'm like, nah, Fissure. What's no-God Raichu going to do to Garchomp? Scarf Chomp beats it with Fissure.
Yeah, great situation. I think there
and because it's a Mega Evolution, it can't hold a Focus Sash.
I think it's this one where
Boom.
It's like, hey, what are all the weird
all an
things
upgrade from where I was before.
Yes, and Tailwind was up.
I mean, that just says where you, that doesn't, that's not a testament to how good things are where you are. That's a testament to how bad things were where you were. You know what I mean?
Like it usually would against Master Legion.
All sorts of Galaxy Brain going out of that play. Of course, good read on Daniel's side, too, to like understand that that's what's going to happen. Use last
in an abusive situation, and Liam's done that. Liam's done what?
Out here. Doesn't matter too much at the end, but it's the correct
But
move,
like,
right?
they all say stuff like, we just say stuff, we don't really mean it. Of course they do, because they're abusive and they don't realize they are. Because they're fucking stupid. Oh my God, I hate stupid people, man.
You know, some amount of protects, I guess. If you get them, eventually all the field effects go away.
Yeah, because then that's the final turn of Tailwind. So
I tell you the easiest way to control your emotions around them, Manon.
Yeah, right.
Don't be around them.
Check it. Where like, I still don't know if that's enough, but you know, why not go for it, right? You don't, get like an extra win for.
Most people cut their family out. Oh yeah, fucking hell.
Out as well as he can. It doesn't happen here.
I cut my mother out of my life for a lot less than what your family are putting you through.
Right?
Yes. Well, normal.
Blood don't mean shit. It's the family you choose that make you happy.
Sprinkled in, yes, certainly normal.
So normal. Anyway, we got a nice little sucker punch.
You don't owe them shit.
Yeah, it does a good chunk of damage, but you see the value of what the snow and the way that Frostlass is trained, but it doesn't really matter when Aerodactyl outspeeds it. And
if I'm not around, they'll be homeless. Exactly.
But wait, I think
find a homeless shelter to live in.
What if you flinched here on this turn when you go for
find some kind of welfare shelter to live in, because it will be better. You might even get a cool little group of friends as well.
And then the flinch, but he conditioned Daniel in game 2 to only think Rock Slide was going into Frostlass. So he thought, I can tank a Rock Slide, and as long as I
no
don't
shot was
flinch,
close here. I've checked.
So
find the one that's the next
behavior,
closest.
So game 3, he can double and KO Frostlass.
I think it's a great read, right? Yeah. Well, hey, Frost is going to keep attacking into his potential.
What am I doing? What am I looking for? I'm looking for Pokemon.
Reading the switch, getting that low kick off, and this game from here is
basically
basically
now
over. But you know, why not add a little insult to injury? You know, I don't
restricted
think
to the Pokemon that are. Oh no, I could probably find Igglybuff, maybe Flamigo.
It's just not enough. What if more?
Just gotta keep my eyes peeled.
See the protected King Gambit there. He's like, I'm not getting flinched. Basculegion's like, I am gonna get flinched.
And you're in such a bad spot from Daniel's perspective.
Yeah, we'll have to do a few resets, I think, to find what we're looking for.
As long as I break through and don't get flinched, I'm gonna be A-OK. And it's the one option
that
doesn't help you you try to claw your way back.
Yeah, but it's okay. You know, at least the flinches are done. There's no way, but oh no, there's another one. Oh jeez. Oh jeez. You know, I think a lot of us, we have our ladder games. This sort of thing happens. Like, oh, I'm so unlucky. You know, rock slide. But hey, you know, really, even at the tournament level, you know, every once in a while you have a set like this one. Maybe not the most like flowcharty skill-based match that the players have ever played, but it was a lot of fun.
More hours. Yeah, literally.
It do be like that.
Have you not tried to look for a house share? Is house sharing a thing in America? Where like there'll be a house for rent, but you only rent a bedroom, and it has like a communal kitchen and living room that everybody in the house gets to use. But like that's an option as well. Like house shares tend to be the cheapest option.
Exactly, Joe. I think that's always important to look at these.
And it's, you know, it's not the Ritz. It might feel scary. It might be kind of like, you know, it might not be the most ideal scenario, but anything's better than being treated the way you're being treated.
You're going to get lucky more often.
You probably find your mental health will be way better because you'll be in a place where you're away from the family.
Match of all time. So we've got something from Gabby.
Hello, everybody. I'm here on the floor with Lily, and she is here at her first ever Pokemon event at the North America International Championships.
Hi, Lily.
Lily, how are you doing?
This is one of the best days of my life. There's so many kind people. I had such a fun time playing in the tournaments yesterday.
That's
oh
wholesome.
My God, it's so much fun.
It's funny because if you go back to my diary from the 5th grade, my first Pokemon event was also my best day of my life. So you competed yesterday. How was that?
It was so much fun. I took so much time, you know, like practicing the team, making sure that I was as prepared as I could be, since I'm really new to the game, and I'm really happy because I got to fight a lot of players, a lot of experience.
Yeah, some churches offer temporary help.
Even after a win, even after a loss, everyone's like, yo.
I'm not entertaining the idea much because work is super inconsistent on my hours. That's how minimum wage works.
When did you start playing Pokemon Champions?
Certainly in the restaurant industry, yeah.
And Pokemon as a whole, I started like pretty much in April, so like really new. And it's just because I find the game so cool. I actually watched a player that you guys probably know, Wolf Blake or Wolfie VGC, and I
never heard of him. Who the fuck is Wolf Blake?
This game's pretty cool.
Imagine.
And then I saw him in Gen 9, and I was like, oh my God, this is cool. I'm seeing these like hour-plus long videos, and it's like, oh my God, this is amazing. I want to be a part of this.
A noise.
Well, we're so glad to have you here. What team
did you run
yesterday, and what was your favorite part about the team?
For sure.
Hey, kiddo.
I've been running Follette pretty much since the game started because, like, I love that little fire lady so much. And
oh, he goes with my Diggersby. That's cute.
Which means I had some like really aggressive pieces like the other Charizard. Like everyone knows Charizard. And I also had some more.
Did you talk about the car stuff?
Incineroar, the Goat, Sinisha, and the goal of the team. You want to get a Calm Mind or you want to get your Charizard.
Party's nuts. Party B.
All right,
apologize to my sister's boyfriend. Well, you should apologize to him, and hopefully he was apologetic.
What have you done, and what has been your favorite activity?
For sure.
Let's
my
face
gosh,
it,
my favorite thing is just like getting to meet so many different people that
got
just
no faith in that guy.
Pokemon. I love the people that are like, oh my God, it's an Espeon. I'm like, yeah, oh my God. And then there's like the pictures. There's so many kind of people. I love getting to see these like super cool talents as well play the game. And I'm like, oh my God, that play is genius.
Well, at least he was too. Let's see how long it fucking lasts.
It's like, it's just so much fun.
I don't trust these people as far as I can throw them.
Do you think you'll come back next year if you can? Do you think you'll compete next year even?
Absolutely.
Biggly buff.
Thank you. If you're watching this stream, you need to be here. Be here. Sign up if you
can.
Catch wild
Pokemon. Catch wild Pokemon, please.
And if you
want,
locals are
Biggly buff.
the first step to competing at these events.
I'm going to call it Biggly Wiggly Iggly
buff.
buff.
You can play. Lily, thank you so much for your time. I love your energy. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody at home?
1,000%. I want to shout out Chumpa and Olivia because those two, they are coaching me. They took me from a 0 to someone that can kind of understand things. I'm really beginning to understand things thanks to them. I really want to shout out
Pacific Pressure, I truly wanted to understand.
Oh, okay. Oh my goodness, they were so kind and, you know, helped me get into the game when I was just such a baby. And I want to thank all my friends because there's just so many great people that helped me be here.
Biggly buff.
Enjoy the rest of your event. Thank you so much. Casters, back to you.
Catch Alpha Pokemon. Done it. Destroy Pokeballs.
So much,
destroy balls. Your dad loves getting his balls destroyed.
Round number 12, the second to last Swiss Smash that we will have before we determine our players making it into that single elimination Top Cup bracket. My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm so excited to be joined once again by Lendul. And how excited are you to be so close to the end?
I'm excited. This is where it gets serious. People are punching their tickets round after round.
Survey done, baby. Give me my big ball. Where's my big ball?
To get there. So Ko already made it up in. We have 4 players trying to 5 players trying to vie for their chance into the top cut.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Ko is definitely guaranteed top cut. 11-0 is wild.
On stream did lose to Ko for Ko's undefeated record. Francesco Piopero, of course, one step closer after that last round on stream. And then we've got Don Check,
presenters I've met and
Adrian
know of.
Hurley,
Whoa,
two
you
incredible players
crazy.
from the US, hoping that they can also punch their ticket into that top cut. And one of
Your dad's
Spain's
got a
greats,
wet dick,
Alex
wet,
Gomez
wet,
Berna,
wet,
also
wet,
vying
wet.
for that 11-1.
Sorry, that was very
and then, of course,
necessary.
all the rest of these players with 2 losses still have hope alive. They just need to win both of their last 2 matches in order to get in.
It's going to be a star-studded roster.
Hey, girl.
Based on the names that we see here, and there's even
I've just
more
redeemed a
outside
fit
of
check
this
in my
top
Birds
16
chat.
that still
You're welcome.
have a hope of being able to make it. But with 2 Swiss rounds left, you can't
Oh,
let
hell
the
yeah.
gas
I'ma do a
yet.
big
We're gonna be
pump,
focusing
big
in
pump,
on
big
Wolf
pump.
Blake
I'ma
versus
do a
Alex
big
Gomez
pump,
Berna
big
as
pump.
A win and in
Look at that
illustrious
fucking
top
ass.
cut. But there are a ton of other matches that you can check out on our featured match station.
It's little boy. Little boy's back in.
Featured match YouTube streams. So please go check out
Right,
some
what do
of
we
these
catch?
other
We call it an
amazing
Iggly
matches.
Biggly Biggly.
Yeah, these are a lot of fun ones to watch. I'm looking forward to watching this Wolf versus Alex match. Of course, the
Not
winner
those
moves on the
two.
top cut. The loser won't be out of the tournament yet. They'll still have their
There's
chance
another
to
one.
punch their ticket in the last round of the day. But you want to get it done
Look
quick
at
when
my
you can.
bird's tits. I mean, look
So
at my
excited though about Wolf versus Alex because these are 2 competitors that
Why is
have a
Grievard
lot of
there?
history against each other. They've played so many times on the
Oh, shit,
international
I'm all-
stage,
I'm all
and they get a
fucky here.
chance to battle it out here, where this could be
Look at my bird's
an
ass.
IC
God
Grand
damn.
Finals match.
Right, I mean, these are both
Did you
players who have
just-
won
I
the
might have
NAIC in the past, players who
Oh, no,
have
there's
the caliber
an
to
Iggly
go
Moth.
out and win international championships.
He needs to
and are
go
trying
in
to
front
get
of the
one step
Jiggly and the
closer
Wiggly.
round by round.
Wolf Glick from
There, another Iggly,
2019,
but there's the
Alex
owl.
Gomez
Nope.
2024.
Oh, I caught the owl. You did catch
there
the
are
owl
not
for a
that
tip.
many years that
Ah.
separate them in terms of their IC wins, but there are quite
Look
a
at
few
my
eras
woman's
of
pectorals.
Pokemon that have been journeyed through. And we are now
We put
entering
Grievard in
into
place,
a
didn't we?
brand
Grievard
new
was
era
like
with
down
Pokemon
here, yes,
champions.
so cool.
2 international champions on the stage, brand new game, highest stakes, as
Who-
one of them will make it into
Is that
the top
the
cut
Wolf
after
Glick?
a win here. So let's find out who it's going to be.
Yeah,
Oh, shit,
both
is this a
players
win and
trying
end?
to be the first international champion in Pokemon
I need to
Champions, and
wee!
both looking like they might try to do it with Charizard. 2 teams that we've seen already on broadcast.
Oh, hell
of
yeah.
course,
Oh,
Wolf's
S
team
is
with the
boofing.
Toxapex we saw just a couple of rounds ago, and we've seen Alex.
Where's my
variations of this
fucking
team, pretty
cursor? There
common
it is.
core throughout
He
our
boofing.
phase 2.
A lot of Pokemon that you should be familiar with if you've been tuning
Let's do it.
into
Right, I need to
NAIC
tinkle before they get into it.
Indianapolis
Brrr.
or the Turin special event. But just in case you missed it, Wolf coming in with hot take, I think, on the meta so far.
Yeah, trying out a few different things. Mamoswine and Toxapex, 2 Pokemon he's one of the only players in the field using. We've seen a lot of the Toxapex. We haven't seen the Mamoswine at all yet. Maybe a Pokemon that's more about the threat in Team Preview, whereas the Toxapex really has impacts on games. It's a pretty passive Pokemon. It's not going to do a lot actively at the start of the turn, but it starts to lock in Pokemon with Infestation and can become a win condition at the end of the game if you don't have the right thing to check it down. We've seen Wolf win a couple of games that way. Earlier on in the day, we saw it, though, if it's in the 1v1 that's not favorable for it, like against Basculegion with Blaster Specs, it can just get overpowered. And so a lot of times the path to beating Toxapex is to beat all those partners around it.
But while Wolf managed to get that win versus Alex Underhill, that was going to be a very similar team to what Alex Gomez Berna is also running. So you know, at the very least, Wolf has experience against that same 6. But as we'll take a look at Alex's team, there's a pretty key difference on it that actually makes this matchup a little bit more challenging than what Wolf faced versus Alex during yesterday's Swiss phase.
Right, I want to compare both to the round a couple rounds ago. There's no Basculegion where you don't have to worry about your opponent just preserving last respects until you've taken 3 KOs. But compared to Alex Underhill yesterday, key difference on the Garchomp. It's missing Rock Slide, which makes the Charizard on Wolf's side a lot more comfortable. Though it still has to worry about Pterodactyl's Rock Slide. Very key that it has stopping camp trying to get that boosted. It's a real threat to play a similar role as Basculegion did a couple of rounds
Come on,
ago.
Mama
If it's
Swine.
in a late game 1v1 versus the Toxapex, it can win that 1v1 with a boosted Stomping Tantrum with the soft sand on top.
Let's go.
But one of my favorite Pokemon to watch, Sylveon. This is a Pokemon that I think could do some pretty big things in this match. On stream, we've already seen Sylveon's Hyper Beams do some pretty good work against Pokemon you might not have expected.
What's this going for anyone else? I can barely make rent, baby, but you know, I'm trying. I'm offering a whole week of 12-hour streams for if we can hit a goal by next Saturday. I don't think we can do it.
While it can do a bunch
We'll
of
try.
damage into Toxapex in the right situation, it also can get pretty easily walled. Wide Guard on Toxapex makes Hyper Voice a little bit harder to use. And of course, all the fairy moves going to be resisted. Toxapex also not the only thing on the other side. Charizard, the key offense for Wolf, and is going
Soft sand, Garchomp.
Also resist
Softest of sand.
And be able to threaten down Sylveon very cleanly.
So the big players in this match for Wolf, we're looking at the Toxapex, the Hydreigon, Charizard, Incineroar, maybe Sneasler making an appearance. But for Alex, the key to victory may be trying to go through that Charizard, Aerodactyl with a Garchomp, Sylveon. I think Alex has a lot of different options to play around with this team of 6. And so it's going to be really important to see which leads end up happening here for game number 1 between Wolfie and Alex. Let's see what they've locked into to get them the key to the success to that top cut.
Aero and Sylvie. Let's do it.
And the Sylveon, and for Wolf, it's the Hydreigon and Charizard.
So immediately Wolf gets a ton of the offense out on the field. The Choice Scarf, Hydreigon,
well, I hope so
and
too.
the timid Charizard that can outspeed a lot of Charizards on the other side. Neither of them love to see the Aerodactyl, though. Hydreigon probably doesn't have the immediate offense to threaten a 1-hit KO there.
It's
and
fine.
Charizard,
I'm sure I'll start looking for a 9 to 5 soon.
And Hydreigon has to be careful. If it tries to chase the thing next to Sylveon, it can just take a Hyper Voice back. That would be really negative. So this is definitely a dangerous turn. Aerodactyl, though, doesn't have Protect. And so if you want to just immediately fire off the Draco Meteor in that slot, you could, but no. Hydreigon, too risky in front of Sylveon, going to escape in the back, get Toxapex out of the field.
Great defensive switch in front of this Sylveon and his Aerodactyl, but Aerodactyl is going to take this first turn to Mega Evolve.
Big Mega.
Get a little bit of boost.
Surely it's Protect on the Charizard.
Fire off some really powerful attacks.
I'm going to say, I have noticed one of Wolfie's main plays, one of his main starting plays is switching Toxapex and Protect Charizard.
Tailwind first from this Aerodactyl.
That's
at
rough,
speed,
though.
great to ensure that it happens. And Sylveon going to roll out a Hyper Voice. Toxapex freshly switching in is going
They can
to
just
take a bit of
spam
damage
Hyper
here,
Voice.
but now
They
they're
can't
threatening
spam
that
Hyper Voice
Wide Guard on the
the
next
Wide
turn.
Guard.
Exactly right. The Wide Guard's so important here when you're facing down two Pokemon whose primary offense is spread moves, getting Toxapex on the field pretty safely. And now
Oh my word, that was beautiful.
And a play we see so often from the Aerodactyl side, you know that you're threatening the Charizard enough that it has to protect itself. It's not going to just sit there and take a Rock Slide, so you don't even have to click Rock Slide. You can get a pretty free Tailwind out of the situation instead. But now Charizard looks like it's in a pretty good position. With Wide Guard on the table, Sylveon and Aerodactyl suddenly don't threaten this Charizard much at all. You can fire out a lot of damage back in either place. If you can chip down the Aerodactyl enough, then later on in the game,
I'd say try and get a Weather Ball into Aerodactyl, to be honest.
Just finish off Aerodactyl before it can move. But no, for now, Charizard just going to get in the back, keep trying to stay one step ahead of
drop
Alex.
the attack on the arrows, good shout.
Incineroar is going to swap in to take that
Dual Wing Beat,
Charizard's
yeah,
place,
they were trying to take
knowing
Charizard
that
straight
Aerodactyl
out.
Can't actually go for a rock
big
slide
damage. Oh, it's
because
crit.
that
There we
threat
go.
of that Wide Guard from the Toxapex would neutralize it. You're going to see that Dual Wing Beat instead.
Oh, Hyper Beam.
Sylveon. Incineroar has to come in and take both of these attacks.
Poor Incin.
Like a champ, but it gets felled. A double up into the Incineroar means that Wolf is going to lose his first Pokemon of this game.
Yeah, double target that may have actually been
Toxic into the Sylveon is a good shout.
Sylveon in the Tailwind is faster than the Charizard, and the Dual Wing Beat and the Hyper Beam is enough damage that maybe you're trying to just
slowly will it down.
pass Wide Guard with enough damage for Charizard to move. If you can land that double up, it would be
Because
devastating.
Charizard can deal with the Sylveon. It's the Aerodactyl the big issue here. But I don't think the Aerodactyl's going to be able to do enough to break through the Toxapex unless it flinches it a lot.
At -1 attack, making the Dual Wing Beat much less of a threat. So you've reset the situation. You've given up Incineroar in the meantime, but you've made the world a little bit more safe for Charizard. And Sylveon can't switch out this turn, isn't infested yet, but with the recharge turn has to just sit on the field.
Sylveon can't do anything because it's got a recharge. So
you have to sacrifice
I feel like the play here is a Wide Guard and a Weather Ball. Because a Weather Ball will do at least half of Garchomp's HP, a big chunk of Farigiraf's HP, and prop the Citrus Berry. If they're switching Gambit, because they've definitely not brought Charizard, because why would they bring base Charizard? To bring in Gambit, that's a one-shot. So Aerodactyl has to stay in which case that's still probably going to take half from it.
Let's see what this Charizard is capable of. First things first, it's got a Mega Evolve. Get that Drought set.
Dual Wing Beat coming in
to
though.
help boost up all of its fire-type attacks. And Toxapex
There's the Wide Guard, yep.
Wide Guard to ensure that this Charizard is successful. When this Tailwind is still going to let
Oh, went for the Rock Slide. Gutted.
Faster, we see the Rock Slide fail because of that Wide Guard.
Here comes the
And let's see
Weather
speed
Ball.
interaction
No, just a
here.
Heat
Charizard
Wave.
is actually faster than the Sylveon, even though it is in the Tailwind, so it's going to actually have to take
Will
this
it burn the arrow?
Heat Wave first.
No.
Unless we see the recharge turn.
I didn't see when the recharge turn.
There's the recharge turn.
Okay. Message just coming in at the end of the turn. Of course, Sylveon acting at some point in that speed order, but I don't think we get a definitive
Oh, the recharge turn isn't told until the end of the turn. I always thought it was when it was due to use its move.
Wolf is actually going to click wide guard and not just let the rock slide through, but Wolf safe there does click the wide guard and keeps Charizard safe for the turn. Sylveon now has burnt that recharge turn, but also burnt a lot.
Toxapex Charizard are really healthier. That's the problem.
You can just
Charizard can take a Pixelate Hyper Beam very comfortably.
Another Guard plus another Heat Wave that picks up a KO, that's really significant. I think it's important to note that Alex has been so restrained in not switching out. Despite having, -1 on Aerodactyl, damage coming into
Sylveon out.
Now making the first switch.
Garchomp in.
Garchomp will be able to take those fire type attacks a little bit better, but I also feel like maybe a little telegraph.
Protect on the Charizard.
I
see a rock slide. Will it flinch the Toxapex is the question.
Twice, and the Garchomp gets in basically scot-free unless it gets trapped in with something like Infestation.
Oh, Infestation. That's how you deal with the Aero.
It's the Aerodactyl, and so Aerodactyl now has to take a little bit of chip.
Well, the difficulty here is
Aerodactyl will take a little bit of damage.
But Charizard can't take too many Dragon Claws.
The field in this last turn of Tailwind, if you can threaten.
But then I kind of think maybe let the Charizard worry about the Dragon Claw.
Tailwind afterwards.
And then
now, though, can just outspeed
start using Stomping Tantrum
next turn. Garchomp, like you say, comes
or even Earthquake to try and take out Toxapex.
Threaten this Charizard immediately nearly as much. No Rock Slide. Kind of force the wide
if he uses Stomping Tantrum into the Charizard slot, even though it won't work, then you could use a double-powered Stomping Tantrum into Toxapex, right? So maybe that's the way.
Though getting Garchomp on the field does expose it. We talked about it being one of the few ways to actually beat Toxapex.
Or is that overthinking it? I think that's overthinking
maybe part
it,
of the reason he was so hesitant to switch it in earlier on.
Maybe.
Now on the field, a little bit exposed, but not too much at risk from these Pokemon. The Toxapex can always lock you in and then show something like a Hydreigon or a Mamoswine a couple turns later, and while you're
missed, gutted.
It's gonna be a dodge of the dual.
Oh, it's a Dragon Claw straight in.
Really hoping to be able to follow up that damage with that Dragon Claw.
Weather Ball will be resisted, but we'll do at least half. Oh, almost half. That was a low roll.
Some nice damage down into that Garchomp. Toxapex also is going to land at the Toxic, so at the end of this turn, Garchomp is going to be
Don't let Wolfie win with Toxic Stall. It will be everywhere. I don't want it to be everywhere, man. Can he take it, man?
Right, you can see Wolf setting up the end game for Toxapex now.
Make me go through this.
Actually breaking through Toxapex when it's already this slow. The Weather Ball really significant to mean that you don't need as many turns of Toxic.
Oh boy.
Toxic already there, so Toxapex doesn't have to spend a turn obtaining it later on. And the health bars are disappearing pretty quickly. Aerodactyl, Sylveon, Garchomp all below 50% health.
Oh me,
so the
oh
damage
my.
of Charizard would be important. It'd been better if it was also Dual Wing Beat. Then you'd only need to threaten one of Dual Wing Beat or Dragon Claw. You're still threatening the combination of both of them together.
Maybe
Charizard before it can move, which may force a protect in this situation.
Everyone copies his team set, most don't even know why or how to use it. Yeah, like we won't know for like a good year until the video comes out why each Pokemon was made the way they were and what his intentions were with them. Like at this point, does anyone know what his Mamoswine's for?
I feel like this is also a turn
Pixelate Sylveon kind of did that much damage to either of them. Yeah, exactly.
So we are going to see that wide guard first from the Toxapex. Make sure that this Aerodactyl is going to either have to go for another inaccurate move.
Sylveon can't do anything right now. It's not on the board.
The Garchomp with the Dragon Claw, we saw it
Big
did
Dragon
not
Claw.
do enough for this to
Not
be
enough.
a two-way
There's the Heat
knockdown.
Wave.
So
It won't take out Garchomp, but it'll be close. There is a risk of burns, though. No burns. Save it at the final so no one's prepared for it. Yeah, imagine.
Garchomp is barely able to hang on, but the Aerodactyl is out
Oh, that's tragic.
That was actually a really strong turn.
What about the Toxic and the Garchomp? Is it close enough? That that'll take it out? Or no, it's already ticked, hasn't it?
Charizard would have just gone down. The Heat Wave would have never happened. And then these Pokemon are a lot more healthy.
P9 says no. But I don't know what he's saying no to. Just no.
In, get really good damage into both of these Pokemon, and now
potentially behind on stream.
Becomes really serious. The
Rigoroth, baby.
Is super effective in the Toxapex, but I can promise you it's not going to be that significant of a threat.
Twin Beam's not doing much to Toxapex.
Only has one turn left on the field. Toxapex can just protect that away, even if not now, later on. Sylveon also damaged and poisoned. Starting to quickly look like Toxapex is going to be able to carry the end of this game. Alex is going to need to find that pressure quickly. The good news is that at least
Alex needs to figure something out for game 2.
Charizard's so low at this point, and you have the Tailwind pressure as well to be able to help.
It's real rough.
Game.
It's
But yeah,
real
how do you
rough.
ever break Toxapex at this point?
I wonder if because you also have to worry about that high dragon with the choice scarf that's lurking in the back for Wolf. Revealed at the very beginning of the game, but you know that that's the Pokemon that this Sylveon would love to be in front of. I'm kind of hoping that we see something really spicy on this turn. It's going to be the Toxapex that ends up switching out those that had the high dragon.
Oh,
this Garchomp is going to be going down at the end of this turn.
Yeah, bye-bye Charizard. After this tournament, there's going to be so many Toxapex on ladder. I know. I dread it.
Oh, and the Farigiraf uses the roar to get the Garchomp out of here.
That's class.
To get the Toxapex out.
We love a side roar. That's amazing.
In front of this high dragon.
Well, and the roar is really clever as well because you want Garchomp to be able to outspeed and KO the Charizard before it can move.
And now High Dragon is facing down Sylveon.
So this lets you have your cake and eat it too. You get the Dragon Claw off, and then you roar Garchomp off the field before the damage.
Yeah, go for the Hyper Beam with Sylveon.
It's looking so impossible. Sylveon at this point so low that Hydreigon may be able to just pick up that KO. Despite the Tailwind, I would expect
or a Moonblast if they have Moon. Yeah, they'll have Moonblast.
Than the Sylveon. And again, where does the damage against Toxapex ever come from?
And if you're worried about the special attack output from the Farigiraf, you could also
I think preserving the Garchomp is great, but like Garchomp doesn't have enough turns left to be able to.
Yeah, if you can get a Snarl into Farigiraf, really there's no damage against Toxapex. And so yeah, Farigiraf has to be preserved. Garchomp is just going to go down from poison at the end of this turn after switching in.
Oh,
Snarl
big
is
Snarl.
going to pick the KO, would have been into the Farigiraf, but Sylveon already looking so low with the poison damage. It's not going to have any turns on the field.
Gonna have to get a lot of mileage out of this next one as you
get
see
Hyper
that
Voice
special
off.
attack drop. Sylveon's got
Hyper
to make up
Beam.
for that with a Hyper Beam. It does land into its target, the High Dragon on the receiving end of this.
I think that was overkill though, because Charizard comes in now and has a free Heat Wave.
Bringing Wolf down to just this Toxapex, but we have seen Toxapex
Oh, Charizard's gone. Never
some
mind.
amazing things in a 1v1, a 1v2.
Yeah, no point.
And it looks like Sylveon with the infestation
Nay
stacked
mind.
on top of the poison.
That'll be Sylveon gone
Well,
this
there it
turn.
goes down at the end of this turn. It definitely isn't surviving through its recharge turn, but yeah, it does go down
Bro.
here. Forced into the Hyper Beam because of the threat of Wide Guard. You can't just
Can Farigiraf do it
and then get Wide Guarded on the
against
turn because then
Toxapex?
Hydreigon beats you forever in the end of the game. So eventually we get
Has
to
the
a
super
1v1.
effective Twin
It's
Beam, but Toxapex
versus Farigiraf. A lot of times that's the game
it's
plan. You
risky.
gotta beat everything around the Toxapex and then preserve the right thing to beat Toxapex. We saw our Wolf lose earlier on in the day when he was Basket Leeching on the other side, but I'm just not sure that Farigiraf is the right thing. You have the super effective Twin Beam, but how much damage is it? This is the crucial moment.
Wow, it actually looks
It's
like
actually
it's going to take 4.
it's more than half.
Two twin beams for 4 hits.
More than one. Yeah. Next Twin Beam
Yes, because
probably
you are going
wins
to get
it.
the leftovers recovery at the end of the turn, and Wolf is going to guarantee that with rotating through Toxic, Baneful Bunker, Infestation.
Hello, Alice
trying to
Blaze,
get
how you
these
doing?
Additional damages to stack up at the end of the turn for Residual.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's going to be
because he's
close.
going to
We
Baneful
needed the
Bunker
whole
this
protect
turn.
on Wolf's side. That Twin Beam doing a little bit more than I expected there. A lot of times the Farigirafs that have decided to run Twin Beam are investing pretty heavily in special attack because you have to make sure you actually have the damage to threaten KOs on something like a Glamora. So this one doing enough damage, and that's pretty significant, 50% to the Toxapex.
But there's still a Citrus Berry that this Farigiraf hasn't consumed yet.
It does have citrus,
it hasn't
yeah.
gone down to that threshold of HP where that Citrus Berry would activate and let this Farigiraf recover. So we're going to have to get through several turns.
Yeah,
and
it's
honestly,
2 more uses of Twin Beam, I think. Barring a crit.
I definitely have underestimated the draft here. You're right. With the Citrus Berry and with how much that Twin Beam did, with it successfully being a 3-hit KO, I don't think there's enough turns of leftovers.
Yeah, never mind. He's stalling. Yeah, exactly. The stall game, you know.
Should be enough damage. Yeah, we'll see the second Twin Beam now, most likely the Infestation.
Oh, so close.
It's going to be so low.
So close.
Toxapex pulled off an impressive victory in Game 2 versus Ko Tsukide, able to get 2 Baneful Bunkers
Oh my
back
god.
to back
It all piles up so quickly.
Game 3. Maybe this Toxapex has a couple of extra Baneful Bunker, multiple protects left in it in order to bring Wolf this victory, but Alex feels just a couple of turns away from being able to get this first game.
Yeah, I think
that's the problem with the double residual damage.
4-hit KO, not a 3-hit KO. The Toxapex would have been
It's
able
going to be Baneful Bunker this turn. And then it's going to be down to. Can he get the 33% double protect?
Looks like it's going to be enough.
Double Baneful, I suppose.
One more Baneful Bunker just to see if you can play to that out. It will stop this next incoming Twin Beam. and there will be some additional poison damage on top of that infestation. It's
so much damage.
This is a double baneful bunker. This could be a win for Wolf.
Yeah, I think
he literally just has to get another baneful bunker and it's done.
So fast. We're seeing how often for Wolf it comes down to I need one more turn, and sometimes
a
you
literal
get 1 in 3 chance.
Less than a coin flip
on the field.
30% chance for this Toxapex to make this double back-to-back big.
Oh my God!
30% of the time, it
every time.
100% of the time, Toxapex is gonna protect itself from this next twin beam, and if this Burger-Up goes down to the infestation and the toxic poison, we're gonna go to game 2 with Wolf Blink up 1 game. Toxic's gonna do it. Infestation at the end.
It's the worst. World champ difference.
Oh man, by a razor's edge. Wolf gets the double protect when he needs it once again. Gets that one extra turn of toxic and infestation to work through the Friggraph.
Oh
man.
man.
The Citrus Berry recovery on the Friggraph. Go from 100 to 0 with just those damage over times because Twin Beam was a 3-hit KO. Enough extra offense there to make Twin Beam a 2-hit KO, and we don't have to worry about that. A little bit more
winning twice on stream because of double protect as well.
You don't have to worry about that.
I'm gonna pee between rounds. Crikey.
Alex executing probably a game plan he was looking for. Got every KO around the Toxapex, the Charizard, the Hydreigon, and left Toxapex on an island, but just not with quite enough damage against it.
And Alex's play to roar out his own Garchomp to make sure it didn't go down at the end of that turn to that toxic damage was just so big brain. Left to Sylveon to be able to get that one-hit knockout into the Hydreigon with that Hyper Beam. Unfortunately, it went down for its troubles to put Alex in this position to get that 1v1, but Alex really was that close to being able to take the game.
You're absolutely right, because without the Roar play, Friggraph is stuck on the field against the Snarl. Has no way to protect against it, nothing to switch out to without Garchomp in the back. And if Friggraph takes a Snarl, then Twin Beam is a 4-hit KO, and then we're not talking about needing a double protect. So that is the play that kind of put Alex in the advantaged position, but it wasn't 100% chance to win. It was a 66% chance to win, and Wolf got the other side of it. But now for both players, do you go back to that drawing board? Does Wolf still think he can execute on a Toxapex in the game, seeing how the damage plays out against Friggraph? Does he feel like he can get enough extra chip into Friggraph earlier or try to land a Snarl there? And for Alex, do you change anything about the game plan? No Charizard in that last game, just focusing on Aerodactyl as the Mega, but Aerodactyl kind of ran into a wall with a lot of threat of Wide Guard on the other side, stymieing the offense that Aerodactyl could actually come out. The Intimidate weakened with the dual Wing Beat. It gets stuck on the field with Infestation. It probably didn't have as much impact as Alex would have liked, but it also did buy a lot of time, force Wolf's hand for many turns to keep Toxapex on the field.
People aren't dealing with the Toxapex quick enough.
Charizard safe.
Like,
so,
I swear if he wins the finals by double baneful bunker, yeah, right?
Of that compared to just the damage of being able to swing out with Charizard.
To be honest,
part of that recipe is that Wolf is one of the few players with the plus speed stat alignment on
lead with Aerodactyl Sylveon.
Alex can
Turn 1, Wolf is going to switch in Toxapex and he's going to protect the Charizard. So on turn 1,
exchanging fire moves back and forth, you know you're eventually going to lose that race.
Get Aerodactyl to go for either Tailwind or Wide Guard, just in case of Heat Wave, and go and bring in Friggraph. Next turn, put the pressure on.
Can he maybe find some ways where
put the bloody pressure on with the Twin Beams.
He isn't letting his Aerodactyl fall into that Wide Guard trap. Try to get some of those single targets instead.
Yeah, if you can get more damage earlier. On the other hand, for Wolf,
this song is horrible.
More value out of Incineroar to keep more flexibility to switch around, keep Intimidate around. Never was able to actually intimidate Garchomp in that last game because the Incineroar went down to Hyper Beam before Garchomp even hit the field, which meant that the Garchomp always had full power Dragon Claws.
Not realizing how much threat Toxapex is. The weird thing is they know how much of a threat it is. I think that's what makes me, that's what annoys me. Is people know how much of a threat it is, so they need to just take it out.
As we get back into it, Alex Gomez is going to be leading with the Garchomp and the Aerodactyl, and
no
this time
berries.
Wolf has the Charizard and Toxapex in the lead.
Right, both players making adjustments. Alex may be getting
just
a little
spam
bit
Earthquake and Rock Slide. God damn it.
Sylveon on the other side,
actually, no, spam Stomping Tantrum and Dual Wing Beat.
So this time he's one turn faster, already has Toxapex on the field, but now there is a very good
Toxapex Tamer, Wolf even being sold. The thing is, right, this is something people aren't realizing either. Baneful Bunker, that gives you normal poison. poison, right?
On the field. The other thing that changes though is Alex has set 2 physical attackers on the field.
Attack into Toxapex, even if you think it's going to use Baneful Bunker, because it's better to have regular poison than to be toxic poison. I wouldn't
be surprised to see it pretty quickly here though, because otherwise
regular poison is more manageable.
In a pretty difficult position. You don't want to spend too many turns with
it's worth doing it. Like if I like rather than let Garchomp get toxic, just fucking spam. Just spam fucking Stomping Tantrum into Baneful Bunker. Because every time Baneful Bunker blocks it, right, I'm pretty sure it doubles in power, so fucking go for it.
That means this Charizard is once again sitting on the bench here for Alex, but this time around, this Aerodactyl is going out on the offense.
Boy, lay out work, we stand. Oh, Amma. You need some rest, bro. Finally! That's what I've been saying to do. Yeah, Wolf on stream again. It's his winning in, I'm pretty sure.
I can't let this Toxapex get
yeah, he's 10-1. I don't think 10-2 gets through. I'm not sure, actually.
Keep in mind, Alex feeling that it was very likely there to be a wide guard, so doesn't want to risk Earthquakes and Rock Slides in that position, but also may have thought it was pretty likely that Incineroar was coming in. If you can catch it with Stomping Tantrum and Rock Slide on
switch Garchomp out, he's going for the Toxic, bring in King Gambit.
Not coming into the Stomping Tantrum slot. Toxapex, yes, takes some damage, but with your
Wolf's on stream, and he won another he won another game again with double Baneful Bunker.
Maybe if you can put some early pressure on it, you can at least make life difficult for Wolf. If you're threatening, double up damage to KO in the future. For now, though, I think Incineroar gets in pretty safely.
Yeah, I think the reason they're repeating Wolf is because whoever wins this gets through the top cut, and I think whoever loses doesn't. I'm fairly sure that's what they were saying at the start.
A lot of damage threat back the other way.
To the regenerator point on the Toxapex, if this...
Or like whoever wins goes direct to top cut and doesn't have to do the next round of Swiss or something. Oh, Ko lost against Adrian Hurley. Ko's finally not undefeated. There are no more undefeated players left.
See the Hydreigon come in to actually take this Incineroar's place as the Rock Slide gets let rip. Alex not afraid of the wide guard in this moment. Gets to land some damage onto the fresh Hydreigon. Oh, but the Garchomp goes for the Stomping Tantrum.
Into Hydreigon. Oh, you should have gone into the Baneful Bunker. Regular poison's better than Toxic, I'm telling you.
Pretty successfully here, not have to take that much damage from Rock Slide. Wolf already capitalizing on getting more value out of Incineroar. Gets it in for a really valuable double.
Another top cut where X2 still not be enough. It's crazy. I know, right?
Stomping Tantrum does get boosted up, but you have now
these tournaments are getting real big.
Suppress Garchomp for a turn. You probably don't have to worry too much about it swinging out, but Alex has to be very careful as well. A Draco Meteor into Aerodactyl may already be threatening a KO, and if it's not,
I think they're ending on 14 rounds of Swiss or something.
Finishes the KO at the end of the
so yeah, this is probably for who gets to skip straight to like top 32 or something.
Especially if Incineroar were to come back into the Toxapex slot and set a second Intimidate down as well. So yeah, Aerodactyl doesn't like this position. Going to get off the field, trying to catch a Draco Meteor with Sylveon.
That's a fucking Sylveon.
Type would be immune to
that's a fucking protect
type move, as Garchomp is also going to save itself with a protect.
That's a fucking Draco.
So great call here from Alex. Try to play
right in the end, someone's Whippet decided to eat chocolate muffin 10 minutes before closing time. Yo,
it can't switch
Whippets be crazy
since the Toxapex was able to land that.
Yeah, this is the way to make
when
sure
a problem comes along, you must whip it.
To take advantage of a choice item on the other side. You put a fairy in one slot, you put a protect, and the other Draco Meteor does nothing. And now you say, if you want to stay in,
chocolate
you're going to have to
sounds so good at the moment.
I know you're not threatening my Sylveon.
Not for a Whippet.
Just chase after the Hydreigon, and I can switch the Garchomp out to something in the back. But like you said, this is the same thing as game one. Toxapex slowly whittling things down, putting pressure on, and not really taking any damage back itself. Stomping Tantrum.
Figure it out, Alex.
Toxapex on that last turn because of the
15 kilogram dog ended up getting 7 grams of chocolate content max, so be fine.
It'll be really interesting to see if Wolf does commit to just staying in. It does.
Cheeky Whitey.
This could be a Hyper Beam for Draco Meteor exchange, or it could be a lot more for Wolf.
But you're going to see this Draco Meteor for the Hydreigon land into the Garchomp. So this is a one-hit knockout. Yes, this
Alex lost his best damage dealer.
Now the Sylveon said, "Okay,
unless he's got
my teammate. You're not going to go down in vain. I can
unless he's got the giraffe in the back again.
Here, but if it's a Hyper Voice, it's going to fail. Hyper Beam though from the Sylveon.
Chocolate bar.
It's not going after the Hydreigon. It's going after
the Toxapex.
It's already taken a bit of trip, but look
nice.
at how that Toxapex sits. Even after
Maybe
this
the owner needs
hits
something
away
chocolate
boosted
stuff around his
hyper
dog.
beam
Yeah,
from the
right. You think
Sylveon.
you learn.
So that is a lot of damage, right? Toxapex now looks pretty vulnerable, like you could chase it down, but it's going to get leftovers recovery. You're going to have to spin to turn recharging. It's likely going to get Regenerator. There's a reason the conventional wisdom is to fight everything and then fight the Toxapex. Because if you spin mid-game turns, doing things like losing Garchomp just in exchange for damage, not a KO onto Toxapex,
I think losing
that can
Garchomp
just
was
get
a
mitigated, and then suddenly it was a
bad
trade
choice.
of Garchomp for nothing after that recovery comes back. I think maybe Alex trying to be one turn ahead there, expecting that the Hydro Gun wouldn't stay in and just click Draco Meteor, maybe looking for Stomping and Hyper Beam to double up into the Toxapex, but Wolf calls the bluff, says, I'm not going to let that happen. I'm going to throw the Draco Meteor into the Garchomp. I'm going to make you play honest. The worst case scenario is that you Hyper Beam.
Assume Alex brings in the Giraffe
and I
now.
get Draco Meteor into like Farigiraf instead. There's always going to be some value because Garchomp
the Giraffe
has
can
protected
tank a
on the
-2
previous turns.
Draco.
There's not that much to lose in that position.
It is going to be at -2 though, since the Draco Meteor does have that pretty significant drawback.
So this
but
turn,
being nice and healthy, do you really want to keep this Hydreigon in?
There's still Instant in the back,
to
that's the
buy for the
problem.
Sylveon.
But there's also absolutely no pressure this turn, right? You can just switch Toxapex and Hydreigon because this Sylveon is going to have to recharge. The Farigiraf, as long as you're switching out Toxapex and not taking a Twin Beam, is not really offering any pressure.
yeah,
in that
like
turn.
you kind of want to
Incineroar
catch the
loves to
Charizard
come
coming
here, right?
back
The
in with
best
a
case
Twin
scenario
Beam,
for
but
Wolf is catching
it's what
Charizard,
slot it's going to
or
go
best case
into.
scenario for Alex is catching
Alright,
Charizard
JK
or
Rolling
Thunderbolt,
Thunder,
but
what's
it's not
happening?
gonna be threatening a KO.
I'm
It's
alright,
gonna
how you
do a little
doing?
bit of chip damage into
You lose
Charizard.
weight lady at
This
the
turn
salon noticed
passivity
yesterday.
kind of
Apparently
lets
she lost weight in the
Wolf
face too.
reset
Oh.
out of that last position, or he can chase more
In
damage.
face.
Hydreigon can just throw a Draco Meteor and Farigiraf. It won't be punished on this turn. Toxapex probably does need to be a little bit careful here. You don't want it to go down to a Twin Beam too easily, but Hydreigon's going to switch.
Charizard in, if that's a Twin Beam into that slot, that'd be wild.
Out onto the field. Toxapex is going to stay
Oh.
in. Just get Toxic down on Sylveon.
Well, there's definitely
That's
still
ballsy.
some value to making
Where's
sure
the
that
Twin Beam
as
going?
many Pokemon as possible are going to be toxic. There's a lot of protects on this team, but looking for Farigiraf going
That's
for
solid.
another side roar. Gets Sylveon out of there since it had that infestation.
Pretty good thanks, Scott. Shiny Terrakion in less than 10 minutes. Yo, nice one.
But that's where your Farigiraf partner can help you out with that. Bringing the Mega Aerodactyl back in the face of this Charizard.
I think
that is
turn
pretty good.
Is not very helpful for Alex. I think trying to be one step ahead, expecting a very passive turn from Wolf to maybe double switch and thinking you're going to at least get Sylveon off the field in exchange, but Toxapex just stays on the field. That could have been Twin Beam to just KO Toxapex and solve a huge problem. If Toxapex is gone, Wide Guard is gone.
I kind of
and
feel
then
like,
your
though,
Aerodactyl can come in and really threaten this
Toxapex
Charizard.
kind of needs
But
the
now you
Wide
at least
Guard
have created
here.
a pin where if Toxapex wants
So
to stay
I
in
would
and
go for
protect
Rock
Charizard,
Slide just
then
to
it's
be
gonna get
safe.
vulnerable
Just
to
in
Twin
case
Beam.
there is no
So
Wide
this may
Guard.
force kind of one,
And then go Twin
Charizard
Beam.
protects,
And you
Toxapex
kind of cover him for
switches,
both
but there's-
occurrences.
And then you can punish that as the
Because what
Incineroar comes
Toxapex
in,
can't
but it's
do
not
is
so
Wide
easy for
Guard
Wolf. I think that last turn's still
and
very positive. You took a big
switch out
risk
to
with
Hydreigon.
Toxapex staying
It has
on
to
the
do
field
one or
and
the
got
other.
rewarded for it.
Charizard is going to switch out.
Into
so
Hydreigon.
what does this Toxapex
Yep.
end up doing is Hydreigon comes back onto the field with that choice card.
Oh, the
Gets to
double
select a new move
switch.
if it
Yo.
wants. After it used that Draco Meteor a couple turns ago, and Incineroar is also going to make this just
So then there'll be a
full
cheeky Rock
field
Slide,
swap
you would
for
think.
Wolf.
Oh, dual Wing Beat. Oh, okay.
Hydreigon takes the dual Wing Beat from this Mega Aerodactyl. It's going to do a lot of damage to this Pokemon on the switch in, but this Farigiraf
Rafi used
goes for
Thunderbolt.
too. Does not want to risk having that Twin Beam fail into either of these Dark-type Pokemon
Oh,
on his
Paralysis
switch in,
would have gone
knowing
ham,
they were
though.
both in the back.
Maybe
6
also
minutes
just
feature
looking
Snorlax did it
for a
hours ago,
regardless
mate.
attack with Charizard play.
Did it hours
Alex
ago,
really
mate.
showing hesitance to ever use a spread move into a possible Wide Guard. Was only punished for it
Yeah,
once
no
so
power.
far in the set.
Not that
But
it'd
yeah,
be
if it had
fucking
been
useful anyway.
Toxapex
No, it
using
might
Wide Guard
make
and
the-
Charizard
I don't think it would make the
attacking
Hydreigon
plus
slower than the
Thunderbolt probably
Garchomp.
would have
I
been
think it
enough
would
damage to pick up
still
the
just
KO.
be
Instead,
slightly
Hydreigon
faster.
comes into it pretty nicely. Of course, gives up a lot of health, but is now threatening a Draco Meteor in one slot or the other. You've got to catch it
Arrow out,
with
Sylveon,
Sylveon right
yeah.
now. If you're Alex, neither Pokemon could protect, so Wolf knows
Giraffe
he can land a Draco Meteor somewhere.
Oh, it's going to be the
Oh,
Dark
Giraffe didn't
Pulse.
protect,
Okay, still
okay.
going to be a resisted hit into the Sylveon, but you would rather try to get some damage down, knowing that that could be a super effective attack into that
Parting
Farigiraf
shot
a
into
little
Giraffe.
bit later. Parting
Toxapex
shot is
back
going to
in.
get this Incineroar back
Regenerator
on
will have given that
rotation, and we'll
Toxapex
see another Pokemon come in.
close
Wolf
to
gets
full
his
health.
Choice. Is it going to be that Toxapex that had a little bit of Regenerator recovery?
I love the first
as it
island.
was
Oh,
resting
mate,
in its
Pokopia.
Pokeball, or is it going to be time to get this Charizard back in?
Oh,
I think
no, not
Charizard
Pokopia.
can't
Pokemon
risk
Sleep
this
you're on
Twin
about.
Beam
Green Grass
coming into
Isle,
that
baby.
slot. It is Thunderbolt though, so Alex
Oh,
catches
into the
Charizard.
Charizard, but the parting
But
shot.
it's still pretty healthy.
It's not much
Decent damage.
Oh,
The
that's
para.
significant, though. Yeah, so The Thunderbolt, not much
Let's
damage
go.
after the parting shot. Looks like a very positive turn for Wolf. He's put so much damage on the Aerodactyl that he doesn't even have to risk the Draco Meteor there. He's able to throw a Dark
I go
Pulse.
for parting
Makes
shot
it a
with my
little easier to stay
Incineroar
in
and my
here as well.
Charizard
Now you
switches
can throw a
in.
Dark Pulse at
The opposing
Farigiraf.
Farigiraf, who's now at
But yeah,
-1
Charizard
special
taking
attack, goes for
the
Thunderbolt,
paralysis
and
is
it
so
doesn't do
important
much
because I don't
damage to
think we've actually seen the
Charizard.
speed relationship.
But my
But Sylveon
Charizard gets
would be moving first, and
paralyzed.
Tailwind is moving over
And
the
that's when I
paralyzed
start to
Charizard as
worry
well.
that
If
my
Charizard
time in
isn't
this tournament
paralyzed,
is
then you just
over.
throw Heat
That's
Wave
what he's
and
going to
Dark
say.
Pulse at Farigiraf, and I think this game is over.
Let's check back in a
There's no way
year, see if I was right.
For Alex to recover from that situation because Farigiraf can't protect itself, Aerodactyl can't take the Dark Pulse, Sylveon can't take the Heat Wave. But with Charizard paralyzed, you can still throw that combination of moves. It's probably still very potent. You would get the Dark Pulse into either Farigiraf or Aerodactyl, and then you would get the Heat Wave because Sylveon shouldn't be able to finish off the Charizard in this point. But you're going to have to let Sylveon attack in between.
We've seen a lot of small chance things happen.
I'm going to Lapis Lakeside and sleep almost every week trying to get Shiny Dratini. Oh, one day, Alice, one day.
Toxapex that comes back in, sorry, Dragon, can choose a new move later on as Charizard with this paralysis is hoping to fight through that, Mega Evolving, setting the sun, hoping that it will be able to get through this turn. As Sylveon goes
Hyper
for the
Voice,
Hyper
baby.
Voice, chip away this Charizard and the
Thunderbolt,
Toxapex.
baby.
But if it's going to end up being a Thunderbolt into this Charizard, then wow, it's going to be a survival anyway. Toxapex has to take this Twin Beam on the switch in.
Here comes the Heat Wave, though.
Damage to bring it down
Because
to
paralysis don't work no more.
reasonable Toxapex to deal with, and Charizard fights through that paralysis. A double
Oh, Sylveon's gone though at the end of the turn to the fucking, what do you call it, Toxic. Good, just been lurking, grinding FF7 Rebirth. Ooh.
I think even that turn, Alex gets a couple.
Have you already
things
finished
right.
it, or are you just doing a general grind, working your way through?
To start the turn, but catches a little bit of damage on Toxapex. But you can see how far ahead Wolf is, that even as that catch happens, the parting shot from a couple turns ago means there's not that much punish on Toxapex switching in. The Charizard can't be stopped from using Heat Wave on that turn because of the lack of damage on Alex's side, and so Charizard's able to get the Heat Wave that finishes
Rock
off
Slide,
the
Twin
Sylveon.
Beam.
Now things get really difficult because there's still the Intimidate.
I'm telling you, Alex,
to stop the Aerodactyl damage,
Rock
and there's
Slide,
the Choice Scarf,
Twin Beam.
Hydreigon to threaten a bunch of damage here. I think you're really going to
I
use
don't
speed
think-
control one way or the
I don't
other.
think
for
Alex can beat
I think it's an important
Hydreigon, though,
decision
now.
Whether you go for a Trick Room that helps you more generally against the Hydreigon, or Tailwind here, which may not actually make
Let's go for 100%, trying to complete all the mini games and world data stuff. Oh, good luck. Some of those mini games are brutal.
Both of these Pokemon and possibly threaten a KO. It's important to note too, with 2 KOs, you're never undoing that parting shot on Farigiraf at this point, which makes it harder to actually break a Toxapex lead into this game. It's at least weakened this time, but yeah, you can get Regenerator, you can get future leftovers, you can get a lot of recovery back in the future. Incineroar loves to just come in here. That's just Intimidate. That's his only job at this point.
Wolf with 4 Pokemon remaining is going to have
Slide,
a much easier
down
time
goes
to continue
Charizard.
to cycle in and out this Incineroar. He does end up giving up the Charizard in the process, but you've got Fake Out here to
Hopefully
help
this
out
is a
your
Trick Room.
Toxapex if it comes back in. Try to get some citrus, I was going to say try to get like poison down or something like that.
Oh, he didn't go Trick Room. I'd have gone Trick Room.
The Farigiraf will suppress Fake Out on the next turn.
Just
Charizard,
Dark
though,
Pulse
has done
goes
its
ham
job.
here.
It beat the Sylveon, took that off the field, has weakened the board down to just 2 Pokemon. You've done so much
Yeah, no
damage
Fake Out.
mitigation at this point with both an Intimidate on the Aerodactyl and a Parting Shot in the Farigiraf, and now you've landed Hydreigon on the field with its choice of targets. Neither of these Pokemon can protect. There was no speed control on that last turn, and so Hydreigon should be able to just swing out.
I think
against
Wolf's done it. I don't see an out for Alex at this point.
Because we have seen this, but I should have thought about this anyway, because Incineroar hasn't been clicking Fake Out at all this weekend on the matches that we have had on stream. Farigiraf or not.
Its job is just to Intimidate, and the Intimidates have been so valuable. We talked before this game that if Wolf could get more value out of the Incineroar, he could really change how these in-games played out, and it feels like this Incineroar being able to come in 3 times in this game and every time land a pretty useful Intimidate has really made it a lot harder for Alex to break through this damage. At this point, it feels like Toxapex is lurking in the back, waiting to see which of these Pokemon it might have to be, but Hydreigon's going to get its choice of what to deal with. For now, Incineroar going to get out one more time, save one more Intimidate for the future, maybe save one more Regenerator for the future.
Does Marco
as Dark
survive?
Pulse can go into
Good
the
question.
That's actually just going to be a clean knockout from the amount of HP that Farigiraf has left. And so this Aerodactyl has the world on its shoulders.
Yeah, Marco won this round.
Rock Slide comes out. It's not even get the KO
Against William. Oh!
Missing that feels critical. You see the fist bump. Alex knows it's over. Wolf Glick wins Swiss round 12
Yeah.
2-0 to move
Well done,
on
Wolf.
to the top cut of the North America International
Yeah, so I think he goes straight to top cut. I think Alex is still in the tournament, but he has to win his next 2 rounds, I think.
into the Frograph, pick up that KO.
Pretty
and
sure.
all of the Intimidate has meant that Aerodactyl didn't
I think
have
there's
the damage
14
to
rounds of
Hydra.
Swiss
I don't
total.
think it would have mattered if it did. It wasn't going to
Hate
be
Frost to the frog jump game? Oh my god,
Incineroar
yeah.
coming back in, throwing another fake out and an infestation, and the damage was going to mount.
What a
But
winning
Hydreigon
streak
staying
started
alive means that
1-2.
Wolf can just throw a Dark Pulse there on this turn, can get more recovery with Baneful Bunker, and
Yeah, he's
threaten
got to
to
win
fake out
round
in the
13.
future. Wolf cleanly winning this game.
She's 11, you're not.
Throws out that final Dark Pulse to finish off
Yeah,
the
Toxapex is going to be
Aerodactyl,
fucking
and that is
everywhere
the
now.
Game, set, match. Wolf Blick on the verge of moving into this top cut, maybe
Don't
getting
say winning,
another
Rosemary. Don't say
international
winning.
championship
On the
title.
verge of winning the
Alex
whole
Gomez
thing.
not out of this tournament yet. Taking his second loss means he's got to win this next round in order to have that hope himself of making it into that top cut to play for that title. But for now, it's going to have to be looking
Trying to
on to
feed
the
my
next one.
Snorlax.
Yeah, the
Actually, I
pressure
don't have
will
enough good
mount with
ingredients, so I'm
one
going to
round
fucking...
left. But for now,
Actually,
the
no.
pressure
I've got
releases
this
for a
is
moment
alright.
for Wolf.
See there?
Still, of
Ready
course,
to
we'll be
power
looking
up.
for a win and a possible bye in the round of 16.
God damn it.
To capitalize even further
Wolfie,
on this
bloody
great victory,
Glick.
this time landing valuable Hydreigon damage. Draco Meteor
Hey, can we
into
put
Garchomp,
bets on
Dark
Pokemon
Pulse
now? Can
into
Skybet
Frograph,
do
and then
that
the
so we
final
can
Dark
start,
Pulse
like,
into
I can start
Aerodactyl.
making money that
The
way? 'cause
Hydreigon
I
able
pay my
to
rent.
carry this game with
Right,
all
where
the
we at?
space created by
We are
the
looking
team around
for
it.
the
Charizard
Pokemon
to
from
do
our little
KOs
list,
and
but I
the
don't think
damage to weaken things up at the right times.
we have them
The
available.
Incineroar
I think I need to
put Intimidates
go...
down at the right times and the Toxapex to draw attention.
I need to
where
go get the
necessary.
special
I mean, then
outbreak
Hydreigon
thing.
could free
Yeah.
fire through so much.
Let's
of
go to
this
the Rusty
game.
McSyndicate.
You see how difficult it can be to beat the Toxapex in the end game when the damage mitigation is there.
Len with another
and when
masterclass.
Wolf is
Len's
getting to
smart.
pick his targets for this Hydreigon. It felt like as soon as Garchomp went down, Alex has to become.
I don't have
kind of
champions, so I
desperate
could cheer
for
on this
where the
pet to no
damage
strings
against
attached. Why don't you have
Toxapex
champions? It's
is.
free.
You look for it with the Twin Beam, with a Hyper Beam, with enough.
I'm going to try
damage
champions
from
on
Aerodactyl, but
mobile.
so
I know it's
much
the same
harder to
game,
find.
but something about
Major credit
touchscreen
to Alex, though, because
and a
he
smaller
did
screen
have
feels
that
weird.
call of the
If I
twin
can
beam
connect my
on
same
where the
account
Dark
to
Types had
it,
switched out to catch that
then I'll do it.
Toxapex as soon as it switched in, and I felt like Alex even one call away in that second game from being able
Special
to actually win and bring
scan,
us to a game
special
3.
scan.
Yeah, and I think the very crucial turn was the one in the middle. Sylveon hits the field against the.
Oh, it's
Hydreigon.
battles.
The Garchomp
Fuck
has
your
just
battles. Fuck your
protected
chicken
itself.
strips.
And
Right, let's go
there,
fucking
Alex
sort
makes
that
the
out.
decision to chase
Imagine the
after
betting
Toxapex,
platform.
goes for
Wolf
Hyper Beam into
to
that
get a
slot
double
and lets the
protection
Draco Meteor
move. Yeah,
start
right.
to hit Garchomp. If that is Hydreigon switching out, fearing a Hyper Voice or a Hyper Beam, and you just KOing the Toxapex,
Arc at the dress on
then Alex
Rosemary. That's
probably
class, that.
wins. And if it's switching out to Frograph to preserve the Garchomp
Go
and
on,
just
gal.
using Hyper Voice to
Len
get the
sharply
KO
dressed
on
as always.
the Hydreigon, then Alex probably wins. But Wolf finds
Player
the
one to
right
have over 2.5
way to
critical
thread the
hits.
needle,
I love
Garrett,
it. I
get
think
the
it'd be great.
damage into the Garchomp and then not be punished for it with Hyper Beam just going into Toxapex. And it felt like then it was all just picking up, cleaning up. the
Where
pieces
did
from
I
that point
put
on.
my ball?
It's so funny that we saw
Wait, where did I put my...
Toxapex
Oh, it's that way.
start to really take to the fold of Scarlet and Violet with all
Yeah,
of
yeah,
those
it's over here,
legendary
Liam. You've just not
Pokemon
marked
running
it.
around, you know, Miraidon, a nice partner for it, Koraidon, if you were remembering this
that.
era like it was yesterday. And in Pokemon Champions, where we have
Great
a
stuff.
limited
Oh, it's a
roster
poison
size,
type area.
We've got a bunch of new Mega
Let's
Evolutions
do
to play
it.
around with. Toxapex again is breakout star in this snapshot of our Pokemon
My dad's
tournament.
name is
It's really interesting to see a Pokemon pick up in popularity, not just across two formats, but across two games. After being in the game for years without having much success, I think part of that is players finding the right moveset, both in Regulation I and here
Oh,
we've
fuck,
seen the
bro.
same moveset, Infestation,
I gotta kill
Toxic,
this Gamora.
Guard, and Baneful Bunker, dropping Recover, which I think a lot of
Oh,
attempts
there we
to
go.
use the
Bam,
Toxapex
bam,
previously
bam,
thought if you were going to use it as a win condition,
Bam,
Pokemon that must
bam,
have
bam.
the 50% recovery move.
That King's
But
slow,
in
isn't he?
leftovers and the Regenerator means you have so much recovery along the way anyway
Nice.
that having all 4 of the utility moves is enough to
I don't think
carry
I ever went and
that.
got Swampert
Then
in
you
this
can
game,
provide
did
so
I?
much more value in the
Probably
middle
not.
of the game when you can wide guard things, when you can trap things in with Infestation so that your choice Pokemon can find the right targets. It makes it a
go
lot
get him.
easier for this Toxapex to have the right impact.
If the game goes on long enough, all those places
Nice.
are going to add up as well. But that is one player that's going to join.
Swallow
Cold
these
Tsukide
nuts,
in that
swallow
top
these
cut.
nuts.
Got more players to decide when we see our next and final
Do,
Swiss
do,
round
do, do.
13. But before that, we're going to have more thoughts from Scott.
More
From
thoughts.
Scott's thoughts.
Scott's thoughts. Stop saying thoughts. You can't say thought on Twitch,
well, hopefully
bro.
I have some thoughts. Unfortunately, I think Wolf may have been hit by a stray throat chop there. Not able to talk to us this time. Maybe feeding some Poke Blocks to his Toxapex after another great performance by it in that battle.
Mate, I love how Scott's being really salty about the lack of interviews.
Wolf and Co. except for one another. Really impressive run by them. We've seen a whole lot of Wolf's team so far. So
it's like, why aren't we interviewing the players? Sophie's doing squats and I can see her titties bounce. Mate, I'm already watching it, bro. You think I'm not already watching it, bro? I'm already watching it, bro. Bro, I'm already watching it, bro.
Usually where that Toxapex can close things out. I think it's been fun to watch too. You know, we've probably seen more Toxapex on this stream over the course of the last month and a half than the previous 15 years of the video game championship.
Like Sophie's top, I don't know why. Is it the titties?
A little bit differently than what we saw in the previous
you pervert. Scott's thoughts?
Lack of the recover on that Toxapex.
There are 2 Lycanroc
we'll
left.
Be a little bit more careful. Regenerator wound up being a bigger deal in this one.
Lycan Rizzle, make me jizzle. That's what they say, isn't it?
On his previous stream appearances, where
a fucking B-drill, dickhead.
The battle late, but this time having to tank a little bit more early in the game for its friends.
Oh, look at me! Oh, he looked at me.
On
checking Marcus Dion. Theo has rocked for a long, long time. Now it's time for him to pass the torch.
Alex is out of the field. His first appearance on the stream. Another really fantastic player. Similar to the team we saw the previous
random
round.
trainer con perish.
Charizard.
Oh, she bouncing them titties.
I think that's one of those moves. When you're seeing that on a team from a player being piloted who's as strong as Alex is, it's just so scary.
Oh,
right?
she yelled at me. Who's this person?
If you see that on rank battles, you're like, okay, if I click Trick Room, I can get cheese.
Get him.
If you're creative, if you can
just ignore the poison, bro. Pretend it didn't happen.
It really should have won Alex that second game, or the first game rather, where I think it probably took him to a situation where he immediately had at least a 70% chance of winning the game. Game 2 maybe didn't work out quite as well, but really fun to watch that from a player as creative as he is. He's just going to see plays that maybe some of the rest of us won't. Starting this one out, once again we see some familiar leads on
That's right, body looking gorgeous. She never says that to me.
Once again, the Hydreigon kind of forced out of battle. I think Toxapex has probably switched in.
Right, where are we at now? Where are we at? We've got 5 more trainers. We've got 5 more trainers to beat, bro.
Or after the course of the set, but the course of the many sets we've seen from him over the course of the
that's one of those horrible trainers with the alphas.
But again, it's a different look from Toxapex coming in here, where a little more support coming in here, threatening the wide guard on
kill the alphas. Watching Sophie and heard what you said about Amma, and I knew straight away.
Involving those Pokemon. As much more in the supportive role in the early game.
Here we go.
Here
we go. She's going to raid Liam because Liam's the best.
Here gets in pretty free. Doesn't take
I don't know, man. I think everybody would.
Fantastic. And now this is happening.
There it is.
Okay, well,
Baby, thank you for the raid. We're playing Pokemon McZA while we wait. Did you have a good time with Sophie? Did you play Unite with her? Oh shit, that's a grass type. Fuck that. Oh, it's a big grass type. Don't poison my mate. Boom. One of them, quick.
Does make a bit of a difference under this Aerodactyl, but
he's synthesis.
Nice.
Unfortunately, Sophie's stream has ended. Wow. Just say you hate me, bro. It's okay. And she didn't rage you though. Oh, I wouldn't be offended. Like if she thought there was somewhere, you know, if she raided another Unite stream or something, I'd be like, oh, fair.
Game far from over here.
Know what I mean? Gold bottle cap. Stick it in my bum bum.
Who knows who that trainer could have been? Moving forward in this game, we see a really critical turn where
Guess I gotta say hi to her husband. Wow. I did raid, no? I'm confused. Yeah, you did, Soph. You did. How are you confused? What do you mean you're confused? You've not been listening, have you?
Not do so well.
You silly Billy. Jason was basically saying, imagine if you didn't raid me. And I said, I wouldn't be mad if you didn't raid me. I'd just be like, oh, okay, she found a more appropriate place to send people. That's, you know. Miss any good matches today? You missed 2 Wolf Glick matches where he got a double protect. Like a bastard.
Amazing armor 79 months. Carrot 777 quintillion undrinkable water symbol and all that.
Oh, well done. Those are some old school callbacks. Nice one. You pose less and just win. Thanks, mate.
You're gonna just barely survive this Dragon Claw. Get a huge
Making some
heat wave
dinner.
back.
Ooh, I
So
like the
even
sound of
though
that.
Wolf wound
I
up
love the sound of
behind at the
dinner.
end of
This is what
game,
dinner sounds like.
This move kind of boldly going for that heat wave when it could have been potentially targeted down by another wing beat Dragon Claw
It's a
combination.
secure relationship right there,
Wolf
mate.
into the game.
The securest.
Set this up in a position just a little bit later where we see one of the cooler
You'd be
plays that we've
surprised,
seen
right? I
so
reckon there
far,
are
the
some couples out there like,
9
oh my god, babe, you didn't raid me. That's awful. Well, we're just like, oh, okay, fair.
Out by its ally Farigiraf. I think it missed during the game, but made a really great comment in the post-game of Game 1.
That's because if me and Sophie didn't love each other, we wouldn't just randomly subtly give signs like by not raiding each other or some shit. If we didn't love each other, we'd be like, hey bro, I don't love you no more. Okay. Like, you know what I mean?
That special attack drop. There is no baneful bunker at the end of this game because it
Our
doesn't
communication
matter.
is fucking paramount.
Critical hit has easily closed this game out. So when those plays
What are you making us, Sophie?
flashy beyond the rareness of how often
Probably ready for his team on ladder. From what I've seen, he can't really do much to Whimsy Glimora. Yeah, Glimora fucks Toxapex.
We wind up eventually in this end game between these two Pokemon, and I think we're all a little surprised. To
Oh,
see,
hello.
this Farigiraf maybe trained to be a little smarter
Hello,
than your average
motherfucker.
giraffe, doing a ton of damage to this Toxapex, but it ends up not being
Kill,
all for
kill,
naught,
kill.
because
Get another
for the,
10,000 for
second
doing
round,
kills here.
In a row, Wolf has a big moment to
For
try to go
Fire,
for
but
a
he's
double,
weak as piss. Let's
baneful
go.
bunker, and I guess it's a little more painful than Protect
Nice.
is able
Oh, he
to
had a
hit
focus
this
sash.
and, walk up a win for Wolf.
I did
from a
not plan for
37
that.
Position. So a really fun match between two players that first game. Both of them showing how good they are, but I think probably
What?
both sides hoping, hey, I don't want the match to come down to something like this in game
Yeah, but that's
two.
what Mammo's for.
Instead, we jump
Mommy.
forward to the second game here, and we see adjustment from Wolf. Finally, Toxapex is
A
coming out
bee?
turn one. Sick of having to come in to replace its
A
friends
mega
after
bee.
turn one. Seemingly every game that
Oh,
Wolf
shit,
has been
bruv.
on
Oh,
stream.
shit, bruv. He means
I think there's a lot
business.
of trading from here, right? And it kind of just to Wolf's advantage. I think what he wants early in games, he has to get those damage trades.
A mega bee.
Wear some Pokemon down. Try to keep both
Right, we got
sides
one
in
more
full
battle to win.
control because that's more to his advantage than the opponent's, right? Avoid those big knockout
Just
trades that
almost
we
all
see
boys.
so
We
frequently in this
rowdy.
format.
That's the one.
I think the first key play comes at about turn 4.
10
where
bottle caps. Look at that.
Hydreigon
Put those
enters
caps
the
in my
battle here. It's
asshole.
that choice scarf. It's threatening a potential
Let me go
knockdown,
then.
potentially on either of these
Jesus.
Pokemon Draco Meteor. And at first, it seems like Alex has played this really well, right? He protects with Garchomp. He brings the Sylveon.
Saw a woman on a
Now he's
Twitter
in
post
situation
say the
where it just seems
breakfast
too dangerous
that
to
she
leave
made for a
Hydreigon
boyfriend
in,
asked him
right?
to leave a
Surely
review,
you're
and he
not
rated the
just gonna
food 2
let
out of
that
10,
get
the service 1 out of 10 because
potentially
titty's too
Garchomp could
small.
switch out to
That's
something
so
to go to
funny.
Draco Meteor. But on the following turn,
She
Wolf
was
says, like,
laughing,
you know
but
what?
I'm not.
Maybe I don't have to switch up this Hydreigon. Either you give me the
Titty's too
Garchomp or
small.
I get a bunch of damage in Aerodactyl.
Oh, I'm alright, Danny Berry. I'm dirt
Positive
poor and
situation.
barely hanging on to life, but I'm doing my best.
Damage to Farigiraf, which has been such a critical Pokemon to remove in this match.
Let's
anyway,
go.
because
How
it
you
is
doing,
all
more
that bad.
importantly?
So we see the wide guard going down here to protect from potential Hyper Voice. So that's not what's going
We
to
did
come.
it, gang.
The important thing
Now
is
we
that
get the
Draco
golden
Meteor does come
ball.
down here, picks up the knockout on that Garchomp. Doesn't have to bother toxing it this time.
10K
just scores that knockout,
points.
And will be laser beam coming the other direction.
Getting the golden
This is a
ball in this
really
area is
critical trait
hard
by Wolf,
because all
getting
the
an
trainers are
important Pokemon
about.
out of the game without having to start wearing it down and taking the damage.
Wear down these nuts.
Not on Hydreigon, but
I'll wear
instead
my
on this Toxapex.
nuts on
And,
your shoulder.
While, taking damage on this
I don't
Pokemon
think that's
is
what you
crazy.
do.
It doesn't have the recover that we saw Toxapex using in the previous
My balls are
regulation.
made of green.
It does have
No,
the
they're not.
ability regenerator,
Oh, you
which
fucking
heals a third of its health each
peanut
time
tick.
it exits battle. Winds up not being excessively critical here because Wolf is just kind of able to win this one without
Oh, peas?
Toxapex
Thank
needing
you.
to carry quite as hard
Oh,
as
bless
he
my
did on
Swampert. He
previous
tried his
games,
best to
but,
climb with me and failed.
Quickly looks like he's going to get endgame here, where we jump forward a couple
Use
turns.
Horlucha.
Incineroar gets this big parting shot down on this Farigiraf, which
You're a bit under the weather, but remember you have those $1 million good looks, sir. Thank you. I wish they would get me $1 million so that I could not worry about my rent this month, but needs must.
Farigiraf later, but he almost didn't need it, right? With the Thunderbolt going down
I want
to
this.
Charizard here, going to easily survive
Stop
it.
trying to fight
If
me,
it hadn't been
child.
Paralyzed, it would have been quicker than the
I shall
Sylveon.
burn
At
your
that
family.
point,
Don't
Wolf
perish
just
on
would have
me.
had game, right? He could have just targeted these things down. Unless he went for a heat wave and missed it, he would have been able to just kind of click his way
Thank
through
you.
this battle. But instead, the Thunderbolt paralysis going to extend this one, make things exciting for a little bit longer, and then
Which is
we'll see
encore
on
on
the
some
subsequent
Toxapex,
turn.
right?
We weren't quite able to see earlier. It turns out, yes, the Sylveon is just faster than Wolf when either its speed
Oh,
is
boy.
doubled because of
Oh,
Tailwind,
boy.
or Charizard is halved
Come on.
because of the Thunder Wave paralysis, or
Big boy
Thunderbolt
mode.
paralysis,
Thank
rather.
you.
But we also see the impact
Probably say for
of
stream
the
what I would
parting
do
shot,
for $1
where
million.
Toxapex takes it pretty
Hey.
well, even though it had previously been Incineroar at the
Killed
start
that
of
wild. Let's go.
Charizard's still getting that big heat rate off, just barely missing the knockout.
Right, off we go, gang.
It doesn't matter because the Toxic earlier in the game going to allow it to be picked up.
Why don't you just teleport him? Because I've started running.
Shortly after
That's
that,
a big old overquill over there.
Where,
but it's over there, so we won't worry.
Just too much. He's too far far
How
ahead.
you doing,
Could've
Scotty? How
potentially
you
picked up a
doing?
knockout on either of these Pokemon, and even then,
Your dad smells of monkey piss.
To survive, the
that is quite
Yorktown was
mean.
also going to become a threat there. So, really incredible game by Wolf.
He succeeded.
The first one go a little bit shaky.
I do want to check.
Baneful Bunker again, but really decisive second game.
Where do we go to the? No.
Two of the very best players in the world, the best players in the region, and should be really fun to see them both later in the tournament. Perhaps Alex will be able to make it to the next stage.
What are the
Wolf already
rewards
there, but for now, we're going to
how
go to
much
Sierra
do I have
for
to
some more fun
fight to get Swampert? Results for the season 4. Cheers for the nugget, my bro. Give me a new rank. Z? Hell yeah.
Thank you very much.
Guess
We
I'll just go
appreciate
in.
it. We are getting ready for our last round of Swiss at the 2026 North American
Let me edit the
International
team then.
Championship. Joe Brown and Gabby Snyder on the call. It's been an incredible weekend
I'll
so
use
far,
you.
Gabby. And
I'll
one of my
use
favorite
you.
things in Pokemon, one of my favorite things
Throw
from
everyone off.
broadcast is a win.
Didn't I have a Heatran that was really nice at one point?
And that's
Probably.
exactly the stage of the tournament we are at now, as this is the final round of Swiss, and anybody
just
with
wanna
a
use a
2-loss
Pokemon.
record should be moving on in this tournament. And if you look at the names of these trainers who are still left standing in this event, there are some incredibly strong trainers on this
Oh, I can
list.
use that guy.
Yeah, this is
He's great.
incredible to see how many of these people can become NAIC champion, world champions like Shoma Honami, Brendan Zhang Jr. world champion.
do I get
right?
Swampert?
Fede Campo, Marco Silva, international.
K gets you all of them, but
champion,
they're spread out.
Michael
Can't remember
world
the exact
champion.
Swampert on the top of my head.
Adrian
Oh,
Hurley
appreciate
being
that.
the first person
Thank you.
to win a round over Costa Rica.
Hey, Yulia, how's chat?
So congratulations to all
I'm
these
excited
trainers. Let's take
for
a
the
look
weekend
at
of
our
Pokemon.
notable matchups for this round.
It's
Every
taking my
single
mind off
matchup
my
on this
crippling
side
lack of
is a
financial
win-in
joy at the
in
moment. But
matchup.
we're getting there.
So only 50% of the trainers you see
Ranky
here will be moving
Batu!
on in this tournament. And on this
How you doing,
stream,
Scotty?
we
More
will be
importantly,
featuring
you're a good lad.
Marco
Oh,
Silva
you've already
versus
told me. You said
Justin
tired,
Tang,
but I
two
get you.
incredibly strong trainers duking it out for their opportunity to move on to the
Cyclozar's a big
cut
boy.
phase
That's a
of this
Groudon.
tournament.
Is that a
I do
Groudon?
believe
That's a
at
shiny
bare
Groudon.
minimum, considering Wolf, who's not in a win-in, but won his last round this round, I think at minimum we have 4
Kill. I don't know your moves, but kill. Take, steal some kills.
Could be more depending on what else is there.
That is absolutely
Yes.
crazy. I mean, talk about
I didn't
a
get a
top
kill.
level of play at this tournament.
Oh, that'll do
this
it.
weekend. I mean, we started off with
Bro, just let a
Tommy
floette
trainers
happen.
yesterday, and we're boiling it down to the cream of the crop.
Yeah, one of the biggest events, and VGC continues to grow and grow
Give me
every
defenses.
single season. And with how great and exciting the
unwise
times
to
are
lower
here with
your
Pokemon
defenses.
Champions, we can only anticipate
Oh shit,
the
bro.
players
There's
and
2
the
Groudons,
interest
and they're
in
both
the game we all
they're
know
both rude.
love community on the rise. But Marco Silva and Justin
Uh-oh.
Tang,
Uh-oh.
I mean, that is potentially
My
one
boy!
of the most exciting winning.
I killed. No, I didn't kill anything.
Imagine for the North Americans, the European players.
Get the
for just
Charizard, get the
history of
Charizard.
VGC, they are 2 incredible trainers.
Both of them are currently the championship point
The rock
leaders
slide.
in their regions.
Marco Silva is Justin Tang. Whoa. Hell of a boss season 3 trailer. Yo.
From this event, like
Watch that later.
They're titans, right? Like they are the people that you would want to beat to have momentum going into the top cut of this tournament, and they have to eliminate each other essentially to move on. I mean, talk about
Scold
a
Liam, you want
tough
Ice Beam.
matchup to be staring down
Can't see my
in
moves.
one of the most critical rounds of this event.
That's a fire type. You
Yeah,
want
and I think
Scold Liam.
one thing I said before the tournament started, Gabby, when people would ask, somewhat brazenly, maybe somewhat sillily,
Uh-oh, get him.
Who is going to win the event? Who's going to win NAIC?
Get him.
I confidently said
He's mega.
This is Marco Silva's event to win.
I got a kill
The reigning
on
current
something.
champion. He's won so many international championships. He is clearly one of the
Get
best
him.
players of all time who has not won a world
Get him. He's 4 times weak to
championship
water.
at this point. But if there's anybody that can take down my pick to win the whole event, it would be
I killed a
3-time
primal
regional
Groudon.
champion Justin Tang.
Oh
All
god,
right,
dang,
well,
man.
let's go ahead and throw it back to Sierra on the
got
floor.
3
We'll have an
kills.
interview with one of our day 1 competitors standing by.
Floyd's is popping off, bro.
Thanks so much, guys. Let's try this one again. I'm out on the floor here at NAIC with
Oh.
our friends to talk about NAIC experience, everything else. How have you enjoyed NAIC so far?
NAIC has been a great
Also,
experience.
Horribus, who
We're
got
here on day
11-2 at
2,
UIC and didn't
supporting a
make
friend,
cut.
and,
Man.
I think he's out of contention, but it's still good to be here to support a friend and be here and seeing everybody play.
Especially to internationals
Go,
are
go,
unlike
go.
anything else. I know you attended UIC, NAIC. This is like
Uh-oh.
the final competition before Worlds. Like, talk to me about like the energy out on the floor.
Oh,
'cause that's
I
not
didn't get
something
another kill.
everyone gets to
Tried.
experience.
I think it's definitely like a much bigger experience, especially like from the regional. It's way greater, way bigger. The energy is up across all fields from Go, TCG, VGC.
I've only got three. I've only got 3 score bits.
So the experience is way more grand, and it's a lot more of a spectacle. It's really cool.
Get in there, do an ice beam, do something.
Even just like watching, you guys can't see it from where I go. We're watching all the different broadcasts, all the different streams. It's just so much fun. And we're getting through. I mean, we're one match away
one's bubbling out
now. It's competition. I mean,
you seen Thomas Irvin's team? No, what's he got? What's he running?
We're seeing Marco versus Justin next on broadcast. I want to know your
came third and not 4th. I'll take it.
Now. I'm putting you on the spot.
Oh, thank you.
There'll be 3 buys at minimum.
I've been watching throughout the years, and Justin Tang has really made a name for himself. So I think I'm going to go towards that route of Justin Tang winning this one.
Instead of our multi-time international champion in Marco?
As much as I love watching Marco and kind of the teams that he takes to tournaments and plays with, I'm really hoping that Tang kind of pulls this out for the U.S., you know?
Oh, I just saw it. I got Greninja.
North America International Championships. We're rooting for the USA here. Now, I know for yourself, you said you started in Pokemon Scarlet and Violet. So going to Pokemon Champions now, how is that experience been? This is still such a new game, but of course, that has been the talk of the tournament.
Oh, I didn't see it.
Scarlet and Violet was a really cool game to kind of get into the VGC scene. And then seeing them pivot into Champions has been a really easy experience. And I think it's way easier for a more general audience to be able to tap into the game and to be able to get into the play and understanding how Pokemon works and building teams. So it's definitely a lot easier and a lot more fun.
I don't mind.
The graphics upgrade is really cool too.
And I know before, while we were waiting for, interview to start, we were talking about like our own Pokemon journeys and everything else, and like kind of where we started to see where everything is now. Like, talk to me being able to attend an event like this with just people from all around the world who all just love Pokemon.
I think it's really cool to see how far VGC has grown, especially like in numbers, growing from like the 200s up to now we're at over 1,000, which is really cool.
I'm gonna use you.
Getting to meet people from different countries.
The same few people that are playing this game
that you
now.
See online from different countries.
What a fucking
and how well they've done.
It's a
and
fucking
them being able
Lopunny.
to have those conversations about what Pokemon is like and the competitive scene. So it's a really great experience.
It's a Sceptile. No thank you. No thank you.
Now before we get into the match,
no thanks for the move, Sceptile.
Shoutouts for the Pokemon broadcast, right? So if you have anyone you want to say hi to.
Bro.
Oh yeah, all my friends who are here, VGC Kingdom, my husband Darren, Waleed,
husband,
Blake, Logan, who's still playing right now.
What a nice game.
Zane, Alex, all my friends who support me, I really love them, and I wouldn't be here without them.
And good luck, Logan. As you said, he's the one competing still, right?
Yep,
what?
So
you stole my fucking kill, Absolington.
Best of luck. As for us, we have a competition to get back to.
Oh,
so
I died.
Let's go ahead with that.
I'm not so good at this because I don't have Pokemon that are appropriate
Sierra.
for this kind of game.
That's what we love about the Pokemon community. Coming together, friends supporting friends.
Here's a punch.
And not only that, I mean, to look back, I mean, look how far we've come, right? Like, from those days where we had a world championship that was just like the size
the people playing this probably think I'm a
child.
child.
Of this convention hall.
Where's that guy who's
to
fucking...
all the way here where we're at the North
I don't remember
America
its name.
International
Simisage.
Championships. We're taking up like
get the Emboar with the dead. Get the dead Emboar.
And we're just
what? You switched to Lopunny?
So if you want to get involved starting next season, you can go ahead to the Pokemon website, find some local tournaments near you, find your local community, get connected, get started, and
I died again.
Wait till the
this
fall,
is crazy.
You
This
can
never
always
happened.
Jump online. I mean, we're less than a week away from Pokemon Champions.
They've each got 3 kills, and I think they're all me.
And if you're like me, you can just download that on your phone, maybe sneak a couple games in and
get him. Go get the Sceptile. Sceptile's dead.
Don't do that. Don't do that. No, it's just a really exciting time to be a competitive Pokemon fan. There's so much out there. Find your local community. Find some friends. Get started.
Find some friends. That's the hard part, bro.
Yeah, absolutely. Head to your local league nights. Go on using the store locator to find.
I got a kill. I killed the Emboar switch
that I'm a part of in Jersey. We meet up every Tuesday. We're trying to break the meta in Pokemon Champions. Then we lose to Charizard anyway.
Well, I mean,
the Charizard. Kill the Charizard.
Cool. I know last time I spoke to you, you were trying to get the VGC started over there.
Charizard
so it sounds like
not been killed.
Yeah, we got a great group of people always showing up every week.
Let me play. I want to play.
We're growing. We're learning about mechanics. There are players that have been playing for over a decade. There are people who have never even touched competitive Pokemon before showing up. So that's the beauty
finally got another kill.
Especially
is that a Mewtwo?
Right? You can get people from a wide range of skill and experience all loving Pokemon together.
Yeah, and you don't have to show up with that experience too. Like I know with my locals, people will come in. We'll do like our league hour before our championship point events, and people will show up and like, I want to play. I don't have a team.
Double
like,
die, but
And because we
I've
have
got
that
3
buffer
kills
time,
on the board,
we can
lads.
jump
5
into,
seconds to go.
Well, now it would
I'm
be
not joining back
Champions
in.
and Pokemon Home, but previously it was
Well,
Scarlet.
I got
Violet.
3 kills. I'll
Let's
take
catch
it.
you some Pokemon. Like, let's train them up. Let's help you get
I just want to say thank you and Sophie. As I said before, I'm a bit under the weather, but you and Sophie raised my spirits a lot. Oh, thank you, my dude. I'm glad we can help, even if it's just a little bit.
And then the next one, and that's how you get started, and then you're hooked.
I came fourth.
And think about how many locals that Justin Tang and Marco Silva attend every single year. That will be the focus of our final round of Swiss. They're getting set up on stage, so just circling back on that conversation.
Yeah, of course.
Gabby, these are clearly players that are comfortable in this environment. This is not their first rodeo in winning it at NIC.
For sure. A lot more pressure on this
going,
stage
bro.
compared to your local
Do never give
shop,
up, bro.
right?
I believe at you.
Though there are some really cool venues that have their own little stage setups, I will say.
Okay.
But no, you're absolutely right. I mean, if there's anybody who's used to competing under the lights, the sounds, the crowd, the pressure, it would be these 2 trainers, as Marco Silva has won multiple international championships in the past. Justin Tang, multiple-time regional champion
Make my life
winner.
easier going forward.
If you think back, he actually won the first
Rather than
tournament,
going
I believe he ever
backwards. Yes, rather
competed
than
in.
going
Very exciting to
Hey, look,
just
it's this
have
bit of
that
place.
kind of accomplishment, have that 0 to hero story under your belt. So to be here, to be playing against, who is a very accomplished player in this
let's
win
switch Pokemon
and
immediately.
matchup to move on in the tournament. I mean, the pressure's on.
He switched Pokemon immediately.
And Marco Silva's, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, I do believe he started 1 and 2 yesterday. It might have been 1 and 1, and I might be misremembering. I apologize, Marco, if that's the case.
Kill.
But if it was a 1 and 2 start, everything since round 4 has essentially
aim
been
and shoot,
a last chance effort, having to keep his chance or his hope
on
of
the
winning
board.
NIC alive every single round.
I mean, even still, just taking a loss that early on in the tournament and just keeping the dream alive. Not just throughout phase 1. I mean, remember we had phase 2
Yeah, they got absols and everything.
of the tournament last night, and I mean that's something that he'd be
dear,
used
he
to
died
as a
a bit.
European player. Is that commonly happens after
I don't think there should be bubble outs. It's rude.
the year, but
Man,
that's
you did
just
so
a
well in this
stretch,
tournament.
right?
Bye.
That's something that you have to reach deep in the pocket for to get that extra hour, that extra round of thinking. But thinking of that, it looks like our players are on the stage, headsets on, getting ready to start this final round of Swiss.
And speaking of stretch, Gabby, everybody at home, get a good stretch in.
Oh, I didn't hit it?
Okay, get
that's
excited for the final round of Swiss at the 2026
died a bit.
North America
died for the
International
legendary. The legendary was
Championship.
rude to
And
me.
what a round it will be. Marco Silva versus Justin Tang.
Here we go. You can see the teams on the screen. Marco Silva pivoting from the team that he ran last weekend to win the Turn Regional Championships. He's gone from Marco
I can't see my moves. Oh shit, it's Marco Silva and Justin Tang. I need to bail out of this.
Seems to do very well throughout the metagame.
Love, it's her birthday.
Yeah, the Charizard has just been
Give Ruby love, it's her birthday.
throughout the entirety
Give Ruby
of
love,
this
it's her
weekend at
birthday.
NAIC. Even though technically Mega Flood has a higher usage in Game 2, seems like the team is performing the best.
A minute left, I need to
Charizard
bail.
involved in
My mum's
Francesco
calling me for
Fiafaro,
tea.
Another Italian using
I guess I'll
Charizard
just go
and
AFK like a
Aerodactyl,
cool
just
kid.
like Marco.
And of course, Justin Tang running
nothing wrong
the
going
Mega
AFK, you know?
Delphox on his team, but we'll get back to that
Probably
in
kick me
a
out the
little
game
bit.
forever.
Let's take a closer look at some of Marco's Pokemon here, because
This
while
is
there
it.
is
I'm
that
sorry,
Charizard and
Emma, I'm
Aerodactyl,
sorry.
the Aerodactyl will
How can I
not be
make it
holding its
better?
Mega
Shall I take my
Stone. Instead,
pants
it's going to be holding a Focus Sash, so it can guaranteed take 2 hits
I
before
need to
it's knocked out. The rest of the Pokemon that round out this team are a little bit different than you'd expect. You know, Marco's opted to run Incineroar, which can be a very consistent Pokemon in these higher level tournaments, but it's holding Charcoal and Flare Blitz. So all of a sudden, this Incineroar can do a ton of damage underneath the sunlight that Charizard sets. There's also Sylveon as well. That's pretty unique, at least in the context of this tournament.
This is very crazy team building for Marco when we compare it to his LAIC championship with regular Charizard. Incineroar somewhat taking on a pseudo Charizard role where Torkoal was setting the sun on that LAIC team, and then Charizard with choice specs in the sun with solar power was the one that was really doing the damage. So it's like Marco has multiple sun abusers on the squad.
Yeah, and that's the kind of, comfort you want to fall back on when you are playing in these high stakes tournaments, because it's almost like muscle memory at the end of the day. You're comfortable with these weather mechanics, you're comfortable with these teams that are meant to pivot in and out with Parting Shot and Intimidate, cycle those fake outs so that you can be able to, you know, stall your opponent out for a turn, get another heat wave in, get another stomping tantrum in with your Garchomp, and slowly wear down your opponent's
Marco
Pokemon.
Silva,
But if you take a look
groundbreaking.
at Justin's
No, bro,
team,
you're
you know,
wrong.
yes, there
It
is
can't
going
use
to be that
Earthquake.
Mega Delphox, which is known to
Mini
be
could learn it.
very fast and have that
I'm gonna have
levitate
me some.
ability, so it cannot take damage from
Ashura,
ground type attacks.
Watermelon, Kiwi.
There's also
Triple and
this
Super
newer
Incineroar is probably my
core
favorite
of the
part of these low
Incineroar,
power
Sneasler,
formats.
and
Triple
Sinistra.
and
And what's
these
very
nuts.
unique about these three Pokemon is
Come on,
that
Justin
you
Tang.
have this like double fake out hospitality cycling that
I want
a lot
Justin
of
Tang to
trainers
win
like
purely
to
because
use
he
to
always,
keep these
even though he's a
more
really
frailer
good, confident
Pokemon
player,
like
he always looks a little
Delphox
bit deer in the
around,
headlights.
so it
I'm
can
like,
take
just win.
advantage of a nasty plot.
Marco's
or
won
can
enough
take
international
advantage of a
titles.
Calm
He's
Mind
won.
for
He's
much
won all
longer
three of
than
them,
you'd
hasn't
normally
he?
expect.
Yes,
He's won an EUIC, he's won an NAIC, and he's won well, more than one
inspired
NAIC.
a lot of
He's
trainers
won
by Sage Park
LAIC.
qualifying for the World Championships a few weeks ago with triple
Justin Tang's
redirection and those two megas. Now the team's opting for
We'll see Marco Silva win, because then that would be the
instead,
maddest
only the
season
one to
ever.
redirect there. The final round of Swiss is underway. Marco Silva, Justin Tang, two of the top trainers in the world.
I think Marco's won NA. Oh no, he's won OCIC,
And
yeah.
both of them relying on some of the tried and true
That's it.
Pokemon of VGC history to kick things off with two Incineroar in the lead for both of these trainers. Now you did see the order of the Intimidate abilities fire off, which could give us a hint on how these Pokemon are trained. So keep that in mind as we go through the first stages of this turn. I think what's more interesting to me, though, is seeing the Sylveon and the Floette across from each other. As if Justin decides to Mega Evolve the Floette this turn, it'll boost his own Fairy-type attacks, but it could also boost the Fairy-type attacks.
That's for Justin, because I always tell him to run
Sylveon.
Incineroar. And so I need validation.
And
Wow.
one thing that could potentially benefit Justin in this spot is the addition of stat alignments on open team sheets.
His little
Incineroar is a brave nature.
Yeah, like I like both players.
As an option on the team, sometimes you often
Marco's slightly less, but that's only because he was mean to Metapod. And by mean, I just mean he won against him, and that's not okay.
And that's why he fakes out.
It's rude to win against Metapod.
Now Incineroar cannot flinch the Justin Floette here. Gets some very solid dazzling lean damage even without a Calm Mind boost. But Sylveon will gladly
I fight for my
take
friends.
the Fairy Aura boost that activates or benefits all fairy damage on the field.
Yeah, the combination of the Intimidate.
And one day I will face Marco
activation and the
Silva,
stat
and I will
alignments
beat
like
Marco
you
Silva,
called
and I'll
out.
go,
I think
that's for
pretty
Bro
confidently
Metapod, and he'll go,
establishes Justin's
who?
own Incineroar as the faster Pokemon in this position. But
I don't even know who
given
you
how much
are.
damage that Floette
Like
did in
Thanos.
that turn number one, it does
He's
look
decimated
like
a few people I
Justin
know, actually.
has
Exactly, his
momentum
rate of terror
in
must be
that
stopped.
favor as well. Floette's just such a strong Pokemon.
How
And
dare
Marco's
his
gonna
team
have
have
to
such a
find way
nice
to
uniform.
pivot if he wants to get that momentum back.
Charizard will swap in here for Marco, saving his Incineroar for later. Does resist the
I think you
Fairy
get
type,
8-0'd
takes that
actually,
pretty
yeah,
well, but
probably.
Sylveon's down into the red. If Justin follows up with an attack in this
You're right there,
Sylveon,
Rebecca.
really
Rebecca just says
no,
K.
Justin playing it more passive, wanting to get a
All right.
stat drop. And Marco's Charizard already -1 special
They're a
attack
bit weird at
before he
first
even gets the chance
messages.
to Mega Evolve.
But he has to switch
Hey.
into Sinistra here to give some hospitality to that Floette.
That's how my
in
mum
case
used to
the
text.
Sylveon goes for a big attack here.
Yawn from Sylveon. This
Cheeky
is the
yawn.
adjustment.
Get rid of that
Last
Floette.
time you see
Murder it.
Hyper Beam, this yawn, if Floette does not switch out,
Brennan Zeng to win just so I can brag about him, about losing to him less badly than I
So
expected.
again, the Sylveon providing some great pressure.
Yeah, you made him
Marco
work for it,
opting to
right?
Run a more supportive set in this
8-0 is
matchup
foul.
compared to some of the other Sylveon we've seen in the
It's okay,
game.
I'm
This
used to
has
this kind of
been
abuse
that
from
Charizard in
Yoshi.
for free. Now, even though the Sinistra does provide
thought you were rooting for
redirection
Justin.
in its kit with Rage Powder, that's not going to
Just
stop
in
Floette
time.
or as Pokemon switching in from taking a little bit of chip damage. Of course, with the Incineroar at the back of
Are there any
Justin's
women
party,
left
that
in the
can come
tournament?
pretty safely in on a Heat Wave or a Weather Ball, but you do have to worry about that Sinistra now.
I don't know Darway's
And one
pronouns.
thing Marco might have to kind of account for here is who is Justin's fourth Pokemon.
No, Darway's a
Very
woman.
often will you see Delphox and Floette brought
I believe.
to the same game since they're both Mega
Yeah.
Evolutions? So you can probably assume.
I never assume.
Back on the bench.
Just after
Is it King
just after
Gambit
Joe
or
said
is it
assume.
Sneasler. We'll find out later on as Marco will Mega Evolve his -1.
Yeah,
special attack.
Darway's still in it.
Charizard Y with the sun going to be boosting that fire damage anyway, but both for Justin
Darway is a sheer
and
nice.
Marco. Sinistra does not want to take
Darway
it
to win
even-
it then.
even at -1. So Justin forced to protect on this turn as Incineroar swaps in. Will resist that hit, takes that actually very well.
It's crazy there's still
here,
so
and with
many
the
players in.
Switch Berry, gonna recover 25% of its
Like,
HP,
there's still
but
76 tables of players.
There's no fairy or a boost.
Hey, Rocco Beckman got the buy though.
As much as the first one, but it does bring Incineroar down into the red.
Yeah, it is still full powered essentially because it was not targeted by a parting shot.
Try and pop on mouse also, she's chilled. Nice. I didn't know you would chill like that.
Will have the opportunity to go for one attack this turn if it opts for a fake out. But overall, that fake out is almost forced to choose the targeting here is rough, right? Because you want to target the Charizard so it can't go for the spread heat wave and target down the Sinistcha.
Points.
But then you also have to worry about the threat of a quick attack from the Sylveon. So Marco,
I feel like are there many people left in it that need to that actually need to win?
And now no fake out
to get to Worlds.
Who's
not got their Worlds invite that's currently playing?
What is going on in New Orleans? Everybody is landing 30% double protects this entire day. Heatwave.
How many people finished 6-7? Stop this.
Few hit points on the Incineroar and no more fake out from Justin's Incineroar.
But he didn't go for it this turn, and I like that
was a double protect.
Because if your Heat Wave misses there, that could have been a huge opportunity for
another
parting shot on that Incineroar. Get that Charizard special attack even lower, and then all of a sudden maybe Sinistcha could take an attack, or I think more importantly, the Floette would take less damage and could fire back some.
I feel so bad for Amoongus. Amoongus is going to turn up and go, "What do you mean they nerfed Sleep?"
Even up the score. I love the Farigiraf reveal from Marco.
Sleep's still bad, but it's not as bad.
Like you mentioned, that really shuts down the priority moves on Justin's side of the field. But now that the Incineroar is gone, and we,
back in my day, you just never woke up from sleep.
If it's not the Sneasler in the back of the party, the Farigiraf has essentially done its job. I think this is a great opportunity for Marco to start doubling down on the
King Gambit's hungry. I feel it.
With a helping hand.
It's King Gambit in the back. A Pokemon Week 2 fire. Calm Mind from Mega Floette, boosting its special attack and special defense by one stage. No helping hand from Farigiraf either. So King Gambit does
it's trained to live that.
Helping hand was clicked. It would have been enough for the KO. And it's a psychic attack into Dark type Gambit.
Nice.
That could have been a read from Marco that it was going to be the Sneasler in the back, or it could have just been an attempt to get a little bit of extra damage onto that Sinistcha on the case that Heat Wave missed. But now
no
all
sucker
the
punch because
information
Giraffe
is out there. We know all four of Justin's
I
Pokemon.
say,
we know
balls
all
to the
of
wall.
Marco's Pokemon.
Assume the
And
Giraffe
it's time for
switches.
Justin to go to the drawing board to find his outs for this match. The nice thing about the King Gambit for Justin is it does have Protect, so he can buy himself some time, but he has to
Heal
do
up
some
the Floette.
and get some health back real quick.
Then it's just swapping in with its hospitality boost, healing
What do you have to
Floette
lose?
for 25% of its HP. Now Marco clicks the helping hand. Doesn't want to risk a Psychic. Doesn't want to risk
Guess
a
the King
swap.
Gambit.
Instead, we'll boost Charizard's damage. But
this could be big. Not big enough though.
Boost from this Mega Floette
But it wasn't
Charizard,
enough.
bringing it down very, very low. Here's a Heat Wave. Remember, Calm Mind gives a special defense boost as well. So Floette takes that like a champ, and Sinistcha gets knocked out.
King's Hard was -1. I think
was
so.
able to benefit from one last turn of hospitality before
Did it get parting shotted?
down, and that natural speed that it gains with the Mega Evolution really paid off there too, as the sunlight turns are ticking down as well.
Boy.
So Charizard's about to lose that boost to its firepower. If Justin goes for the double protect here, that could mean that Marco could
Justin's
consider pushing it
struggling
out here, but also look at how low of health Justin's Pokemon have. I don't necessarily think he needs the sun to close out this game.
Yeah, any amount of chip.
Like Marco's still got Sylveon and Incin in the back as well.
And Marco does not swap out his Charizard. He still has 4 Pokemon in.
Might get the Charizard though.
Very confident. Floette with the Dazzling Gleam into both.
Nice.
With the boost, even though it's resisted, Charizard gets KO'd.
Identifying that the Farigiraf is blocking Sucker Punch. So as long as the Farigiraf is sticking around, that will ensure that the Charizard, if it was targeted by a Sucker Punch that turn, would still be able to attack. However, it was just taken out by Dazzling. Now it's just going to be the Sylveon and the Farigiraf remaining. Oh, and the Incineroar as well.
I was going to say, Incineroar is one of the 2 Pokemon in the back. Marco has to get rid of this King Gambit before you bring Incineroar in, giving out free Defiant boosts.
Oof.
Exactly, but King Gambit is, again, at such low health.
Yeah,
Sylveon
that
is at low
Sylveon's
health
not
as
living
well.
much.
The speeds really are in Justin's favor at this point in time. Marco, it almost looks like you want to try and set up a helping hand.
I don't think I don't think Sylveon's doing anything this turn. Oh, quick attack! Nice! That is a very nice play. However,
the #1 Pokemon in usage in the format. Sylveon does get knocked out.
Bro. I run quick attack Sylveon, but helping hand is baller.
Let's get a KO for a KO.
Great idea.
Exactly. And again, now with Farigiraf and Incineroar remaining for Marco, all you have to do, you can go for Fake Out this turn. Maybe Floette protects, maybe it doesn't. You do have to worry a little bit about the targeting from the Floette on Justin's side of the field.
I would say protect.
You have to wonder, could two Psychics pick up the KO there?
Moonblast the Incin. Moonblast the Giraffe.
Not going to be able
or
to
not.
attack this turn. And Trick Room, I was thinking if Marco can secure the game since
that fucks it.
From Protect or from Fake Out, Justin will not attack this turn. Now Farigiraf and Incineroar out.
Yeah, Trick Room.
Exactly. So Marco just playing this end game super safe here. And Justin really has to think through his strategy going into game number 2. I like how he tried to bring the Mega Floette. I think that it was the better Pokemon on paper against the team that Marco has, but ultimately it just didn't quite find the alignment that it needed.
The Delphox. Bring the Delphox. Justify my thumbnail, Justin.
It needed too, right? It just needed a little bit more damage to
Come on, bro.
those knockouts.
Do us a favor.
Well, that first turn of the game, Gabby, when he clicked
He did us a favor.
of Calm Mind, I think Justin was potentially worried about a yawn on that turn, and Sinister was not on the field to redirect it away.
Exactly. So going into game number 2, it does make you wonder, okay, another double protect.
Viewers, I promise you, it is not a guaranteed chance to get 2 consecutive
Mate, the
protects.
double
In fact,
protects have
it
been
is a
insane.
30% chance, but Justin has done it twice today. Wolf has done it. Francesco has done it.
I'm just going to double protect all the time. Are we sure it's a 33% chance? I think it's a 50% chance. I've been convinced for years it's a coin flip.
He's going to need 4 consecutive protects, though, to get through Trick Room.
Oh, my Lord, Jade Cargo is stunning.
You
Good
play
Lord.
to your outs, right? You always play to your outs. Unfortunately, there is no triple.
I would have been going crazy if we saw a triple protect here today. That's what's going on.
I want to be the first person to get a quintuple protect on stream.
Of the odds, and against those odds of a double, because of Trick Room, Farigiraf securing the victory for
Nola, more like no god.
From Top Cut.
Well done.
Previous international champion getting one step closer to Top Cut and another shot at the title.
You know, Liam RNG is a myth. Yeah,
really
except when someone
we saw
fucking uses it with me.
Go on the offense there
then it's a guarantee.
Waves, but I think Sylveon's yawn was really the star of the show. We saw it put a lot of pressure on the board just by having it there. We also saw that helping hand quick attack take out the King Gambit. That was
quick
also
attack,
really
more like your Nan's slack. No, you can't do that.
Or a boost, right?
Yeah.
Being on the field to see it, 2 modifiers helping the usually special attack.
I find Marco very intimidating. I'm sure he's lovely.
Different than many of the other, say, Sinister 6 Charizard teams.
I think he could beat me up with a pen.
Tail Room version. You can have Tailwind on Aerodactyl. You can have Trick Room on Farigiraf. It allows you to play in many different conditions in the matchup.
And even just the ability to block priority attacks with Armor Tail.
Ammo, did you hear about the poo carpet?
Ability to have. The threat of being able to switch in to stop Fake Out, the threat of being able to switch in to stop Sucker Punch is something that Justin really has to be mindful
only because of his tweets.
as we go
Very
into this game number
unserious.
2. Now, fortunately for Justin,
no 8% chance to hit. I miss every time.
Is normally very comfortable with, like I was mentioning.
People go, "Why don't you run Draco Meteor?" And I'm like, "This is why miss.
The Sinistcha really
this is why
love to switch around. It's just they couldn't quite find that alignment in game 1. Let's see if they can find it in game number 2.
Hey, if I was using that Incineroar, I'd use Fake Out.
His dream of becoming NAIC champion no longer happening this year. Will go for the same leading game 2, Incineroar and Floette versus Sylveon.
Me protesting against double protect. Oh, you did it.
Number 1, we saw Justin go for the Fake Out.
Nah, you're so right. I keep seeing him in Turin. He has such a menacing vibe. He's just got this natural like glare, hasn't he? Just like
Fake Out into the Sylveon. It was too much hyper voice damage last time around.
Just like, it's okay. I won't speak to you, sir. Love your work, but goddamn.
But there is no boost
love that
on
jump
the field yet from Fairy Aura, which I love here from Justin, making an adaptation to ensure that Marco's own Sylveon is not powered up yet.
That's a great call. You're accidentally boosting the damage that a Pixelate Fairy Feather Sylveon can do with Hyper Voice once you Mega Evolve.
but it will be boosted this turn as Justin is opting to go for the Mega Evolution.
Light of Ruin into Sylveon, trust.
You know, you do want to do more damage yourself, of course.
And now will Justin calm mind this time around, where last time it just went for an attack? No, it's just Moonblast. Justin understands Sylveon is a problem.
Flare Blitz into Sylveon.
30% of its HP.
Yo!
Sylveon never gets to attack this
Goated
game.
play. Goated play.
No more boosted Hyper Voices or Quick Attacks. That Pokemon just goes down, and while Incineroar tries to fire off its own Flare Blitz, without that little extra damage, it's not enough for the KO.
That's
But
the charcoal
it wasn't
boost
enough.
coming in clutch, doing so much damage to Mega Floette.
Man.
That is a incredibly powerful Incineroar. You have to wonder with the Sunlight boost as well.
Oh, yeah.
I know, if that would be a one-hit knockout. So maybe we should file that one in the memory banks for later.
Yeah, that's for a potential Game 3 if we get there. But Marco doesn't want there to be a Game 3. Marco
Brave
wants to
Incineroar,
close the
I
set
use
out
Brave
with his
Incineroar.
Mega
He's
Charizard
awesome.
wide.
Which is a great Pokemon to have on the field to boost the amount of damage this Incineroar is doing for Pokemon that aren't really Incineroar. So hopefully Marco's trying to maybe align
Thanks for that, Gabby.
Incineroar up with something again later. You know, we know that Incineroar likes to pivot in and out and get those parting shots on the field. This could be a good opportunity for Marco to try and go for that. But for now, just going to set up the Sunlight with his own Mega Evolution.
Yeah, so the Drought ability from Mega Charizard Y will boost the damage of all fire
Very
type
good,
attacks
Yoshi.
in the field by 50%, including his own Incineroar that also has a 20% damage boost from the charcoal held item. So it's a lot of damage, even if it is resisted into Justin's Incineroar on the other side. Floette will protect itself from all damage.
Big boy move,
this
big boy
turn.
move.
Incineroar taking about 35-40% from that heat wave. And now Justin
Oh,
with that
Justin.
speedy Incineroar going to parting shot.
What are you bringing in, Justin? Don't be Gambit.
Last game of
Not be
Sinister
Sinister.
Gambit, neither of them want to take a fire attack from Charizard next turn.
It is at -2 now at least, so that will mitigate some of the damage. And of course, Hospitality will also heal up the Floette in the meantime, but that is going to be another Flare Blitz, and at -2 with the Sun, it barely misses the KO.
You dirty bitch.
One hit KO, but it will
That's
crucially
mint.
stick around for one more turn. Incineroar takes Flare Blitz, recoil.
That's filthy.
And not even just for Justin to use Sinister with helpfully with a Rage Pad or something, but it's able to swap out so it can then swap back in for Hospitality.
And that is the value of having Intimidate on these teams that
He really
can
looks so
cycle
good, though.
these Pokemon in and out of the field
It does.
fairly comfortably against a Pokemon as powerful as Charizard.
Go for a double
able to
protect.
see, Sinistcha wouldn't be able to switch out again if it wasn't for those 2 Intimidates that stacked on the opposing Incineroar.
Now Incineroar on Justin's end will swap into that position.
Double
Justin
protect,
really
mate.
understands against these double fire types. Sinistcha's not here to do damage. This is here to show a little bit of Southern hospitality to the rest of the team, healing up Mega
Yo!
a couple of times throughout the game. Fergraf swaps in though and eats a
Citrus
Moonblast,
Pop, baby.
doing just over 50%, which will activate the Citrus Berry so that hopefully another one doesn't
Yeah,
get
Floette
KO.
gone.
And Floette is down. Charizard takes out the other Mega counterpart, and Incineroar eats its Citrus
What's in the
Berry.
back? Gambit?
The Farigiraf
Or
switch in
Sneasler?
here for Marco accomplishes a couple of things. You lose the Intimidates on the Incineroar, so when
I think
it comes
Marco's
back in, it
got
should
this,
be
to
at
be
full
honest.
power. If not, maybe -1, assuming Justin cycles his own Incineroar in and out once more. But I think more importantly, it did take all that damage from that.
That
Floette,
Charizard's
and it
still
will
full
prevent
health.
a fake out on the Charizard this turn. There's nothing really stopping this Charizard for going for another Heat Wave right now.
And after the Citrus Berry and Hospitality, Incineroar is effectively back up to full HP, but you're staring down a Charizard Y on the other side.
Yeah, losing
that
Floette can't feel
one-hit
good, right?
knockout Sinister. Justin protecting his Sinister as Marco protects Charizard, and Farigiraf protecting as well.
No knockoff,
nothing
Yoshi.
happening on
No
this
es
turn.
posible.
Nothing happening except Marco scouting out the protect on the Sinistcha, wants to make sure that Justin either has to take the attack or switch it out and, you know, have that thing take the attack.
Or go for his
Ooh-wee.
third double protect
Go
of
for
the
his
set.
third double protect of the set. It's not going to be pretty, Justin.
Yeah, very tough
Oh.
spot, especially if King Gambit is the final Pokemon in the back.
Farigiraf didn't use
Farigiraf
Citrus
will
Berry
be
knockoff would be
preserved
nice.
Later. Incineroar might as well swap
Don't
in
matter,
now
yeah.
while there is no King Gambit on the field, so you're not giving any Defiant boost. And Justin did go for
Went for
his
the double
third
protect.
double protect.
There's the
and it
Heat Wave.
finally
Sinister, bye-bye.
failed. It's only a 30% chance to happen once. very, very low for it to happen 3 times in 2 games. Sinister knocked out.
Incineroar, though, still sitting pretty healthily on the field, will be able to land a parting shot against the Charizard, so these heat waves will be a little bit less effective, and also the sun turns are starting to wind down as well, so there is going to be a limit to this Charizard's power. The big question, though, is has the damage been enough to fully slow down Justin?
It's not supposed to be hard to see
that perspective. It's just your family being that King Gambit. And we do know that the Incineroar is essentially stuck on the field right now, unless you do want to give that King Gambit a Defiant boost.
And King Gambit might be peckish in title, but Marco is hungry for Top Cut with 2 fire types on the field that can hit it super effectively in the sun. King Gambit's in trouble.
Big styly.
So you could opt to switch in your Choreograph this turn.
My first shiny did that. Oh, well done.
And that's exactly what Marco does, but smartly, it's the Charizard that switches out. So again, Incineroar on the field, no Defiant boost, and is going to be able to attack.
Oh yeah, resisted hit. No charcoal for Justin's Incineroar to boost his fire damage.
I'm talking to Miguel. I know that's why I said it, but I'm trying to talk to them, see my perspective. You think I've been doing it well with that? Right.
1-hit KO. Justin, only 1 Pokemon remaining.
Oh, Justin, man.
That King Gambit really tried to take that hit, but Justin has opted to run the Black Glasses Sword Stance variant. No Aka Berry, no Focus Sash here. It was going to go down, and now with only the Incineroar left on his side of the field, this Incineroar does have some options here. It's running Throat Chop and Flare Blitz, so Flare Blitz will have its damage boosted by the sun. Of course, Throat Chop will be super effective against the opposing Choreograph, but in a 2v1 2v1 here, I do think the damage favors Marco. You do have to be a little bit careful about heat wave misses, probably want to rely a little bit heavier on the Weather Ball as a result. So you just have to hope that your Helping Hand Weather Ball will be enough to seal it.
Choreograph lends a helping hand to Mega Charizard Y with
surely.
a Weather Ball in the sun into Justin's Incineroar, and Marco Silva's dream will continue here at NAIC.
Submarine run of the century.
Congratulations
Under the radar.
to Marco. That was a fantastic showcase of just how you can use a Pokemon like Incineroar.
What do you mean 1, 2
in
to 11?
very
I know,
unique
right?
way. Like you were saying, it was almost like the Torkoal and the Charizard combination, but just a little bit differently with that Incineroar holding the Torkoal and charcoal, excuse me. And you saw just how big of a difference it made. But, you know, Justin made some great adaptations in this match as well. You know, immediately getting rid of that Sylveon so it couldn't take advantage of the Fairy Aura
Unbelievable
boost that the Mega Floette provided. But unfortunately, Marco's firepower
How's the rest of the card looking?
And Justin was never in a position to play.
Wolf Glick won. What a surprise. Wolf is 12-1.
Either of these games. That's really when you can
start. Ko won though. Ko's 12-1.
Hospitality recovery, and you can be a threat at +2. That's when you can get a 1.
What, Marty? How you diddly doing?
As an option.
Oh, look, I got booted.
Helped, but then it's really tough into both a Choreograph and that super strong Incineroar.
Exactly. Like, I really love how this team has a very strong physical and very strong special attacker, especially with that fire typing. You know, one thing that I think likes to shut these Charizard teams down would be something like the Mega Scovillain, you know, with the ability to burn those physical attackers. But when you're already a fire type,
my mother says none of it will change because I don't change my perspective. And she's saying that I've been wanting to do that more because yesterday was a catalyst of all that.
You know, Regulation MA.
Moving out won't change anything until I change because of my perspective.
Yeah, I think a lot of times
is that your family are awful people and they are.
As a Scovillain counter, like you're talking about, a fire type immune to being burned that can actually punish Scovillain. But charcoal boosted Incineroar Flare Blitz in the sun is going to be threatening that too. So I'm sure Marco is running to his fair share of Scovillains, and he's going to have a tough road ahead of him in top 16.
Wish they gave us the new Mega Lucario and Champions already. I want to try it out, right?
Have made it through. You know, we're finally starting
it's
to
weird
see
they
these
put
unique
Lucario and Champions and then went, but let's not put the new one in.
Yes, the teams look the same in terms of the 6 Pokemon, but they all have their unique quirks. They all
kill
have their
the hair across, kill the hair across.
Top positions here at the tournament.
Yeah, he's going to kill you, bro.
I can't wait to see what the usage is going to look like, what the health items are, what the moves are. It's so exciting.
Yeah, and from our winning
the hell is going on?
Earlier of the notable match,
what is this hair across doing? Winning. Oh, okay, yeah.
Fighting for that title to join now Marco and Wolf in Top Cut.
There's only 3 of us in here. That's how bad the ladder is at this point.
Their belt, or it could be
fucking Heatran. It is.
Also, Gabby, that's also exciting.
No, and I know one of our feature matches was featuring a Surluage versus Snorlax for the win and in. I mean, that's not a matchup I was prepped for coming into the weekend.
Yeah, I gotta win.
That's super exciting.
Yeah, that would be pretty. That'd be actually pretty sick.
These bots. What is this? Oh, I got another kill.
Charizard counter, you would expect. You're like, hey, flash fire, and all you have are fire and grass.
Where are my opponents?
To me. Oh wait, King Gambit 70% usage.
Oh, that's a Mewtwo. 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 That's a Mewtwo.
This weekend is that the best way to counter Charizard is actually fire type Pokemon.
Uh-oh.
It's kind of
yeah,
it's counter.
I'm gonna say she's treating me like this because of the way she's raised, and that treats men and women. She treats men and women differently. What the fuck are they on about?
Fire, especially with charcoal.
It sounds like she's making fair excuses, bro.
VGC at its core sometimes, Gabby, is about damage multiplication.
Exactly.
You have helping hand, you have drought, you have charcoal. These are things
got a kill.
that many times players will opt when they're calculating their defenses of I'm going to be able to take this much from Flare Blitz or this much from Heat Wave. The charcoal or
get another kill
can really throw off those calculations.
Is that a Mewtwo?
Exactly. And what's really unique to me, fascinating even, is the fact that when Pokemon Champions first came out, I think a lot of people looked at the limited item pool and just didn't necessarily see the opportunity for creativity because a lot of the tools that people were used to weren't put in originally, so that newer players had the opportunity to learn how these items work, to learn what things
nice
did.
four.
But to see this innovation so late on in this format with charcoal on Incineroar just goes to show that you can still think outside of the box when building these teams. And I would love to finally talk to Marco about how he came up with this team as he is ready on the stage for an interview.
I got 5. Bro, I might actually win.
Marco Silva, who has now secured a spot here in top cut of NAIC.
Uh-oh.
You're in top cut. How does it feel?
It feels amazing. I didn't really expect it at all. I knew the team was good, but
Marco Silva didn't expect to do this well. Come on, mate. Pull the other one.
I won 2. I didn't really believe that I could make it all the way to top cut, but I'm glad that I was able to.
Yeah, starting 1-2 at a tournament as stacked as
no, I need to win this. Come on, let me win it.
What do you think?
No, not 5 seconds. Joint first. Joint first isn't as good as first.
I think it's more because of the practice I have with the team. I've basically been playing this team since basically the game came out. When the game came out, I used it in the first. I used another version, but basically 5 of the 6 months were the same, and the team worked in a pretty much the same way. I only had Aegislash instead of Aerodactyl in the first global challenge in the Pokemon Champions, and I got 7th in that one. And then at the end of the first season in ranked battles, I used Aerodactyl and I got 5th.
There we go.
So basically, I've been using the same team for the whole season. Actually, last week that I decided to use the Gengar team was to actually not spoiler this one. Even if I use it online,
let's go.
I felt like that if I was gonna do really well at Turin, people were gonna prep for it, and I felt like
this
was a team that was gonna give me the best chances to do really well. So at first I was like, oh yeah, save the team, but I went 1-2, but then I was able to clutch it.
You're in a shit situation. I get it.
This team for the event.
Yeah, absolutely.
I just wish there was more we could do to help,
fun, which is the fact, in fact, the reason why I brought it to Turin, but this is definitely the team that I like the most.
And I mean, now you're in top cut. I know you've had an opportunity to scope out the competition. I know it's a rough start. I know you didn't expect to get here, but how do you feel going into this next part of the competition now?
Where's my big boy?
I mean, I'm just happy. I was just happy to have made it after starting 1-2.
What places do we have
I will try to play the best as I can every match.
Nope.
I mean, I definitely want to make sure you
change
get
the
prepped
day
up
over,
before
don't
I
I?
let you go. Any final shoutouts?
Yeah, I want to shout out Sempra for helping me test with the team. He was supposed to come here and play, but unfortunately he got some issues with the layover. There was a storm, his flight got cancelled. I'm sure they would also make top cut, so shout out to him that he helped me out.
Something I always value in my life. Life is so shit. I mean, you have things that you enjoy, don't you?
Shout out to all the Italians that supported me for the whole for the whole event, and shout out to my team, Sports.
Marco, congratulations once again. Thank you so much for chatting.
This is very nice
for us,
pizza.
we got to break that one down a little bit more. Send it over to Scott's Thoughts.
I think I'm chilling stream all day, but here I am. Seems like the only time I have for streams is when hubby's gone for a week. Oh, bless.
Kind of Marco's team choice last weekend compared to this one. Kind of a strange situation to be in as a competitor.
Surely you're missing hubby though, right?
To win the regional championships when you've got a bigger event coming up like this one. So it does sound like it was kind of what we figured. Where hey, saving the best team for the most important tournament. But I guess when you're Marco, you can bring your
Flamigo.
team
I need
and
Flamigo.
win regional championships.
Flamigo.
Incredible performance by him. And incredible job by him to get here too.
Fly to
seeing his first few rounds where, obviously we were pretty surprised to see Marco down at 1 and 2. They're looking at his opponents like, oh man, like this looks like he played 3 rounds of top cut to start the tournament. Like, did I get the wrong script? Is the bracket rigged against him? But you're good that he was able to pull it back. And unfortunate for Justin, he wasn't able to move on to top cut in that match. But wow, what an incredible winning in match we got between these 2 excellent players.
I think this mod will turn to religion, something to look forward to no matter what.
We've seen
I guess,
a bit of this before. Nothing too crazy on either side of the field. We've seen the Justin's team a few times
I've
from a
ever
number of
felt I
different
needed.
players. Very powerful, but something that players were really prepared for going in this tournament. It's weird to talk about Marco's team like something a little bit different.
If you can't, if you're not able to convince yourself that life is good and will get better, or that life is worth living, then I don't know how you're going to convince yourself to believe in a god that you didn't previously believe in,
Looking at their matchup into the Burgraff version of this team a little bit more, where Burgraff, I think, has felt like
Pokemon undetected cannot do. Pick up sparkling items can do.
Hide this, that being his choice a little bit longer.
And destroy floating Pokeballs.
It's not like it's crazy or anything, but
rough out here all by myself. I don't miss living alone at all.
That last slot for Sylvia,
but he's back home tomorrow finally. Oh, I'm enjoying being here. I'm glad you're enjoying being here. That's wholesome. Oh, we got spotted.
This time the Burgraff opting not to go for the roar.
One kill the Skarmory. Kill the Skarmory. Kill the fucking Skarmory. Oh boy, they're all after me now.
Other side of the field, we've seen this before, right?
There we go. Do some kills.
Common teams really well.
The good thing is we don't have to catch them.
I think to me these 2 players are why I'm always a
unless
little
it's undetected.
snarky when I see players playing teams that we see a lot of.
That's reassuring.
If you don't think you're better at these teams that these players are, you're probably not going to win the tournament, right? These are the guys you've got to outplay.
Where's my Swampert?
And
hello.
You see why they got to this.
You want to help out, bro?
Playing the way that they have.
Thank you.
Jumping into the first turn of the game, we get a pretty interesting matchup here. A lot of different ways that the fake outs can play out.
Maybe get Holucha out for this. Yeah, he could do it. Oh, fucking Jesus, wet. Oh,
one of the neat elements of the open stat alignments on the team sheet.
And they all spot me because they're like fucking eagle-eyed birds, eagles. Where people have, what? I don't think I've become religious, but is that how bad things get? Where people have turned to religion? Well, people who are religious have their own reasons. They might not turn to religion because their life is bad. They might turn to religion because it's all they've known. Oh my god.
I don't think it mattered too much this time, but
you know what I mean? I think it's a bit of a blanket statement to go, people's lives are bad, so they turn to religion. For some people, it's a comfort they've always had in their life.
I see some common players for this match on the battlefield, but Sinisha having to switch out, doing that rotation, and not switching out for another fake-out Pokemon. Instead bringing the King Gambit in here.
No, Holucha, you meant to get that.
I think it's important to keep this flood in mind as we look at the rest of the turns.
I don't know, I can't say things have ever been that bad I've turned to religion, but for me, I don't know how I'd be able to live life without my faith. Yeah, there you go.
It's not as important perhaps as it was for some of this indies on Indianapolis.
Like for some people, religion is very, very helpful.
Really great secondary attacker, but the Incineroar on this team,
like I'll never get it, but that's fine,
right?
you
So
know.
really are reliant on Bullet in particular. The Calm Mind gets traded for pretty significantly there, where it's not like an awful situation or anything, but it does take some pretty important damage.
Catch that one,
then,
catch it.
I think as we see things play out, I think
Damn
what is more important is
that
King Gambit getting chunked so hard coming in. Like that just guarantees that Bullet's not really going to get any help offensively in this game. And then the other side of the field, you still have to worry about the Incineroar in the back, which
didn't get it undetected though, Liam.
I think if you look at these teams, I think both of them are trained the way that you kind of expect.
Mate, these are all really clever birds. They all know how to find me.
Version of the team kind of doing Arms Day a little bit more, a little bit stronger, where that's all legs.
No, they all get alerted all at once.
Justin's version of the team, where you're kind of just going fast, cycling, supportive moves, not trying to do so much damage.
Bollocks!
But you see a lot of damage. You're going to see it right here. The helping hand going to help the Charizard out eventually here. Going to take a Moonblast and.
I just like it. Sports system is nice too. Yeah, there you go. Ooh, we've done a hyperspace survey. That's good because we need to look for other stuff.
Amount of damage. Nearly knocked out the Sinistra. Do some pretty critical damage to be
no,
as well.
Don't spot me. Don't spot me.
The damage from the hospitality.
Nice. We did it. We did it. We did it. Right. Where's the golden ball?
One mega team rather than 2 mega
Where's
teams.
the golden ball?
I
get that one.
Wins against Floette, right? Not always. Certainly, there's ways you can get around it.
My grandma hasn't been yelling. My sister has though.
I think most players consider
my sister's young. She's not going to be like the most clued up on how to resolve situations in a sensible way, necessarily. The negative positives is one of the best skills to have. It's not easy, but it manifesting. It's crazy how much it can help. Oh yeah, for sure.
I think a little bit later we see a pretty cool way for the
For sure.
Finally, the final knockout to get picked up here, where you see the helping hand once again making a big
I mean, she's
play.
21. Yeah, so she's young.
Sylveon using the Fairy Aurea.
Did I fucking stutter?
Against it to pick up the King Gambit later on. Hung around in the field for a long time at low HP there, but was able to get picked off. Dazzling Gleam in the other direction.
We go.
Going to do some meaningful damage, but critically just sets up the play. Later on,
still under
Incineroar
attack,
in,
bro. Oh, there's the big boy.
Out, set the Trick Room up, and again, unlike the Incineroar on the opposite side of the field, the Incineroar that Marco's using threatening some pretty serious damage.
Nice.
With different training.
Now we can leave.
End game for Marco. And then looking at the second game, we get the same leads, we see something play out a little bit differently, right? I think on Marco's end, you're like, okay, well, I got away with it this time, but surely he's not going to let me take that sort of fake out play on the opposing Incineroar again. So both sides just going to trade fake outs into their fairy type partners. But I think an important thing to keep in mind is these Pokemon are not equally important for both trainers. Again, Sylveon was the MVP of game 1, but this is not a team built around Sylveon. It's a balanced team where all these Pokemon contribute, and Charizard really is the main player, although maybe doesn't have the same importance as some other Mega Evolved Pokemon do to their team. On the other hand, this is a very Floette and very Mega Evolved Pokemon based team comp, right? Whichever of Floette and Delphox you select, they're very important to the success of the team.
28.
And even though this trade is going to be positive from a percentage of HP, where it's going to be all of Sylveon's HP for a majority of Floettes, that's not that bad of a trade for Marco, right? Because once you get the Floette down later in the game, you're very likely to win the game.
We've done Flamigo. We've also done Igglybuff. You've not been ticking these off for a while,
right? You get a free switch.
Done
It's not such an integral
Igglybuff.
Pokemon. You get to keep the pressure on to the opposing Mega Evolved Pokemon.
Yeah, we're getting into the
you'd always
rarer
prefer
ones
not to
now.
give up Pokemon, but you don't need to win 4-0, right? You need to set up a
We
scenario in
got
which you have the advantage at the end of the game.
Nothing. We do need to keep an eye out for Survivor popping up.
The damage goes down to Floette, so yeah, I mean, the majority of its health, incredible Flare Blast actually.
Let's go find out a special scan.
A little bit later on, we can see the impact of that, right? Well, Charizard gets out the field. This time it got to go out fully healthy, and the pressure is on now. Well, where the Floette is able to do a little bit of get a little bit of healing from Sinistcha, but it's just not enough, right? And with two Fire-type Pokemon under Drought attacking the other side of the field, even though Sinistcha is able to survive this, guarantees it's going to be easy for Charizard to pick up these.
I don't want people to keep paying for things in my life because they can hold that against me. I'll be able to support myself.
Miss any Fire-type attacks. And it's just too much pressure from this point in the game. Really well set up from Marco. Eventually, the Floette's going to go down here because you wind up in a spot where, okay, it protected the previous turn. I don't have Fake Out because I had to use Hospitality. There just isn't enough HP left. The Incineroar shredding the, Fake Out's, it's a bigger deal than it would be on the other side of the field, but it just kind of checkmate here, right? Where you get Farigiraf out kind of for free, where
fucking battles
taking Moonblast damage so that a more valuable Pokemon doesn't have to, but it doesn't matter that much, right? What really matters here is Charizard's going to get this attack in, going to pick up the enemy Floette, and when you get back into a situation where, okay, the only Pokemon I really have to worry about is the King Gambit on the other side beating me, and I've got two Fire-type Pokemon, both of which are fairly healthy because Incineroar was able to use Farigiraf as a extra bit of HP there, and Sinistcha's going to come in, not really do anything.
There's a little bit predatory,
serious substance there because the healing on Incineroar doesn't matter too much, and it's just easy from here. King Gambit eventually going to come back in there, but certainly it's the power of two Fire-type Pokemon on the other side of the field. Just not going to be able to
I think it's less that and more of a parental kind of or guardian figure of, well, I've paid for this for you, so you should be grateful. You should be act more grateful around me.
In most formats over the years, but Charcoal has really picked up use, and you see why here. King Gambit is just so important. Akabera, we see it a little bit, but it's certainly not the most common item in the format.
You shouldn't talk back to me when I'm wrong because I do this for you.
Knockout is a huge deal.
Scummy is what it is.
Really impressive match by Marco there, and that really impressive run where he had to win, was it 12 or 13 straight rounds in order to get to the top cut. It's going to be really exciting to see him there soon.
Right,
but
let's
for
go
now,
kill some random trainers.
A quick break, and we'll see you soon.
With Mega Swampy Boy. You should be grateful for the basic things a parent's meant to do, right?
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with two incredible members of our Pokemon community, Alchemy Sunday and
Big Boy, I haven't seen you in years. Look at him.
Known for your Pokemon collection. So starting with you, Alchemy.
Look at the big earthquake murder boy.
So I am part Japanese, and when I was a child, my grandmother gave me a Game Boy and was like, "You like this now?" And I was like, "Actually, I do." And now, like 30 years later, I'm here. So,
yeah, works out. How about you, Nate?
I was into 4th grade, and it was Pokemania. It was
nice.
everywhere.
He gave me a
Everybody
fast
was talking
ball.
about Pokemon, and I was
5
like,
of them.
I got to be a part of this, right? Everybody seems so happy, and I got my copy of Pokemon Red, and that's where it all started for me.
I need to beat 7
Fair
trainers,
enough.
which
I
is
was
good.
also a Pokemon Red gamer back in the day. All right, so you both have a favorite Pokemon, I assume. What is that Pokemon, and tell me about your collection for that Pokemon.
So, I think my answer's pretty obvious. My
That did not
favorite
work.
Pokemon is Alchemy. I collect absolutely anything.
She
that
said
has
it was
Alchemy on
obvious.
it, even if it's like
Nothing about her is giving alchemy, is it?
or like I like anything that has Alchemy on it. So yeah, absolutely.
I need to get away somehow. Homeless shelters are not the way to go. Why are they not the way to go?
Well,
How'd you know?
Sunday and I are very much alike. We definitely support each other's collections when new things release, but my favorite Pokemon is Psyduck, the best Pokemon ever. Yeah,
Cool.
there's a little impression for you. But anything that has Psyduck on it. Anything and everything. He's lovable. He has a headache all the
Mashana,
time.
that's my
He's
dad.
just a little guy.
It's not my dad.
He needs help.
He really does.
Those
He
places
needs
do
maybe
not
some
look
headache
good.
medicine,
What, in
too.
your current situation looks great?
And I know that Pokemon has come out with some really unique merchandise for some of their Pokemon. So what's the most unique item in your collections?
Oh goodness.
Ooh.
Probably like the Sizzlypede chair. It's very cool. That's the one thing that everyone's like, I need to have the Sizzlypede chair. Yeah.
All right, how about you?
I'm very sentimental, so my favorite item, and I keep it like in the background of my videos all the time.
Rouge.
It's my original Game Boy with my original copy of Pokemon Red. Original save file is still on it because like that is where everything started for me. So if I didn't have that one piece, nothing else would come after it. So
One
that
piece.
like is my most sentimental piece.
And the perfect thing to revisit too, now that it's Pokemon's 30th anniversary.
Oh yeah, 30th anniversary, like all things Pokemon this year, and so this is definitely a
Another
year
Mr.
to, like,
Ride?
reflect on what got you into Pokemon, what makes you love Pokemon, and I think a lot of
just
us
want a
would
better way
agree
to get
that
out
it's
the
the
shelter
community
immediate fix.
that like keeps bringing us back, the friends that we've made along the way, the memories that we've made along the way, and we're on the road.
Gallade
to,
Gallade
Pokemon
hates
World
taking
right now, so
Brave Bird.
This is fantastic. I'm so excited for it.
All right, and do you have
Nice.
one thing that you're looking forward to this weekend
You'll
here at
love
the
it.
North America International Championships?
I can't wait to see the finals. They are like, that is what I look forward to every year. It's so exciting.
There we
I
go.
cannot wait.
How about you?
That don't look
yes,
well.
finals
What
are
don't look
always
well?
great. Pokemon Unite crowd is always like super
Lucha, what you doing,
loud,
bro?
so I love watching the Unite finals. But you know, I'm looking forward to trading as well. I brought my trade binder with
See
me.
what's better than the Unite
and
finals?
Over there is some
Pokken
Pukumuku
finals.
chucking, so I'm ready to chuck some Pukumukus.
All right, well,
Making
I don't want
worse
to keep you
than
from
that,
all the
ever.
action. So, Alchemy Sunday,
Oh,
do you
yeah?
have any shout-outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
Hi, Marcus. I hope that everyone is having a great weekend, and I hope
Or is
that
it just a
y'all
really
enjoy
zoomed in picture of my
NIC.
scrotum?
All right, how about you?
Obviously, a shout out to
That's
my
a pretty bad
beautiful wife
thumbnail, then.
Marie, who's behind the camera over there, but also to my lovely mom and dad because they have supported
What's
me.
it like having a lovely mom?
Of just loving Pokemon and encouraging me to be myself.
Cosmically funny
and,
how I'm the family member that doesn't like
do
talking
what
to
you
my
wanna
family.
do and love what you want to love.
Is
So,
it cosmically
shout out to
funny?
Real breaking mom and real breaking dad.
All right, well, thank you both so much for your time. I really appreciate it. Good luck with your Pukumuku chucking. Good luck
Yo, is that a
with,
fucking
I'm assuming
Starmie?
battling
Nice.
him in Pukumuku chucking.
And I will be winning.
Murder it.
I will be winning.
Let's do it.
It's been murdered.
We'll be back after this.
Leave. Oh, look at young Marco
The
Silva.
first Pokemon game that I played was Black and White for the Nintendo DS. My favorite Pokemon has been changing a lot. I feel like it's probably Mimikyu, but I actually really been liking Serperior. Mimikyu has been my favorite
more
Pokemon for a
Harbenberry,
little
baby.
bit because when I first started
One more
playing
trainer to
competitive
go.
in 2017, it
and
was
then
one of the strongest Pokemon.
we
and I
have
was putting
enjoyed
all my
our
teams.
killing
While
of
Serperior
trainers.
was simply the starter evolved from my first Pokemon game. I think the farthest I ever traveled to get a Pokemon
Where are
event was probably Australia. For the Oceania
trying to
International
talk,
Championship in 2020, since from Italy.
You have a goal, and you need to figure out that goal, a better job, a carrier. I'm trying to talk to them, but it's not working even how I approach it. Yeah, because they're really ignorant people. They're not willing to listen to you, bro.
Results that my friends are getting. Like, for example, Luca
Indeedy.
that was able to win the World Championship this year, and also Federico Camporesi.
I want to get a career doing what Liam's doing. Struggling for money and begging on the internet. I wouldn't recommend it, bro.
I was able to play Eduardo Cunha and defeat him since it was one of my first international. And
Like, I can't pay my rent this month, bro.
usually
You
don't
call that a
eat
career?
Any type of food like during the event, I simply go like without eating anything, and then
Oh shit,
after
I've
I'm
done my
done,
tasks.
I go
Where's
out
the
with all my friends
ball?
to eat dinner.
There's the ball.
Snack is probably a bag of chips, simply because I feel like candy are probably not too healthy, while fruit I just don't really like it unless it's something really specific. My favorite city that ever hosted a Pokemon event was probably, I think, Melbourne of OCAC, but also the genre that I usually listen the most is probably hip-hop, but lately I've been also listening a lot to J-pop, so Japanese songs.
Here we go. Tasty. Okay, they're probably ready for another round. Marco listens to J-pop. Well, I mean, he is a human.
Welcome back, everybody, to
I don't get why people are shocked.
Pokemon North America International Championships for 2026. Our first international championship.
They're ready to do another round, but I need to go get some.
And we are
dessert,
just about ready to get closer to who that champion will be as we prepare for our single elimination top cut bracket. I'm Rosemary, joined by Len and Scott, and I think we all need to. I need to move this way, and there we go. Now we've got the proper framing. But how has it been? Scott, you've been able to watch all of the action. What's been a standout match for you so far?
I mean, I think I've been impressed, especially the last few rounds, of the positional play we saw. I mean, we've seen Wolf has been on here a bunch of times, and both him and it seems like everyone who's against, it's been like such a world caliber match. I guess it's like we've seen some of the same matchups so many times where it's like kind of like the rock paper scissors between the setup teams and the Charizard teams, and then the Lycanroc team that for some reason we keep seeing. And I think it's been a lot of fun. But I like when the players have to improvise a little bit more. So I think probably today more so than tomorrow people have aligned into Wolf's team, but it's kind of interesting to see what everyone's solution is since that one's not quite as tested as the other matchups.
As we've seen some of our matches on stream be win and ends, we do have a handful of players that have already punched their ticket into that single elimination top cut bracket. We've got Code Tsukide, Wolf Glick, and of course Marco Silva from that last round on stream, but we've got one more to show you. So let's go ahead and watch one of the featured matches that we have, a replay of that, and see what has happened between Samuel Pereira and Shoma Honami, another star Japanese player coming to NAIC.
Shoma, another player kind of on a submarine run. We saw his winning in just to make it to phase 2 yesterday as one of the feature matches, and now again the winning in all the way to get into top cut.
I mean, I guess that's maybe a thing for some of these Japanese players too, where it's so difficult to get through the circuit, and kind of no matter what on the domestic tournaments, they wind up needing to make these crazy runs. So maybe the nerves have been practiced a little bit.
I think this one though, I think Shoma already qualified, so I feel like he's just kind of looking for some additional play time, and so we're gonna have to see a mirror between the Charizard, Floette, Whimsicott stuff.
I wonder if it's like a Landborn Asia
They're stringing my
situation
string.
It's like, ooh, do you really want to play this mirror against a really practiced Japanese player? Because this seems like exactly
it's a
what you
feature
don't
match.
want.
That's exactly what we saw Shoma do for his winning in phase 2 was play this mirror.
Round 13
I think of all the players in the world, Shoma is probably the one I
all right,
want
Katie,
to play.
how you doing?
Mirror of the 6 most popular Pokemon in the format that everyone is using.
So how's round 14
what
looking?
If the shiny Basket Legion makes a difference?
Wolf Glick got a bye. That's funny. Wolf Glick, Ko, Tsukide, and Darway all got the buys.
Get it or farmed by Whimsicott.
They're all going straight to because they're. Oh mate, Darway's. Wolf is 13-1, Ko's 13-1, and Darway's 12-2.
That's what the Floette is also.
So they're all going straight to top cut.
Akaberry though,
Damn.
help to save this game Gambit. That poor Whimsicott. We have seen this kind of interesting
Oh god,
trend,
there's
right?
only.
Focus Sash or Fairy Feather.
That's crazy. Yeah, there are 5 tables competing right now, so it's going to be a top 8.
I think the Fairy Feather, to some extent, was an answer for Garchomp's getting bulkier. You needed the extra damage.
So we've got Chris Large, he's a big lad, versus Shoma Honami, Adrian Hurley versus Marco Silva, Dylan Matthews versus Francisco Piopero, Eric Rios versus Dan Check, and Marcus Dion versus Federico Camporesi. And they're all basically, whoever loses those matches, guns out. No more.
The Focus Sash version of Whimsicott tends to be stronger.
No more.
Means we're gonna out here. You get your Whimsicott one more chance to be on the field and do something. So I'm seeing the tailwinds on both sides, but Team Gambit, it was a sucker punch. Gambit 2 is kind of one of those other Pokemon that I feel like
I know who won this match.
We're not gonna do anything else in this game, but I feel like sometimes we see it either with the Sword Stance Black Glasses set, or you've got 4 moves and one of those super effective damage berries like the Akka on that one.
Yeah, Akka lets it get hit on in at all, but it's still just not much value. Sucker Punch and a Charizard, so Shoma very far behind already here.
Yeah, I mean,
that banana had my name on.
I remember watching this mirror a bunch of times at PJCS, and like, it seemed like there was a lot of.
Hello, Ruby. Hello, birthday girl.
The player side, like, they like leading Garchomp a lot, and they like leading Whimsicott a lot. And like maybe that matchup works a little bit better if that's what you get. Where
6 years old.
Samuel's playing this a little bit differently, and maybe just kind of like the vibes are a little off for Shoma. He's used to opponents who think about this matchup in a different way than the Western players.
Can just mash Heat Wave and see how much damage you can get.
Yeah, which
your hair's in the way.
Spread damage is pretty
Titties. Hell yeah.
Especially when you have two Fire Leaf Pokemon on the other side.
Making it easier, get some more of that multiplication going.
Weavile's in top cut. Who's running Weavile? What the fuck?
Well,
good. Amy's coming up to my place. Hey.
And there's your Garchomp.
Hydrate or Dihydrate.
No, it's on the other side.
Oh, you wanted a Garchomp over here?
Yeah.
On
Chris Large is running Weavile. I want him to win the whole thing.
I think either way.
This poor Garchomp looks a little sun-faded.
I'm gonna get along with my grandma, but she's still caring for her son for my father. I'm trying not to judge with bias, but it's so difficult.
Do you think Shoma has had to play?
Your dad's abusive. Judge with bias.
Another Charizard, why?
I can't believe you're like, I try not to judge with bias. I try not to judge people who support abusers. No, we should try. We should try to not support people who support abusers. But she's paying my bills, so she's also a dickhead.
The same amount of percentage of King Gambit in phase 2.
I think it's
the reason people get away with abuse is because we excuse abuse so much as a fucking society. The reason abusers get away with everything is because we make excuses for the people who abuse us.
I gotta imagine he's played this mirror a lot.
He's running Weavile, Sneasler, Mega Blastoise,
So
Mega God of War. Yo.
You look out for when you're playing a mirror like this. So what do you
I'm assuming
feel
there's a
like you
Farigiraf
do
on
to
there,
find
right?
An edge? Is it the movesets that you have, or is it the Pokemon choice?
Inny Cinny.
I think to me a big one is the Elite Pokemon matchup, right? Where I think this is not like a matchup where the Pokemon pivot super well. I kind of see what happens when Pokemon like Whimsicott and King Gambit are taking a bunch of damage, and it's tough to reposition.
Did the Floette just not Mega Evolve and click Moonblast?
Yeah, he does not care about this aura. It's like, hey, you know, my aura, not sharing that with you, not our aura.
I think that's valid. Maybe, okay, because think about it, right? If you don't Mega Evolve, you don't give over the Fairy Aura, maybe that's actually not a one-hit knockout into your Garchomp.
Oh, okay. I would believe that. Yeah, you have the Fairy Aura off the field to keep Whimsicott from killing Garchomp so that you can actually land your Rock Slide. The Charizards, you are kind of pinned into keeping ordinary Floette on the board here, which means you really need that Rock Slide to KO because otherwise Charizard's going to have a time. But only for one turn do we get that play.
Now it's time to go the off. Although, it makes sense. Again, the thing is that
Shoma's in trouble.
Played a mirror too much. It's like, yes.
Says, I wrong all of my kids. I wasn't there for you physically when you're being abused by your father, but you still love me and talk to me. So why can't you give that same leeway to your grandmother?
It's not like with the weather where you might want to wait for a second so you don't
because your mum isn't making your mum isn't making excuses for your dad's abuse, is she? And if she is, then give her the same treatment you give the grandmother, which is tell her to go fuck herself. Yeah, that's manipulative. You're being gaslit, bro, so much.
That's true.
We've seen some crazy Rock Slide, flinch, protect RNG moments so far. That's tempting fate right there.
She's not making excuses for my father.
But then, right? Like, that's what you encore the Rock Slide for. I think we've already revealed Garchomp early on, so that one also doesn't mind the Rock Slide, but does certainly mind what Floette.
You get to weaponize someone's grace.
You have got like a nice choice of attacks.
I love this little web of abuse, you know.
Even if that is what's in the
your grandma makes excuses for your father, and then because your grandma makes excuses for your father, your mum makes excuses for your grandma.
Sucker punch your way through this one, so you do need to not flinch.
I told them we're being gaslit, and they're saying, "How are you getting gaslit?" Oh my god, it's like fucking. That's the first thing someone that gaslights says.
And like you called out, Scott,
YouTube is dead. There is nothing to watch, so I'm watching you. I'm glad I'm the only option to watch when you're bored. Like, you wouldn't just watch me normally. Damn. Alright, video game lover, what's happening?
The good news, it does know Iron Head.
Okay.
The bad news, I did not look up the result of the match, so no spoilers. Who knows if it succeeds or fails?
Well, that makes it more exciting,
like,
doesn't
it's
it?
the gaslighter's fucking 101 rulebook there. Yeah. If someone says you're being gaslit, the first question you ask is, how am I gaslighting you? So that you can then explain how they're gaslighting you, and they can go, that's not gaslighting, whilst they actively gaslight you. Bro!
That's a little bit sad. I was kind of hoping that it would attack here, but why to ruin?
Ooh, Garchomp maybe should have attacked.
Uh-oh.
I don't think that move's going to cause
fucking
a flinch.
push pin that I lost the other day. Glad I didn't put my toe on that.
Because the King Gambit can't do anything.
Goodbye, King Gambit.
Wow, goodbye, Flo.
I told her she was afraid of what would happen to her done by my father, and she shouldn't keep blaming herself. I told her that she was afraid of what would happen to her done by my father, and she shouldn't keep blaming herself.
Earthquake will just outspeed KO Floette, do enough chip to Garchomp. The Dragon Claw is probably a KO back. This is certainly not over for Samuel.
I am watching every YouTube video that I like. I see.
I did not check the natures in the team sheet. Which at this point,
every
I feel
episode,
dramatic. Let's just find out together, you know?
I like that.
We need some big reveals. If we knew already that Garchomp was adamant, we would know.
Man on, mate, your family are not good for you.
But what if the Floette is faster? It just hits another Light of Ruin.
I might just Moonblast if I was Shoma, but Light of Ruin is fun.
But it's flashy. See?
Blazer. Yeah, don't click that.
How has Shoma turned this around? This has been insane.
I want to see the Light of Ruin because it would be fun.
I cannot imagine what we're waiting 45 seconds. Outdoor tactic.
Oh, mate, Scott Glaser, speaking my language.
Like the other side of Encore.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're hoping you can get to that point where
Samuel protected, but he shouldn't have.
Is at least going to give him one more turn.
Yeah, that could be a big deal.
Rock Slide. Okay, I mean, we also get confirmation that this Garchomp is faster for 100% certain.
Ooh, but the Encore ending pretty difficult, but though mini Garchomps can take a Dragon Claw, especially if you're both Jolly, you're guaranteed to take it even at 0 bulk
Here
investment.
it comes.
You already see the Garchomp on that side of the field.
Look at all those beast balls. Cringe.
It's all for nothing.
Leave Shoma alone.
So much suspense.
GG.
Think of how boring that would have been if we're just like, yep, and in 3 turns from now, it's all over, chat. We went through it together. We had a journey, you know.
Bruh.
Maybe it wasn't as dramatic as it felt in our hearts, but.
Of course,
the heart of the cards of the 5-inch
of the training means the Garchomp can go first. Not this time, though.
Okay, but what's your feeling on using
That was weird.
the trainer?
Wait, what match did they just tease? Hang on. What match did they just tease?
The training means
Samuel Piera versus Shoma Honami. Oh, wait, that's the same match.
It's the trainer. Shoma's not even Shoma in game.
Waiting for show and anime to start up, but it's going to be a while till I can watch them. Damn, you'll have to suffer through this gorgeous man.
I know people are battling against me. I'm like, you know, let's turn this stuff off, you know. I mean, maybe turn it back on for the tournament for us, but like.
No, this is feature match 2.
Trainer.
Can we talk about Shoma's comeback there?
Yeah. It looked real bad,
Turn
right?
2, he was down 2-4, never lost another Pokemon, won the game.
I believed the entire time.
You need the right pieces at the right time.
Truly hate my life, but I don't want to give it up. It's such a weird feeling. The end of life is so fucking terrible. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't want to end, like, with respect, you shouldn't want to end your life, bro. Like,
Floette saw the light. Not this time right now, though, as we...
like giving up your life doesn't solve anything.
He knows how to hit his 90% moves. You know?
That's true.
Critical skill.
I imagine it's going to be Tailwind.
If anything, you giving up your life, Manon, would just make your family even worse to other people, because then they'd be like, they'd weaponize your death. They would literally weaponize your death.
Although pretty critical not
and
to have the fast
use it for sympathy. They'd be like, oh, I'm so devastated. You know, I was always so good to him. He was always a lovely child and never did anything wrong. And you're like,
Other side is Jolly and with no bulk investment. So sometimes
you know what I mean?
The lack of speed
they'd act like they never manipulated you. They'd act like they never gaslit you. They'd act like they were nothing but good to you, and they couldn't imagine why you'd be so devastated as to do something like that. So don't let them win. Never let people win.
Hoping that you get the encore into one of them.
It's the golden rule of life. Is if you die by your own hand, you let them win, and that's not the way to go.
And there's no waiting on the
That's what keeps me alive these days, is I stay alive out of spite to piss off my haters.
This time I would like to share its aura with
There's going to be a live-action Scooby-Doo on Netflix? Oh.
The big
I did wrong things. I still put my hands on my sister's boyfriend. You, oh, fuck, not this again.
Garchomp, I think, is going to feel
He grabbed you to stop you jumping out of the car like a dickhead, and you pushed him to get him to not be holding on to you. That's different. That's not the same as putting your hands on someone.
But still critical where, like, you know, I guess it depends on what Pokemon Samuel selected, right?
You can't encore, no.
I know.
Then why bring it up then?
Yeah, this is like the Pokemon Go strategy.
Saying I did wrong things. I still put my hands on my sister's boyfriend, but then say you know that that's not.
You can also sometimes
that's not what happened.
What the player is valuing. Like
Bro,
if Samuel
what?
thinks that Garchomp is the Pokemon I need for the end game, then you do something to preserve it there. You
Still feel
risk switching
horrible.
Charizard
You've
into
apologized
Dazzling Gleam
for
and taking
it.
a bunch of damage. If you go, nope, my Charizard beat that Charizard.
I know I shouldn't, but I
job
just
done.
do.
But
you've apologized for it.
You just take the Dazzling Gleam and reset into a fully healthy Charizard that looks beautiful here. Alignment indeed has Heat Wave and for a bunch of damage against
Like, if you feel that fucking bad about it, still bake the fucking bloke a cake or something. Like, you know, and just watch as he just makes fun of you for it.
We'll have to see what it is, but
try and apologize to him again and watch as he just mocks you for it, because that's the kind of people they are.
For Shoma's Whimsicott, did really want to try to.
Hey, how you doing, Bridget Bishop? What's happening?
So I think
How's your day treating you?
I think I don't want my Whimsicott Encore to do a protect here. I'll just bring the Basket Legion instead, but I fear.
Hey, tell me I'm wrong, Manon. Tell me I'm wrong.
On the field.
Given everything you've told me about this guy, tell me I'm wrong.
Unfortunately, immediately going to have to create the anti-synergy situation, although probably wasn't too likely that you were going to wave crash in this game anyway.
Blastrous.
Geeky Moonblast.
Another advantage of Garchomp being thrown out.
Yeah, yeah. Hey,
Let's see the items on these
Simplify
Pokemon.
things a little bit.
Oh, well, actually.
You're not going to use any moves.
The Basket Legion anyway.
Bye-bye, Bask.
Yeah, no Encore risk, just falls that Whimsicott is likely to lose the field, and if it doesn't, you're still happy to get the KO into the Whimsicott on the other side.
Geeky Heat Wave, Whimsicott gone.
Big trade.
Oh, no.
For the audience too, if you have Basket Legion at 700%
Not gone.
usage today, always fun to watch it switch in and
Unless
just slide
burn.
immediately.
No one ever gets that lucky.
2 crits though here for Samuel. I don't
Yeah, Sash.
think that's gonna matter though.
Sachet away.
Faster than the Charizard.
So then.
Yes, the Floette's faster than the Charizard, but I don't think it can threaten a KO here. I mean, maybe Moonblast plus Light of Ruin is a KO into Charizard, but the Whimsicott's likely faster than the Floette on the other side as well.
I'm not a good person either.
The critical hit in the Floette
Not just
should be
because this,
mixed
but
in
because of my
Moonblast here,
relation
and
to them.
you can
I'm
just
bound to
chase
show
it
parts
there.
things
Makes
myself.
life
That's not
extremely
true!
difficult for Shoma. That depends on what that
Manon!
Pokemon is, if he has any
Fuck's
chance
sake,
left
bro.
in this game.
Yeah, I know we doubted
Just
it a little too early
because
last time, but this
you
time,
grew up around your family
things are
and
looking
are
for
related
real,
to your
I think.
family
Yeah,
doesn't mean you automatically will become like them, because you're literally pretending you don't have autonomy, you fucking idiot.
This is difficult. You also can't protect her.
If you were a mindless animal, then yeah, you'd be just like them. You'd follow everything they did, but you literally have free will.
Whimsicott can do it a little more safely because it can.
You literally have the free will to go, I don't like what they did. Maybe I shouldn't do that to others. You have that free will. The fact that you're talking about it shows that you have free will.
Legion or Gambit, or for some reason there's a non-Mega evolving Charizard back there.
Not in here.
I mean, I'd love to see that.
Like,
That'd be pretty good.
I wonder.
It winds me up so much that you're like, oh my god, I'm related to these people, therefore I'm predetermined to automatically turn out just like them. It's only a matter of time before I turn into a child-beating monster. Like, what is wrong with you, bro? The fact that you're even talking about it shows that you know that it's wrong and that you know you don't want to do that shit.
Perfect position on the board.
So how the fuck are you just like them just because you're related? I hate this shit. This bullshit excuse people use this all the time. People who abuse their fucking partners use this excuse of, well, my dad was just like this with my mum. Well, then you should fucking know it's not okay, shouldn't you? And you should not do it instead of just doing it. It winds me up so much when people use blood as an excuse for pretending they don't have autonomy.
Oh no.
Human beings have free fucking will. And where human beings pretend they don't have free will just because they're related to other morons, it winds me up. You 1000% need so much therapy, my guy.
Encore. So
you need to talk to a professional about this.
Samuel's side moves first, get his Encore off. Just a niche Encore, a move with the most niche mechanics, maybe.
Because you're not like feeling like this and making excuses for your family, but never saying anything good about yourself. Is there a reason you can't encore? I don't know why. No, it's just a mechanic that doesn't work.
Funny how many of the Toxapex players we saw a month ago didn't realize that Toxic.
Maybe because it had soft locked the game, kind of. If you encored someone into encore and then you encored another encore, used encore with encore and then encore.
If you actually look at the
I just don't think that highly of myself, even though I'm human.
Tells you
don't have to think highly of yourself to think that you can see bad and go, probably shouldn't do bad. I don't get this shit. We're taught from the youngest age, right? Do unto others as you would have them do unto you. We're taught that from a religious perspective, but I don't understand how all the people that still follow religions and stuff sometimes can't follow this, and yet me as a fucking atheist, that's the one thing that I've kept.
It does have Akaberry.
You're capable of seeing that something is wrong and going, probably shouldn't do that. That's not thinking highly of yourself. That's the minimum fucking requirements to being a decent human being.
He's got like a second one, and it's like a Tyranitar's Pokeball, and it just like...
Bro.
I do think this is a reason to get out of Sun, though. If you can double protect, you can hope Heat Wave misses forever.
Oh, Encore goes through Substitute because it's a sound move.
Sucker Punch Crit wouldn't have done it.
Sound moves go through Substitute. Like Taunt.
Somehow
because if you imagine, Encore is the equivalent to an audience cheering and going, again, again, come on, yeah, just one more song. Encore.
Where was that when I needed it?
That's what an encore is. Silly Billy.
An amazing comeback here for Samuel Pereira to win this second game of the set. We've got them all tied up now, and this final game ends up deciding who moves on to that top cut. Is it going to be Samuel or Shoma?
Game 3, baby.
Yeah, this is a very important match. I mean,
I've been told it doesn't get affected by soundproof. I mean, there are some exceptions to rules, right?
Whimsicott and Garchomp again on the other.
Kind of a big pivot, though. Shoma actually leading the Basque Legion this time around.
Hasn't brought it to the set at all, until this point. Didn't like the way that
remember,
versus Garchomp and Whimsicott went down. Not really.
You're talking about Encore not being affected by soundproof.
Yeah, I mean, it's impressive that he was at the critical hit later on. He might, I guess, a second critical hit in retrospect. He might have been able to make.
You never thought of Taunt as a sound-based move? Literally. Come on, motherfucker. Come on, you arsehole. Yeah, let's see what you got, you dickhead. You don't think that's a sound move?
Or you don't move at all because you just got Rock Slide flinched.
No, don't say that.
Oh, another crit! Wow.
But like,
it's okay if you can't cast it first to pass.
But also like.
True. Well, at least that's how that works, I think.
Yeah, like you're saying, oh, but Encore isn't affected by soundproof, but at the same time, like Encore also isn't affected by Encore. So it's breaking exceptions all the way.
Never doubt your powers again.
I'm unable to use status moves now. Yeah, right.
Breaking the Whimsicott Focus Sash, and then you're giving yourself a 30% chance
you
for an
dickhead.
excellent turn.
Yeah,
that means Matt's just going to punch me. Oh, I bet he's wanted to so many times. I'm insufferable.
But that is the game that we play.
And for a player like Shoma, that is the difficult part of being on the brink.
Hey, my money's on
Shoma. Win exactly. Shoma took the second loss yesterday, but at least had it with one round to play.
Can't parting shot now.
You
have the ability to break the cycle. I'm still recovering from my stepmom's emotional abuse and mental abuse when her diabetes would act. Both my dad and I were affected by it. She never took care of herself. Yeah.
This one, right? I think it's harder and harder to differentiate yourself by your play.
It's not a sound-based move according to Cerebi, but it goes through substitute, right?
Difference in how you're playing usually.
Oh, well, Moonblast here for the Basque Legion. I feel like, Dragon Claw follow-up would end up getting a knockout, but it's the Earthquake. Can this do that also?
Earthquake's slightly weaker.
Yeah, it's close, but I don't think so. And yeah, I really don't think so now.
Hey, Encore just breaks, is the exception to all the rules, apparently.
Wouldn't have been the KO.
I do have autonomy. Good. Well, yeah, you're a human. There are very few humans in the world that don't have autonomy. Like, there are some humans that don't have autonomy, but that's more because of, like, problems in the brain and stuff, which you definitely don't have because you're literally typing. Every time Shoma wins, he posts a photo on Twitter, and they're always hilarious to me.
My Dragon Claw here would not have enjoyed an Earthquake.
And that's important in this format, right?
I left my domestic violence X round 10 years ago. It's hard, but it can be done. And have a sexy man now. That's Taser she's on about, you know?
Aqua Jet would have hurt under drought. Relatively safe switching for it instead.
I'll be nothing like my family. Exactly.
Now you're just like threatening Earthquake and Heat Wave that both KOs both Pokemon on the field.
My family are a bunch of scummy East Ender fucking wannabe racist transphobic morons. Have I ever been like them?
Covers all switches. There's no really comfortable way to switch. Garchomp would take the least damage switching to the
There's a lot of people that have problems in the brain that can type, to be fair.
No, but like non-Mega Charizard. This is the time.
Someone who has problems in the brain that would cause them to not have autonomy won't be able to type. You know what I mean?
So is there a way?
Like, we're talking about the autonomy of like being able to make your own decisions. You know what I mean?
Okay, well now that's...
Because people who don't have autonomy aren't able to hold a conversation.
Preserve it for more value later. So
let alone type one out.
In the back, you want to keep some tools against it.
You know what I mean?
End up in a pretty poor position if you
Liam, when your mum is like that because she's Ashes, I mean, that's accurate as fuck. I already am completely not like my family because I fully respect LGBTQ+. I just need to hold myself together. Yeah, there you go. There you go. That's some positive thinking.
And that's still a significant amount of damage.
Like my brother then.
I think Shoma does have a way through this if he's able to stall out that final turn.
I don't remember.
It's interesting he went for Aquajet instead of Wave Crash.
Is your brother like fully non-verbal, no motor skills? Because that's what I would count as like not being autonomous, is like literally can't communicate, therefore cannot make decisions and shit.
Oh yeah, good of
like fully unaware of the surroundings of what's around them.
Last respects or Wave Crash, because I don't think that Aquajet.
We are kind of deviating from the point I was making though. The point is that Manon definitely has autonomy.
Aquajet again the next turn. I think the good news is you probably get past the tailwind on.
I guess that's what I mean, right? Is that I mean, like you still have it,
normally
alive-ish, where hopefully at some point you cycle it in and get something more effective. Although I think you have to worry about the enemy Aquajet.
Bing bong.
Not looking the healthiest.
He has the verbal limit for 5-year-old in conversations or echolalia, reciting moments from films. Yeah, so
yeah.
I guess you could kind of count that as
Ooh, Garchomp though.
a lack of autonomy.
Spooky.
Because imagine it's like
comfortably have it in rock.
Tourist on the street of London, very good.
You can double protect through, I think.
Then said Aquajet, and then it reminded me I have a thing to respond to.
That your Garchomp and Basculegion would both move before Charizard and Basculegion on the other side.
I would say you lack autonomy in abusive environments as well.
Basculegion out of Aquajet KO range, you're threatening just like last respects and Rock Slide for.
I get where you're coming from.
Would be,
and you're talking about the inability to escape.
It's just a 3-3 score now.
But we're talking. But the problem is we're talking about it in the context of.
Yeah, and like.
Because let's remember. Can't have a conversation with him. One word answer questions. Yeah, that's kind of. Yeah, I kind of say that is. But like, we're deviating from the point. Because I'm not saying people in abusive relationships don't have a lack of autonomy because they're being controlled by their abusers. The point of the original point we were making is that Manon was saying he's worried he'll turn out like his family, that he will exhibit the behaviors that his family exhibit.
Shoma Honami ends up winning that match.
So we're trying to explain to Manon that he won't exhibit the behaviors his family exhibit because he's autonomous. Does that make sense?
Shaky game 2 and game 3 scenario, so I'm impressed he was able to pull through that.
To withstand that flinch
on
turn 1, to fight through so many rounds at 2 losses already and be into the top cut. I'm really excited to see how he and Marco.
I guess I should just go into one of these ones.
Now that they've moved on into the top cut.
That's right, the goats.
I'll just scream into a bottle when they're away. I mean, you don't have to scream into a bottle when they're away because they'll be away. So just scream into the room. Also, abusive physical lack of autonomy.
Take over to bring you your first match in the top cut here at NAIC 2026.
Yeah. But normally, there's an element of environment upbringing, which is hard to shake, and sometimes you know you're doing it. Like, sometimes I act like my mother.
And we are so back, everyone, here at
Yeah,
NAIC for our top cut coverage.
But sometimes acting like your mum surely is a bit different to being like, oh,
we've gotten to see so many great matches.
My dad beat me up, so now when I have a family, I'm going to beat my kids up. You know what I mean? Like, I know some people do end up doing that, but the fact that Manon is talking about it in a negative light and saying, I don't like that that's a thing and I don't like that it happened to me, surely that means he's more likely to be like, oh, I'm not going to do that in the future. Like, I feel like Manon is showing that he knows that's not the norm. You know what I mean?
And taking a look at a bracket, 3 players.
That makes sense.
So successful here throughout phase 1 and phase 2 of the competition. Ko, Wolf, and Dawe will be getting buys and will be progressing on to top 8. Everyone else, though, one more match to make it to that next part of the competition, and this is a stacked field.
Yeah, incredible.
Here we go. Can we just murder this thing, please? Thank you.
featured alongside Wolf and
Is that enough
Darway as
points?
well,
Like, will that be enough points for me to
So all three of those, because of their
actually hit
of getting
the target?
Breather now, which is going to be so valuable going into
Can we see the Brachythix? No.
I mean, they get
But we
5
can
because
see
of
the game
wins
that's
they've
about to be
had,
played.
But we have so many other phenomenal trainers.
Man, if you'd have spelled bracket
including
right, I'd have known what you
our
meant.
reigning NAIC champion who's trying to make his way to the rooftop.
Federico! It's McLovin! Don't call him McLovin.
Going up against Marcus Dion for our first
A little
top
bit, though.
cut match. A matchup too that we've seen play out in terms of these Pokemon.
Marcus Dion's one of the people with the Lycanroc, right?
Who also look like the nerves aren't getting to them. We're seeing laughs, we're seeing smiles on this.
Mac and cheese. Like, I'm not disagreeing. I'm just saying that if you're talking about the word autonomy, it's important to remember that. No, absolutely, absolutely.
To kind of keep myself so calm, cool, and collected, but this is why these.
But I was trying to use the word autonomy not in a general sweeping statement, and more in a specific to the situation that Manon's in. You know what I mean?
Going into this next match, a really interesting.
I think we're on the same page.
We have seen kind of play out of this weekend.
Both Lycanroc left mid, it's a top cut.
Not piloted by these specific trainers. And
you got a pointless answer in pointless, you fucking slag. How dare you? Well done, though.
Marcus can be standing in the way.
Well, not this music. Don't play this music. Play any music but this.
To really be able to get that title for himself with a team that we've seen quite a bit of throughout this tournament. Of course, Lycanroc has been one of the Pokemon to try and take over, paired up with this Frostlass. And of course, Scovillain as the other Mega Pokemon. It's one of those Pokemon that's...
Oh no, Gunk Shot Sneasler, no!
The Charizards are getting smart though, but still a lot of staying power.
Yeah, and in the hands, you know, I think when we've seen in previous broadcasts, when this team's gone up against those Charizard teams, we had Francesco Piapera, who was...
I have diabetes and I have to be careful with what I eat. Fair.
Knowing that
Fair
this
play.
team kind of made its splash in Turin.
Marcus Dion looks very uneasy. I think he looks like he's chilling.
When you put this team into the hands of players like Marcus, you know, going to be able to find those
the chili dog team
nooks and crannies where the team can have that extra edge and really find those
chili because Frostlass, dog because dog rock. Heard diabetes have been summoned. That's on Twitch, mate.
Lycanroc, of course, with that Accelerock has the opportunity, if it's in the right position, to just pick up an easy knockout.
He always looks like that. That's just his face, bro. Be nice.
You're in a great spot to get rid of one of the bigger threats.
Oh yeah, Scovillain's a chili. Yeah, good point. Good point.
And over on the opposing
yeah, I
didn't
make that connection.
Bell
Pepper.
Amount of success, and that's of course because you
McLovin, stop it.
These big, bad
it's Federico Camporesi.
The Mega Floette, and of course some of the most popular
thrusting his head back into his chair. Yeah, he just wants to make sure the chair's comfy, bro.
We've seen this time and time again, but not in the hands of Federico this weekend, and Federico is going to be well versed with this one from the start of the format right through.
I'm the only diabetic in the village, can't be more than one. There's literally more than one in chat right now. What do you mean?
Not quite getting over the line there, but having a good finish.
Is it cosmically funny how I was born into an abusive family and they don't have the same care of people as...
what they need to do in terms of what
Is it cosmically funny how I was born into an abusive family and they don't have the same care of people as me?
Getting over the line.
Now for these two trainers, this was a matchup we got.
It's not really cosmically funny. Like, it's not even ironic. It's not even coincidental. It's just you've seen abuse and you've gone, oh, that's not actually good, is it? Which is the correct thing to do.
Yeah, the Basque Legion is in a great spot here. It is a bit threatened by the Shadow Ball.
Yeah, B-Sec went to diabetes too.
But if the Frostlass is going for the Shadow Ball in this scenario, it's not going for the Auroraville, which I think Fede will probably be
Right, Fat Man, how we doing?
Not in the greatest spot right now.
Obs of use isn't good. I mean, you'd be surprised the amount of people that don't seem to know that, man.
For one turn, and it gives a little bit of support for Marcus to be able to maybe set up that Auroraville.
Let the dog win. Let Lycanroc win.
Like we've already mentioned, go on the offensive straight away after that Basque Legion and try and get rid of that.
Amy's just turned up.
That's something that
nice.
Federico will try and leverage throughout this match to be able to get an
and bless Usler clutch a match for once. Who's bless Usler? Even that got a snort out of me. I don't know what I said.
It makes a lot of sense on why you would want that Auroraville. So we get the Mega.
You didn't put Weavile on stream. What are they doing? That's because Weavile was going to win this round. Don't worry about it. No bother. No matches have ended yet.
Off that Auroraville, though, any damage headed Marcus's way is going to be mitigated to help try and survive through these turns. Sneasler, Gunk Shot, not going to be able to do too much for this, and Wave Crash.
So in Wolfie's video, it's going to be,
it will be reduced.
in round 14, I got the bye, which meant I didn't have to compete in that round and went straight to top cut. So I took some time, I went to a quiet place, had a banana, and thought about what my next moves would be. I had no way of knowing who my opponent was going to be, but I knew they were going to be difficult to beat. Sound about right? Wonder if Wolf will be on stream next round. Haven't seen him in a while.
Does outspeed it naturally and has Shadow Balls. Floet, so threatened from that gunk shot, has to switch out, and a great switch in.
Other people get to live with their families and enjoy being around people who respect all genders and don't believe in afterlife and shit.
Going to be maybe something like a blizzard, or wouldn't appreciate that.
I mean, I got the last part. My family don't believe in an afterlife and shit, but I still had to live with them, and they had no respect of all genders, and they had no respect of race and stuff like that, you know. And then I moved out. And then I never saw them again, pretty much.
Here from Marcus, because I think it would have been so easy.
Wow, I didn't realize it was a Wolf Glick stream, right? Help me make my NAIC video. This is patrons only. Real YouTube is making your videos whilst you're getting a buy for the tournament.
Yourself into a stronger position with this Garchomp to supersede this Frostlass, this outspeeding and threatening with the Blizzard.
Saying I kind of fucked over in life. I mean, you did.
You're still not going to get that.
But that shouldn't define you.
It doesn't need damage from one close combat. It's going to be very close to picking up a knockout. Probably Garchomp able to survive and at least get one attack off before.
No, there was a time where I could have just sat there and gone, well, guess I'm an optician forever.
Back into this game with the tailwind.
Probably should have.
Remember this Aurora builds up, and the Sneasler on these sort of builds is very good defensively, so probably able to take an Earthquake if that is the chosen move from the Garchomp. The big thing, if you go for the tailwind, you need to make sure that you take this Frostlass down.
The tailwind, of course, you want
Ruby,
that
should I
to
behave?
make sure while it sticks around.
It's Amy, I hope you're okay. I'm alright, mate. How you doing?
But still, it is going to be
I take it it's been Wolf Glick Saturday. He's been doing very well.
Speed and the power. Garchomp will go
I'd argue he's done as well as Ko. I can never remember Ko's last name. Tsukide.
Is not there. Whimsicott, it sets up the tailwind, and it instantly takes a hit down to its focus.
It's Ko Tsukide's Saturday.
Yeah, and this Sneasler feels like the game is
What, Amanda? Welcome back.
from Federico now in a position where the Floet is going to be forced back onto the field, but it will be slower than it even in this tailwind.
I should be glad I'm live. I just enjoy it. I can't experience it much because of the people in my life.
So huge for Marcus to
Doesn't
keep
David make you happy? Your friend David?
Momentum going here and everything Fede
Doesn't it make you happy when you talk to him? Is that not you experiencing joy because of someone in your life? No worries, Linya. You get some sleep, my dude. Always wonderful to see you.
And if that happens and the Floet can get an attack off, then Fede could maybe start pulling themselves back into this game.
I mean, at this point, though, just so much momentum on Marcus's end.
He's not been active for months. I thought you talked to him recently.
Pokemon. So Federico has a lot of ground to make up to try and make an impact within this. Where to start off, though? Mega Evolution. Make sure you can get as much damage as possible. Damage that Sneasler doesn't want to take.
The only joy I had. I mean, do you not have other friends?
Around, but at least Sneasler doesn't get hit by this Encore either. That was smart targeting to try and lock it into the close combat. You wouldn't have to worry about those gunk shots.
Yo, that's going to murder Frostlass. See?
Least this hit, the Dazzling Gleam, will be enough for Federico to take his first KO.
Yeah, and the Encore here, the pressure is able to kind of now.
Anyone else want Low Bunny to drag her clam? You're into animals. That's creepy. No thanks.
So when you come back onto
that's a very creepy thing to be your first thing you say in chat.
When the tailwind ends, so you can then pressure that.
Yeah, let's move on from that.
The Whimsicott really threatened now by the
yeah, we don't welcome bestiality in here, I'm afraid.
So you're taking away.
You go to the Shadow Realm.
Pressure, and King Gambit coming onto the field is a Pokemon that you kind of do like.
I was talking about diabetes because she had it. I know not all people with abuse emotionally, mentally, or gaslit. My stepmom didn't take care of herself correctly like she should have. Oh, damn.
I mean, just not enough damage with that Auroravale.
Oh, damn.
To really get by. That was the
no more Auroravale, baby.
But still so much that needs to get done because Whimsicott just used the protect.
Yeah, Whimsicott's not winning this.
Take it down, and then
that's real rough.
That 1v3 to try and battle out.
Yeah, and especially with the Sneasler in the back, it feels very difficult. Especially when we're going into the last turn of Tailwind now, where it is going to end at the end of this turn, where Whimsicott has to get that second protect because if not, the Acceleron.
Dude, when that command popped up, YouTube blocked my screen with "I think it's time for a break." White screen. Comedic fucking timing. Amazing. Yeah, no Tailwind either.
You got to try, but at least with the Auroravale down, you can get a KO. Lycanroc is out of the equation, but still just a little bit too much momentum over on Marcus's end of the board. Kowtow Cleave is going to be the first little bit of damage, around a half, even though it's not very effective. But that was the last win.
Who's in the back?
Of Tailwind, and now Sneasler will be able to hit the field.
Yeah,
oh, okay.
You've got that active fake out, you're going to be able to prevent this plot from
because Mike was kind, loving, and very protective.
Really guarantee things here. King Gambit, and then you've got
no steel moveset, hate it.
and also combine that with the gunk shot. So wrapping it up for Marcus, really well played here in that early game.
Oh boy.
To make things very difficult for Federico to get a foothold, at least in this game.
Yeah, it was just so much, so much pressure from that Sneasler, as you called out too. Anticipating protect on the opposing end. Make sure you can wrap
I
this
assume
up.
RW is real world.
With the King
So much work just to be able to live by myself. Yeah, welcome to being an adult, bro. You were so eager to be an adult. Here you are.
Just in case that gunk shot does, just go.
You mentioned becoming an adult every day leading up to being fucking 18. Welcome to the real world, bro.
Even to pick up the resisted hit onto this floor. And that's Marcus Dion 1-0 up in this.
I heard one battle recently where they used the Gen 1 music.
Momentum from the get-go. And a team
I feel like someone has knocked it. I feel like one of the judges has knocked the music off random and onto the first one.
Much work. And I mean, Marcus was taking these KOs.
I was eager to be an adult.
Yeah, and I think the real key turn there was that Sneasler going for the close combat into what was the floor. When the Garchomp switched in, you get that white herb activated, and it was almost.
Does that mean you lied to us for months? Because you were talking about responsibility and you were talking about being able to work and, you know, all that stuff. So did you just lie to us?
Kind of gets ahead of everything. It can clear up the damage onto.
Damn. We give you all that advice and you were just lying the whole time? Bro, what's that about?
Knock it out, and then once those pieces fall, Garchomp's in a really strong place to start just laying the foundation for a victory on Fede's side.
The instant backpedal. Well, that too. Mainly, yeah. The instant backpedal.
Meant that they were able to just close things up, make it extremely difficult.
Oh, straight into game 2. They're not fucking about.
Up one in the set. It's time to see if Marcus can close this out, or Federico can even this up. As adjustment into game 2, Basket Legion and Wims got to start, but adjustment on the opposing end.
I'm not backpedaling, I swear. You're visibly backpedaling.
Yeah, the Scoville in switch
okay.
Here, I do like it a lot. I think, you know, because the Basket Legion.
We can hear the chain on your bike going.
Sneasler right now with big wave crash damage.
As you backpedal.
haven't got the option to set up the Auroraville for that extra layer of defense, but you do have that Scoville that can pull in, get that spicy spray activated and burn that target. Once you do burn it, then it's really rendered pretty useless for the rest of the game. Yes, it can chip things away, but it's not having any sort of impact like you would expect it and want it to be able to do. And also alongside that, it is
look at that Mega Scovillain. This is shocking and unreal.
And you can heal off with that Giga Drain once that burn has been afflicted.
So many different options here, but Sneasler, first option, just a little bit of tech on this turn. Means you do have to be careful.
You've burnt the Whimsy.
Turn, but it will be just a target down.
Whimsy has no sash now. Still a trouble from my bedroom door coming off and my power to my bedroom turned off. Oh, damn. That does sound scary.
Try and make sure the next hit is good. Wave Crash to follow up from Basket Legion, so it was never really the target with that Sneasler.
No
Wave
sash.
Crash will be enough. You do take a burn for both your Pokemon for the KO, but Scovillain is gone.
Burned Gambit, though.
Worthwhile trade here for Fede, going after that Scovillain, saying that's the target I want to get rid of, and I'll take the burns for it. And really worthwhile, because now
is it a worthwhile trade?
Turn 1, and this Sneasler in a position where it is going to be susceptible to that on-call, right? The King Gambit coming onto the field's great.
Like that King Gambit now can just go kowtow into the slot. Into the slot that Basket Legion's in. He doesn't even have to sucker punch.
Just go for an attack.
No encore, we're just attacking. First hit into the King Gambit, good for about a third of its health. Sneasler, the
landing Gunky in this economy.
Is going to land. Whimsicott is down. Already with that burn damage. I mean, Focus Knives was already broken, so you can at least get the KO there. Now the follow-up, the Basket Legion, of course, the damage
is Wave Crash at 50% enough? No, nowhere near.
Will take that hit
so kowtow.
And have this opportunity to go on the offensive itself, or
he didn't kowtow.
Turned offensive. We get the Sword Stance instead.
I like it, Picasso.
Nice little boost to its attack.
Yeah, I really like this play from Fede, saying, okay, I think because of how comfortable you are in this situation, the Sword Stance feels right, so I'm going to actually punish that and get some value. And now the King Gambit definitely in range of an Earthquake from this Garchomp. You just need to get it into a position where it is going to be able to hit that.
I mean, Sucker Punch Close Combat goes fucking ham right now. Oh, no, it doesn't. Always go kowtow. Fast rarely Oko's full health Gambit. Yeah, true. That's a very good point.
In anticipation of maybe this last-ditch attempt from Fede on Marcus' side.
I mean, threats on both, and you do not want that Garchomp to get an Earthquake. You
hey, Protect on Gambit is wild to me.
King can stick around to make use of that Sword Stance boost, so Protect on both end. Not much accomplished on that turn, but now this Protect's burn.
Yeah, the Protect burn now, and the Garchomp's got a decision to make. Oh, and it's double!
Okay, we go
fucking double Protects on this stream today, man.
Pass this turn. Sucker Punch into
boom.
Legion, though, so no damage is going to be going out to Marcus's end of the field. So yeah, your Garchomp stays safe, but that's already going to be his second Pokemon loss.
But now it's really safe to Sucker Punch the Chomp.
Last Pokemon is here. It's the Floette as it is. Yeah, the Garchomp's still in a very awkward position where the double up is going to knock the Garchomp out, but then if you concentrate all your efforts down onto the Garchomp,
actually stop what are we doing? I know, right?
To get an attack
it's
off.
Fucking crazy,
this. To be able to remove the Sneasler on one hit. It's going to be difficult. You can get rid of the King Gambit, but the Sneasler is probably another story altogether where it is going to survive.
Yeah, I feel like
make a decision here.
Sucker Punch the Chomp.
To do. Marcus feels like they're definitely in the driving seat right
Close
now.
combat the Chomp.
That Mega Evolution though to see what damage you can get on this turn.
Yeah, went for the triple protect. I mean, that stops Sucker Punch. That's a really good point.
King Gambit also doesn't get
solid shout.
Gunk shot into the Floette though.
Oh, that's it. Yeah,
like
there's the handshake.
The handshake is there. The Floette falls.
Mate.
Will be our winner. And
That was it. Do you know what? Give Federico credit. That was a good play to be like, well, fuck it. You can't Sucker Punch me if I just like try a protect again.
Out to Federico, who ended up going on to win the entire event. Now, a year later, back in New Orleans, he gets his revenge in such a dominant match, and it's time to see how far his journey can go. You can see how much.
Mate, double protects in this economy needs to stop.
Yeah, incredible against last year's victor.
It's basically whether or not Gunk Shot missed, yeah. Sentinel threatening to kick me out the house and threatening to tell siblings not to take me in, not allowing me to wash my clothes. I can go on. The yelling was worse in my face. Fucking hell. Sounds like a real piece of work. They've not updated the standings in 13 minutes. It makes me angry. I want to know who wins.
And I mean, for Marcus, this has been a trainer who has definitely been capable of those runs into Top Cut, but of course, looking to get that title for himself within this game. And I mean, we've gotten to see a lot of like the tournament. We've gotten to see a lot of this team that Marcus is piloting, but I don't feel like we've gotten to, at least on broadcast, see it
slack a little
like
during Top
this.
Cut.
There was both of those games, the momentum from the get-go. And
I imagine they probably sent some of the volunteers home because there aren't as many needed now.
Kind of seemed like a masterclass. Like there wasn't much breathing room for Fede
or
at
something.
all.
Not at all.
I don't know how it works. I'm Liam.
That knockout, turn one on
what I do know is bimbly dimbly 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 dimbly. That's a great. Honestly, what a response!
Marcus, right,
let's do some fucking murders.
And I love that because the protect.
Nurse Joy, how could you?
As well, they put it in a really awkward spot where, okay, you're really susceptible to that encore the next turn.
Let's go.
But by bringing the King Gambit onto the field, you kind of almost stage the win because you can't afford to go for that because passively, if that switches out, you're wasting
dad's
a
a
turn.
slag. Your dad's a slag. I'll kick him in the face because your dad's a slag. Nice. I'm glad we could accomplish that. Also, don't forget, pop a like on the stream. You bastards. Pop a cheeky like up there. Look at Mega Swampert, my boy. Right, let's. Oh, this guy's going to be a mean murder. Let's mean mug this murderer. Get him, get him.
Fit check has been redeemed.
In a minute. In a minute.
And I mean, now being able to have the opportunity.
Number one victory royale. Yeah, Fortnite. We Fortnite. We Fortnite in the ball right now. Fortnite to Tomato Town. My Fortnite town. Fortnite, and Fortnite. Fortnite. There we go.
Well, you definitely have to feel confident, but
I'm not surprised, Bisa.
Instead, we want to hear it from him as Marcus.
We did it. I just need to get out of this area, don't I?
Thank you so much,
Fine,
we'll do Marcus Dion, your first competitor making it into
Wait,
the
I can't do a
top
fit check while I'm being interviewed. That's really disrespectful. So we'll do a fit check once the interview is ended. Because otherwise, that's just rude.
So what does it feel like to not only get your revenge?
We need to hear this gentleman's responses.
Beat you at the last NAIC when you were in this position, but also know you've made it one step closer.
It's honestly amazing. Like I was already pretty happy with like.
Right, let's find one more trainer to defeat. Oh, he's got a go Lololan. That's fucking
like,
Onyx, my dude.
Wow, this dreams territory that we're encroaching on right now. So I'm really happy.
10 kills on the board right now.
I mean, you're doing it with such an amazing team too. We saw this Lycanroc villain team really take up Storm and Turin. What was
I don't think this is going to be enough.
You said that's the one I want to bring to NAIC.
Funny looking golem that. Listen, I'm old and dead. We've done it. No, we haven't. We haven't got enough points.
My good friend Carson Confer was laddering a bunch with this team.
Oh, mate, name drop.
Like kind of a week before the event, a week and a half before the event, I was just like, hey, Carson, what are you using? He sent me the paste. I was like, cool, now me too. And now I'm here, so yay.
Listen,
I mean, it do be like
that's
that.
just how it goes. You're like, can I have your team? And you get it, and now you're top 8. I see you make it look so easy.
Oh, you get it.
I mean, like, all the credit to the Italians
Don't
who worked
don't
on
be
this
so
team, kind
rude.
of hashed out the exact
I'm
things
Liam.
that
That's
it
what I
needed to
do
be.
and
The team
say
is
all the
so good.
time.
It's very, very phenomenal. So all the credit to them to finding
That's a
Lycan
friend
Rock,
of mine.
doing all of that amazing team building that kind of.
I wonder if
we're
she'd
just
agree,
leeching
Liam.
off them to
Oh,
get
don't be
a
like
good
that.
result here.
Okay, well, I gotta say, though,
Carson be
Marcus,
like,
I think you're the
fucking knew
first
it.
Scoville and Lycanroc player on this stream.
He said
featured a couple of
JK.
times.
He wasn't
That's not
JK at all.
So I wanted to ask you, if it wasn't the prep or the practice or something, really, what has been the Pokemon that has been the standout for you?
Lycanroc.
The single Pokemon that's been the standout is definitely Lycanroc, and that's not just
Hold
me,
it.
like aura farming up here saying, oh, Lycanroc's like the best guy ever. No, like legitimately, the amount of times that Lycanroc has just come into a matchup
Boom.
that I never thought I could bring it into, and it's just done God's work. Like, okay, thank you.
Hey,
Thank you,
bro,
buddy.
give me those
Thank you.
berries.
Good boy.
Okay, but really,
Still love
the
it though,
star
Mr. Greatly,
show
though.
on
I'm
this team
angry
had
at
to
for
have been
things
that
that
Sneasler
happened.
in that match.
Fair.
You got the 2-hit KO with the close combat onto the Garchomp in game 1, and then the
Loving
gunshot
your mom,
hit
can't
in that
relate.
second game, and that was the moment you knew that you won, right?
Yeah, I mean, all the credit to Federico. I got very lucky in game 1 with that CC.
See, I have a very
I'm pretty
different
sure,
relationship with my mother.
it was a roll
I only wish she was
50%,
deader.
And then also a roll, because if it popped past the 50%, he would have gotten a citrus berry, and I'm probably pretty screwed in that situation. But yeah, all the credit to Sneasler for that one. And then
Like, if there's any sadness from me about my mum's death, it's only that she died once and couldn't die twice.
Pretty nice to get a one-hit knockout.
Yeah, I wanted to be in
for sure.
super hell.
Well, Marcus, your next match is going to be up against Wolf Glick.
No, he's got the Wolf Glick curse.
World champion. So, are you nervous about the team? I'm sure you've already seen that it has that Toxapex. So, what's been going through your head for that?
Burn the Toxapex.
I haven't thought about it yet. Wolf's like a semi-bracket demon, to be honest. I've played against him twice. I've lost both times, so I definitely have to win this time, right?
Valid, Scotty.
Third time might be the charm. I don't know. Final thoughts from you, Marcus, to all your friends supporting you.
Just thank you
Imagine,
to everybody who's
final
supporting me.
thoughts,
It really
Marcus.
means the world that I have
Nice
this many
tits.
people out in the crowd here who are cheering me on and like so happy when I'm even walking on
BRB,
stage.
I need a tinkle.
I'm very, very fortunate. And then shout outs to my parents who are watching and my beautiful girlfriend as well.
Congratulations, Marcus. Thank you so much for your time. Best of luck in your next top 8 match. And we're going to be back with more Pokemon action. But before that, a debut of our next championship history video featuring Paul Ruiz.
How we doing, Nashville? All right, everybody, let's go!
Hey Pokemon trainers, welcome to Pokemon Championships History, a series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. Let's flash back to the 2018 World Championships in Nashville, Tennessee. For one glorious weekend every summer, the Pokemon World Championships take over one city as a perfect send-off to an entire season of competition. Trainers come from around the globe just to have a shot at greatness. Legends are born, legacies are cemented, and dreams of being the very best become reality. When it comes to Pokemon, there's no greater title than World Champion. But some victories are earned for more than just the person who lifts the trophy.
There's the frustration. Blaze against God.
It will land.
That's the game.
Nido Queen, Brendan Zhang.
Nashville holds a very special place in VGC history, as Paul Ruiz from Ecuador would go on an unprecedented run. Paul's journey didn't start in Nashville, but in Anaheim.
Oh yeah,
the
you scrubbed one of the
2017
fit check,
World
didn't you?
Championships
Let's
for
do
the
that
first
real
time
quick.
Pokemon Sun and
While
Moon
it's
will be played at our game's largest stage. And Z-moves were introduced as one-time, ultra-powerful attacks that could completely
There we
alter
go.
the tide
Supersonic
of
Sky Strike. Holy shit. Yeah, we're wearing the plain black shirt. It's all right, isn't it? It does the job, doesn't it?
There had never been a Latin
Championship
American
history,
player in the
baby.
top 8
And then
of
we're
World
wearing the
Championships.
pink shorts. The pink shorts are lovely.
Paul Ruiz
Right?
was one
Pink
of
shorts.
4 trainers from
Pink shorts are
LATAM
like,
that made
yo,
top 8.
who's
A
that guy with
huge
pink
accomplishment
shorts? What
for
are
a
you up to?
region
What
that
are you
had
doing,
previously
man?
never
What's
made top 8.
crazy? Right.
Of those 4 players, Paul would be the
VGC during Sun and Moon days. How boring the Z-move animations
the highest placing
Very long. Very long animations. What, Dorkachu? How you doing?
Although he was knocked out before making it to the finals,
I want to get knocked out before making it to the finals with a big mallet.
2018 season.
Even Fitcheck's going to bring world peace. World peens.
The doubters still questioned if Lad
You would, Yoshi. You would.
But Paul
you like
carried
chaos.
that burden into Nashville. A new season
right, let's change the
brought
day
new
over.
Challenges, but the same expectations. So Paul would stop at nothing.
Yeah, change the day over.
The title.
Little
VGC
dancers are great.
always
Fuck your
evolving,
dancers.
as the strategies
Private
for
dancer.
success change
Dancers
from
for money.
game to game.
Any old music will
With the
do.
release of Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, the 2018 season leveled up the competition.
If anyone's going to like it, be Yoshi.
While Anaheim focused
In
exclusively
facts,
on
man.
Z moves, Nashville
I'm
will
alive,
have
this
one
much
of
I
the
can
most
claim. I feel
complex
that.
Worlds formats we'd seen so far by allowing both Z moves and Mega Evolution in the same battle. This was great news for Paul's signature Salamence, as his favorite Pokemon of all time could now
Bruh.
Mega Evolve and sweep battles more efficiently with Dragon Dance. Paul's 2018 team would be built around versatile VGC
so we
staple
have
Pokemon,
Nussing,
also iterating on similar cores from his previous Worlds run.
Nussing.
Tapu Koko and Snorlax would both reprise their roles
Nada.
from Paul's 2017 team
Nada.
as a fast electric type and a bulky Bellygem user,
Nada.
respectively.
Nada. Do you even know what you're
Paul
after
would
now?
swap one
Bits and bobs.
Steel-type Ultra Beast for another,
Man, I
going
need
from
Survivor to pop up,
Celesteela
bro.
to Kartana, since Kartana was much faster, had
Fuck
access to
Kartana.
Tailwind,
Depression
and
be
its
pressing,
Bloom
feel
Zoom
that.
could break through
It's ironic
the
I was super cool with
sturdy
alcohol
Syphilis.
and
Kartana
even
is going
now
to go next and going to go straight into that
I wasn't
Bloom
even
Doom.
what? You know, it's ironic how I was super cool with alcohol and even now I wasn't even my first thought. I really am not addicted. Could someone translate that? What the hell does that mean? It sounds like you're drunk typing that. What?
Paul's team had many heavy hitters that could carry him to
It's
another
ironic how I was super cool with alcohol and even now I wasn't even my first thought. I really am not addicted to it.
Many of the world champions throughout history have had to make the call for the event. It's a brave decision to use a Pokemon no one expected, and for Paul,
I don't believe
that was
anyone that says they get
Gastrodon.
that.
Out of the entire Day 2 field in Nashville, Paul was the only person to bring Sinnoh's iconic Sea Slug.
Blood wanted to try alcohol, but now he doesn't
Gastrodon
think
was
about it.
typically
Oh,
used for defensive
we joined the club.
purposes, but Paul went on the offensive, giving it Groundinium Z. The combination of Earth Power and Ice Beam was too much for many
I like
of the
your words,
best Mega
Magic Man.
Evolutions
The
to
desire
handle.
eroded.
It was also perfect
Right.
coverage into teams that used both Landorus and Incineroar.
Who would have thought Gastrodon would have been the MVP?
Under the right conditions,
I mean, to be fair, you say like other people in my life, but like,
Gastrodon
that's because you learn from those people. You saw the effects alcohol has on those people and you went, nope, not for me. That's what I did with my dad and my brother. I saw the effects alcohol had on them and I went, yep, not for me.
Interesting move right there.
After an exciting series of Top Cut matches, Championship Sunday
Nothing
in
better to put
Nashville
you off
had one of the
alcohol
most
consumption than
electric
seeing the
atmospheres
effects that it has on
we've
people
ever
that
seen in Pokemon. This
are around
match
you.
was no easy task for
Snatch
Paul, as his
Incineroar.
opponent, Emilio
Hello,
Forbes,
Lisa.
was a
I'm doing my
rising
best, mate. How
star
you
in
doing?
VGC.
From the United States, Emilio Forbes.
Hate ticks. The one thing that needs to be seared off the planet. I don't remember the last time I saw a
quickly
tick.
established himself as one of North America's top hyper-offensive trainers. The combination of Emilio's aggressive playstyle and Mega Gengar's aggressive
Well,
ability
give me
Shadow
a
Tag, not
Survivor.
allowing your opponent to switch out their
Survivor,
Pokemon,
or
meant
maybe
even the best
Kecleon.
trainers were often left without
I
options.
think Kecleon's only on the special scan, isn't it? I'm pretty sure.
The LATAM pride came out in full force for Paul. It was time for Nashville
Oh,
to saddle
your mum
up
has
and
Lyme
witness
disease?
the
Holy shit. Oh, God. Big love in the chat for Queen Catania. Holy shit. Can you believe we're halfway through June already? I don't even want to think about it, mate. Like,
They're here to cheer on Paul Ruiz.
This moment was
this
a year
time in a
making
month,
for
I was
Paul.
probably looking for a
Reaching
new
the
job.
finals was an incredible accomplishment.
So I'm going to
But
bury
the
my head in
job
the sand for the
wasn't
moment.
finished. Paul was ready, kept his nerves steady, and showed Mega Gengar that Mega Salamence was the
Bruh.
best in town.
Salmon showing double edge with that boom.
Nashville.
Isn't up, picks it up.
Mostly has a bad headache right now, but there's nothing to tell how bad a flare-ups are going to be when they happen. Damn.
Team, Gastrodon
Is she getting
was
treatment
riding
for it?
tall, ready for Landers to switch in. Now one game away from greatness.
3 damage on the Landorus, baby.
But Amelia wouldn't go down without a fight.
What we got going on here? What do I need?
Game 2, Latias took care of Paul's main attraction.
Did you just call me a Latias? I'm trying to lose weight, bro. You like Pringles? Oh, I don't like any kind of crisps, me. They're not for me. My ex has limes as well, and when he mostly has normal days, when the disease flares up, he's literally in a fetal position, unwilling to do anything. Jesus.
Giving Paul his chance to
Yeah, they've been proper going deep on the history. Won't say really affect her that much, even though she yelled at me after I locked the basement door on her because I forgot she was down there. And yet she locked me in my room for hours is all.
From top 4 to world
What?
champion, Paul Ruiz's journey
what?
made VGC history, ensuring LATAM would never be.
This all started because I said a dead person was dead, even though my sister jokes about death like that too. Did what I say really affect that much, even though she yelled at me after I locked the basement door on her because I forgot she was down there? And when she locked me in my room for hours is all. I'm so sorry. What? Why are all the rooms in your house locked? What's that about?
Let us know some of your favorite competitive Pokemon moments by using the hashtag.
How do you lock someone in the basement? How do you? What? My grandma wants it that way? What in the fucking horror film house is going on? Have you had that day at school when you had a lockdown drill and the bell pissed me off? Sweetheart, I went to school before 2005 in England. We didn't do lockdown drills.
We are back.
I think you only do lockdown drills if, like, you live somewhere where there are school shooters. There aren't really school shooters in England, not after Dunblane. Pokopia DLC costs 100. I thought it cost 30.
I feel like super excited after watching that. It's the first time I watched the video, and honestly, a lot of memories came now. And
Somehow people are combining both the game and DLC to make $100. Are people stupid?
I mean, but you're so important, not just the history of Latin American VGC, but in these series.
Isn't that like every game that has DLC? Don't buy the DLC. Yeah, what?
You're a very important piece of that storyline. The first Latin American champion.
Oh, let me guess. The massive fucking game that was Pokopia. Let me guess. It's now an incomplete game because Pokemon fans.
Where people
because
weren't
Pokemon
necessarily
fans.
agreeing that the Latin American player base was on the same level as some of the other regions, and why it was so important for you to prove them wrong.
Yeah. I think for us,
I love the. I woke up on the other screen with the ITV player, and it shows challenge. What is Booba?
You know what it takes to.
What is Booba? Why is it playing on ITV Kids, bro? What?
I remember that was one of the things I said to myself the first time I was watching Worlds.
I've never had a school where there's a lockdown drill.
It was 2015 Worlds. I was watching.
That pissed anyone off to my knowledge. Yeah.
One of my first.
Have you seen the Super Mario Galaxy movie? Yes.
The, like, amazing matches on top 8. You know that top 8 was dominated by.
I guess I'm just gonna get asked a random bunch of questions that are unrelated, not actually flowing into a full conversation.
And that's where my journey like really started, because that's where
news just in. Games cost money.
And try to prove the world.
Yeah, true, Catania. You're right.
And then the journey started after Worlds. Basically, I started to compete in other events, because at that point my country didn't have like
let's
regionals
fucking
or anything
go.
like that. So I had to travel to nearby countries like Colombia, Peru.
So the
get,
pairings
like,
must be up.
My points. And then,
oh yeah, the pairings are up. Ko Tsukide versus Shoma Honami, Japan versus Japan. Adrian Hurley versus Francesco Piopero, which is US versus Italy. Dawei C versus Eric Rios, China versus Spain. Marcus Dion versus Wolf Glick, Canada versus Americania.
I was not the first to like start representing LATAM.
Did I check all these? I can't remember.
I wanted to be possibly one of the first to
Chicken
do well.
Limbo.
Like, I didn't care who exactly was, but I wanted to be one of those.
To be fair, it might be worth checking. That's a medium. I think this is a large. If this has poison types, it might be worth going in just in case Survivors. It won't be. Weavile guy's out. What's even the point? What's even the point of living?
Yeah, actually, I was interviewed in a newspaper, like local newspaper in my country after Worlds 17. You know, top 4, great accomplishment.
It's so crazy to me that lockdown drills are now a normal thing.
I was actually thinking back then to retire. Like that is something that like maybe.
I'm joining Metapod as a Wolf hater for this round. Wow. Canada. At least Shoma's already qualified for Worlds, so I'll root for Ko, who's probably also got the qualification. Yeah, I think Ko has.
You're gonna see that, like I said,
Ko's had a hell of a run.
My intention was to just finish there because, you know, I'm an adult. I started playing Pokemon, like, let's say very late compared to other folks out there. I started, like, when I was 25.
Why, bro, gotta hit me with the I'm an adult?
I
Damn.
was married, like, responsibilities.
Come
so
on, Canada, if she'll let me.
Like me to travel the world for that. So I was like, maybe this is enough. But then I remember.
Who got top 8 in JCS? He's definitely qualified.
The semi-finals that I lost against Sam Pendelis from Australia. In my mind, I was like,
oh, stop it, gang, because at this rate, I'm going to end up rooting for Wolf just to be the different guy. Just to be the difference maker.
I talked to my wife and say, honey, I want to try it again. And she said, well, didn't you say you were going to quit? And I was like,
you guys shouldn't bully Wolf just for existing.
I need to try again.
Wait.
And then
fucking Kecleon's in there, cunt.
And I tried to compete, and like, you know,
behave you. When do I ever?
We were playing Ultrasonic
Mama Swine needs another title.
A lot of different like events to get my points.
More like,
the thing is,
mommy, swig this piss.
Of course, because of the top 4.
How do I get to there? Do you think that's inside?
I couldn't
Phrasing.
necessarily ask my boss for 2 days off. You know, to play day 1.
I have no reason to hate. I do it for the love of the game. I thought you did it for the love of the gays.
You know, adult issues, let's say. But I was like, okay, I need to get into the top 8 of the region to get the auto qualification to day 2 because we had those things.
I'm not bullying him for resisting. I'm being patriotic. Let me live. But you're not everybody else.
We did have day 2 auto invite.
Canadian winning would be
huge. So I was like, if I don't get to the top 8 of my region,
you have to comment on his appearance, Emma.
And until the very last event of the season, I was, I believe, 9th. And I needed to get
He's
that
just
jump,
tall.
To get that. And I remember there was one player from Peru.
Bro, his name is fucking Wolf. That's automatically cool guy
Of a
material.
Latin event, and he couldn't play.
He was actually born Steven, but he changed it when he was 18. Imagine spreading that rumor. That's wild Pokemon.
But then he didn't
destroy Brambles. Kecleon.
And then I made the 8th place. And I won.
And all things work out for a reason, right? You're the first
or
ever
Keckles.
World champion
or
in the
Keckles.
division for VGC. For all of our new viewers
or
that
Keckles. Stop saying or Keckles. I can't.
The atmosphere of Nashville.
Keckles.
It's something we try to replicate, but you had to really be in the venue, hearing how proud.
Let's see the person with that country winning, like interim. I had to root for Marco against the French kid.
On the stage with that deafening cheering in your
what have I done?
On American soil.
Yeah, it was amazing, honestly. Like in a lot of
you miss Lando.
Instances, I guess.
He'll be in another Star Wars probably. Billy D. Williams is still alive, isn't he?
Being like noisy, like in soccer, for example, right?
Noisy, noise.
Passion for sports, and I'm honestly.
Hey, bro, where are your brambles, bro?
Happy and excited to see that.
Oh, hyperspace survey complete. Fuck that, then let's go.
And I remember the crowd was going.
Leave me alone, Grumpig.
You know,
leave me alone, Grumpig.
Like, and I remember in the finals.
Doesn't he run like a Welshman?
We have this like headphones with noise cancellation.
My parents named me Wolf at birth. I would have more respect for my father because then I'd know he at least has taste.
Noise, you cannot hear much of the exterior, but because they were just.
I mean, the meme where Google search term was absolutely. I accidentally built a Jeep. I love that meme.
I could even listen.
What have I done?
Very like calm person when it comes to performing at my games. I try to stay like calm and be focused. But during that finals, I watched it back and I was like,
so Kecleon goes before Flamigo, so this Kecleon can Kecleon go away.
I was so nervous.
This Kecleon can Kecleon go away.
It seemed like a
it's after Glimmer and Glimora, but before Greavard.
Before I even got to the stage.
Hey, at least tick off. We got Kecleon. Oh, it's Rotom, yeah.
Region's name, of course, not only my name, because this was.
So now we just need Survivor, Milotic, Rotom, and Pori 2.
In this case, LATAM as a region, as you said earlier, we wanted to prove.
I think this is continuing the trend of I've never encountered. I've never physically had a Rotom zone in this game yet.
Players, European players, we can do. We just need an opportunity, and we got.
This has been a long interview, hasn't it?
The year before, as you said, top 8, we had 4 Latin American players. It was a really strong performance for our region.
They really said to Joe Brown, "Go find a guy who just won't stop talking, and we'll use that for filler." I know just the guy.
And then last one for you before we get back to our top 8 action. You've top cut the World Championships with Salamence 2 different times. Someday down the road when Pokemon Champions brings Mega Salamence back, is it immediately in the team builder? Are you already trying to win the next World Championship with Mega Salamence?
Oh, legendary. Good.
Of
I'm not
course,
shiny
Mega
hunting it. I'm just
Salamence,
catching it.
One of the strongest Mega Evolutions ever created. It's my favorite.
This injury's
Pokemon.
long. I was thinking
There's
that
a
just as
reason
you
why it's
said
my
it.
favorite
You're right.
Pokemon
Oh, this is a long
because, you know,
song.
for those folks at home,
Go find a guy and
if
it's a world
they,
champion.
let's
Well,
say
yeah, it
they
had
figure
to
out
be
the
someone that
story
he'd know.
behind Bagon and Shelgon. Like Bagon wanted to fly. Like he wanted to fly so hard that then Wings
Can't be a
came out
stranger
of
and just
him,
assume
his
they're going to
body,
talk a lot, bro.
and he
Come on.
became a Salamence. And then Mega Salamence takes that, let's say, passion and that goal even further.
You've lost your warrior's pride and become nothing more than a
Salamence is definitely gonna be
pawn,
my
Snake.
team. You can bet.
All right, I love the connection from Bagon to
Raise extra login
Salamence
trees. I've
with
chat his
you
ear off,
in
mate.
Nashville. But that was Nashville. That was 2018.
Imagine
This
the
is
Amma shut up
2026.
challenge.
This is
Impossible.
New Orleans. It's time to saddle up for top 8.
But we love you for it, Amma.
So amazing to hear from Paul Ruiz, one
To be
of
fair,
our
they just did his
previous
Pokemon Championship
world
history,
champions,
right?
who has stamped his mark
Bro,
in
get more
Pokemon
screen time.
history forever.
Unbelievable.
But Len, I think we're getting closer to stamping another one in this Pokemon Champions era.
Yeah, there's a few
Oh,
World
Rosemary,
Champions
I'm
left
getting
in
close,
our bracket,
darling. Stop
trying
this.
to make it out to
Behave.
the top and be the first international champion in Pokemon Champions.
Ace Trainer Liam, be
At
respectful
the
to women
beginning of the
challenge.
weekend, we
Somehow
had
impossible.
over 1,000
Oh, I'm
competitors
lovely.
fly here to New
I'm the
Orleans or
best
drive
hype
or
man in the
however to get
world.
here to compete for a chance at the NAIC title. But now we only have
Wow, Liam, how
8
can you talk
players
to me like
left
that? Oh, I can
remaining.
talk to you
And
real
these are going
dirty.
to be the 8 still in contention to
Don't
make
you
it to
worry.
the finals playing on
Oh, I'm out of
Championship
good
Sunday.
fucking things.
8 players remaining. They've all earned world
I need to make
invites.
more
They've all
sandwiches.
earned some money. It's about
What's
trying
it
to
called?
win now. You're all 3 wins away.
to make
from
more
being
donuts.
An international champion. They can all see
Look at the
it on
bracket, you
horizon.
dickhead.
You just have to make it through a few more rounds.
And for our
That's the
first
one.
top 8 match,
Never make
we're
that
gonna
sound
be
again.
Focusing in on Ko Tsukide versus Shoma Honami. 2
Yes, we get to watch
fantastic
Ko.
players traveling all the way here from Japan
Ko. Oh, my
after just
chest
playing their
hurts.
Japan Nationals last weekend.
Yeah, less than a week
Ko.
ago, both of these players were participating in the PJCS. Ko also got top 8 there, so 2 weekends in a row, top 8 at very high-level tournaments.
I need
Shoma not
shiny.
quite as strong of a finish, only a top 64 there, so made it into Worlds, didn't have that
That's the
pressure
stuff.
this weekend, doesn't need to win this
Liam,
next
we
match
get
to
all 4 top
qualify through a
8s.
direct
Yeah, I know, mate.
invitation, But is
What's your
now
point?
performing so much better with the top 8 this weekend and looking for more.
But both
I
of
think
them
it's
have
my first
very different
NAIC, bruv.
stories of how they actually got
Last
here
year I watched
to
it with
the
Amma.
top cut. Ko Tsukide, one of the most dominant performances we have seen
Yeah, it's a very
at
serious top 8.
international championship level. Went completely undefeated through that first phase of Swiss.
Yeah, the last undefeated player in the tournament. We saw him this morning beat Wolf to take that title as the first 11-0 player, earning the first spot into the top cut now. Went on to win one more match to get a bye, as you can see, in the top 16. So it's been smooth sailing so far. But on the other side, Shoma was 4-2 yesterday afternoon.
Let's
From
go.
that point on, could not afford
I'm glad
another loss.
Darway's in the
Had to win
semis.
8 matches in a row.
Sorry, the
in
quarters.
the tournament for 8 players, 8 very strong players, including Christopher
Talking about
Hahn.
electric level
Make it through
2.
a top 16 match against Mega Blastoise in the last round, but now has evened all that out. It doesn't matter whether you started 11-0 or 4-2. You are here in top 8, and only one player can move on.
Friends
to
with my
top 4.
dad.
Win and you get to move forward, lose and you are going home. Top 8 is still nothing to scoff at as a major accomplishment at the North
Oh.
America International Championship stage. But of course, all of our competitors here want that coveted Pikachu trophy. We all know what it looks like. It is so beautiful. It's going to look great in that trophy cabinet, but 2 more matches stand between you and that shot. There are a couple of
This
other
game's pay to win. You
amazing
have to be able to
top 8
afford a trophy
competitors
cabinet.
throughout this bracket, superstar studded
posh, innit?
across the board. Adrian Hurley desperately needed a top finish here at the North America International Championships in order to qualify for Worlds. He entered into this tournament needing a top 16 or better, and he has done it. He's going to the World
Imagine the
Championship.
confidence.
Needed such a strong finish and got it, and our top cut is
Imagine
loaded.
having the
We saw
confidence
Wolf
to be
split
like,
with the
oh,
top
I
specs
need to,
earlier.
I'm going to go to
Darway yesterday
NAIC
with
because
the
I
Scarlet.
need a
So
top
many
16.
fun matches ahead
I
of us.
need a top 16.
It's going to be a fun next few hours.
And a couple of
I go there going,
European
I
players
need
in
to
there
win
as
at least a
well.
game.
Rios, of course,
And there are
also
people
an
going, I
international
need to make top
champion.
cut.
He has a chance at a second international championship title. I feel like we've got to count the Japan Nationals as also being kind of like on that level because they're just really difficult tournaments.
Sure.
But I think everybody in this lineup has a chance to win. But which team, which player is actually going to come out on top?
Yeah, so many
Let's
interesting
go.
teams left, so many players with great stories about how they got here, so many players that already have huge legacies. 3 players who have won world championships in the past.
Isn't that what the Japanese trainers do, though?
Next round, of course, Ko as a
Japanese trainers are just like, bro, I'm just going to go here for a laugh.
I mean, has just been,
and just top cut because the Americans can't.
As well, I love being able to see his.
Spoke to a UK player at Turin who needed a top 128.
Everybody's also been loving following his updates that he's posted for the tournament.
I wish I could just be really great at Pokemon.
Against the grain with all of those wins he had to accumulate.
I need to stop saying good at Pokemon because it baits everybody to go, but you are really good. And I'm there like, dude, I can't even go even at a tournament. Shut up.
Into the top cut, but keeps coming out on top in these hard-fought matches.
I wish I got a level plus 108.
Fuck it. On the broadcast and yesterday as
Let's find out what our legendary is. It don't matter if it's shiny, we're taking it.
And it felt like every single time Ko just had such
Cobalion or Latios, we're taking it.
How to get to the end game. I think especially when we think about the Ko Tsukide versus Wolf Glick match.
It'll be Cobalion,
two
right?
Of our Swiss rounds today. Dominant.
Fucking Latios. Okay, it's fine.
Gotta keep this Basque Legion up and alive for the end game and that one.
Gotta remember where it spawns.
He understood the assignment. He was able to finish the job there.
Latios spawns in a different place to Latios, right?
To think about the long term, not just the
or do they both spawn like really high up there?
Resources and preparing for how to win the game, not just the turn.
So we're going to see a lot of
stop this.
very familiar Pokemon, I think, as we look at some of these teams. But if I had
Japanese trainers are the funniest. I love their run at LAOC. Where 5 entered and 2 of them made top 4.
We haven't seen Eric Rios quite yet take the stage. That's going to be more of sort of like the, the good stuffs, the Charizard, the Sylveon, and the things that we saw.
Let's have a
huge team building partner for him is Alex
Latiati.
Gomez, who we did feature earlier today. And so they're going to be running very
There's
similar
a way up.
teams. I think Dawe might have the most unique with that Ceruledge.
Ceruledge and the Coil Milotic.
Dawe's Ceruledge is banging.
Such a good meta call to understand how that Ceruledge matches up into so many of the common megas. But it's one thing to say, I think this Pokemon
Only
is good.
3 Mega
It's another
Floette
thing to figure
left.
out how to solve the problems a Pokemon like that has and put it in the right place.
2 of them are facing each other. Bro, that means there'll only be 2 Mega Floette left.
Mega Floette that she has on her team. The match, you just need
Whoa, Pokemon, you can't be doing that now.
Right, it's all about knowing what Pokemon you need, what tools you need in a given matchup. It's really great.
I will find Latios.
I think a couple of the other players, though, I'm really excited to see. Of course, we haven't gotten a chance to feature Adrian Hurley yet either.
Oh, wait, I can climb that.
But I feel like Adrian, when I play him in our locals, always brings something really spicy. So maybe we'll see that.
Another player with a Venusaur. I think it's a good game.
Hey, look, it's fucking Noiva.
Doesn't play in as many tournaments and brings a Venusaur. Of course,
it's like I'm his fucking fave, mate.
Indianapolis just a couple of weeks ago. We'll see if Adrian can
Let's
have
go.
similar success. If you can land enough sleep powders, anything is possible.
That's super true. Or enough rock slides. I think there's rock slide on that team as well. Something like that.
I think it's over. It's up in the bowl, isn't it?
Competitors to get ready.
We've got to find a way up.
We've got a couple of tweets that we can share with you.
Tweets.
So thank you for using that hashtag Pokemon NAIC. Maybe your post will also get featured on our stream here. But it's so cute. Melanie and Pikachu say hi.
Where the
hi, Pikachu.
Bloody hell is the ladder thing?
Pikachu out there. I think there were a couple of other Pokemon as well that you could meet. This is fun to see.
I always like meeting with Eevee.
If Eevee, that's your favorite one?
Yeah.
I think Gengar might have been out there this week.
Yeah, I think Gengar was out there, which is a rare appearance.
Yeah.
Gengar.
And normally hiding in the shadows, yeah.
I just love all the cosplay that everybody's been doing. I know Gabby.
Oh, do you know what you should do now, Liam?
A cosplayer earlier today.
Is restart, yes.
So very nice to see everybody coming out to show their love of Pokemon.
Game Boy.
Many hours of my life are represented in these photos. Yeah, that's certainly a lot of hours of my life spent on a Game Boy like that, playing Pokemon Yellow. And
I had that Game Boy. It gave me such big headaches, but it was worth it.
Well-kept secret. I've never played Red, Blue, or Yellow.
How about the remakes? Fire Red?
Okay,
Pokemon Let's Go Pikachu?
I did.
Okay.
I did, but it's not the same
wow.
as the thing.
You're not used to like...
What are the odds they let me meet Victini at
EYC?
Bruh.
I think that would be pretty fun to walk back down memory lane with that one. But I know this has been a super nostalgic display. We've got some really cool displays. I think it's a part of the video game museum that has traveled with us through these international championships and possibly the world championship.
Oh, shit!
Yeah, a lot of fun nostalgia there. Oh, is this a fill in the lab? The blanks for what Bulbasaur has to say?
You know what Bulbasaur is saying, right?
What is he saying?
Let's get it human!
He's saying, swiggity swooty, I'm coming for that booty.
This weekend, a little warm outside, but okay here in the
It's okay, Rosemary, you're still part of the best caster duo. Who's the best caster duo? Is it Rosemary and Lou?
A little bit drier.
Well, I mean, I guess you're right, because humidity is about
If you don't include Lou,
moisture
you're
quantity
objectively
in the
wrong.
air. And the drought
You're going to
certainly
say Aaron
take that
Zeng.
away.
You're
But have you
biased.
ever been
Oh, okay,
hot
and Len.
and humid. Yeah, it's not great.
What the fuck is Latias in here?
It's really not great.
Which
but
roof is she on, or
Bulbasaur,
which
we're
bit?
here with you. Thank you for being here in
What the
spirit.
fuck?
Got one more. You would have
Oh,
told
I
me
love
best form
Costa.
Lycanroc would be in the top usage in a major
Costa
VGC
has my
tournament.
heart.
I would never believe, but here we
You're
are.
such a way with
and
words,
I am
right?
all here for it.
I'm on the same page, sir.
Also,
I don't
big
think
up
I
to
would've
Charlie
believed
Merriman, the very merry man.
success in Turin last weekend, because it's really a Pokemon restricted to one team archetype. We're seeing it played with a lot of Pokemon,
Merry man,
Frostlass.
merry man,
That team
Charlie
having
merry
so much
man.
success, so many players representing it.
He's such
into
a
the
merry
phase
man.
2, players representing the top cut. We just saw Marcus win his way into
We'll give
top
you a
8
see where she said
using
the
Lycanroc
lone
against
memory of
Scovillain and
Indeedee is
Frostlass.
gone with Rillaboom entering the
Team that's
field.
Clearly demonstrating he can have a lot of success, even if the Lycanroc hasn't always looked so good on broadcast this week.
Bro, why
Okay,
can't
look,
I
at least
find
Marcus
Lachiace?
Dion did get a win, showcasing the Lycanroc.
I think it's in there, but how the
and
fuck do I get up
just
there?
Our first Top Cut match of the day, but we've got more to show you, and so we're ready. Let's get it.
Charlie and Ben,
for
Lou, literally
our
anyone, Costa by
first
himself.
match. I don't know what that means. But yeah, we're featuring Shoma Honami versus Ko
Bro, what is
Suzuki
happening?
It's going to be a fun one. Two very strong Japanese players used to the humidity over there, and they're going to be ready for it this weekend
Latias
as
spawn?
well.
Don't remind me.
Yeah, your flashbacks to Yokohama a couple years ago.
Yeah, I mean, okay, look, Yokohama was amazing, but
Bruh.
August in Japan.
Yeah, Len, fucking Len's just there like, no. I can't be unserious on the broadcast.
But that's fine. You know, you're right. Maybe like an environmental preparation or something like that.
I walked
Thank you,
past this
production,
poo
for saving
earlier
me.
and someone
We are
stopped to
going
take a photo of it. So
getting
unserious.
ready to go into that game momentarily, but of course, we got to have our
Where's the
competitors
ladder?
take their pictures.
You talked about Shoma's content. He's got to get it going while he's on stage there, sitting ready for the match. It's going to be a fun one. These are two of the top
How do I
players
get to
in
it,
the
bro?
world, traveling so far to be here this weekend in
Okay,
New
just
Orleans
fucking reset.
to run up against each other, to be the last Japanese
Right.
player standing
Bing bong.
in the North American International Championship, trying to take it home for Japan, but only one of them can move on to the semifinals.
That is also so funny for somebody who
Isn't
seems so
it
even
wild
keeled
flew
beyond the
all
desk.
the way here just
More like
to play
Key
a
and
local?
Peele.
Someone you could have played back at the BJCS.
Yeah, what's happened to
last
this camera's
weekend.
frame rate? I think it's fixing.
Top 8 at
Tinkle time.
PJCS
Everybody have a tinkle
last
before the match
weekend.
starts. Don't be
Shoma
daft.
Top 64. Both of them hoping to improve on those results even further and solidify themselves as one of the best players in the world on the international stage. Len, I love when it comes down to this. We often have, in the last year, seen an explosion of Japanese players, APAC players, that do usually qualify to the World Championships through their national circuit, come out to the international championships because they can win a direct invite if they get top 4 at an IC, or they get all the prize money. They get the trophy, something that is
The
so
glory,
exciting.
the thrill of competing. They've already made it to Worlds, but why not? When you have these skills, when you're this caliber of player, why not come out and demonstrate it further? Take down all of the competition and see where you can end up. Both players who have had so much success internationally already, as you mentioned, Shoma, of course, the 2015 world champion in that chalk era, used to a format that is highly centralized around just a few threatening teams. Ko, a player who was top 8 at just last year's world championships, and then is a former world champion himself in the senior age division back in 2019.
You talk about there being a centralized meta when Shoma won the World Championships. We are kind of in one now. You're going to end up seeing mirrored Pokemon on both sides as we feature Mega Floette and Mega Charizard Y on these teams.
the same megas on both sides in the feature matches. We've seen Shoma play this mirror twice already, both times coming out ahead, knowing how to use those tools.
You got this, Ko. You can do it, Ko.
Sacrifices,
I believe that, Ko.
Positioning is important at any given moment.
An international local, wild,
who
isn't
had
it?
just as much experience in those mirror matches, and now has to prove it one more time in this top 8.
There are not that many differences in the team. One big one, though, is going to be the difference in the Garchomp sets. Ko has a more standardized set here. You've split your difference in some of the damage options that you have.
You can do it, Ko.
I
believe at you.
The Dragon Claw, but you still have that coverage move in the Rock Slide, going to be very beneficial against opposing Charizards. But what Shoma has that makes the magic move flow wet, and the Whimsicott a little bit better, is a Poison Jab.
Has Poison Jab and the Roselli Berry, so able to sit
please
there
announce
in
some
front of
DLC
Fairy
for Thomas.
offense and respond back with Poison offense. Meanwhile, the King Gambit on both sides have dropped the Protect, but opted for different items. Focus Sash for the Shoma, but no, it does have Protect there alongside the Aqua Berry.
It's so tough in this meta because you just have
Man, their teams are so similar. They're like besties, bro.
Do you want to have a super effective berry like the Aqua, like the Chocolate?
Do you imagine Shoma's just like, oh, for fuck's sake. I traveled halfway across the fucking world and I still can't get away from Ko.
Instead, so you're not worried about
Bro just follows me
necessarily
everywhere.
needing to have the right berry at the right time. You have the flexibility to have that King Gambit sit on the field. But this King Gambit with the Aqua Berry is going to fare just a smidge better versus that Charizard. Why? If it does have enough HP.
Here, both players opting for the Focus Sash on Whimsicott. So important to be able to take one hit from Charizard and not be off the field, or take a big hit like an Iron Head from the King Gambit on the other side.
Otherwise, the teams are the same with the moves, the Pokemon. Even a lot of the stat alignments are the same from just doing some quick math. Really going to be those minute differences, the Garchomp sets, the Garchomp item, as well as the item on the King Gambit, and just that one difference in the Protect on Shomas. That is really going to make this,
Shoma's a pretty good looking guy, isn't he? Shoma's got fucking Riz, dude.
Looking at the same 6 Pokemon.
Well, just because you have the same 6 Pokemon at the team preview doesn't mean you have the same 4 Pokemon in the game. It doesn't mean you have the same 2 Pokemon.
Feeling it, Amma. You
league.
feeling? Are you about to change your pick?
Match can be based on whether you get the advantage on turn 0.
He was also the guy who said, I don't think I'll make top cut because I don't think my team is very good at Vegas.
Position, or if you're the one back-footed and having to respond to your opponent's pressure. We're going to
imagine needing a sash.
See probably some leader in this
live
game
an Iron Head.
the Pokemon hit the field.
Couldn't be my Whimsicott, bruh.
All the way to 2015, where he won the World Championships. Has over a
Your
decade
Whimsicott's
of
based
experience
with that defensive
playing in
action.
a multitude of different Pokemon metas, proving himself over 10 years ago, but now hoping to do the same in this mirror matchup versus Ko. But Ko, of course, coming in as one of the more new era players, 2019 World Champion in the senior division, I think comes with a different level of experience, maybe a fresh take on how competitive Pokemon can be played.
The weird camera podiums that always make me think of Gothitelle every time I see them. I'm like, is that Goth? No, it's camera.
Up against, waiting to see those crucial
called tripods then. The tripods camera podiums. You're fucking
and
loser.
Also so damage trading. Very few of these
Ready.
Pokemon are offering supportive roles. Only Whimsicott. Everyone else is just there.
Show me the money.
So many turns
Let's
are going
go.
to come back down to whether you can land your targets into the right place, whether you can find your protects at the right moment. It means that the nerves are going to be on edge.
We're working.
Constantly.
We're
This is not
moving.
going
We're
to
in
be,
the zone. We're
a
grooving.
long, safe positional battle where some player edges out a small incremental advantage. This is going to be about big moments and big swings.
Because we support the US, and that's the way we like it. We like it. We love it. Stop this.
It's not always about taking the first KO. It's about having.
I think it's mean that they put the Japanese players against each other. Like, oh, we can only have one Japanese player go through. That's very American, isn't it? Very American of them.
Likely to be very important here and brought throughout this match.
Metal Gear only has room for one.
4 turns of one-sided speed advantage.
Basically.
Sometimes when we see the Whimsicott, you are going to match those tailwinds, but then it becomes about how the other pieces end up matching into each other.
Get into team preview, please. I'm excited.
Of Shoma's winning in versus Samuel Pereira. We did see those Whimsicotts threaten the encore into each other, so you did have to really think about
my beautiful wife left this card on my phone stand on my desk. Isn't it very cute? It's got a Poliwag on it.
Usually a sign of maximum training.
I just sat down at my desk the other day, and it was just just like, oh.
Spend as many stat points on bulk. And
That's
so
where my phone goes.
Maybe just tied, and then if you have a threat of
Really funny that everyone remembers the thunderclap into Landorus, but Kazuki won the set. Bruh. Here we go. They both play as girl characters. That's what I'm noticing here.
And it's going to be the Whimsicott for Ko, but this time next to the Charizard Y.
Ooh.
Well, not always that your fire type is in a good spot against a water type. Charizard doesn't mind this matchup all the time.
Yeah, Charizard's like, yo, you want to get a fucking solar beam?
Against the Basculegion on the other side.
Just use fucking solar beam.
On the other side, and crucially because Drought can weaken Wave Crash, you can withstand a hit there, but it's still a lot of damage. Even
I remember that play. Crazy read, because Photograph on the field at the time, insane.
Both players are going to be very careful about what trades they're willing to make. Both Whimsicott's likely to quickly go after Tailwind here, but if you can stagger your Tailwind against your opponents, you might be able to create an advantage for yourself later on in the game. And if you can get a Moonblast into the other side, you can try to get rid of the Whimsicott early. Maybe if you can
Different dudes play as girls, I bet you do. I bet you fucking do.
Do you want to try to give up
Charizard Mega Y? Because I gotta.
Or really, is it all about going out
Cheeky
on the
Drought,
offense?
love to see it.
Charizard Mega evolving here leads me to believe that Ko is willing to push the pedal.
He's pulled a
on the
Mooney.
gas, but it's going to be the Moonblast from Shoma's Whimsicott that is able
He's
to
pulled a
move
Mooney.
first. Ko responds in kind as both of their Whimsicotts end up losing the focus sash. And now it's time for Charizard to go out on the
missed the Whimsy.
But Heat Wave is not 100% accurate. The
Bro, burn the Bascu.
Heat Wave just simply misses as Basculegion gets
Crit, though.
I wonder if that double kind of negates itself out enough with that luck. Whimsicott even because the sun was set by the Charizard.
Or what Orlando for Rig being switched out. I couldn't believe it. Crazy.
The only Tailwind or the only Tailwind later on. But
Oh, Poison. Yo.
Quite missed the KO for different reasons. Heat Wave into Whimsicott would have been devastating for Shoma because then the Whimsicott on Coast side would have been free to just Tailwind. If there hadn't been Drought on the field, a Charizard had just protected itself on that last turn, then Basculegion would have picked up the KO on Whimsicott, and Shoma would have been at a huge advantage. But between the miss and the Mega Evolution, we get a neutral field. We're back, but that just raises the stakes for this next turn. If the Whimsicott's again,
I was thinking of Basculegion was typing. It happens.
Probably just
It happens.
tie on which Moonblast actually lands. Also, is the
We'll forgive you, but never again. Make that mistake again. You're done. Imagine. Imagine. I'm sorry.
At +1 priority. And
Here we go.
You can't afford to spend a turn Aqua Jetting when
Cheeky
Charizard
Tailwind.
is free firing. But first, Tailwind from Coast side is
Match
going
the
up.
Tailwind.
Play it safe. You want to ensure that your Whimsicott is going to do something on this turn, and both of these trainers have the same goal in mind. Let's use the Tailwinds now.
Aqua Jizzle?
Legion goes out with
Yeah, because
Aqua Jet
Bascu's
into
going
the
down.
Charizard.
Probably.
And with the sun up, not going to feed too much sweat off this Charizard.
Bye-bye, Whimsicool.
Whimsicott is not going to miss out on the Heat Wave this time, and neither is this Basculegion, but really would have wanted a second crit in order
Yeah,
to
Showman needs to slow this Charizard down. Literally. I love we can hear the crowd here. They silenced the crowd during the turn stream. Yeah, it was rough, right? Turn 1, Bascu wave crashed the Whimsy.
That's particularly important because mini Charizards are trained to be able to.
That's what happened. It wave crashed the Whimsy, and it Aqua Jetted the Charizard turn 2.
The Whimsicott last turn had a priority move that was worth going for. Now, this turn would really like to Moonblast that Garchomp, but Aqua Jet does suppress the Moonblast at least because you're sitting at +1 priority, which means that you don't have much damage threatened to that Garchomp. And if the Garchomp's able
Roselli
to get
Berry,
off
baby.
just in response, in exchange for a Heat Wave, it's probably a very positive trade for Shoma. So there's a position where he's allowed the first KO, but isn't necessarily.
Honestly, is BetterHelp as good as a regular therapist when it comes to other people's experiences? I mean, I've only heard about the scandals with BetterHelp, so I don't really got a Chompé. Ooh, down goes Charizard.
This Charizard gets knocked out in one hit from that Garchomp. Of course, it had already taken a bit of damage there from that Basculegion on the turn prior with the Aqua Jet of its own, but it's a great KO to take.
Let's do it.
Yeah, we continue to see that Shoma really knows how to prioritize what damage when in this mirror matchup. Understood the Aqua
Show
Jet
me
was needed
what
to
you
make sure that you
got.
could land that Rock Slide KO and make life impossible for Ko on that last turn. And you do protect the Whimsicott to this turn, but all that does is kind of forward the pressure one more turn. You let Ko continue to suppress once.
What's in the back?
Continues at one spot, suppressed by the threat of Shoma's Basculegion going for Aqua Jet into Whimsicott. Now a very difficult decision on which Pokemon you bring in.
I mean, Whimsy could Moonblast the Bascu.
Now hitting the field able to threaten.
And then
a lot of
Vascu
damage
could
into Garchomp,
use
but with
Last
only one
Respects
KO already
into
down,
Garchomp.
Last Respects is probably not a KO there, and with the sun up, you're not as worried about wave
I
crash.
reckon.
Now, if you think you can Aqua Jet the Vascu Legion on
Oh, wait.
Shoma's side
Yeah.
before it moves, that will suppress the Aqua Jet back into the Whimsicott on your side, which opens up the opportunity for a Moonblast back into the Garchomp, but it's risky. If your Vascu Legion ends up being slower, then you just take a pretty poor trade. You lose Whimsicott, you get the KO on Vascu Legion, but Garchomp gets a free hit into Vascu Legion, which could even be, full power Earthquake if Shoma's pretty certain that's how the turn's going down.
Oh,
lots
boy.
of protects available as well. Shoma can just protect. You have to be a little bit careful. If you are going to protect from Shoma's side, you want to make sure you are dealing with
I think
Whimsicott
Last
now.
Respects into
Something like
Garchomp.
Earthquake is an
Moonblast
option to
into
get rid of
Vascu.
Whimsicott without
Vascu
the
goes for
Yeah, well, Encore
Aqua
is
Jet.
actually just
It's
going
not
to
a big
lock
deal.
this Vascu Legion into the
Aqua Jet.
Aqua Jet, sorry. And so that Aqua Jet
There we
is
go.
actually going to take the priority into the Whimsicott to knock it out once
That's
and
fair,
for
though.
all.
That's a solid strat.
But what did this Garchomp end up doing? Garchomp goes for the Rock Slide, so there wasn't priority.
Ooh, do we get the
on
flinch?
his own Vascu Legion for Ko. And that's going to be a
Last
Last
Respects into
Respects
Chomp.
back.
That's
There's
the
been a
threat.
lot of partners that have been taken out,
Oh.
but not enough for that to be a clean one hit.
But it'll
knockout
die to a
onto
wave
the
crash.
Garchomp.
Yeah, if you know that you're swinging into Garchomp, not trying to use your own Vascu Legion from Ko's side to chase after Shoma's Vascu Legion, you can't afford
Genuinely, no one does
to
it
hit
like
my
him.
Last
He's so good at
Respects
filling
and
dead
KO
time. You on
Vascu
about
Legion.
Len?
So you need the
You wet
Encore
for
to
Len?
make sure that it continues to Aqua Jet. And if you know that you're Last Respecting, you don't mind giving up Whimsicott because you need that extra KO down to buff the power of Last Respects. Maybe hoping that with 2 KOs, with the Aqua Jet going to Whimsicott, Last Respects would be a clean KO into the Garchomp on the other side. Doesn't quite get it.
I mean,
but
here,
does keep both
it's
of
just
these
Sucker
Pokemon
Punch.
so low that now you have
Well,
a lot of priority.
no, because
available
you're locked
for
into
the turn.
Aqua Jet, you just go
The
Kowtow.
Vascu Legion can Aqua Jet the Vascu Legion on the other side. King Gambit can suppress Garchomp with a Sucker Punch.
Wave
And
crash
so
into
these very
Garchomp.
low health bars, Ko creates a position where despite being down to
But
2
no,
Pokemon,
yeah,
it's
Sucker
difficult
Punch
for
into
Shoma to find
Garchomp.
where to attack.
Last
Now, the
Respects
key
into
thing is gonna be
Vascu.
what Pokemon is left in the back. We haven't seen a Mega from Shoma, so it's most likely the Charizard or the Floette in the back. Either one can come into a pretty positive position here. We've seen Shoma one-shot King Gambit's on the other side with Light of Ruin. If you can find yourself in that position, then it could be really positive, but you also have to deal with the Vascu Legion at the same time.
Wow, the Vascu Legion for Ko is actually going to move first with its Aqua Jet. So
Garchomp
it's able to take
is
the
deceased.
knockout into the Garchomp without any problems. And we know that Shoma's
There's the
Vascu
Aqua
Legion
Jet.
is locked into the Aqua Jet because
And then
of
Last
that
Respects.
Encore. And so maybe
Oh,
we
no,
find
not even
out
that.
a
Oh, no,
little
you did Aqua Jet
information
him. Why would
about
you
the way
idiot?
that these
You're an
Vascu
idiot, boy,
Legions
yes.
are trained. King Gambit follows suit with that Iron Head.
Same
There's a
difference.
double KO here for
But
Ko.
he covered for the
Now we
Floette
get to
switch
see
in, which is
what
cool.
that final Pokemon is.
Right,
Good job,
Ko
Ko.
exploits those low health bars. Shoma doesn't try to do anything to disrupt that position. Just accept the 2 KOs and the little damage back. Puts all of the stakes on the last Pokemon, on this Floette.
Hey,
Puts the
look,
field and
it's a
close it
Floette.
out. It probably can KO either Pokemon in one hit. Can move before either Pokemon. Or can it deal with both? With Iron Head on
It's
King
rough, innit?
Gambit for Ko, the threat of a KO
Oh, you
back
said
on a
Kobe.
Floette is there. Vascu Legion, if you KO the King Gambit, will certainly KO Floette back with Last Respects. And the Dazzling Gleam is certainly not enough damage on the King Gambit. So it feels like Ko has the position here where he says, Shoma, take what you want. Take any of it. Take a Dazzling Gleam for a bunch of damage. Take a KO in one slot or the other, but I will respond before
Yeah,
the turn
Ko is
over
in the
and get
driver's seat
mine
here.
back.
I don't see Floette coming through this.
Scenario where this Floette's able to knock out this King Gambit with a single
Expect
move
him to live
blast.
an
You're
Iron
likely
Head,
going
but he
to
won't live an
throw a
Iron
Light
Head
of
Last
Ruin
Respect,
at that
surely.
Pokemon in order to ensure that you get the job done. But then you're taking a ton of recoil back.
And even if you were to KO with a Moonblast, a fully powered Last Respects is going to one-hit KO this Floette regardless.
A great pin created by Ko with this Mega Floette on the field as Shoma's last hope in this first game. The Fairy Aura will radiate. Maybe this Floette
Dazzling
can get
Gleam.
something done with a critical hit from the Dazzling Gleam.
Oh, nowhere near. Yeah, this is that's game.
Crits here. Last Respects gives
Damn.
a final goodbye to this Mega Floette. And Ko Tsukide wins game
Well played,
What a tense
my
match.
friend.
What a
Well
back
played.
and
I say my
forth.
friend.
You
I've
can
never
really
met him.
see how
I've never
the
met him,
dominoes
and he was a good
start to
friend.
fall in this mirror match, where just because you take the early KOs doesn't mean you're at the advantage. Ko able to take the first KO, but then there's a great
Spilled.
response from Shoma, but that response leaves
It's on my
Shoma's
leg now.
Pokemon at such low health. Garchomp and Vascu
Right back
Legion
in, lads. No
so
replay. Right
low
back in.
that Ko was able to easily clean it up and create the final Pokemon advantage, the 2 versus 1, the decisive 2 versus 1 when your
Bing
opponent
bong.
cannot deal with both of those threats at one time
Hello.
to move himself up
Hello,
one game in
birthday
this set.
girl. How are you?
It's tough when it was the Mega Floette by itself. Like, I don't know if the situation changes very much, if it ends up being like the Vascu Legion as the Pokemon that's trying to take on that 2v1. Or even if that changes, if it's the Charizard that's in the back versus
baby.
either of these
6
Pokemon.
years old today.
Surely you think that maybe you do end up getting a better matchup into something like the King Gambit, but that Basket Legion is still going to threaten the last respects into you.
Right, you probably
wonder what Ko is asking. He's like, can this judge please stop stroking my thigh? It's really distracting.
Is particularly vulnerable to Charizard. We've seen very few that have the combination of no Akaberry, no Focus Sash, and no Protect. A Fire move is just going to free swing into King Gambit on Ko's side if that situation
got a whole
ever
fucking
arises.
Slice of cheese.
But Floette, pretty easy to choose in this matchup as well because it is so useful against so many Pokemon, and we saw for Shoma that to be a pretty consistent choice in these mirror matches. Particularly helpful that you can still need it, but you have to have a Pokemon. You would at least have to be into a 2-2 situation.
Bring the dogs down for Joe's party.
A Pokemon in the end.
But what if Mochi tries to do hump on them?
Was the encore into Aqua Jet earlier on. You can imagine that in-game playing out very differently. If Basket Legion is able to protect itself, let Garchomp go down,
trying to steal
and then have a 2v1 with both of your Basket Legion and Floette.
Do you know what's scary? Do you know what I realized the other week when we remembered it was Ruby's birthday? Is I was like, she's 6 this year, which means next year she'll be on senior food. Because the senior food is recommended for 7 and up on a border collie. And I'm just like, that's scary. Mochi isn't a humpy dog, to be fair. I am. They call me the humpy dog. I'm gonna not hit the button with the Ruby being so cute. I know. Good senior food at 7. That's mad. Just border collie. Like Essie's been on senior food since she was 7. Recommended for 7 up. Didn't know you don't need senior food. Yeah, right. I mean, he is 7 years old. 7 up. My dog is humpy and she's a she. Yeah, one of my old dogs, Chloe, she used to hump the other dog, Penny, for dominance. She was the head bitch in that household. Who approved this music? Mochi only humps blankets. Pigs in blankets? No, he sticks his pig in the blankets.
Both players likely to make some sort of adjustment, try to catch their opponents and be one step ahead from the get-go.
And if they don't, then we have to see a difference in choices on those first couple of turns. Maybe we don't see an all-out brawl with these Pokemon going out on the offensive. Maybe it's a bit more of a defensive play.
Mostly Tilly humps when she's super excited and happy. Unfortunately, she humps my arm. Oh no, here we go. Ko's going to 2-0. Look at all those people watching. I wonder how it feels to have so many people judging your play at once. I could never watch back. After that's Rawn, yeah, because she was on stream that one time, looking fetch.
Well, Ko maybe had a minor advantage in the leads in game 1. He has a major advantage in the leads in game 2. But the good news is that with
the thing I could never do is watch my stream game back on the stream with the live chat replay, because everything you do, L, throw, oh my god, throw, why are they on the stage, yeah, I'd watch it back, but I'd have to turn the live chat replay off. That's what I mean. I couldn't watch it back with the live chat replay, because that would be the most dehumanizing shit in the world.
Garchomps are slowing down some, but we do know it's a jolly plus speed stat alignment for the Garchomp on Shoma's side, so maybe
who's this?
F-slur side, which has the plus special attack stat alignment. For now,
you know what I mean? Shit like that. And you're just like, ooh.
But if it's jolly, it means that it's not adamant. That means it's not going to be hitting as hard. So maybe you're right that it is going to end up being just non.
I know what she means, but I really fucking love Rosemary being like, the thing is, if this Garchomp is jolly, it means it's not adamant. Yes, that's what jolly means. I'm a glutton for punishment and I have the chat on. I'll punish you. Hell yeah. Everyone's saying you through when it's a protect 50-50, yeah. Well, apparently it's not a protect 50-50 in New Orleans.
Much more surprising here to try to keep the Fairy Aura off. It would just mean less damage into the Floette on Ko's side, but certainly much more.
Look, all I'm saying, Amanda, is there's a reason Amma never came back.
On Ko's side, if Shoma had swung there, I think very fortunate.
It's me. I'm the reason. What was the reason?
Floette that would have done so much damage. Gets away pretty well here, though. Manages to break the Roselli Berry at no cost of Floette's health. Is now
look at the size of that fucking Omni Ring.
And attacking with Floette.
Why do they have to look like that? They look like fucking house arrest monitors. Remember when I first got added to a Discord server when I was younger? I searched for my name to see what everyone had been saying about me before I joined. Bro.
I can't imagine Co trying to immediately risk a 50-50.
I'm glad you got the hint. Rude.
Yeah, but this Floette is going to come in and also not be Mega Evolved. And Co's not going to Mega Evolve his own Floette either. We just have a turtle Floette on the field without that
Why
Mega
did neither of them Mega Evolve?
They're just going to try to hit these Dazzling Gleams and Moonblast without that additional stats. The Dazzling Gleam is good to bring this opposing Whimsicott down to half, but we trade the Tailwinds here.
2 turns of not Mega Evolving the Floette, to me, starts to telegraph Charizard in the back. Very rare that you would try to use these Pokemon together.
Oh yeah, Fairy Aura, yeah. They don't want to power each other up.
Floette can kind of bait out a lot of intention from Shoma, can still accomplish important things like getting rid of
really funny.
Charizard in the future, but you have a Charizard to punish an in-game that's reliant on things like the King Gambit. And maybe it works out, or maybe it really is about making sure that the Whimsicott on the other side doesn't have a boost to its own offense. But for now, things are going so well for Coach.
That's wild.
Has so much damage, has matched Tailwind, has broken the Roselli Berry, is just getting whatever he wants. But for now,
I mean, someone said it yesterday. Get ready for Xerneas alongside Mega Floette.
No patience, no waiting here. The damage is coming.
We're going to end up with 4 Fairy Auras on a field at one time.
In your own Floette to damage right from the get-go. That Dazzling Gleam chipping away at that Mega Floette means that it doesn't have as much longevity in this game, but we're still not seeing a Mega Evolution
went for the encore for the Tailwind.
This Floette is staying in that baby form. Floette still goes for the Moonblast.
That's brave.
And I think gonna take that actually quite well, despite the fact that it doesn't actually have that Mega Evolution, but that special attack drop certainly going to play a role as that Whimsicott.
I'm pretty sure Fairy Aura stacks.
Whimsicott hangs on. This could be really important. You could see Shoma's prioritization on the last turn, trying to encore Whimsicott. Because while you're taking a 50-50, if you think the Whimsicott's going to use a priority move like Tailwind,
oh, it doesn't stack. Okay. Oh, it feels like it does.
To click Moonblast if Shoma's going to invest in encore on that turn. And if you know that you're
nope, it's just a flat 33%. Damn, I got lied to.
You have the speed advantage between the two Floettes.
Yeah, it was a bad time for the special attack drop. Big styly.
Able to outspeed the Whimsicott on Shoma's side.
So we got
Shoma's side and add in its own Moonblast.
I mean, this is a crazy start.
Was able to hang on to that turn. We're also going to start getting deeper into this Tailwind, where if one player can manage to preserve Whimsicott to the other
Mad
side,
RNG.
it's a massive advantage. Co recognizes that, wants to get Whimsicott into the back, and does show us Charizard.
Oh, big Charizard.
Not Mega Evolve.
Wow, I mean, you're going to see the Protect from the floor.
Encore.
You're hoping
Encore une fois.
utilize the Mega Evolution on your own Charizard, but you're bringing it in to a move.
Oh my god.
And potentially a double up from that Mega Floette. It is a Gleam as the offensive option of choice. And so Charizard,
a spat then as well.
Resisting these fairy type attacks,
that was some full-on dirty drooly drool.
To get on the board.
This is certainly the advantage of the fire type Charizard that they're able to come into this.
Fucking hell. What an animal.
At least in light of Ruin K range.
It's hay fever, man. Hay fever's kicking my ass at the moment. It's supposed to kick in spring, right? And it's waited until June.
You've spent all this time with a regular Floette avoiding the Mega
Very tight, wouldn't catch nearly as much flack.
Has been so,
it was just 90 power.
As it comes in, but actually I'll switch back to Floette. If you continue with this strategy,
I love it. I think it's great.
For Charizard now, you would really like to get KO on Whimsicott in this window because Shoma has kept his Whimsicott on the field.
He's the nerf special attack from 30. Crazy.
Whimsicott is in the back, and that's future Tailwind advantage for you. But if that Whimsicott manages to just hang on the field and get a second up, you spend a lot of time switching out your Whimsicott to no real advantage.
I mean, the Charizard is going to protect itself first, and we're just going to see attack from the remaining Pokemon. As Whimsicott unleashes that Moonblast, that's going to be the final damage that poses.
I love that Floette never
in
megaed.
the second game. You have preserved your Charizard, but at what cost? Someone would have liked to have been able to land that Light of Ruin into the Charizard, but now you've got both of your Whimsicotts back on the field. If you're Co, are you happy with that?
So, Co's Whimsy comes out. Tailwind.
Because it is a pin. If we're going Moonblast to Floette and
Weather Ball.
There's nothing that either of them can do. There's no way for them to get to that 4 HP on Whimsicott, and with one turn left in Tailwind, making sure that you use offense as a great defense to keep Whimsicott on the field. You can now threaten Tailwind.
Oh boy.
Both Whimsicotts enter the field again. They can just match Tailwind. There's no way for Co to get a one-sided speed advantage that would let Charizard move before
stops Encore to protect though.
So he stays.
That's a good shout.
And protected through the last turn, but now it's difficult. can't safely protect again. You're at risk of Encore, though I think the match Tailwind is much more likely, and you're at risk of damage from Floette as well.
I agree with Len. I do think the match Tailwind is more likely.
Depends on what that fourth Pokemon is. I mean, Garchomp, King Gambit, they can't come into Light of Ruin. You could maybe hope that this just have recoil to get rid of Whimsicott on the other side, but no, going to
gone for it.
Mega Evolve right now on such a back-footed position that it press the
button. Double protect. Everyone else has been.
Poe has already won one game in the series. He can afford to play around in the second one just a little bit, but your hopes are really
he went for the double Tailwind, the match Tailwind.
As the Whimsicott from Shoma does get the Tailwind, Poe can match that with his own Whimsicott, but now it's about how the Floette and the Charizard are going to interact with each other.
Oh, Floette faster.
Is good for this Light of Ruin.
That's Dunzo.
Receiving end of this one gets knocked out, and so Poe loses his Mega Evolution, and another
Game 3, baby.
What going ahead and investing the Charizard Mega Evolution on that turn, even if you think Light of Ruin is coming, does is it makes sure
Bascu in the back
Light of Ruin and not Dazzling Gleam. So that keeps your Whimsicott on the field as well. So that
no Charizard, but we know Garchomp's in the back for Shoma.
That means that you probably have a Moonblast KO on the Floette on the other side, but Garchomp not the Pokemon that could finish this off. You know, imagine if you have Basculegion, you're threatening Moonblast.
Yeah, that's real rough.
KOs. If you have the King Gambit, you can at least threaten Sucker Punch to stop the Moonblast.
Like, what's Garchomp going to do here?
Garchomp is such a more difficult situation here. Probably faster than the Floette on the other side, but it's really the Whimsicott that's a problem. If you lose a speed tie between Whimsicotts, things can fall apart very fast here. If Shoma's able to get Moonblast into Poe's Whimsicott, leave him down to just one Pokemon. Then Garchomp can move before Floette, but you're down to then Whimsicott and the last Pokemon for
he didn't eat the Encore. He ate the Light of Ruin.
By any means, if you can get the right protects at the right moment, but Encore going to deny Moonblast on this turn. Don't want Moonblast to be allowed from Shoma's side, so going to force a second Tailwind, leave Garchomp on an island by itself. Rock Slide going to be the damage.
Okay.
And it's not going to hit the Whimsicott.
Hit the Floette though.
Actually get that final knockout onto the Floette. It does, but you're right. It causes another problem where you've gotten one knockout. There's the Garchomp in the back that
special
has to
attack
get a little bit of
ain't
damage,
fair.
but there's also a fourth Pokemon that has yet to hit the field at full HP.
Yeah, so crucial that Whimsicott hangs on because it's another roadblock for Ko.
Unless it's Charizard, in which case...
Now, Encore,
it's not Charizard.
This game is not going to last the time it
takes.
Dragon
Claw Moonblast.
To escape.
Job's a good one.
Garchomp versus the world. You think your Garchomp can move first, you can get a Dragon Claw into the Garchomp on the other side, but that's ignoring the Whimsicott on Shoma's side that's going to certainly love to Moonblast. Even if Garchomp can take one hit, you would have to take the rough skin damage from hitting the Garchomp, and then you still have the Whimsicott.
The Garchomp are mocking each other. Oh yeah, we knew it was Chomp, you're right.
At this point, Ko just down
because he wasn't grayed out.
Too quickly here, and really functionally down to one Pokemon because that
that's it. There's one more unrevealed for Shoma. That's it.
Just offered that one Tailwind, now he's to click it and fail again.
Because we've only seen the 3.
You're still going to click it though, so that you can try to take your time and think about this third game. This Garchomp is going to get locked
and then
in
Dragon Claw. Oh, Poison Jab, yeah.
Garchomp just goes for the Poison Jab. One more Pokemon knockout, as you know that you're not under a huge amount of threat from the Garchomp on the other side.
That's a readjust.
This game. At least you're able to take one more Pokemon down with you in that one.
Now we get to learn the fourth Mon.
Pokemon that Shoma
and it's 1000% Basculegion.
If it's the King Gambit, if it's the Basculegion, you're going to feel really great about that, and you've got priority damage if you're worried about those speed interactions.
Then, all of a sudden,
it won't be the Charizard, so it'll be one Pokemon, either one.
Well, it could be. It could be the reverse Ko.
I was 1000% sure.
Encoring into the Rock Slide does raise the risk a little bit of just enough flinches. And then an Encore expiry, and then an Earthquake. But I think we should be pretty safe from the Shoma's side. As long as you don't flinch too much, you can get a
that's made me quite dizzy, I'm not gonna lie.
Other side, a Sucker Punch that dodges the flinch
suck her punch. There it is.
Pretty reasonable damage.
Really nice that you know for sure that this Garchomp is going to be putting out an attack, and so you see the Sucker Punch able to move before that. But we do see actually these Garchomps.
Oh, no flinch.
That's gonna be Garchomp.
Damn, game 3, baby. They know what they're doing. Yeah, that's why they're in the top fucking 8, bro.
Game apiece between Ko, Tsukide, and Shoma Honami.
1-1
Encore,
now
I wonder
down
if
to a
KO.
decisive game.
If Ko actually could have won. Mate,
pressure from Ko.
without Encore, he could have used Misty Terrain.
The Floette without the Mega Evolution, it looked very good for a while. Had the Floette on the field without taking any attacks for so long, but this felt like such a crucial moment. When that Moonblast got the special attack drop, Whimsicott didn't go down,
let's go.
And then there was no Tailwind advantage for Ko.
They're
and
both
then
jolly.
His own Floette went down.
No one
without
uses
the
Jolly
bulk boost
Whimsicott.
from the Mega Evolution, couldn't stay on the field long enough. Charizard had to switch in and take so much damage that it was
Wins the speed
vulnerable
tie. I wonder if there's
to
an
this
out.
Light of Ruin, and the dominoes just kept falling. Ko did, down to 2 Pokemon, and really had no chance to fight back through it for Shoma.
Game 1, Ko was able to win off of that lead of the Whimsicott, and the Charizard got a lot done with that Mega Charizard on the field. But I feel like hedged too many bets, bringing the option for both for the Charizard and the Floette in that second game. Shoma able to do a great job of capitalizing on just all of that damage, able to pump out onto
Come on,
both
Ko,
of
you
those
can do it.
Megas.
You can do it, Ko.
The game extended so long, partly because the Floette on Ko's
You just
side
got to
wasn't
get to
able
the
do much
final.
damage
You know
to
you can
Shoma,
beat
put
Wolf
Ko
in the
a really awkward
final.
spot, because with a couple
Trust.
turns left in Tailwind, he's threatening a KO onto the Whimsicott, while there isn't necessarily a threat of a KO back onto Shoma's Whimsicott. So if you don't make a switch and preserve your Whimsicott, then you're going to find yourself very quickly in a position where Shoma
Ko
has
could
the
do
only
it.
Tailwind, because you've let your Whimsicott go down. And
Call
you've
him my
let Shoma stay on the
co-conspirator.
field. And so you're kind of forced to try to switch.
That's what he
your
can call
Whimsicott
his
out
fans.
So you don't end up in that
What up,
situation
my
of being
co-conspirators?
on the wrong
Something tells
side
me
of
that won't be
one-sided
his voice.
Tailwind, but then pays such
You know
a
that's not his
high
voice.
cost to get Whimsicott
Well,
off
I'm
the field.
certainly
More
not
than
going to do an
half
impression of his
the
voice now, am
Charizard's
I?
health bar as it comes into 2 fairy moves, which
Because
meant he
that
was
would
just
be
vulnerable to
terrible.
that turn, and there was never any stabilization from Ko. After that turn, there was never a turn where Ko got to do what he wanted to do. Every turn it was, I am worried about the damage coming both places. I'm worried about the Encore stopping me, and just slowly but surely gave up all the rest of the resources.
Look, there's that Gothitelle again.
In that second game to go after the Garchomp, but instead decided to put the
Game 3,
prioritization
baby.
on the Whimsicott. So what will happen in this third decisive game to see who will move on between Ko and Shoma into the top 4 of the
Bastion
NAIC.
Legion leading.
For Shoma, it's going to be going back to basics. That Bastion
That
Legion
King
and that
Gambit's
Whimsicott
so
is
small. I
something
love it.
And for Ko, it's a completely new
That's the tiniest King Gambit I've ever seen. It's as small as the Whimsy.
That can make it pretty dangerous for Shoma to lose.
Oh, it's giving don't talk to me or my son ever again.
If you don't think the Whimsicott's in the back, and then you're just going to have
Oh, size variation. Whoever in Pokemon went, what if the Pokemon could like vary in size? Fucking love that person. Give them 10 raises.
Much if you can threaten sucker punches back the other way. You're also probably not worried about the damage
least
too much at
threatening
this
looking
point.
King
You
Gambit
broke
I've
out
ever
Cleave
seen.
at the Basque Legion. The Garchomp, on the other hand,
Oh,
is a
that's
little bit
mint.
more weary. Has to be worried about something like
That King
Moonblast
Gambit is
plus
me
an
size.
uppercut double up that could just
King
KO it before it
Gamander
moves,
bit.
or just taking too much damage from Moonblast.
The implication that
They
Garchomp
can't
just pets
trade
his
later,
King
especially if
Gambit.
You don't know what the Mega for Shoma is.
Precious.
Well, I mean, I was going to say the Sucker
Ooh.
Punch is risky if you
Bulky
were expecting an
Bascu.
Aqua Jet from the Basque Legion, but there isn't one. It's just going to be going for a wave.
He's pulling a
crash in all
Mooney.
respects, as the King Gambit is on
Special
the
attack
receiving
drop.
end of the Moonblast. I feel like
Oh.
the Sucker Punch damage was well
Rock
worth that
slide.
time. Garchomp still gets to move first.
Basque
anyway.
lives.
Rock slide just not enough to pick up the KO, but the Basque Legion able to get
Oh, he's
off that
dead.
wave crash means valuable damage into this King Gambit, but that hangs on too.
Gambit lives. Bascu dies. Oh dear. It's never good to knock yourself out turn 1.
I can't imagine. So both players have an idea for a double up they want to get a KO with. For Ko, he's looking for Sucker Punch plus Rock Slide to KO the Basque Legion before it moves, while also getting the Focus Sash broken on the Whimsicott on the other side. For Shoma, he's looking for Moonblast plus Wave Crash to catch this King Gambit, waiting till the end of the turn to kowtow Cleave and KO it before it moves. Neither player gets quite what they want. The Wave Crash isn't prevented by Rock Slide. It lands into the King
That is
Gambit, but
rough.
it's not enough damage. King Gambit hangs on.
I hate the
recoil
Rotom
means that at
headpiece.
least
I still hate it.
does get his
Still now
KO
it
out of
bothers
this
me.
turn.
And it always
King
will.
Gambit, a dangerous Pokemon to leave at such low health because it can still fire off Sucker Punch. But a great answer to that is to have 2 Fairy types on the field that don't mind so much the Sucker Punch coming back their way, and to put this Garchomp, not
Save
a
Gambit
Berry,
for
just
later.
Citrus Berry, in such a difficult spot.
Switch out
This can
Gambit
be a
into
situation
Zard,
in
trust.
this mirror where taking the first KO isn't always necessarily an advantage because your opponent gets to reposition in the most devastating way possible for you. And landing Floette on the field right now feels like that situation. But the response for Ko can just be a sacrifice. It can be, I'm going to decide which of these Pokemon is more important.
Remember, Gambit is slightly taller if he stands up off the stool. That's true.
The risk with doing that on the Whimsicott, with Whimsicott on the field, is that you also open yourself up to Encore that may kind of force the Protect to be on King Gambit.
I wonder if anyone stood on the stool at NAIC. You know, the one that someone left on the carpet.
On the field, it's going to be all 4 of these Pokemon
But,
staying, whether or not there's use of Protect, though, might change the equation. But for now, the Mega Floette Mega Evolving is going to give that Fairy Aura over as
I think Ko's going to sack off his Gambit.
Garchomp says, okay, I really don't want to deal with this right now.
Because now he gets Whimsy in for free.
King Gambit is going to go down. Shoma is able to get that KO that you would have
Squatty potty
on that first turn of the game.
So got some shat on the floor. She shat on a turtle.
So Ko decides the Garchomp, sitting at full health, and Nice is the more important Pokemon. Protects it and sacrifices King Gambit to get the reposition. But like I mentioned, that leaves the risk that you're never having to deal with the threat of
When was that? Oh, there's a picture going around on Twitter.
The Garchomp into switching if you can't.
Someone did a poo on
NAIC
on the floor.
That if you're just threatening a massive heat wave right now,
just a little nugget.
Really afford to spend a
they got caught short, I guess.
Garchomp, especially if Garchomp were to switch and that heat wave were to just land into a Pokemon, or even if Garchomp doesn't switch and you're willing to give up the Encore and the Fairy Floette, your opponent is falling so far behind if you're landing heat waves into these Pokemon, getting a KO into Whimsicott, getting so much.
It would be nice if you switch the music up a bit. I still think it's the judge's fault because it's the judge's screen that we're watching, right? Because it's in spectator mode.
And this is that position where when you take a KO in this mirror match that is so much about damage trading, you let your
I thought you were talking about a terrible colour for something. No, it was a full-on nugget of poo.
It's Charizard landing on the field,
on the floor,
resisting all this fairy offense and threatening so much damage, and really difficult for Shoma to
And then Marco Silva did a banger tweet about it.
You don't know whether you're worried about a Whimsicott.
Or a banger reply.
You're worried about a Basket Legion in the end game. For now, the Garchomp going to switch, doesn't want to be Encored.
No, it's going to be the Whimsicott as Ko's fourth and final. And so Shoma does get the answer to that question. He can game plan around this
Charizard
being that in the back. But this Charizard on the offensive. Mega going to give that Sun over to boost up those heat waves or a Weather Ball. And we'll see how the Pokemon respond.
Tailwind.
Shoma's going to set the Tailwind. So this Mega Floette is going to end up being the faster Pokemon on the field now. And that's going to be a Moonblast heading that Whimsicott's way. But luckily it has that Focus Sash so we can take that.
I wonder if Moonblast plus Light of Ruin KOs.
On the next turn. But Charizard
no Moonblast? Lol. Oh, Mr. Floette, that's tragic.
Gets one of the KOs, but doesn't get all of the damage in the Floette. For Ko, really valuable that Whimsicott was that last Pokemon because it means you can answer this Tailwind. And with Basket Legion and Whimsicott already down, there's nothing that can prevent the Tailwind answer at this point either. Nothing that can move at +1 priority and stop Whimsicott from going to Tailwind. Though if you spend the turn Tailwind, then you won't ever get to spend a turn Moonblasting into this Garchomp. And this Garchomp at this point looks very threatened. Wants a chance to Rock Slide it. It doesn't matter how little damage Floette is doing to Charizard. If there's a Rock Slide on top of that, that will be the KO. And the Garchomp in the back for Ko does not want to have to fight against these Floettes. We've seen Shoma be down to 2 Pokemon, but have the right 2 Pokemon at the right time. And this feels like it might be that. Has all of the turns of Tailwind ahead of him. Has the 2 best attackers on the team with the Floette and the Garchomp to close out against Garchomp and Charizard.
Charizard is going to take its time. Knows that with that Rock Slide under threat by that Garchomp, you can at least afford 1 turn that this Whimsicott can guarantee the Tailwind. Rock Slide comes out for the Garchomp. It's going to connect in the Whimsicott to get the knockout. And now we're down to a 2v2.
You actually know who did it.
Of this game 3.
Because would no one remember seeing a person literally stop, yank the pants down, squat, and push out a nugget? Well, no, this is what I'm saying, Shadow Scarab. I think it was probably they shit themselves, and it probably just dropped out their trouser leg. Have you never seen people do that on, like, convenience store security cameras? People do it all the fucking time. Like, people will just shit themselves, and they'll just give their leg a little kick so that it drops out. People are grim, dude. Well, his service / security dog. Didn't look like no dog poo to me. You'd see a security dog do it, or a service dog, because they'd stop.
Garchomp threatening that much back either. There's no Poison Jet here, just Rock Slide to do pretty minimal damage. You're really going to be funneled using your own Garchomp to go after the Garchomp on Shoma's side.
Who on the floor?
You just protected the Charizard.
Pokemon fans, man.
Take a Rock Slide most likely in this turn unless you think that your Garchomp and Charizard can move first, but we know that
I wouldn't trust mine to be small or sodden enough to just fall out. Yeah, right?
The Garchomp on Shoma's side.
The Garchomps are speed tied. So speed tie could
Mate, if I shit myself at an event, my arse would be like a vice. I'd be like, nope. Nope, no one leaves.
Can you actually go for something like a Dragon Claw?
These kids are getting dropped off at the pool. Thank you very much.
Garchomp, stat alignment plus speed should not be able to one-hit KO opposing Garchomps with Dragon Claw. So both Garchomps should get a chance to move, barring.
I say that like I'd have any form of control, like I'd be able to stop.
Down with Dragon Claw that the Ruffs can back as a KO, but yeah.
Go on.
Garchomp does not get knocked out, so it's able to fire off do have the rough skin recoil first, but
oh, bye-bye, Char.
it's good for both.
Charizard lives!
On through that, but can it fight through a flinch? 30% chance that this Charizard doesn't get to attack in this game.
0% chance.
Oh, dazzling gleam!
Zero. A double knockout for Shoma. A game 3 win. And Shoma Honami
Damn,
is
Co.
going to top 4 of NAIC.
Shoma has shown us in these fast
Yeah, exactly,
matches
Catania. You know what? Playing with fire.
That he knows how to play this mirror, how to preserve the right resources at the right time. Keeps Garchomp and Full at the perfect answers to Charizard, and Garchomp on the other side. Has the Rock Slide, has the Dazzling Gleam to finish up both KOs, has the full health on the Garchomp to make sure that he can take a Dragon Claw, and there's no chance to stop the Rock Slide that's coming back the other way. Ko falling just short after taking the first game. Shoma's able to fight back in 2 more games and close
I need
this
to wee-wee
out.
and fill up my drink.
What a
Stay hydrated,
stressful
gamers.
set. You could see the sigh of relief wash over Shoma's face as he ends up finishing out that game 3, knowing he is the trainer and moving on to that top 4. And I understand the stress. There were so many critical decisions that needed to be made within the match. What Pokemon needed to be brought. You talked so wonderfully through how maybe they're thinking they might need to try to focus and prioritize the KOs that they're getting for those Pokemon. And so, wow, what an amazing set. This could have been the grand finals of the North America International Championships. Ko Tsukude looked so good, being undefeated through the Swiss phases, and then getting to the point where he's facing off against Shoma, a player I'm sure he's looked up to as one of the OG world champions in Pokemon.
A player who's an expert in playing in these kinds of centralized formats, playing in a mirror match like this, knowing what resources to preserve, and just barely manages to edge it out. Consistently was falling, taking the first KO, being the first one down to 2 Pokemon, but managing to close it out anyway. Such impressive play. I know I'm stressed just watching it. Both those players had to have been dealing with so much. When every turn it felt like so much could go wrong. Inaccurate moves swinging back and forth, important targeting decisions. But Shoma was the one to withstand it all and come out on top.
Gosh, my heart is beating so fast after watching that match play out. I've got to hear Scott's thoughts on what he thought about this one.
Thank you, Rose, and Gabby, great to have you here. It should be fun. I think that was a crazy match, right? Mirror match is always a little bit crazy. I think especially this one, we've kind of been joking about Shoma maybe being a master of this as the Chalk World Champion, but a little different in this format. A lot of rotating in the chalk. This is a little bit more just kind of knocking one another out back and forth.
Yeah, there were a lot of trades being made in that matchup, and I'm really interested in hearing your thoughts about it, because as that match was going on, it seemed like there was a lot of back and forth, and honestly, I was sort of thinking about it from an interview mindset and not really an analyst mindset, so why don't we just jump into it?
Yeah, so I think one thing that's really different about this kind of, again, compared to like maybe some of the slower formats we have in the past, I think if you're having a mirror of like a more defensive team like Chalk, I think like, okay, well, it's important to get the leads right because it gets me on the right foot, but if I don't, I can kind of grind my way out of it. I can do a bunch of switches, play defensively. You really can't do that in this. We saw very few switches throughout the course of this match. I think probably less than 10 total. And I think the reason for that is just like nothing could really survive, right? So I think team preview becomes way more important than any other format. I guess it makes it a little awkward where you're a little bit playing rock, paper, scissors where you both have the same options, but I think the moves the players made is interesting. But yeah, to me, this is a game about sequencing because you can't really reposition.
For sure, and what was interesting to me as well is just the leads from each of these players, but I'm assuming there's something that you want to highlight about these teams too, and looking at the two sixes that they both brought.
Yeah, I mean, I guess mostly just each more identical than the last, right?
Yeah.
I think the one critical thing, we didn't see it play out too much, was the difference in Garchomp held items.
Yeah.
The Roselli Berry could have made a big difference. I guess it wound up sort of mattering if it enabled Shoma to do what he did in Game 2, though I wouldn't say it wasn't exactly devastating. Is interesting to me, I think, just looking at Shoma's Garchomp, though. I think this is the only version of this Garchomp we've seen on stream this weekend where the 4-attack, Poison Jab, Roselli Berry thing, very popular, in-game, makes sense maybe him as a content creator running this version of Garchomp, but something I wonder if maybe caught some of his opponents off guard over the course of the tournament, because not normally what we see anymore at the closed team shoot events.
All right, so this is, I think, turn number 1, right, where we saw the Charizard go ahead and Mega Evolve immediately, but it was staring down that Basculegion.
Yeah, so kind of an awkward situation to have to trade here. I think the main thing for me is like usually the trainer who got the leads right has a pretty big advantage in this one. I think very clearly the Charizard side, and Shoma just winds up having a hard time getting back into this game. I think this trade actually could have been a little bit worse, where Charizard has an interesting turn here, misses one, crits one, but you really love having Charizard out here early, right? And Charizard isn't always the Pokemon we kind of see as the forefront of the offense in these mirror matchups, but Charizard looks really good in this one.
Yeah, it did, and that Heat Wave miss was really unfortunate, but I think the crit is kind of trading it back sort of helped a little bit, but I mean, these wave crashes from that Basculation into that Whimsicott, that was really detrimental as well, bringing it down to its last legs.
Yeah, and I think that's one of the weird things is like, this isn't really the sort of matchup where I feel like, and there was the decisive turn where, they're trading back and forth, right? So we start the flowchart with these Pokemon out in the field together. I think I'm gonna jump ahead, I believe it's turn 4, where I think things start getting differentiated a little bit too much. So there's a lot of damage on the board, and I think the key is maybe not unlike even watching like Wolf's very defensive team. It's really about the end game you're setting up, right? Either side can really switch. So how do you set up the board at the end of the games that you can win? Encore winds up being a big deal in this one, where getting stuck Aqua Jetting doesn't look so great. Whimsicott kind of faints a hero in this one, where even though the Aqua Jet picks it up, Basculegion on Shoma's side of the field not going to do very much for the remainder of this first game.
Yeah, and being stuck into Aqua Jet means it can't hit the other Basculegion super effectively, whereas we saw just how much that last Respects did. And that Basculegion, I think now for Ko, it just cleans up, right?
Yeah, pretty much. So I think skip ahead of turn 4 here, and we see where we wind up, right? So got 2 very low HP Pokemon, and now things are just looking a little bit too easy for Ko. He gets to pick up these Pokemon basically for free. He's got the priority moves at his side of the field. He's done so much damage to the opponent. And it just kind of easy from here where, we're gonna Desperation Aqua Jet there.
Oh yeah, let's play some fucking Pokemon Legends.
Gonna pick up this knockout.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, we wind up in a situation at the end of that game where it just flow at versus the
hang on.
Yeah, but that does give Shoma a lot of information.
Where
I think he brought into game number 2, because you can already see the adjustment with that Garchomp and the Whimsicott out on the field.
Yeah, I think this is also maybe the most interesting thing I've seen a trainer do in one of these mirror matches. We've kind of been joking with
flying up high on the highest rooftops.
Shoma matches on the side streams. They're like, man, it'd be crazy if there was the non-Mega Charizard in the back, and Ko winds up doing the reverse of that here. I think it's sort of neat too, where both these players have kind of shown a willingness earlier in their tournament not to Mega Evolve the Floette early in the game, even if they don't have Charizard in the back. So it's like a little bit more effective of a bluff than maybe I think it could be. But certainly at this point in the match, I was not assuming Charizard was in the back. But it winds up being a pretty interesting little play here. Another thing I think just to point out too is again, we saw this mirror a lot during the PJCS. Whimsicott almost always comes out first. We see the first 2 games here. I think Whimsicott gets quality 3 of 4, 4 of 4 appearances, but not doing so in that 3rd game eventually winds up being pretty integral in this set.
Yeah, but there's that poison jab again, like you mentioned, just already making a big difference here.
Bing bong.
Already down to its focus sash on turn 1.
Okay, take an immediate right.
A really interesting trade, right? So you trade the focus sash on Whimsicott, but you get a lot for it. And at this point, I was like, I think Shoma might be in trouble there. They give up the Roselli Berry
into a courtyard.
2 different fairy type Pokemon. So
climb the ladder.
Have to take Garchomp off the field here and kind of leave both these Pokemon active for free. But it doesn't wind up hurting nearly as much. I think I skip ahead 1 turn here. Sorry to keeping things a little too exciting here, but on turn 3,
apparently in the circle of buildings that
interesting, right? So
surround this courtyard.
The tailwinds are evening out on this turn. Then Encore once again, it's sort of interesting play, forces the Whimsicott to play defensively. And at this point, I think we're confident that something is up. We've got the Floette has chosen not to Mega Evolve for the 3rd consecutive turn. And a special attack drop on the Moonblast finds it being really
fucking easy mode.
Just how critical is that Whimsicott?
Yeah, boy.
For 1 more turn.
Yeah, I think Whimsicott surviving ends up being a pretty big difference.
Jobs are good.
Forces the set where not only having the option of that tailwind kind of forces the other side to respect it, where like mentioned,
I'm fucking goated, bro.
If you give the
Don't
other
even.
side a tailwind, you just get run over with how offensive these
Well, tweet yesterday, someone literally only played LGA to get Eternal Tower Float for Champions, then ditched the game.
Something indeed is up. Where
I mean, you do realize how much of the game you have to play to get Eternal Tower Float, right? That's a lot of work.
It's really interesting too that Ko decided to bring this
We had to
line
ditch the game after that, but I guess they wanted to get busy with Champions.
And it does great as well taking this Moonblast for that Pokemon, but overall, it is just counterintuitive
Take that off the list.
Not Mega Evolve, one of the best
now I need to get more
I
points.
think it's sort of an interesting situation too, where I'd be curious which Mega
any
Evolve
Pokemon
he's
spawning
expecting from
that
Shoma, I think in a different
good
path,
for my health.
Shoma goes for Mega Charizard perhaps, and then you can kind of Mega Evolve the other way.
Keep your eyes peeled for Survivor, lads. Which of these Pokemon evolves into Survivor?
Dreaming was going to happen to the other series.
If you said Liam's penis, you're right.
And then we do get to see the other FUD of Float here, where
Let's do
theoretically it loses the
Let's
matchup
change
with
the day
Charizard,
over.
but sometimes if your attack is powerful enough, it doesn't matter how the type chart works.
As long as you can hit hard enough
Okay, so
and
we've
make sure
done
the other Pokemon can't attack,
Glaciace.
right? That's
so
exactly what we're going to see. Light
Cool.
of Ruin. I mean, as long as it hits, boom.
Yeah,
Make sure you use
real
Light of
accurate
Ruin
today,
to
too.
kill
I think,
your Float
sometimes we see
easily.
It, it was kind of
I need to get my
the
Float,
ruins
to
and
be
the player
honest.
using it rather than the player receiving it, but looked really good there. I think at that point,
gonna
this
use
game
Mega
is pretty much
Float.
over. So jumping ahead to game
See.
3 quickly.
I mean, fair play.
Very unexpected lead matchup here, right?
Good
Very
point,
rare
Will.
not to see Whimsicott led in this matchup. It's a very good trade where I think if Basque Legion goes down in this turn 1, maybe we're thinking about something very different happening here. But Basque Legion able to hold out, at least do a little bit more damage on the way out.
They're on a game share with their neighbor. Did you
Good,
buy
but
it to begin with,
overall, still,
bruh?
it's taken a lot of damage, and I thought Shomo was in a tough spot here, given how critical
Come on, give me
Basque
something.
Legion was in
Give
that
us some
game number 1.
goods.
Yeah, and I think another thing to keep in mind again is that there's only one Whimsicott in the field, but the hidden Whimsicott can be the most dangerous. I think both players were anticipating, they would each have Whimsicott.
Yeah, so like the only regular
this play
mons
was
I
what
need to
found was
find
most
now are
interesting.
like
Just
Milotic
because,
and
Whimsicott's
Survivor. I
out
don't
on
think
one side of the
Milotic
field,
even
and neither side
spawns
has
in the
used
wild,
Tailwind at
does
this
it?
point. And like in theory, you're threatening 2 fairy type attacks into the Garchomp, but I think Co kind of realized like, okay,
do another
well,
reset,
we both
please.
need
Why do I always
Tailwind
run away from the
eventually. I
bench
can't
and
give up
then
an Uncontested Tailwind, and it's very unlikely
silly
that
boy
you're
for
kind of
that.
just going to double into that slot and give me the opportunity to knock out the opposing Whimsicott with my
My name is
Charizard.
Bing
because
Bong,
then I can
Bing
bring out my
Bong,
Whimsicott.
Bing Bong,
Tailwind in the
Bing
game is
Bong.
just over.
Nice.
I think
Never
that
say
kind
that
of
again.
leads to the turn we wind
I've
up seeing
done.
here is because that's not really a viable option. Whimsicott gets
So,
the game, it does get sashed, but
boom,
wasn't
boom,
really being threatened by
boom,
doubling because of how big of a
boom,
risk that would have been.
boom.
Which
Oh, I'll let
causes,
him ride you, though.
It's starting the path toward even a game where I think we're
Come
still
on,
pretty
man.
even on this turn.
Yeah, I think we were pretty even on this turn, but Charizard, if there's
Nothing
any
of
Pokemon
value.
that can swing momentum,
Wait.
in somebody's favor, it would
You
be
have
a
to trade
Charizard,
Milotic
right?
with the evolve
Yeah,
your own
two
few basket
strongest
Milotic for
Pokemon,
someone else.
that each of their teams kind of
Oh.
facing out here. This time, both Mega Evolutions firing attacks back and forth. It's what you want to see in a format like this one.
It's like the only trade Pokemon that doesn't spawn in the wild, is it?
It's so fun to see kind of how tense this is and to get how many different ways this mirror can go, even though it's just the same Pokemon on both sides. Critically,
That's
however,
so weird. That's the only Pokemon that doesn't spawn in hyperspace. Like Steelix does, Scizor does. That's fine.
Causes to get in a situation where it's just too healthy to be picked up in what should have been a more even turn here. So,
hang on.
the Garchomp may be hoping for a critical hit on its opposite number on this final turn, but Float being healthy enough that the opposing Garchomp can't pick it up really limits the options that Co has there and leads to Shoma winning the game.
Yeah, I wish we could have seen if this was a rematch from PJCS a week ago, as I know that Co made top 8 there, but still a very strong finish, top 8 in 2 very difficult tournaments 2 weeks in a row. That's
Yeah,
gotta be a
I was just
compliment.
checking if Survivor also spawns in zones where Zangoose is, but it doesn't, does it?
Shoma
It's
as well, right?
it has to be a poison zone.
Having some
So we'll keep
difficult
trying
weeks,
for
but
Survivor.
Impressive play by both players. Great to see these fantastic Japanese players here in North America
Gotta try
playing
for
as they warm
Survivor.
up for the World Champions, and we'll have some more matches soon. So
No, you
take
bloody
a
won't.
quick break, and we'll be back with more top 8 matches soon.
Mate, how is there not a top 8 match ready to go? Just fucking... Come on, bro.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with 2 incredible creators at the North America International Championships. I'm here with Stephasaur and her daughter Aspen, who have been having an incredible time here this weekend. Stephasaur, what have you been up to so far?
Oh my goodness, so much. This is day 1 and we've already done Play Lab. We're going back to do some TCG.
Let me go.
Play
I think you got a prism scale for the trade,
pins. We
right?
got our
I think I
poster
heard
for
you say you got one for Hyperspace Zone. I did, yes.
With Pikachu. Tons of fun stuff. We saw the opening ceremonies
I
as
did.
well. It's been a blast.
Aspen, you said you did Play Lab. What have you learned at Play Lab so far?
That we played a new game at
Ooh,
the Play
Glimora.
Lab, and it was really fun.
What
game was it?
I
Pokemon
want Survivor.
Champions.
Really? Do you remember what
I
Pokemon you
wanted to
played with in
spawn
Champions?
for my face so I can rub my face in the Survivor.
Played with.
I don't remember. Did you play Charizard?
Oh yeah, I did Charizard.
You did.
Charizard.
I did Blastoise, and I also
Not the
did.
Playland. Oh, Emma, be nice.
Charizard's really
I'm
powerful,
supposed to be the
isn't he?
mean one.
Yes, he's very powerful.
Do you think Charizard could be strong enough to win the tournament this weekend?
Yes.
I heard you also met Pikachu. What was that like?
It was like we took a picture with my Polaroid.
That must have been really cute.
Yes, it was really cute. It turns
Play
out
Lab.
it's a very
Play Lab.
cute picture.
Now you have some friends with you here. What Pokemon do you bring with you to the tournament?
I normally bring like Latias.
That's why Pokemon would never hire me, because they'd be like, go and speak to this kid, and I'd be like, I can't possibly be nice to them. Don't even.
The shiny version.
And they'd be like, well, you're gonna have to be able to know.
It's super cool.
Not in this universe.
Yeah, like with the orange and the teal, right?
No, Liam, they won't hire you because you make porn. Yeah, that too, but.
I also like the Mega version where
yeah, bad that.
But you can't.
It's fine.
Which is which.
Yeah, I always get confused.
Me too.
Things we do when we're desperate to keep our house.
And
You can say Polaroid but not play. Wow, this judgment is strong, bro.
He was a fun find in my latest trip to Japan, and I've been taking him everywhere, so it's his first NAIC. Yeah, and he's become a new favorite of mine now.
Anna's like, my kid at that age will be fluent in Shakespearean English. Doth mother know you weareth her drapes?
Looking forward to the most here
Alas,
at
poor
NAIC?
Yorick, I knew him, Horatio.
Honestly, just meeting all of the people that come here, the Pokemon community is so amazing. So it's a great way to connect with other people.
Either the amount of chicks I have to deal with, albeit they were teenagers and not a small child like this one.
Really cute. Yeah, and just share these moments with my family.
Give me Survivor. Give me.
I'm so glad that you're here and you're sharing this with your family. Do you want to say hello to anybody at home, Aspen, who might be watching the stream?
Oh! Sorry.
I normally like
First time anyone's been excited for Survivor. That's not true. Only so the kids that are into collective Pokemon are a cut above the rest when it comes to intelligence. Oh, mate, they're cracked.
What are your dogs and cats' names?
Like, the thing is, right,
Big fluffy.
I grew up and eventually got into competitive Pokemon after years away from the franchise, right?
He runs around
And started trying to learn it as an adult. There are kids that have been doing it since they were juniors. You know, they started the juniors division. They're world champion when they're fucking 9 years old or whatever. And I'm just there like, how am I ever going to win against these
Kelly, who's
people?
watching all of our bets. Really appreciate it. And my parents,
Go in
my
here.
family. Yeah, shout out to them. Thank you both so much for joining me here. I hope you have fun at the rest of NAIC. And we'll be back with more
Yeah, the mom
action
hot
soon.
though, not gonna lie. Not that anyone asked. But my children will have a hobby.
Someone going to their first Pokemon VGC tournament is picking a good
Catch
friend group, a
Roselia.
building group to
Catch
work
3
with
species of
throughout your
Pokemon.
VGC career. Not
Kevin
even
Hanna,
just
2
your
world
first rep.
championships at the age
Some
of.
your best results are gonna come from
I forgot how to do
working with
math.
others,
Oh, at
whether
the
that's
age
team
I
building,
forgot how
damage
to do
counts,
math.
Move selection,
What?
matchup prep, and matchup dogs.
It's a
that all
Vipper
comes to
with
working friends
Arbok.
and
They know what they're
around you.
doing.
You're never gonna succeed if you do it alone.
I would definitely say I watched a lot of the older regionals, even the regional beforehand to see
Come
what
on.
people are playing. I also
Get in
look
the
at
bag,
the
Arbok.
they use. I look at all the counts. I play Pokemon Go, so like counts are important.
Here we go, boys.
I'm really good at throwing at
No,
the right
no
time.
poison.
That's really important.
The advice I give to someone attending their first tournaments is to practice. Practice a lot.
That's 2
practice with
species
friends,
of
practice
Pokemon.
online, and yeah, get as much reps in as you can, and then you'll feel more comfortable in those tournaments that really matter to you.
So my advice to
Nice,
someone
and I
who's in
call
their
a Roselia.
have a group of friends with you.
And I killed
have your arsenal
Badoo.
ready, as they say. You need to have a team logged in or an idea of a team
Whoa,
logged in.
stop being
It's always
poisoned,
good to
bro.
go with a skeleton from a previous winning team or somebody who's already been there on that stage. Get them for some advice and then put together what you feel you're comfortable with.
Bro knows what
And
he's
then
doing.
I think that's the #1 prep. And then you get to the venue and then you go on.
Yeah, for sure. And even if
Lean.
in the venue, there's a lot of people who's willing to help. It's always a fantastic experience to come to the first.
Just need to catch
Have
one more
fun, meet new
Rosalia.
people, and don't be afraid to play side events. They're great.
I think that the most important
Well,
thing you can do at your first tournament is no matter how you do, play
Lean.
out the entire thing. People really underestimate the length of it and just how much of a toll it can take on
Savloy, like a
stamina. And it's important
Savloy.
to not only play it out the whole way, to
Savaloy,
get
Savaloy,
used to the,
Savaloy.
length that it
44
runs,
seconds.
But also, you have more opportunities to make friends in the community.
That's almost a year.
Build connections, and at that point, I think that you have enough of a social circle where you can start to collaborate with people, and overall, just
I'm gonna need that
be
Roselia to
part of a
respawn, bro.
community that helps you improve at the game. Like that's the most important part is just making sure you meet the people here and taking
But
their
it ain't
advice
gonna.
and giving them advice. It's a very collaborative thing.
Only gives you 1875 points, which is double what I have right now. Oh shit, bro. There you go.
Welcome back, Pokemon trainers. We are continuing our coverage of the New Orleans North America International Championships, and we are moving and grooving our way top 8 here today. I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder, and we are going to have our
Gabby Snyder
top 8 matchup. We already have one contested, one of our Final Four trainers, Shoma Honami, world champion. We'll see who's going to be joining him after this match.
And that was such an exciting match too. It's always
Is that a
fun
weed?
to see those
I'm calling
mirror
the police.
matchups when you have two of the strongest
Next
trainers.
up, Adrian Hurley versus
Francisco.
Francisco
Congratulations to Shoma Honami for moving on into the semifinals here in New Orleans. Who will he be facing in the top 4? We will be determining that in our next matchup of Adrian Hurley versus Francesco Piopero.
And this is a very important match, obviously, as the winner shall move on to the top 4 of the NAIC here. But Gabby, there's something even more dramatic, even more important on the line for Adrian.
Exactly.
Yo, the snakes are back.
This is Adrian's opportunity to punch his ticket to compete at the World Championships, because currently
top 16
he is
at Indianapolis.
Of the number
Man, he's been top 22 at Worlds. That's wild.
To lock in his invite. Of course, if he gets top 8, there still is a chance that those championship points will put him into the amount of ranking he would need to qualify. But of course, if you can get top 4, you just get that invite automatically.
And on Francesco's side, a top Italian European trainer, already seen
Rosalia
earlier on the stream today. No stranger to top cut performances. The Stuttgart regional finalist. The NASE top 8 last year. Remember when half of the top 8 of NASE was 4 Italian players. Strong performance in
What are you chatting, bro?
And during the Players' Cup as well.
All right, so let's go ahead and take a look at the teams that these two trainers are bringing into this
Let's look at the teams, baby.
Starting with Adrian Hurley. You know, typically he likes to run these 2-2-2
Arrow
teams,
Diddley.
but
That's the one.
this is looking a little bit more familiar, I think, to people who've been watching the stream.
Definitely, if you
protein,
were
flapjack,
for the beginning of Pokemon Champions back
protein,
in April,
flapjack,
a team
yum. I'm only allowed one a day now.
Venusaur continuing on the Charizard, Aerodactyl squads, and of course Arceus Puri winning Indianapolis Regional Championship with the Venusaur on this Sun team as well.
All right, so what I really like about this team, as we've seen throughout this tournament, is the amount of flexibility that these Pokemon have. Ice Fang on Aerodactyl has done some amazing work this weekend, especially when you are playing against these teams that also rely on Garchomp and Aerodactyl, as Francesco has. We've also seen just how valuable Sleep Powder on Venusaur can be throughout the weekend, and of course these 4-attack Kingambit also give you a lot of playability into
It feels so
opponents.
weird.
Of course, those kind of come at the cost
to hear
of being
Incineroar
able
and
to switch these
Kingambit
Pokemon around, as the Adamant
being referred to as
Kingambit
old
isn't
school.
necessarily known to be as bulky as some of the other ones in this tournament. So Adrian will have to be a little bit careful about
Kingambit, a Pokemon that's what, 5 years old?
You know, these 6 Pokemon are arguably some of the strongest in the metagame right now, and they've certainly served him well throughout the tournament.
Also important to know, Adrian's Aerodactyl does not.
Why do they pronounce Francesco like that? Probably because they've asked how the player would prefer their name to be said.
He doesn't necessarily need the Tailwind as much as some other teams, so he has room for dual Wing Beat in that last slot. Taking a look at Francesco Piopero's team.
It's wild to me to hear Incineroar referred to as old
but
school.
Critically does have Tailwind on that.
Then I guess Sun and Moon was 10 years
ago.
ago.
Mega Stone on the Aerodactyl, so could be guaranteed to move faster if it decides to Mega Evolve. And of course has Sylveon with Yawn as one of the Pokemon over the Venusaur in that spot. Also critically has the Basculegion as well. So this team will be playing a little bit different for those reasons.
But yeah, potentially, excuse me, a
10 years ago, scary,
Garchomp with the Citrus Berry compared to Adrian's more offensive choice.
Gambit was in Scarlet and Violet, so
locked into
4 years? I have 4 years.
It certainly would. It also would love to see some targets for Yawn, because we've seen Francesco earlier on in the tournament use that move to force his opponents to make a tough decision. Does that Pokemon go to sleep, or does it switch out, giving him the opportunity to go on the offense?
Game 1 of our second top 8 match here at NAIC 2026. Adrian Hurley, Francesco Pia,
Diddley, Kingambit, nice lead.
ITA, Kingambit and Aerodactyl.
Oh, getting that Defiant boost turn 1, baby.
All right, right. It looks like Adrian starting things off with an Intimidate, unfortunately, into the King Gambit, activating that Defiant ability, boosting its attack by 1
Rooting for Adrian. I'm going to be like, and we support the US, the US, the US, and that's the way we like it. We like it. We love it. Still remember thinking Bishop was the GOAT during X and Y era, bruh.
Exactly, and Francesco's King Gambit also is holding
Tamira got injured.
as
Oh,
one
bro.
of its moves, which means it would be able to target down that Incineroar for super
Also, the
effective
EU casters
damage
perhaps name different
after
results because
threat of fake
the
out
European
is
casters
no
are probably
longer
ignorant
on the
because we tend to be,
field.
don't we?
Francesco already off to a great start and going to be taking the momentum even further with a Mega Evolution.
No swaps
Big
by
arrow
either
energy.
trainer here on turn 1. They want to get right to the action.
And Gambit went for
Mega
Ironhead
evolving
into
his
Aerodactyl. Imagine.
immediately, and Adrian will respond the same.
Double
The
arrows
fastest
all across
Pokemon
the sky.
in the metagame. People will
Fake out
always
into
speed
Aerodactyl.
brief their Pokemon to outspeed Mega Aerodactyls in Tailwind.
Oh,
That's
into
how
Gambit.
important of a Pokemon it is. Incineroar will fake out
X and Y was a
Francesco's
decent anime.
Aerodactyl,
I like
so
the
he
Sun and
cannot
Moon
go
anime.
Tailwind
Like
or
once you got
Rock
past the
Slide and
animation,
take
like
a
you know,
lot
once you
of
spent 2
damage
seconds to go,
in
oh, this is the exact
response,
same
bringing
show.
Aerodactyl down
It just looks
to
slightly different. It was quite fun.
55 health on turn 1, but the Rock Slide goes in response because the Intimidate actually not doing too much damage to either.
Big rock fly boy.
Adrian's Pokemon.
Look at that beard, man.
Exactly, and because the King Gambit could not attack that turn, Adrian did find himself a little bit more time to potentially navigate out of this situation. I think critically, though, Adrian's Aerodactyl
I mentioned
was
it was Sun
able
and
to
Moon. It was
move
the art
first
style
that
that threw
turn
people
and
off. Yeah,
put
that's what I meant. The art
Francesco's
style.
own
When I said
Aerodactyl
animation, I meant art
within
style.
knockout range of a second
I remember
Rock
Misty's
Slide.
Gyarados
Unfortunately,
fucking
that's not
Mega Evolving
necessarily
looked
guaranteed, as
incredible.
both of
I was
these
like, how do
Aerodactyl
people
are
hate the show?
max speed, as indicated by their Jolly stat alignment.
I wish Jonas was
put
just a
us in
Galar
speed
anime.
tie.
I
Of
like
course,
what we
don't
got, but I wanted to see
necessarily know how
Galar
these
properly.
Pokemon are
Yeah.
trained just yet.
I hate that everyone in Galar had
it's something
American
that you can't
accents.
necessarily
That fucked me
rely on.
right
You
off.
also have to worry about the threat of this sucker punch.
Why
It
weren't they
just knocks
British?
it out.
Aerodactyl was brought down so low, and it is enough.
Then
for
again, you
Sucker
could then
Punch
argue,
to
why didn't
finish
everybody
it
in
off.
Kanto,
Now Francesco is
Johto,
able to tailwind as
Sinnoh,
well,
Hoenn,
doubling his team speed
why
for the
didn't they all
next
have
4
Japanese
turns.
accents?
Flare Blitz into the King Gambit is not enough for the KO.
Fox Steelix's
Remember,
bear
Gabby,
is
King
pretty
Gambit
fucking
was
good, wasn't it?
+1 attack because of the
I
Defiant
think you mean
boost from the
Forest
first turn.
Steelix, because Brock gave it
So
away.
that King Gambit really built
Wink, wink.
to withstand and honestly
Wink, wink,
take
one in the
advantage
pink,
of
one in the
everything
stink.
that
Let's go.
Incineroar brings to the table. Now that Garchomp is out on the field, though, for Adrian, the threat of that Rock Slide
You
is
tried a British
back
person,
to,
right?
you know,
Oh, I
damage
don't like
that
your
Aerodactyl
attitude.
can try and
Alakazam!
knock it out. Of course,
Yeah.
Adrian's Garchomp
Use
is also
Hyper
built for that
Beam.
Choice Scarf, so the
Fucking
Tailwind,
remember
not
that person.
as scary
That's
as it would
early,
be
man.
to
That's early Johto,
another
isn't it?
slower Pokemon
Right
on
after the fight with
field.
Gary.
So overall, if the King Gambit wants to
Sun and Moon
damage the
anime with
Garchomp, it'll be
Stoutland
forced
died?
to
Oh,
rely
don't. They
on
fucking did
Sucker
that so
Punch,
well.
because otherwise Garchomp would just be faster.
Yeah, this King Gambit has kind of done its job, I feel like. It's
Yeah.
very low. No matter what any attack goes for, or it goes into it this time, it would be a knockout. So
doo-doo.
just keep going for Sucker Punches until
Apparently there's
the
a kid that
spot
won a
is
competition.
clean.
Oh,
King
fair
Gambit
play.
leads on at
Where's that
1
kid now, though?
through the rough skin recoil there, so it can stick around. If both of Adrian's Pokemon
Hyper
flinch
Beam.
and can't target the King Gambit, you can stay for another Sucker Punch next
Use
turn.
Mega
Incineroar
Punch.
does chomp on that Citrus Berry, recovering 25% of its HP.
Boom.
And Garchomp
Gambit
breaks
dead.
through King Gambit's down.
That is one Pokemon down on Francesco's side of the field. Unfortunately, Adrian's Incineroar will flinch this turn, meaning that Aerodactyl is able to stick around to get another attack in. Francesco sending in
Bias
his
when it comes to
own
XY, it's the
Garchomp
origin of my
onto
first
the
hot
field.
anime daddy crush,
And this
Professor
Garchomp
Sycamore,
is
bruh.
holding the citrus berries.
What if they continue
So
Horizons when
while
Gen
it
10 is
probably a
over, or do a
little bit
Digimon and bring in
bulkier
new
than
characters?
Adrian's own Garchomp, I think critically it can use
Who knows?
Protect, and it also can
He's a
change
small
its
chump.
moves.
That's why the
Oh,
Garchomp
nibble.
has to swap out into Adrian's final Pokemon in this game.
Oh,
one,
baby.
being the King Gambit. Because of that Choice Scarf, it was locked into the same attack here. Incineroar going to
Get
take
Rock
a
Slid,
lot more
bro.
Rock Slide damage. It got flinched last turn. Will it be flinched this turn? It didn't even have a chance
into an
to attack,
earthquake.
as now Francesco's Garchomp can just hit both of Adrian's Pokemon super
Man.
effectively, and the answer is no. Incineroar gets flinched and then gets KO'd the next turn.
Big
And that Earthquake is a great choice choice for
Rock Slide's base power is
there, as it would have
75.
either done a good
So
amount of
it's
damage
more
with the Rock
like
Slide on top of it, threatening
when
a
there's
knockout
two
on the
opponents.
already damaged Garchomp,
What's
or if a
75
Gambit
times
were to come in, of
0.75?
course, does good amount of damage, and if it was the Charizard potentially as the last Pokemon, probably not with the Mega Stone, but you
Yeah,
never
so when
know.
it's into
Of
two
course, Rock
opponents,
Slide
it's
would have
basically
done good damage
56
as well.
base power.
Yeah, I think Francesco in a really solid spot right now compared to Adrian. He's taken a lot of damage. He's obviously lost his Mega Evolution, and the less flexible nature of Choice Scarf Garchomp puts him in a tough spot.
Give me some of
especially
that
when
Gar
Francesco
shizzle.
can somewhat
Nice.
just always outspeed when he has
Baby
access to
chomp.
Tailwind.
Exactly.
Baby
So
shark, do
Garchomp
do do do
can
do do.
walk
Baby
into
shark.
one more move in this position, and I mean the nice thing about Dragon Claw here is that it is guaranteed to hit. And
We haven't had a
Aerodactyl
Pokemon movie since the
is
Galar
at
region,
low enough
basically.
health
Good.
That King Gambit Sucker Punch should,
Good.
you know,
Pokemon
do a
movies
decent
peaked at
amount
the
of damage
first
to
one.
The Aerodactyl to threaten
They
it,
should
but
stop
overall,
there.
like you were saying, Francisco just has so much more momentum. There's another Pokemon that we haven't
Cheers.
even seen yet.
Thanks for coming
in
to
the
my
back of this party,
twat
and
talk.
hypothetically speaking, if it is that Sylveon and we see a Dragon Claw, that's an automatic win condition for Francesco.
This is also one of the big differences between the two Aerodactyls, Gabby.
Uh-oh, no more Gambit.
Francesco's Mega Aerodactyl, where Adrian Hurley had
Oof.
a dual wing beat. Instead, that
Adrian's getting ready for game
ignores the
2.
Earthquake as a spread attack. Garchomp locked into attack, an attack that did no damage. Francesco gets a double KO and is one win away from top 4.
An excellent game there from Francesco. Just had the lead from the beginning.
Let's go.
Thanks to the differences in his
Come on, Adrian,
Aerodactyl
sort it out.
versus Adrian. That Tailwind, once it was allowed
Figure
to
out
get
the game
set up
plan
on the field, just
and
giving
do it
him
twice.
the
That's the goal.
advantage over
Easy
the
mode.
Choice Scarf on Adrian's Garchomp. It just was not enough to make up for the fact that Francesco's Pokemon
We're
were just
bombing
naturally
your
faster
nan.
consistently.
We're bombing your nan.
Options here for Adrian.
You're
Gabby.
shit at
The Incineroar
football.
very
We're
nice to
bombing
intimidate
your nan.
Aerodactyl, but
Imagine
is
get
it
top
worth
4.
lowering the rock slide damage
Another
at the cost
IC.
of
Pio
boosting
Para
King
moving
Gambit's
mad. I know,
attack
right?
output, and then those +1
Pio Para
sucker punches into your
cooking.
own Mega Aerodactyl were really scary.
They were. And the unfortunate thing about that is you still want to bring your Incineroar to intimidate the other Pokemon that Francesco has, right? So at the you can't really make that trade. You're not in a comfortable place to make that trade. You really want to just find the positioning where you can
No
send in
Pokemon,
the
this is the worst
Incineroar
one.
so that the King Gambit isn't
Quick, get
present
to
on
game
the
2
field.
before
But
this
that's
track
where
kicks in.
Francesco made a great
Please.
call to just have that King Gambit on the field already.
There is one thing Adrian can do to make sure the Aerodactyl can't click Rock Slide or Tailwind or Wide
Flip the
Guard,
table.
And 75% of the time,
That'll stop
he
Aerodactyl
can
doing
put
anything.
it to sleep with a Venusaur Sleep Powder.
That would work. You're absolutely correct, but the other part of that percentage is that
No,
it
it
would
kicked
miss,
in.
and you're also, potentially bringing your Charizard to try and boost the Venusaur's speed so that it would be able to attack first. And as
Give me
we've
that
seen
Christian
throughout
side
this
hook,
tournament,
bro.
Charizard does not have the best matchup into the Aerodactyl. So, do you decide to bring the Venusaur without the Sun support? What do you leave behind? It's a very
I've
tough
never had
decision to
Sun
make, and I
support.
don't
My
think
mum
that's
was
quite the
always
best
awful.
adjustment for
Do you prefer
Adrian.
Mega Charizard X or
One
Y?
loss away from being
Mega
eliminated
Y is better.
from top cut of NAIC. One loss away
There's a reason we've
from
seen no Mega
having
X
to
on stream
hold and
today.
cross his fingers that he does qualify for
And I
the
like Mega
World
Y because it
Championships
looks
this
more like
summer, but
Charizard.
will he take his
Does that
fate
make
in his
sense?
own hands and force a game 3?
Looks
Adrian
like
either
Adrian
concentrated
is
or
going
bored out of
to
his
be
mind.
setting up the
Bro's wondering how he
sunlight
comes
as it
back.
is that Charizard and the Venusaur
He's going to do it.
out on the
Yeah, get those
field
sleep
as
powders
we
off,
see
lad. Good shout.
Sylveon and Aerodactyl going to be the adjustment for Francesco. And
I agree, I don't like
think
Mega
you're
X. I won't
right,
go
Joe. I
that
think
far.
we're
Like, I
gonna
like
at
Mega
least see the
X. Like,
threat
it's
of
fine,
sleep
design-wise,
powder
but...
from this Venusaur. And I mentioned the threat because
And it
that's
can be a
really
strong
what it is
Pokemon,
at
it's
the
just-
end of the day.
It's got too many
You certainly
downsides.
can go for it, and I think that's sort
Yeah,
of
it's
the
harder
nice
to use
pressure
well,
about
exactly.
Venusaurs that you don't have to, but your opponent has to play like you're going to try.
Garchomp will swap into the
I like
Sylveon
Mega Y because it
position
looks
just
more
in
like an
case
evolution
the Venusaur
Charizard
goes for
rather
a
than
Sludge
like...
or something like that. And
I feel like Mega
Francesco
X
locking in that Mega
just looks like an
Evolution
angry
right away.
Charizard. And I'm like,
Super
eh.
speedy Mega Aerodactyl. And Adrian actually going to respond with a Mega Evolution of his own. Will this be a
Ooh, you-
protect? Do you
I
want
mean-
to try to set the sun to activate Venusaur's chlorophyll ability?
So I guess
doubling
protect and
its
then
speed,
sleep powder the
making it even
Aerodactyl?
faster than Mega Aerodactyl.
I
There is
missed!
no protect. Sleep powder goes to Aerodactyl.
You didn't
A
go balls to the wall, did you?
25%
Okay.
chance happens.
Oh my
It misses
shitting
the
hell!
Sleep powder, and Venusaur is done
4,
Dual wing beat is usually the attack that people drop so that they can run wide guard and protect on Aerodactyl, but Francesco again making a great call, building to just bring it anyways.
Any burns?
Venusaur is so strong into some of his other
Bro,
Pokemon, right? Into
that's the strongest dual wing beat I've ever seen.
You need the dual wing beat on this super strong Aerodactyl.
I guess that's a no-bulk Venusaur?
Incineroar was not brought for the lead.
At least Tailwind wasn't set up that turn, so this Garchomp on Adrian's side of the field is going to be the fastest Pokemon this turn and can still threaten a Rock Slide into the opposing Aerodactyl.
You should have taken your advice. Yeah, Protect would have been safer.
The Heat Wave that Charizard used the previous
Sash,
turn.
of course, is no bulk. Oh, it's
Sash.
Sash.
Rock Slide, there is also that chance
Well,
of a
let me
flip.
just say
So
that Sash
it's not
was
like
incredibly
Francesco is
effective.
guaranteed to get the speed control on his side of the field this turn.
Great job there.
But still, that Sleep Powder miss was really rough for Adrian.
Adrian will swap Incineroar in here. There is no King Gambit on the field, so you can definitely just intimidate both of Francesco's physical
Nice,
attackers.
Dragon Claw.
Dragon Claw doesn't get it. With a critical hit that would have taken
Oh,
down
flipping the table.
But Adrian does not get it. It will allow Aerodactyl to set Tailwind to double his team speed.
Hey, that's
Allow
valid,
Garchomp
Catania.
to
Appreciate it.
now outspeed all of Adrian's Pokemon. There's a -1 Earthquake. It is super effective, but it looks like it would still be a 3-hit KO into Incineroar.
That Incineroar's
I guess the trick here is fake out that Garchomp on the other side real quick.
Get it on the field when there was no King
go for the Dragon Claw.
So Incineroar now has the opportunity to just stay on the field for as long as it's needed.
Bruh.
The harsh sunlight is set, so those Flare Blitz are going to be doing a little bit more damage, and even if the King Gambit decides to swap in on it, it's not going to activate
Missed form
that Defiant
fights?
ability,
Oh, fair.
right? So this Incineroar has found
They're still up,
the
though. They
best
still
positioning
exist.
It's going to find in this match.
Yeah, you can fake out Aerodactyl, you can fake out Garchomp. One of those two spots you know
Bam,
for certain is not going to
bam.
be able to attack. Could be huge for Adrian if he calls a fake out into Garchomp.
Cheeky
as
Sylveon action.
Swapped into the Aerodactyl. That would mean there's no attacks, and there will be no attacks as Francesco.
No predictions for the Eddie Hall Tommy Fury fight, or do you not care about that stuff? I don't know who either of those people are, I'll be honest. Good luck to both of them.
Having a great time.
And Francesco just making that switch very confidently there, and also with the Protect on the Garchomp. No damage
Here we
that
go.
turn, just seeing how Adrian was going to approach it.
Just got to stall out that Tailwind, to be honest. But obviously, Scarf Chomp can't stall out Tailwind.
That Garchomp's attack further, give his
Garchomp
own
does not want to be on the field
potentially
right
more
now.
time on the field, and also allowing his Incineroar to potentially come back later to go for a fake out.
But then you don't want to risk switching to Charizard because Rock Slide go
where the
brrr.
Incineroar and the Garchomp are on his side of the field. They're still they're definitely threatened by the Sylveon. They're threatened by that opposing Garchomp. Francesco still has the lead in
Did
this
you
match.
do Sinistea versus Sinistra for it? No.
There's no Citrus Berry. It's Choice Scarf, right?
I ain't done
Maybe
that.
think that might just be purely into an attack, and it's speed
Here we
there.
go.
Would be able to endure a Hyper Voice. It's super effective.
Oh, the call!
Rock Slide that Francesco had
Rock Tomb.
calling the Charizard switch in 4 times, super effective, lowering its speed, and
Damn.
now Hyper Voice is resisted in Charizard, neutral to Incineroar.
I
brings
don't
them
know
both
how
down
Adrian recovers.
Very low. Fortunately, Incineroar will recover 25% of its HP with its Citrus Berry, and Throat Chop stops.
Oh, but you know what they meant, Yoshi. They meant Poltergeist versus
Hyper
Sinistra.
Voice.
And the one thing
It's easy to get those confused because of the way they've done the naming convention.
Hyper Voice is going to be its best attack, at least damage-wise. It does have quick attack, which will attack with priority, and it could use Yawn to put Pokemon asleep. But if Francesco wants
I
to
still
rely on
argue that
Pokemon
Sinistra
for
and
those
Poltergeist
bigger hits,
should have been
that
the other way
tool has now
around,
been
like
taken
their names.
away from Sylveon.
Something that
Because that would be like
fellow
Toad's
Italian might
Cool
have
being
made a
called
decision
Toad's
for
Cruel.
Adrian and Marco Silva by winning with
They just switched it for no reason.
Last weekend in Turin is that now you run Throat Chop on Incineroar as your Dark Attack instead of Knockoff to stop all of those sound-based moves. So Sylveon accidentally catching a stray because of how strong Mega Gengar is in this format. It will just be a double protect and then the Charizard protect.
Everybody
as well.
protects.
Yeah, everybody just taking their time. I mean, Throat Chop isn't a permanent effect. It will wear off after a couple of turns, and that was also
We
the
did it
last
so I
turn
can
of
dub the
Sun
door in-
and Tailwind.
in
So I think
Cine.
everybody just recognizing that there are a lot of effects in
You don't
play.
like
I don't
Polchinko?
want some of these effects around. Let's just take a breather, reposition a bit. Sunlight's gone, so that obviously works in Francesco's
I mean,
favor.
Rock
as those
Tomb
fire type
will take out
attacks won't be dealing
Charizard
as much
as long as it
damage.
hits.
And Tailwind is gone, so Adrian now now has a bit more speed on his side of the field.
Yes, now the Aerodactyl is not on the field, cannot immediately set the Tailwind up. Again, you're going to have either the Garchomp
The Sylveon's got quick attack, right? Oh, no, that's it's Charizard, Liam. Like, don't worry about it. Yeah, true.
Exactly.
Oops.
And I do think
The Garchomp's still outspeed, surely.
Has a little bit of a benefit here in terms of the fact that
Then again, if it's timid Charizard, it might outspeed the Garchomp if the Garchomp's bulkier because it's citrus.
Garchomp coming in here without Hyper Voice.
Oh my god, get red!
So much damage even with that Intimidate.
Oh my god.
The Garchomp swap in onto Charizard, goes for
Dude.
the Dragon Claw into Garchomp, and the follow-up from Sylveon actually will
I feel so bad for Adrian. This has gone so bad for him. I mean, it wasn't even that much of a read. Like, Dragon Claw would have knocked out Charizard anyway, so it was the safest bet.
Down, Gabby. He had to switch it out one turn to reset up the sun to get that 50% boost.
And then also,
you get a parting shot, lowering Sylveon's damage.
Yeah, oh man.
Francesco also gets a knockout, gets one KO closer to moving.
What does Throat Chop only last a singular turn?
Also hasn't lost a single Pokemon in this matchup. Where
Does it only last one turn? I thought it lasted like 2
two
turns.
Pokemon. So even though these stat drops are starting to add up on Francesco's side of the field, he has all the power in the world to pivot when needed to drop these stat drops and reposition these Pokemon. Incineroar's down to its final bits of health. That Charizard's very low as well. Francesco is so close to moving on in this tournament.
Until the end of the next turn.
His Garchomp on this turn and
does he have Solar Beam on Zard? Probably, but
detect, so they can't get
I don't think it'll take out Garchomp.
Some Farigiraphs out there in the meta, but effectively just a safe turn
Psychic
for
Noise, yeah.
Yeah, it's so close. The win is right there. Don't take any risks. Don't leave yourself vulnerable to a fake out and a heat wave combination. Just double protect when you have it available
Very
to
good,
you.
Jason.
Now that that turn has passed, time to think about what your best option is for dealing damage to these two Pokemon.
Incineroar is in the red. Charizard is barely hanging on. Adrian's hopes of forcing a game are getting slimmer and slimmer as the game goes on, and Rockslide does
Adrian, just forfeit, mate. Stop it. He's already dead.
The speed drop when it switched in.
There it is. GG.
Takes it down,
Adrian's fucking fuming. I'm not surprised.
Top 8 last year to now top 4 in New Orleans.
Congratulations to Francesco for moving on in this tournament. Just showcasing why this team has been so powerful throughout the weekend. You know, I love the adjustments that he's made. That Rock Tomb over Rock
Yeah, he did not. He was fucking raging.
Well into the opposing Charizard teams. Not only getting those speed drops, but just a higher accuracy as well. Just feels way more consistent when you think about it.
Yeah, the 5%.
They did the handshake, but he's ready to punch him.
Sometimes, especially the speed. I think that's maybe one of the big takeaways for me here, Gabby, is the speed control that Francesco had available on his side, whether it be the Rock Tomb or the Tailwind compared to Adrian's end. Clearly, Adrian making top 8 of an international, certainly it didn't hurt him that much not having access to Tailwind on his Mega Aerodactyl. But just in this particular matchup, when the stakes are so high, every speed advantage that you can get is what you need for Francesco.
Wild.
Yeah, and of course we can be looking at a very different game had that speed.
Oh yeah, I'm waiting for Rosalia, aren't
with the Aerodactyl turn one of this
Rosalia.
game number 2.
No, it's not.
Unfortunately, it just was not in the cards for this.
It looks like about to cry. I mean, wouldn't you?
At the rest of the
Top 8 at an international championship, like, bruh. Rosalia.
Into that sleep pattern, and 75% of the time, it does make a lot of sense because then you're putting Aerodactyl to sleep. You don't have to worry about it for a turn.
Give me my big ball.
Start dealing with that Garchomp. Let your Charizard hit some people with heat waves.
Hit the top 8.
Sun, right?
You know what? He's still getting a few $1,000s from it, so you know. Maybe he could give them to me so I can pay my rent. That'd be sick.
Remaining players in
really need to fucking upload, although that won't help me now. Not this month. It won't be next month.
These stories develop as we get closer and closer.
What, AKG? How you doing?
The semifinals to the finals, and Francesco will be going on to
kill
play
everything
Shoma in our top 4 later on today. I mean, think about how exciting that.
Tell you what happened. Oh, a guy lost. Shocking in a tournament situation, I know, but
in the finals through either Francesco or from Shoma. That's awesome.
That is really cool.
I swear to God, that never happens.
But we still have to figure out who's going to be on the other side of the bracket as well.
Yeah, and let's find out what Francesco's thinking about his top 4 appearance now as we're ready for our interview on stage.
Yeah, like, It was a
Thank
sad
you so
game
much,
too.
Gabby and Joe. I'm here with Francesco Piopero, one of your semi-finalists
Oh, God.
at the North America International
Adrian's still on the stage. Wait, no, that's the cameraman. It's okay. I thought Adrian was lurking on the stage, like, and if Francesco said something out of line, he was going to be like, "I'll fucking have you."
Good. Yeah, I'd say pretty nice.
Yeah, I would assume you
Guys,
would be
speak
more
into the
excited
mic
than
and do it
that.
loudly.
But I guess you still got one big match ahead of you, right?
Yeah. No, I don't want to overdo it. I'm thinking about reaching tomorrow, so yeah, I say I did what I had to do, and I just want to keep going for now. Yeah.
This is the same team that you got top 16 at Turin with, right?
William, who was your dream collab?
Are the matchups what you expected?
I
from
don't really
last
have one,
weekend?
to be
Are you
honest.
facing things today
I just
that
like
you
to
maybe
still
weren't
have my channel this time by the end of the year.
No, I pretty much faced all teams that I was
We don't
expecting
know
were gonna be
because Wolf's not
popular, especially
had his
like
top
the
8 game yet.
team I lost to in Turin. That, as I said, I was able to avenge, and actually I faced the 3.
Yeah, I just hope I have a channel by the end of the year. That's
tournament
my
out of
main
5
goal at
rounds.
the moment. I don't worry about
And
collabs.
it was like 2 teams out of 5 rounds. It was like the big 6 with Whimsicott and
I just gotta
Poek,
fix
and
my
then
fucking
Light
brain,
Team.
bro.
So I prepared a lot.
Right, we got
for
Survivor.
those teams. I didn't really have time
So we
to
can
change
tick
my
him off
team
the
after
list. So
Turin
now we
because,
just
like,
need to
I
get
didn't, I hadn't planned to come here, so
points we need.
I booked my flight on Tuesday.
Because we need to get some. We need to do some legendary
funds.
funds. We need basically.
They wouldn't let me book.
Basically, we need
So yeah,
the special
and, yeah,
research
so I came
things,
here,
don't we?
And
we
talked to
are
my
nowhere
friends
near
and
at the
tested
moment.
with them, so I thanked them.
So another Japanese versus
yeah,
an
the
Italian player,
matchups were
top 4
those,
NAIC.
and we were
Lol.
like, okay, should I do this?
Fix
should
the
I do
brain
that?
is
We
so
played
real,
tons
right?
Tons and tons of games in the time I had remained, because the flight took like for one entire day of my time.
Don't get me wrong, I fully expect no sympathy from anyone because I'm very aware that I've done this to myself.
Yeah, I'm gonna see
but hey,
what's up for
you know,
me
that's what we deal
before,
with.
I guess.
That's what we deal
I mean,
with.
Francesco, you've been incredible for the last couple of years on the international stage. This
Like,
is
the position
yet
that I'm in
another major top cut
is
accomplishment for yourself.
all
but I know
something that
goal
my
is
actions
winning
have
it
led
at
to,
the
you know?
end,
So I'm gonna have to pull myself out of it, bro. Hell yeah.
How confident are you feeling? Are you
Hell
feeling
yeah.
ready? Are you just, you still got
Just
the job
upload, bro. Easy.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I felt confident at all for both Turin and this tournament. I was like, I have to find myself into the game, and then I
The
have
love
to
mental
play
health's
my
a
moves
bastard. Mental health
correctly.
is a bastard.
And, like,
I'll get
I
there.
wasn't-
I'll get there
I
eventually.
didn't have like any
Ooh, Don
expectation
Diddley
of goals.
Dozo.
Of course, every time I enter a tournament,
Thank you, Scotty.
the goal is to win. But yeah, I was like, yeah, of course, like everybody wants to win, but you gotta prove
But
it,
this
right?
thank you, Amanda.
So yeah, I just sit.
You know what? We might as well
still and
fight. That's
see
like a
what I can
guaranteed
do every
10,000,
time.
isn't it?
And luckily, I was able to do it
something like
quite
that.
well today. But I gotta keep going. It's one more match for today.
You okay?
And,
Dude, I haven't been okay
yeah,
for 2 years.
I'm
That's
happy
why
to
there have been no
have
uploads.
cut, this event because
Bruh.
after UIC, I only had 1 top cut this season compared to the 5 of the.
Is that what it was? I thought you were just
previous season, which
lazily.
was incredible,
That's what some people think.
But you know, I always want to improve. And yeah, I guess I improved the result I did here
Here
last year,
we
which was top 8.
go.
And I kind of now, I think, did a lot better than last season, so I'm happy for that.
Country
for
road.
Sure. It's becoming quite hard to improve my past seasons. The next season we're gonna see what I can do, but for now, yeah, I'm gonna just see what I have ahead and play it out. Yeah.
I need to make better. I need to make better things.
to the top. Francesco, I want to give you one final platform to kind of talk to the people supporting you, or
Final?
any shout outs you like.
Wow, Rosemary's not confident he'll win
So
again.
I want to thank all the people here that are helping me live, especially Shohei, who is also my roommate for this.
What about writing some
tournament,
stuff down
and,
for your ADHD,
Naoya,
or even going for a
as well,
walk? Thank you,
that
mate.
have
Cheers.
been supporting me through this
Yeah, I was thinking of doing a
run
planner.
and also offered me a spot at their place. And I want to thank Candy, Japanese player too, which gifted me a box of desserts from Japan and left them at my place. And I didn't have the chance to say hi to him.
Oh,
so
level plus
I wanna
120,
thank him
let's go.
live here because I haven't met him yet. And
damn.
yeah, of course, I want to thank Flavio, who is helping me from home, supporting me every single round, providing
Flavio.
all the informations I need every time.
That's
I
what we
something,
need. We
he's
need some of
there.
these.
So I am lucky to have people that a team that supports me. Of course, the
Go
friends
on.
of Team Aqua, my family, and also
Level plus
yeah,
108,
Team Aqua's the second
baby.
family, and my family too. And last shout out to my friend Emanuele at home, Lele, who spent many hours with me after Turin, deciding if I should come or not, and
I appreciate
about,
it, Raze.
mentality for literally hours. So yeah, that was really important for me to have a clear vision of what I wanted to do in this tournament. And I was like, I should go because if somebody's gonna win, I want to prove myself that I wasn't worthy of it.
Let's fucking
Otherwise,
go
they're
fight
gonna
that
get
bayonet.
through me if they want to win the tournament. So yeah, this is what I wanted to do, and so thank you guys, thank you a lot.
Whoa! Big
Right,
great
let's
boss
do it.
energy. Francesco, congratulations, and we'll see you in top 4. Good luck. Now we're going to go to Scott's thoughts to break down this match even further.
Scott's thoughts.
Thank you, Rosemary. I'm always impressed by how even keel and calm he is. I bet if I was more like that, I would hit the wrong button on the replay machine a lot less. But don't worry, unlike him, I can't be eliminated from this tournament, so you're going to be stuck with me anyway.
Yeah, I mean, Francesco coming in and doing so
Let's
well.
go see the bayonet.
So calm and collected, and I think just with the vision.
It's going to be doing a mega battle without the weird, awesome mega music. You said weird, awesome? Yeah, I did.
And I think it's a great way to approach it, right? Where you're really putting.
I've even gone in with like a level 3 Bunnelby because I'm faced.
So hopefully we see
crazy
that
scenes
for them and they progress a bit further on.
Yeah, I think it's really important in this game, right? It's not like traditional sports or something, or even like some other
bayonet,
video games where, like, having much of adrenaline make you go faster is like really good, right? It's a strategy game. There's no
hasn't won a game yet. That's the one.
So I think having clear thoughts and make sure you're making the right decision every turn is what's important.
Big boy.
Two trainers here, at least most of our two trainers teams in this view. But yeah, very similar teams. I think the ways in which they were different are really important. As far as the species of Pokemon, just the Venusaur and the Incineroar on one side,
get him.
Sylveon and the Basculegion on the other side, and I think even more than that, it's the difference in the Aerodactyl.
No, that's the wrong one. That's the one.
Yeah, 100%. I think the Venusaur is a big problem. I think with the sleep powder.
Get him.
But yeah, like you say, with the Aerodactyl there, with that lack of tailwind.
Well, which one's the real one?
Kind of going,
if you all move at the same time, I can't tell.
Your opponent has the easy option of getting their tailwind and then they're ahead
Bro,
of you for the next 3 turns.
stop touching me.
Really is very costly.
I'm not even hitting yet, have I?
Utilizing Pokemon that really don't.
Oh shit, he's doing things.
Aerodactyl and some of his other friends that much.
Yeah, I mean, Aerodactyl and Pokemon didn't see them very much, right? I ended up having
not even mega yet.
Top 8, 2 of them obviously in this matchup, and it looked very impactful. I guess in a good way, in a bad way. I think
bro,
things to keep in mind this
get
team.
away from me, bro.
Garchomp, not something we usually.
Oh my god.
See more of the bulky Garchomp. I think there's definitely situations where it's advantageous. Where
can I heal my right shoe? This is not going well for Liam.
It did win the Indianapolis.
I should have brought actual Pokemon that could take this, like my Absol.
And here it wound up being a little bit more of a liability. And then,
this animation's taking a while.
Aerodactyl, the lack of support moves ended up being pretty critical there. It makes things much easier for King Gambit. If it had a tailwind or something, it would have been a couple of critical turns, or maybe you could just click that.
Now, where is he? Why are you here?
Much more calmly.
Yeah, and that's golf as well.
One of them's gone.
It's great in scenarios like you say, but those scenarios where your opponent is a little bit smarter.
Go get him.
Where they scout out what it's locked into, and then you saw Francesco.
Do a kill. Oh, heal up, heal up, heal up.
Situations, and then it puts
Thank you. I've not even damaged him yet, have I? No. Not really.
Kind of when you would think it would put you ahead in those games.
I think some other fun things to keep in mind. Again, the Aerodactyl is pretty fun. You see Wide Guard once again, looking pretty effective in many of Wolf's games.
Stop being uncool, Bayonet.
Tournaments, so kind of fun to see this. It feels a little later format, right? This is kind of more the
Aerodactyl
trainers are expecting. No Protect to fit all those utility moves. It certainly has its own costs.
Oh god, where's he gone now?
The 4-attack King Gambit. We got the Yawn on Sylveon again.
You were there.
Garchomp's a lot of fun. Unfortunately for
me some of that. Thank you.
He's like the last player who I feel like would really need to worry a whole lot about. Like,
where are you? Which one are you?
Like the single hard at Rockwood to get around the Wide Guard. I guess once he runs into Wolf, maybe Rocks will be better. But it looks pretty good in this match. Really, another form of speed control you can always expect it from.
Yeah, really good, because it not only punishes, it just punishes anything that comes in on that slot as well, because even if you're not hitting the target that you're really looking for, like
that's the good stuff.
Charizard in a lot of scenarios, even if he's going something that's lowering the speed on that Scarf,
just be cool.
In particular in this matchup, really useful just to be able to kind of get ahead of it.
Yeah, we are not doing this in the time.
Yeah, speaking of the tail, we're
He's fucking us, dude. He's fucking us. He's fucking laughing at us, bro.
This mirror is so awkward to play. I don't know if there's a Pokemon where I want to
Didn't bring a single super effective move.
Less than Aerodactyl, where you can pretty much always guarantee your both maximum speed. So whoever goes first potentially has a huge swing. A critical hit could be a one-hit.
That's the good stuff.
A flinch could basically be game losing. A miss could basically be game losing. It's really volatile.
Get that guy. That guy's a fucking idiot.
RNG wasn't too big of a deal in this matchup, but I think both the traders really holding their breath.
Give me all of those. Here he is. Oh, where's he gone? There's the bastard. Get him.
Yeah, 100%. I think those
oh shit, man.
Mind games and
you attack him, please.
Poses in game, you know. I think it's not something you
not
really
going so well, is it?
I do like the lead here from Francesco with that.
Actually.
Really making full use of it, like you said. With
yeah, I need to bring some dark moves.
It just makes it so easy for the King Gambit.
Kind of need those for the ghost types.
That big threat, and then once that falls,
come on, man.
You're in a huge situation.
I don't like facing Bayonet. He fucks around too much. Not unlike your mum. Oh shit, bro.
Yeah, I think this is insane advantage here.
That's it. Get him. We're actually damaging him this time. We've actually done something here. What the fuck?
The tailwind is just so big where the Pokemon on Adrian's side of the field just aren't very good at
bro, Swampert's doing it. Swampert's doing it, lads. He's got us down to halfway, and I don't know how he did it.
Again, very defensive, so you can feel like relatively safe. King Gammo's going to survive that.
Oh, he's mad. Hecking mad. Ho's mad.
The trainers are getting used to. I believe that one was impish. So you can okay, you're not.
Oh, don't do this again.
With the defensive nature, and then have maximum attack training probably.
That guy, get that guy.
I'm going to survive this flare blitz.
Yeah, no.
And then there's this guy. He's mean.
Okay, well, it probably will go down this next turn.
You can't just Phantom Force and be mean. Bro, come on. There's too many. What are we going to do? Oh, there we go. There's a bit of stuff. Man, you can do it.
Yeah, I don't mean to plus here entirely to
do any moves, bro.
The impending pain that Garchom's about to experience.
Thanks, mate. There's the big guy.
Interesting thing to note where, it's a rule to have gotten down to exactly.
That's it. Go get him. Go get him.
King Game is at. It's really a point like Francesco realizes he's at HP.
Go get him again.
How much damage his physical Pokemon.
You can do it, mate. You can do it.
So well, on Adrian's side,
just get the Bayonet. It's not hard, is it?
Adrian knows he's not, and it has a pretty big impact on this turn, where I think
that's the guy.
103 damage. Pretty happy with that on its own, but critically surviving this Ruskin so that Dragon Point doesn't redirect to Aerodactyl.
Here.
With this lead, maybe it wouldn't have mattered anyway, but
that's it. Get him.
He was able to, save Aerodactyl from an attack that would have been a lot more than one.
This guy right here.
We do see the first flinch of the game.
We might actually be able to do it. We might actually be able to do it. Come on, lad. Come on, lad.
But it's kind of risky if you're suspecting that the King Gambit's
bro, get him again.
Right? You don't want to pop that defiance.
Nah, I think you fluffed it, mate. I think you fluffed it.
But I don't think it was too game-changing or pivotal, and I think once
this guy.
Now,
oh, he's gone.
Francesco, to get your own
it's this guy. It's always this guy.
Range, and it's easy enough just to click that button, and then the rock slide.
That's the good stuff. Thank you.
Yeah, you can just feel so over right here.
Come on, go get him.
Earthquake is so good against everything remaining, where it kind of just really simplifies the decision for Francesco. And he can
there's one over there. Go get that. Go get that. Thank you.
Just really well played early game by him and capitalizes on it. And I mean, again,
get him.
Could have been, it's like one win flinch from Adrian Aerodactyl, and it's maybe like a 4-0 the other way. But instead, it's absolutely devastating game one victory. Skipping through some of the turns that we just.
It's the good stuff. We're nearly done. I can't believe it. We've somehow nearly done it.
Opportunity for things to go different. With very different leads in this one. Where the Charizard. Venusaur mode.
You're not the bad guy. You're the bad guy.
That can go in Indianapolis, where our focus hit every
single
sleep powder. But sometimes you don't.
Thank you.
Sleep powder. Sometimes
we did it. Look at that. That took way too long.
This is the problem. I think it's always the risk versus the reward, right? In these scenarios.
That took disgracefully long.
If you get it, it's great because the game is so
attack that
different from this point going forward. The Charizard has a easy way of time
Neat.
free wave off here.
An assortment of goodies.
Sometimes that
nuts.
sleep powder. We know it's not got the best of accuracy, but when it does miss, and into such a pivotal target as well, which it normally is going into, it can be such a detriment to...
Lovely
I
stuff.
feel like this was the game-changing turn right here, you know, that miss.
That's a few items.
Allows the
How's that done us for... Okay, yeah, it's about halfway. Let's reset the day, and we'll have a new little cheeky one, won't we?
Right?
I need to do a little
I think
cheeky,
it's always pivotal. You have
wonderful
the bulkiest
tinkle.
of
So
Pokemon, but it doesn't have a Mega Stone. But you know, both of these Pokemon can be one-shot by Mega Aerodactyl, right? So instead being one-shot yourself and losing that means of controlling it, it's just so devastating for the remainder of the battle. Because of that, you know, we end up the second turn where it's like very easy for Aerodactyl to set up a Tailwind here, and while Intimidate does a nice job of slowing these Pokemon down, it just doesn't really matter, right? Where it's like, and then what, right? Where it just kind of creates a situation where, okay, well, I guess I have to pivot a little bit to shed these Intimidates, but much like we saw in the first game, you know, these Pokemon can't protect, so they're just going to keep getting whittled down. It's really difficult to stall the Tailwind down.
Yeah, and this is the scenario where you've got the advantage of your Francesco as well, knowing what the Garchomp on Adrian's side's locked into now. It's easy for you to just switch that Sylveon in, which is subsequently what we see happen, and almost wasting a turn as well, where you can just protect your own Garchomp, allow the Sylveon to come in, and then you've got that instant pressure with that Hyper Voice in the Tailwind. Adrian does well to kind of play it out from here the way they do. Is the Throat Chop obviously in.
Yeah, it at least keeps it interesting, right? And then, yeah, I think this kind of insult to injury where there's like one more really nice read here where Garchomp is like, oh, well, you know, I got to get out of here. You know, I can't Dragon Claw anything. Then Charizard comes in, and it's a little too telegraphed, right? It's not even like it's a bad play. Just there are no options left, where every play is a bad play in this situation. And Charizard takes all this damage, it gets slowed down again, and I think the game is just like fully over from here.
Yeah.
You know, it was maybe pretty over, I guess, again, for that first turn, but just nothing Adrian could do. Really well played set by Francesco, really deserving player moving on. And, you know, it's a good set by Adrian, too. And it sounded like he was just as decisive in his previous round when he won as this one was when he lost. You know, it's a team that can really swing hard either way, depending on matchups, depending on roles.
It's just really unfortunate, I think, in the two matches there.
Change the day over. Cheers, cheers.
Game one, if it went the other way,
see what?
Things would have
Mega to fight they'll give me this time.
The same could be said
That'd be
here
class.
too. So it was, although it looked really one-sided, I think those like just two key pivotal moments were decisive, so decisive in kind of laying out how
it's probably the quickest way in the long run.
There was still a lot to
doing
do
these mega
Francesco,
fights,
so big credit to them for playing it out the way they did. But yeah, really.
Is that T-Tar? Oh, we can rinse T-Tar.
Scenarios, but when you put all
T-Tar
your
don't stand a T-chance.
T-Tar's
gonna get fucked.
Sometimes the consequences.
Graph lock go crazy here.
Yeah, they've done it extremely well to get to this stage of the tournament. Incredible. But yeah, unfortunately, just not going to make that next step onto the.
Holucha also go crazy.
Yeah, I mean, in this North America International Championship, there's just no margin for error, right? Some of these teams, the power attacks they can trade back and forth. I just can't make any mistakes. So really exciting so far, seeing the trainers have been able to make it through, and we're going to have another great match soon. So quick break, and we'll have another top 8 match
soon.
In a few minutes.
Not soon enough, more like. Iconic images with aura.
Hi everyone, I'm Zoinks, and I am trying to find
4 minutes, what they doing? Wolf's taking his shit.
These 3 players that I'm with, Kuka, Wonderchef, and Gabby, are going to be trying to blend in if you're the Ditto, otherwise describing a Pokemon. They each know the Pokemon, they're going to say one word to describe it. The Ditto is going to try to blend in. Let's see if we can figure out who it is.
Drain
Kuka,
Punch.
please describe this Pokemon in 1 word.
Octolock.
1 word. I'm going to go with...
Get him. Come on, you can do it. You can do it.
Gen 1.
Okay, what was that move?
I'm gonna go with
A bullet punch. Okay. Drain punch.
Okay. We keep going.
Octolock. Okay, bring in Holucha. Holucha's the one. I am the one. One.
B.
Oh boy.
Okay, interesting. All right, everybody, let's point to who you think that it was in 3, 2, 1.
Those are some big moves, my guy.
Gabby, were you the Ditto? Yes. Gabby, what Pokemon do you think we were describing?
I hope it's Squirtle.
Oh, so close. Thanks for playing, Gabby. It was Blastoise.
It's not bad. Let's go. Give me some of that action. Hit him. Stop him and his horrible abilities. Uh-oh. Holucha, Holucha, Holucha. Jesus Christ, Holucha. Caught you with 5 hit points. See, we can get T-Tar. Oh, my Holucha is not Megan. Okay. Get him again. Get him again. Holucha, stop dying on me. Oh dear. Oh dear. Come on. Holucha, come on, bro. Don't blame Amanda. That's really mean. Okay. Punch bro in his knees. Oh my god, Holucha, that's not his knees. Come on. Get him. Do things to him that make him bleed. Oh my, oh my. Hang on. There we go. There we go, bit of that. Bit of Mega Holucha, and then kill, 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 kill. Pain, pain, kill. That's it, fuck him up. Get him. Bro. Angie, bro. Holucha, no. Oh, Holucha's fucking dead, bro. Idiot. Go get him, go get him. Chase him, chase him. Oh my god, don't die again. Don't die again. Full restore. We've nearly got him.
Pokemon champions here in New Orleans has only provided we are halfway through our top 8. We're closer and closer to figuring out who still has a chance to battle it out in top 4 and to make their way to championship.
God, Holucha, why you died again? Why have you died again?
And these matches, they just keep getting better and better.
They do, don't they? I mean, it's been such an incredible weekend so far, full of amazing players, top trainers, and great teams. And we've got more.
Get him. Oh God.
We've got that next top 8 match between Darway and Eric Rios, and this is going to be an incredible.
That's it. Go on. Punch him hard. Punch him harder.
Into the semi-finals here at the NAIC.
And it's just so impressive
nice.
what both have been able to accomplish,
Clean.
not just here today, but within their own
Poor
respective
T-Tar.
journeys, even as though looking at back this season, this year, and of course what Eric's been able to accomplish last year too. So getting into this match, top 4, I mean, both trainers are so capable, but one of their journeys will end here. For Dawei, we at a regional level here in North America, we've gotten to see so much from her. This team building, how she plays the game.
Let's
I mean,
go.
getting this international performance is just so
Up the Dawei. Up, up.
And
Sorry,
for
Eric, but it's
can
Dawei
he
all the
make that
way.
return to top 4, even one up it, as we saw from NAIC last year.
Yeah, and I mean, that's a big question, right? I think Eric had a great run here last season.
San Antonio top 4, Baltimore top 4, Columbus NAIC top 16, NAIC top 22. Frankfurt UIC champion,
and
NAIC top 4, World's top 8,
at Indianapolis
regional
with this
and
really innovative team.
SC champion.
I really love that Serraledge, huge fan of that. There's a slight change from that event into this one where the Sneasler is replacing what was a Vivian, but I think a really good adjustment, and that just shows how
and we
much
support the
Dawei's been able
US,
to
the
take this team
US,
further
the
and just
US,
have
and
such
that's
a
the
great
way
run
we
this
like it.
weekend.
We like it.
I
We
mean,
love
talking
it.
about this team, because we've gotten to see a couple of really fun team choices, but nothing quite like this when we look at this Serraledge.
Serraledge, come on.
To make sure you get that defense.
Do it, Dawei. Dawei, you got this. Beat Wolf in the final. Dawei, you got this. Although, does Dawei have anything for
But looking at this,
does Darway have anything for Toxapex?
Is just so
I feel like if it's Wolf versus Darway in the final,
in particular,
the Toxapex just wins.
That is offering so much damage and setup as well with that Calm Mind and then the Draining Kiss. But there's lots of recovery across the board. But
guess Hypnosis and just slap it
then the
while it's asleep.
Becomes such disruption for the opponent. It becomes a very difficult Pokemon to get rid of as well, and it is a deterrent.
Maybe go on TikTok. Just go on Twitter and look at my Willy.
So often,
I like Canada, so I'm going to choose between. I'm going to choose to believe they were taking the piss.
But if you give either the Ceruledge or the Milotic an inch to get these moves
off, the
bulk up or the coil, then they can be so pivotal. Ceruledge great into what we've seen be one of the more popular megas in Mega Charizard.
Here we go.
Why? It really doesn't care about that Pokemon.
I mean, Wolf could lose to Marcus.
So finding those moments is easy for Darway.
Oh yeah, you're right. They won't be in the finals. They'll face off in top 4. You're right.
Mega Aerodactyl.
Clever dick.
Eric's got access
you know what I mean?
In this one.
That's the thing. A lot of these Mega Charizards
Darway's got it.
out in the field have been with something.
Darway's got it.
But Aerodactyl.
I was about to say Ceruledge fucks this team, but I can see 3 Pokemon that can fuck Ceruledge. But still.
Such strong options.
Darway didn't get here by not knowing how to pivot.
To extra damage as well.
Know what I mean?
I mean, if we want to try and slow down the game, we can. Or even if you're not liking the setup that Darway has over on her end, Aurora to just get rid of that Pokemon for the time being.
I think that's the advantage that Eric's got in this match. When you
I'm sure Darway's prepped into a team as standard as this.
Eric's got
exactly.
access to speed control in
she knows what she's doing.
and in the Trick Room, so can flip the dimensions to suit.
And that's the way we like it.
We field at that time against how Darway has set up their board. And that's one thing that Darway's adjust to quite well.
Nice.
They've got a lot of options where they can utilize the fake out support and then the redirection with the Sinistcha, the fake out from the Sneasler and the Incineroar. The one thing that Eric's got at their advantage to get around that disruption, that support network that Darway's been so able to use throughout this tournament is that Farigiraf, the Armatail.
Why not, eh?
Why not?
Able
to come
embrace
onto
the
field,
cringe.
prevent those fake outs from creating that room that Darway kind of looks for to get those
what have I got to lose at this point?
Coils off. And then if you can capitalize in those moments, if you're Eric, it can really stop this team in its tracks. And you need to have that big burst damage as well, which you've got access to get rid of those big
I like
Farigiraf,
like but I'd like it better if it was knocked out by Ceruledge.
Your Sylveon, you've got that Hyper Voice, Hyper Beam, and then you've got the Charizard as well with that Solar Beam that do pressure those Pokemon.
And with how these teams can check each other, it's time to see where the trainers' minds are at as we head into this top 8 match. Darway going up against Eric Rios.
One thing I always find interesting is if you ever noticed, right away, most people will pronounce the evolutions as Eon, Vaporeon, Umbreon, Sylveon. But Lee Provost specifically says Sylveon. And I wonder what that's about. Because he can say the word on, because I've heard it in his accent. He says on.
Also has the ability
so it's weird. I think it's deliberate.
Beam, so you've got that Earthquake to hit
thought Zoro on your Shaker was dabbing. He is. Dab it up, big daddy.
And probably the Earthquake chip is enough to put the Milotic in range. So really pressured in this scenario. And the Ceruledge not in the position where it's easily able to get that set up with the bulk up.
And understanding so much of this pressure, Milotic gets out of there. A way to start mitigating a little bit of this damage from Eric's side of the board. Get this all-important Intimidate down on this Garchomp.
Drop the attack of the Garchomp.
We didn't see a Mega Evolution in play in Mega Charizard. If you're looking to add something like that Solar Beam, of course,
it refuses to pronounce his name. Probably maybe Sylveon.
Your side. Mega Evolve, Drought, you get that Sun. Earthquake is going to be the first part, of course. You do have that Intimidate drop, but this is still
pretty
going
decent
to be
damage.
Effective damage into the other side of the board, and so much damage already done into that Ceruledge. The follow-up, the
Solar Beam. Just use fucking Solar Beam.
Just be able to fire this off.
Yeah, Eric has definitely seen it, whereas no one's seen Eric play this weekend.
Incineroar will shrug off the hit quite well. Now it's going to be eyes after our little citrus berry break.
Fair, Bitter Blade in the sun into Garchomp is kind of baller,
but it wants to have a little bit of longevity, attack and defense route with that bulk up.
Yeah,
the room
I
there
don't
to get
see.
the bulk up, and now the Incineroar onto the field. The Intimidate really useful, but you can see the value in that soft sand.
Yeah, Darway's played this team before, but
more out of the Earthquake than you would
what,
be
specifically Eric's team?
But that bulk up also important. You've got the fake out
like specifically with Eric piloting it, or just the team composition?
You don't really care about this Charizard. So does Eric?
Because those are two different things.
Maybe a protect with the Garchomp. It might open the door
Bam,
for Ceruledge to get another bulk up
That's
off
the one.
here, because you can fake out into the Garchomp, go for another bulk up. And the
Accents also rely on combos of letters, so on reacts differently with E in front of it than on its own. But when I say Sylveon, it sounds the same as when I say on.
opportunity to bring a Farigiraf out
Linguistics
onto the
nerd
field.
moment today.
No
Back to
fake out
shrines.
for you, Incineroar, and Garchomp can still go on the offensive.
Into the giraffe. Yo.
Damage into that Farigiraf on the Swampin. Look at how much recovery that is.
Wow, that's huge. Ceruledge taking full advantage of the sun being in effect after that bulk up and getting that health back. So useful here. Now out of range for another Stomp Tantrum this next turn or another Earthquake here. So, yeah, really great play from Darway, pulling themselves back into this game. That Farigiraf is now threatened.
Hospitality!
And look at this, Synertia swapping even more recovery for this
Solid play.
So this Ceruledge that held on with just 1 HP, sticks around.
Probably another bulk up.
Out. You've already taken so much damage, and you want to be able to Earthquake safely.
Oof.
But of course, something like this Synertia is not
Cunning
really going to
linguist.
mind the hit. And Ceruledge, we've just gotten so
Ooh.
much recovery that we're just looking better and better. Ceruledge now, we get another Bitter Blade into something like the Charizard. That's still a decent amount of damage.
Huge when you could
Mate, almost half.
Resisted hit. This
That's
Ceruledge keeping itself
crazy.
back in this game here.
And now you can just cycle in
Incin
Incin again.
Here, but you've got the potential just to switch that Sinistra out and the Incineroar back onto the field once again. Drop another Intimidate, and that's going to weaken those ground type attacks into the Ceruledge and open the door for it to go after that Charizard again. You can kind of start to ignore the Garchomp here because it is getting weaker.
Oh, Crowborn, how you doing?
Whittling down the
What you been up to
Pokemon
today?
next to the Garchomp, and that is whittling down those resources for Eric, and things are
Yeah,
getting
that's
thinner and thinner as we
-2
go
Garchomp
forward.
now.
And like this Charizard's just not a threat really into the Ceruledge at all. But Ceruledge
Bum,
will
bum,
protect.
bum,
You still
bum.
have to make sure that you're playing this out perfectly.
Cheeky
it's
Earthquake.
Gonna keep this health forward now. And this damage coming out from the Garchomp, we've now
Bro.
got a second round of Intimidate. So yeah, Incineroar on health is still gonna survive the turn quite well. Solar Beam again from
Interesting.
this Charizard. Right into that
Oh,
Ceruledge, so
into the
not gonna
Ceruledge.
be able to accomplish anything. And now again, active Fake Out on the board for Dawe.
Yeah, and you've got the option now. Do you go for the Fake Out with the Incineroar to get caught by maybe
Just switch to
a Farigiraf
Sinistra.
switching in again? We've seen before, but I think Eric probably a bit hesitant about doing that this time, so you might be able to catch something, because if that
Yeah, 'cause
Farigiraf
Flash
comes in
Fire,
another
yeah.
Flip
No, I get
Blade,
that.
it is going to go down this
Still.
turn. But again, like we said
How things
before,
been?
I think
Oh,
you've
mate,
got
they've been
room to
cracking
potentially
today.
Fake out that Garchomp and
Proper-
go for another
proper
bulk
lovely
up,
day
which
of
would then
VGC.
put Ceruledge so far ahead in this game. Something that
Bam,
Eric is going to have to
bam.
think about here. Do you go for that Earthquake and switch in the Farigiraf to kind of trade it here for an Earthquake
I don't think
when
you
it
go
might
for
not be
an
enough to
Earthquake
get that
again.
Ceruledge, but you would definitely guarantee getting that Incineroar in this scenario.
I mean, if you're anticipating
Surely
these swaps
Darway
around
just
and something a
switches
little bit
out
more passive,
Incineroar, I
could
know.
be the way. So no switch.
Damn,
Garchomp
Bitter
will
Blade.
just take a Fake Out, though a good amount of damage into the
Into the
Incineroar
Garchomp.
in return. Weather
Oh.
Charizard to make sure that this cat finally gets put to rest.
Interesting,
But
but
Ceruledge,
now
do we go
Sinistra
on the
comes back in
offensive here?
next
This
turn.
is still a +1, or do we go for another bulk up to make sure that you are set up for the long
Oh,
game? Sure enough, a
dirty
second
girl.
bulk up. Another attack. and
Nice.
defense raise. So yeah, this Ceruledge is getting more and more difficult to take care of.
Yeah, now Eric in that really awkward spot where the Garchomp's -2 after those 2
The
Intimidate
Charizard
drops. You're
now
gonna get the
can't touch
Hospitality
Ceruledge,
restock here on the
basically.
Ceruledge, putting it even further out of reach from those ground type attacks. So Eric is forced almost to switch that Garchomp out if you want those
Don't mind the Frig
impactful
switch,
damage
means no
onto the
offense is coming
Ceruledge
from that
if you wanna
side.
be able to try and get through, because the
Yeah,
Charizard
that's what I'm
hit
saying.
does
Zard
threaten
can't
the
hit
Sinistra.
Ceruledge, that's
Well, the
raw.
Sun's kind of not really in effect anymore, so you can't rely on that weather ball. You've
This is
gotta
just
go
what I was
for
saying
that
yesterday.
heat
Like,
wave, and
Darway's
going
just a
for the heat
masterclass
wave,
in how to
you're also
use
boosting fire
Ceruledge.
type attacks on this Ceruledge, which you kind of want to try and avoid to do.
It's like
So
the
Darwin
cornerstone of this
setting
team, and
themselves
it
up
just-
so
it's crazy.
perfectly to
It's not
pin
even
Eric
mega.
in this match.
I mean, even what would you want to switch out the like? If the Farigiraf is not going to enjoy
No one has
switching into a
practiced
hit if we
how to
all of
deal
sudden
with
target
a
down the
Ceruledge.
blade into that Charizard
So
slot.
crazy.
Any of these other Pokemon certainly wouldn't appreciate the hit either, so you can't really go for the sun again. And Garchomp, I mean, you have to switch it out if you want to be able to attack with full health later on.
Oh my
so
God.
Garchomp swaps out. King Gambit
If Bitter
swaps in.
Blade is going into the
Double pivot
Garchomp
on the
slot
turn.
right now,
Yeah, it makes a lot of
that'll
sense to
be
get the two
wild.
out of here. I think you are going to lose something wherever the targeting of Bitter Blade is on this turn. It's into the King Gambit. That's huge for Darwin to get rid of that threat that has that sucker punch. But if it's in the Vergaraf, we've seen
it's a
more
shame.
than enough damage to pick up the knockout here and put itself in such a comfortable position.
The one
Back
perhaps
to
on
full
each of the
health
same
now,
team
and it's
instead.
got its best friend Milotic next to it. They can
Pretty
potentially
much.
pressure with those coils going forward, and it has got access to Hypnosis, so you do have those plays where you can protect Serral Edge for a turn. Maybe just start throwing that Hypnosis round if you want, or try and get a coil set up, because the main damage abuser on Eric's side is going to be the Garchomp, right? The coil is the great anti-counter to that, because it puts your defense to a point where you don't really have to care about those earthquakes either.
I mean,
a sucker punch and an earthquake would be pretty brutal.
Like an earthquake, this King Gambit has to swap out, which means you only have the one Pokemon attacking on the turn, and the Serral Edge does have that double defense boost, and Milotic is decently bulky, right? So do you opt into a single target attack so you can be trying to go for something like the King Gambit? Because Charizard, certainly you don't want to come into
I think Protect and Coil goes kind of hard here.
Certainly not a hit from the Serral Edge.
No, and I think you still have to be careful around this King Gambit as well if you are the Serral Edge. The stop
apparently
coming
not.
out is going to be the double up into the Serral Edge. No Sucker Punch this turn.
No Sucker Punch, and with the Zombie Tantrum, that is a lot of
damage.
That
is a one-shot.
Left to act.
Sash,
and
though.
Brought down into the Focus Sash. Sure, that was a lot of damage that you dealt with the Garchomp, but kind of just doesn't not matter as much, because we're, again, back to full health. Kowtow Cleave from the King Gambit. Instead, we'll target down
into Milotic.
So there'll be a coil, another setup happening, and things just
They kind of went with what I was planning.
Eric here, Dawei's set up both of her Pokemon.
Yeah, at this point it feels very difficult for Eric to kind of get any momentum swing here. I mean, you've got the Shadow
I don't think it's Swords Dance, no.
The Serral Edge.
I think it's
if you want to just get rid of it and remove that.
I think it's the 4-move one, isn't it?
That allows Milotic to go for
Iron Head and low kick.
We are seeing it just protect here to see what is chosen this next turn.
But again, it'll just be the Shadow Sneak. We have priority.
Yeah.
We have speed, and King Gambit only had 1 HP of health. So get one more Pokemon off the board. Sure, Garchomp is safe, but it's going to be Charizard
1 HP of health.
to hit the field next. And again,
one health point of health. Love that.
Lost 1 Pokemon. This Serral Edge at max health. Milotic is recovering.
Yeah, and you've always got that Sinister in the back. I think this is the nice thing. If the Serral Edge does take too much damage in any scenario, I don't think it's going to be any threat right now. It's got +2 defense. So even against the Garchomp, it's in a great spot. And it's really pressuring the knockout onto this Charizard right here with the Bitter Blade. The Hypnosis onto the Garchomp.
I mean, Bitter Blade would be pretty decent at the Garchomp at this point.
Earthquake or something Tantrums off here. But you're also going to get put to sleep with a Hypnosis, and then the Serral Edge is even freer just to finish off the game with that Bitter Blade going into the next turn. Eric's back against the wall. Looks like Dawei is going to be able to seal this up, and how well they've been able to do it in this first game.
Yeah, it's been so impressive, the amount of mileage this had. I mean, it can always be a
Earthquake.
critical hit from this Earthquake. You're able to click this now, hit into both of these.
Oh, the crit!
Serral Edge! All the bulk ups in the world are not going to matter when there is a critical hit. It is
Bro!
That is huge. So unfortunate.
That made me do the YouTube face.
Because it's doubled up with that Solar Beam as well. It will be into the Milotic.
all of this setup,
No.
and now in the Solar Beam, Milotic goes down. A game that looked so
Sierra said it out loud and it happened. The caster curse.
insane.
Wow, what a turnaround there for the game.
Jesus.
Looked so closed up for Dawei, but that's how it could go sometimes. Just one turn, one critical hit can flip it on its head, and that's exactly what happened to pull Eric back into this game and take that game 1 when it looked like it was one-sided all the way home from
You
from
never
that point
say
on.
it out loud.
That is crazy. I mean, that is one of the risks of having Pokemon that set up, stick around. Critical hits can derail anybody's perfectly laid out plan, right? And I mean, you gotta go for it. You gotta see if you can get that critical hit, but waiting until the closing moments of the match when things just seem completely out of hand.
So I got a ketchup alternative from the grocery store that doesn't use any tomatoes at all and is supposed to be, quote, the adult ketchup.
Yeah.
It's just fucking barbecue sauce.
I really can't say anything other than Dawei set up into that game
Adult
perfectly,
ketchup.
managed the board position so well. Each and every turn, even the
Sometimes I do wonder if crits need a rework.
Still able to get to the point where
Maybe
you were
make
able
them
to
1 in
recover that
48.
health lost from the Garchomp off, but the critical hit really flipped everything over, and now to give Eric a lifeline, a huge lifeline going into game 2. Everything for Darway to do to pull this back, but
Lucky
very
Chant
capable
sucks.
of it.
Do many
Got the
people use
tools
Lucky
there to
Chant?
make things very difficult for Eric. We saw in that game, I think the Intimidate cycling in particular onto that guard jump, once you start weakening it and you take that one moment, it was so great to see Darway
Not quite literally barbecue sauce, adult ketchup. Yeah, it sounds like jizz.
And go for that bulk
Hey
up,
baby,
and
open
then
your
be able to
mouth. I'm
kind
gonna
of
give you
reap
that
the
adult
rewards of that
ketchup.
in the subsequent turns with that Intimidate cycling, getting the Sinister in with the hospitality. So I think
Bruh, that's
going along
crazy.
those same lines going into this next game is exactly what you need to do. I think Eric is the one that needs to really adjust their game plan going into this.
I mean, that was a crazy end game, but you know for Eric that it came down to that. So how are you going to switch it up in game 2 to try and close this out is going to be the question. Aerodactyl, the adjustment, next to that King Gambit. Sarah yet again, and Incineroar for Dawe.
Yeah, really nice here.
The King Gambit pressure is solid.
Be able to pressure with those rock slides to provide speed control, and you've also punished the potential slowdown of the
bad
Aerodactyl
start.
with your King Gambit activating that Defiant from the Intimidate.
Couple hydrators ago, make myself
with
some
that
tea.
focus slash, it's got that security
Lurking,
blind,
no
so you
worries,
can take
Crowborn.
one
Appreciate
hit
you.
from this
Catch you in a
Sarah
bit.
ledge. Doesn't have to worry about the fake out.
Black
this turn.
Cavern.
Incineroar's
It's
got
not
access
sounding
to
any better, is
slow
it?
these
Adult
targets
ketchup,
down
Black
and allow
Cavern.
the room for that
That sounds very
all-important
cock and
bulk up
arse,
from
doesn't
this
it?
Sarah ledge this turn.
Yeah, and I mean, for Eric, are you going to allow the Sarah
I'm gonna
Ledge
fill
the
your Black
opportunity
Cavern
to
with
even
the
get
adult
set
ketchup?
up? Because again, that Sarah Ledge, the amount of impact that it had with those bitter blades after that one attack.
About that guy on Twitter who said he needed Adrian Odawe to win.
I mean, that could be the,
the
end
whole
of the game
thing.
for you. So you have to make sure that this Sarah Ledge is kind of just narrowed down. Do you maybe see a swap out here further up in the field, no fake out, and try and get damage into it sooner rather than later?
Dipping my chicken
But
nuggets
Dawe
in it.
won't stick around for
Into the
any
Black
sort of
Cavern.
fake out. Instead, a switch.
The
It
adult
was just
ketchup.
going to be Incineroar to make an appearance, and a switch out the wrong side.
Milotic avoided. Oh, but not Cerule Edge.
Some crucial damage into the Sarah Ledge to start off the match.
Yeah, we could see the Sarah Ledge just go for the bitter blade into the King Gambit. Exactly
Kowtow cleave though. Oh, it's gonna die to a Kowtow.
So that King Gambit, break this sash in the process, and just keep yourself in a healthier position, especially when you're. Dark threat.
I mean, yeah, you don't even need the boost.
Did you hear the entire crowd go? Huh.
Make sure that you're not going to swap in freely, but now King Gambit.
Double miss was
taking so
deserved there.
much, and I mean, you can't safely go for a sucker punch because both of the Pokemon on Daiwa's end can just go ahead and set up instead.
That is the problem, and I think you've got the ability here with that kind of mind game going on. I don't think Eric's going to click that sucker punch. It's very unlikely to, where you could almost cycle in the Incineroar again to get an all-important Intimidate onto that Aerodactyl.
I'll be honest.
Activating the Fine, but we talked about the
Protect
lines.
Cerule Edge.
Been a bit risky.
Scold with Milotic.
So you could go
Trust.
for that. Weaken the Aerodactyl.
Into Gambit.
Go for a bit of blade into
Scold
that
will
Gambit.
polish off
Of course, there
Milotic.
is risk to that. We talked about if the sucker punch is chosen.
As long as there's no flinch.
2 would be enough to pick up the Sarah Ledge, no doubt, from this range. So you've got options where you could maybe try and get a coil in and protect here, put yourself in a bit more of a stable spot going into the next turn.
Yes.
Oh shit, bruv.
He wants to stick with that for this turn, but of course, if we're going to see something that's a smidge more passive from Dawe,
Went for the Kowtow. Scold. Muddy water. That's risky. Oh, mate. Why does Pokemon hate women? Fuck's sake.
Damage into the Aerodactyl, but that Tailwind so important for Eric now. Is King Gambit going to be ahead of the Sarah Ledge? And the Sarah Ledge does have priority, but the Shadow Sneak's going to be nowhere near enough to pick up the knockout, where the Kowtow Cleave could be enough.
Dawe, go
to
double
pressure the Sarah
protect.
Ledge,
Everyone's
especially
gone
when
double
you pair that
protect
with
on
a
this
rock
stream
slide,
and got
or
it.
You go after
Do it.
Milotic here and say, I want to remove that target first, but I think with how problematic that Sarah Ledge was in game 1, you go after that, especially because it has just protected, so it's an easy slot to chase down Kowtow Cleave and that rock slide.
Can't switch Incin
And
back
the
in.
fact that it has just protected and it is an easy target, do we potentially see a switch here? Like,
Yeah, true. There's no
because
boost.
you can bring in Incineroar, but that is then going to be the Defiant boost afforded over. And if you don't have a way to counter that right here, right now, well, you certainly can't let this King Gambit get out of control. It'll be Milotic instead to switch. And for the Pokemon, it will be Incineroar. So it's
Ooh.
a Defiant boost. So you have to imagine the Sarah Ledge has to go on the defensive, and you need to get rid of that King Gambit.
Yeah, and Eric deciding to go with that Mega Evolution.
I don't think King Gambit under Tailwind needs Sucker. That's the point. Kowtow here.
Impactful enough to get them through this turn.
Ooh, there's the rock slide.
Right, damage into both of these Pokemon, but King Gambit, I mean, the amount of damage that can do through all this could be...
Colbur Berry, but it's at +2.
Reduce the amount of damage, but we got 2 Defiant Boost over the opposing end, so Sarah cannot hold up. It doesn't matter about the berry.
Yeah, there's Defiant Boost really going back and punishing the switch in there from the Incineroar, and in the position that Eric's in now with this Pterodactyl, King Gambit with the Tailwind setup. We feel like they're in a spot to start running away with the game, but it's not over yet. The Milotic coming onto the field, you've got the active Fake Out on the Incineroar.
Please
slow things down slightly. If you
Fake Out and Scald the Gambit, please.
All important Muddy Water, and
I think that's the only win con.
This time around, and if you do, you know the damage that we've seen before will be enough to help break and get rid of these 2 threats on Eric's side of the field.
Fake Out and Scald the Gambit.
Threats for Eric have stuck around for so long. This was the 2 Pokemon to be leading the match, and they have put in so much work.
Yeah, and you need neither Pokemon on Eric's side have Protect, so it's
no Fake Out.
But the problem is going for that is the fact that this.
Oh yeah, Muddy Water, whichever. Use A attacking move. Bro said A attacking.
I mean, the Milotic at half health. You have to keep it healthy to have any staying power in this match. And Kowtow leaves.
Oh my
boost
fucking shit piss.
Milotic Muddy Water in response, enough to pick up the King Gambit and bring her, get some damage in for a grab.
Yeah, really nice to get rid of that slot, and what a survival there from Milotic, and now able to reap the rewards of that recovery now with the leftovers. It's going to need a few more turns to take over to get back in shape for this game, but
it's way too late. I think Protect and Life do.
The back that you can switch in pretty freely now to take advantage of that Fake Out. Well, as long as that Fergraph is removed, that's the problem. Yeah, the Fergraph. I think now with the Milotic, you're
probably
looking
just
like
hit the first time, yeah, right?
Protect here. Do have recovery options with the Sinister and go for that Life Dew, and that could be the way back into this game with the Milotic.
I mean, there's still like you have lost your main damage threat with that Cerulege. Milotic on just a little bit of health, and now we have a new problem to the whole equation with Sylveon being adjusted. No Intimidate drops in the world are going to matter with these 2 special attackers, and we've gotten to see the amount of damage potential that Sylveon can have.
What
so of
maneuver
course,
though, yeah.
living on a little bit of HP, Milotic will go ahead and protect it. Sylveon fires out with a Hyper Voice, start dishing some damage so much into this Sinisha. In the follow-up, Twin Beam from Fergraph, you know, it's not going to be quite the same impact as that Sylveon had. So Sinisha down to about 1/3 of its health. But you talked about that recovery. You talked about how Dawei can make her way through this, and Life Dew is the first part of that.
Yeah. It does help out a lot, but when you're looking at what the threat is in front of you, you're probably going to be able to take a Hyper Voice because you've got that redirection, right? So you can pull at least and a single target attack.
Oh yeah, I've got Dermatillomania, haven't I? And I'm super stressed because I can't make rent. So I've just been slowly but surely peeling the skin off my thumb this weekend because, you know, brains are stupid, and apparently I guess that's supposed to be helpful.
Slows that down. It gives you that little bit
Love
extra room
Dermatillomania.
to start getting back into this game, recovering and going forward a little bit more effectively than you are doing.
Yeah,
with your back
I don't know how this is meant to help,
I mean,
but
Hypnosis not known for being the most
the brain wants what the brain wants. Yo!
Connect in the crucial moments of this match. Sylveon is put
That
to
is good.
sleep, and that is going to be another piece to putting
Oof,
this
that is
puzzle
bad.
together. But Thunderbolt is enough for another KO taken on Eric's side. Closer and closer to closing this out and making his way to top 4.
Fucking hell!
Yeah, great call there from Eric, going for that target and into that, thinking that the Hypnosis could be an issue. So if I don't get the Hyper Voice, I'm going to go.
How did they beat the Mega Arrow?
Picking up the knockouts here and now.
Bro.
Has very few options to be able to close this up, especially with that Aerodactyl still in the back. You do have the ability to Life Dew your way back into a bit more of a comfortable position with the Sinister, and at least the Incineroar is putting a bit more pressure onto this Fergraph than you had before. It is
have some sleep, Yoshi.
Super effective damage with that Throat Chop right now, and you do have the
have a
Throat
kebab.
Chop as well
Oh,
to stop
fucking murder a
potential
kebab.
Hyper
I'm not
Voice
gonna.
when that Sylveon does inevitably
Because murder is wrong.
if you get to that point in this game.
I mean, even if you stop a Hyper Voice, though, there is still so much damage potential. So maybe just trying to go for a KO sooner rather than later. Player ability to bring to Sylveon to half. Or we 2K. Matcha gotcha. See how much damage.
Oh my God!
Into the Sylveon though, the miss. You're only going to deal damage.
Fuck's sake, game.
Now I have to see if there is going to be a wake up, and then how much damage this Ferreira
Pokemon officially hates women.
Stay asleep. Thunderbolt into this Incineroar.
How
really just not that much.
How is she taking down the Aerodactyl?
Yeah, but you still got to wait out into this. I think it's going to be very difficult. But if Sinistcha can get itself into a healthier position, you can get rid of the Sylveon before.
Sylveon wakes up and uses Detect. Let's be real.
There might be a chance back into it. It's going to be very, very difficult though for Darway with the 2 Pokemon that got remaining. Like we've said, the Aerodactyl's waiting in the wings in the back to come in, and as soon as that Sylveon wakes up, it is going to be back in game.
And it's going to be detecting for the first time back into the game. So Incineroar trying to stop the potential Hyper Voice, not really going to be able to accomplish too much. Matcha Gotcha, again, Sylveon stays safe, deal a little bit more damage.
Matcha Gotcha be decent into Aero.
The Fergraph can go ahead.
Do you think it'd be able to use Matcha Gotcha after a dual wing beat though? That's the problem.
Just bringing the Fergraph to more health than before. But look at this instead. It's just going to be a side roar, get Sylveon off the field and bring Aerodactyl in safely.
Yeah, it's a great play from Eric and utilizing that roll perfectly. Now this Aerodactyl in a prime position to draw out a Rock Slide or even one of those.
Just anything crazy? Just the worst RNG that could have happened to Darway ever.
Just go dual wing beat into it, and then once that's gone, the lifeline for getting the Incineroar, any sort of recovery is gone, and you've just got 1 against 3.
Don't get that play.
What a play in this Aerodactyl now.
It's a free switch.
Aerodactyl set up for so much more success to be able to go for this.
No, it's a free switch to get rid of the Sinistcha.
Goes down.
Like, it makes sense.
Incineroar left for Darway. Eric, the switch up going into game number 2 has paid off so well. And yeah, throw chop in retaliation. Aerodactyl.
Because it removes the potential for life dew and stuff. Oh my God.
It's just not enough there. So Incineroar sticks around.
Pokemon hates women, confirmed.
The paralyzed there on the Incineroar, really unfortunate now. And that what a survival on the Aerodactyl, the invisible focus sash. We say it time and time again when it happens, but this is so pivotal here.
This is some of the worst RNG I've ever seen in this game.
Rock slide, and that's probably all you're going to need with this Aerodactyl onto the Incineroar, as we do see the forfeits.
And with that,
even the 10% paralysis. Well,
a stage that he made his way to last year. He can do it.
It's got to be coded against women, right?
Incredible.
At least she doesn't have to face fucking Wolf.
We said he needed to adjust. I think the game planning
man. That was stressful.
Work like he was expecting it to, and the adjustment to the Aerodactyl was perfect going into that one. Was able to pressure like he wanted to. He was able to kind of mitigate the intimidates with the King Gambit and take full advantage of it. There was some fortunate turns. The Muddy Water miss onto the King Gambit really useful there, but utilizing the ability with that Tailwind to remove the biggest threat, which was that Ceruledge in this game round. You saw that Darway did not bring their Mega, so Ceruledge was that kind of the centerpiece of the team. Once that fell, everything became a lot harder, and Eric just had to put the pieces in the right place, click the right buttons, and then it was all downhill from there for Darway.
And I mean, for Eric to go up against something like a Milotic and like that Ceruledge, it's not necessarily the most common team out there, but being able to correctly identify what needed to happen, I think was so absolutely done. I love the little side horror play at the end too, to make sure the Aerodactyl could get in, and of course an invisible focus dash to make sure your Pokemon can stick around is always going to be nice. So great adjustments in that game too to make sure he can come out on top. And 2-0 to make his way onto top 4. Very nice.
Yeah, very, very nice to see. And congratulations to Eric and for Darway for progressing to the top 8 of this tournament. They've been incredible this weekend. And it'll be great to see how much further Eric can go on. Can they claim their 2nd international championship this weekend? That would be great to see, wouldn't it? I think you could see how much it meant for Eric when that Aerodactyl, even in game 2, when it survived that throw chop, just at 1 HP, I think you could see that emphasizes how tough a match it was for Eric there, and to have that survival to make
that game made me irrationally angry
in the end game there to close up. Really, I think just solidified
fuming,
how
bro.
close this was right down to the wire.
I mean, right down to the wire is a perfect way to explain it, and I feel like too just encapsulates how
many points
of these
do we
matches
have?
go. These internationals are so incredibly tough.
Not enough!
You saw how stacked our top cut bracket was. So
Not just
it's
me,
just
yeah, it's
even
not
more
just
of an
you, bruv.
accomplishment for a trainer like Eric Rios.
See what we got
Back-to-back
knocking
years
about.
to be able to
Ping
make
pong,
his way
ping
to
pong.
top 4. I mean, it's a testament to
Bong,
his strength and
bong,
skill as a trainer.
bong,
And I would love to hear from him now as he's standing by for our interview.
Bong, bong.
Thank
Fuck
you
your
very
interview.
much. We are here with Eric Rios, a familiar
I'm salty as
position
fuck.
for you, top 4 at an international championship. How
Yeah,
are
you
feeling
stand like
right
you're
now?
nervous.
I'm feeling good.
Come on, Liam.
I'm in the same position as last year. I'm top 4. I got lucky to win this match, but it was a great game, to be honest.
We got to talk about the side roar. One,
The crowd
when
don't
did
sound
you think
happy.
of it in that match? Like, how long were you thinking that might be your game plan to get Aerodactyl back in? And 2, how many times have you side roared the entire weekend?
I think this is the first one. Yeah. Preparing the tournament, I self-roar a lot of time into, for example, Perish trap teams. It's really good to roar the Gengar
God, what
or
calls a scene?
self-roar.
This ain't a scene,
win
it's
the
a
World
goddamn
Wars into
arms
teams as
race.
well. But to be honest, in this tournament is the first time I self-roar.
And so when you're facing off against Dawe, the Cerulege, the Milotic, right, some really tricky
Oh, it's okay.
Pokemon
It's just
to deal
TCG
with.
going wild.
At what point, especially in Game 2, not even bringing a Mega Evolution
Maybe
in
just
Game
go
2, right?
to
How
one
do
of
you
these really
handle
simple
those certain
places.
matchups that don't have just the most simple or the most common Pokemon on the other side?
When I saw the matchup, I thought, okay, this is really difficult because Cerulege is counter into Charizard and Milotic helps
Waffle
into
Crusher?
Aerodactyl Gambit. So I think Aerodactyl Gambit is good into the composition of my opponent.
Let's
so
go in here.
I was thinking, okay, I think she's gonna update the game
Yeah,
plan
screw it,
to
we'll go in
put Milotic from the beginning and Cerulege. So that's why I put Garchomp, Charizard.
Number 1 victory royale. Yeah, Liam.
I have to read
Makes
the
sense why my look is garbage half the time, bruh.
play better or maybe got the
For champions, or try and finish up the Infinite Royale battles, try and champion LCA. Do it. Shiny Charm.
Final 4 trainers
Do
at
it.
NAIC. How is your confidence going into the rest of the tournament? Do you feel like you can take home another title?
I want to take it home. I did it 3 years ago in
Let's go.
Europe.
Let's go.
And I want to do it again.
Use the
I
catch
lost
window.
at Europe International this year.
Pick up
I lost
sparkling
top 4
items
last
times
year,
10 and
top
destroy
8 2 years
Pokeballs.
ago in like, I think this is the,
Oh, window, your
the
catch.
right moment to win it again. And I will
It's
do
not
it
the
for
catch
all
window,
people
Liam.
that
Oh, yeah,
have
shit.
supported me from home.
I like you, Chase. And speaking of those people supporting you from home, would you like to give any shout outs
Catch
to
window.
any friends, loved ones supporting you on this journey?
I want to shout out all my family, friends.
Catch window.
Sergio, David,
It sounded like he said I want
all
to
the guys
shit on
from
my
Costa
family and
Rica
friends.
have been preparing
I don't
for
recommend
them.
that.
Also, all the Koi community, Kanekro.
At least he acknowledged he got lucky. Yeah, true. That's very humble.
Congratulations, Eric. Best
Damn,
of
that was
luck
not
in
using
top
catch
4.
window.
I really need Scott to break down that last match. Scott, take it away.
Give me Scott's thoughts.
Easy, Joe. Critical hits are good, and we're done. No, there's a lot of interesting things in that match. I think. Thank you, Joe, for and Lee. Thank you for joining us again.
Scott don't give a fucking shit. I love it.
You're getting your miles in today.
To come over and get your thoughts, Scott. It's been very insightful this weekend.
Yeah, I think this one was I think it was more
dear.
interesting than maybe it felt, right? Where it's hard to not hone in on a few key turns in that match. But
Oh,
yeah,
dear.
I think there are actually some other interesting turns where things could have turned the other way as well. One of the more
Catch
interesting
window.
matchups we've had as well over the course of this weekend. We've seen the team Eric was using. I believe it's the same
Pick
thing.
up
that
more
Alex
sparkling
was
items.
using
I've done my
before.
survey, but I might as well get
Once again, we
items
get a
towards the
side
next
war.
one.
I will warn you, the side war is not part of the package here, so rewind if that's what you want to see. But I think there's some other fun stuff to check out in this one.
Look at those Pokemon. They certainly are Pokemon.
We never did see the Floette. Maybe the most picked Pokemon on stream is for the Mega Evolvers, but this is a Mega Evolution optional sort of team. I still think it's like such a cool way to approach this format. We've seen other teams.
You break it, Holucha. Why'd you
building
fucking
up
lie?
one stat boosting
You acted like you were
Pokemon,
gonna
but,
do it and you
This is
didn't.
so different than the other ones we saw. So props on this team. It was really fun to watch over the course of the weekend.
I think, a really, really good take on that sort of strategy.
Thank you, Jesus.
Sometimes when you say to an opponent, oh, well, you kind of were forced not to bring your Mega in that scenario. I don't think Darwin has that situation. I think whatever you bring
Give me a man after midnight.
Element.
Hate getting crits. I feel like I
Even in that
robbed the
game one, we
opponent.
thought,
It's
well,
so
you
cruel,
didn't
isn't
miss
it?
the Floette. The Cerulege almost acted like a Mega on its
Remember when
own.
Emilio
Just
Forbes
down to the
won
way that
earlier
Darwin
this
was
season,
able
just
to
subdued
position it
because he
and
won
play
over a
around it
crit?
and used that
Bro was just
supporting
like,
cast so well.
Yeah, I'd be kind of curious when
That's not because I was good. That's because I got a crit.
Like, well, if you're really weak to it, I guess I'll use the flow at, but like, I don't want to.
I'm guessing this is high up.
I don't know. It's hard to think of too many common matchups where this aerial edge mode doesn't work. Yeah. It really is an interesting approach to this format.
So strong once it gets set up with that bulk up as well.
Darway was robbed. Hashtag Darway was robbed. Hashtag free Darway.
Combination. I'm surprised more players haven't really looked at that as a Pokemon to utilize and kind of crack, but Darway seems to have found the formula to actually unleashing that Pokemon and doing it so well in this.
Oh damn, my Holucha's getting fucking battered.
Her record was so dominant, right? She's kind of the top player in the field the whole way. I think had among the highest opponents' win percentages the whole way through. I really just want to emphasize how hard that was. Where like that's a tough team to power, right? I think we see some of the ways that can go wrong during this set, but I think a lot of us tried the Surge stuff after Indianapolis. And, oh wait, this it looks great on TV, but at home not so easy.
That's it, baby.
Well too. It's a strong team, right? I think the
got this. Now we can leave, and then we can go find out our special scan. And we can pray it's not battles. They fucking pray.
Where even though the Pokemon are similar, they are like meaningfully different takes.
Yeah, and I love the Farigiraf and the way that you can kind of allow your Aerodactyl and Kingambit to not really worry about not having the protects there. The Aerodactyl can function because it's generally going to be faster than most of the format anyway, so it's always going to be able to get the support options off. It allows you to use that kind of second Mega if you want, but it
I need
also
to go to the Syndicate of Rust. Wait, actually, I need to bin some Pokemon.
By fake out in any scenario, those Pokemon are easier targets because they don't have the protect that you would usually see to get around that, but then the Farigiraf just enables it, which I think is really well designed in Eric's team.
There's a Litwick that doesn't belong here.
Really pivotal in particular in this game.
Yeah,
and
I
an Igglybuff that
I think
doesn't
a lot
belong
of the
here.
audience might not like what I have to say, but this one, I actually really like how Eric played this match. Obviously, there were some roles in his favor. But there are a lot of things that he did I thought that were really smart. There's a reason why he got to the top 4 beyond hitting a critical hit at a key moment, right? I think the first thing I want to point out, Charizard and Garchomp, kind of like the
now
iconic
we can go to the Rust
spread
Syndicate.
move base duo. We've been seeing it since way back in 2014 when we first got Mega Evolution. And I think the important thing to play against Oa's team is you need to keep pressure all the time.
Ah yes, the screenshot of the back of the player character is very, very important. There we go.
A couple of quick turns here where the Malloy gets scared.
Mega equivalent to Dynamax Cannon, though I'm not sure if that would work or not. Probably be way too OP.
Help mitigate the effects of this, and despite that, though, there's still a ton of damage going the other way. We don't see soft
do me a special scan.
Sand on Garchomp very frequently, but as we'll see in just a moment, it was
it's fucking battles, you prick. I
think it's kind of easy to forget that with the way the match ended.
Yeah, it was I think a really good lead. When I was coming into this match, I thought that might be the best optimal lead
You're
for
a
Eric in game 1 because you
Pierre,
pressure
or whatever your name
that
is.
feels obvious to come out that can cause so many issues, and you've got that Earthquake
Felipe.
and then that Solar Beam combination, so it almost forced it off the field because of how well Eric led it. It's kind of like
battle area.
Testament to how well Darway adjusted to that and taking the opportunity in this moment to say, well, I'll get an Intimidate on. I know my team inside out.
Better give me
I'll be able
lots
to
of
take
points.
at least one of these Earthquakes with my Ceruledge and get that all-important bulk up and start that
So
cycle
it's
early.
water.
I thought this picture is really interesting too, where the threat of Farigiraf is so important, right? It's not always that impactful while it's on the field as a Pokemon. Certainly, if it had no ability, no one would use it. However, Armakill, one of the very best
it can only be used by Pokemon lines that can't Mega Evolve.
That's a good shout. Be in the back. I think they're kind of a big part of a game 1, kind of getting a feel for how your opponent wants to play the matchup. And I think this is a very bold fake out of this turn, hoping that Farigiraf doesn't come in, or if it does, that you're going to survive the attack on the Ceruledge. Obviously, we all remember this game did not end in 2 turns.
Defeat trainers and knock out opponents in 1 hit. Oh, it's decent experience though. Decent points.
Important to remember.
Yeah,
17,000 points.
Probably a lot closer than what it appeared to be. I think, a really great turn from Eric, and I think this game plan was probably mapped out early on. Some tantrum there.
We get that, because we need that.
Right? Like, I think we're talking about a very different set if that game ends right there, where you would assume it has a chance to be. Instead, though, incredible healing, and we get to see Ceruledge doing Ceruledge things, which it was a lot of fun to see again. So Pokemon we don't get to see pop off on stream very much.
Yeah, and that has got to be a role, I think, there. So, like you say, Scott, I think if the Ceruledge falls there, I think the game plan becomes very difficult for Darway to get back into this game from that point, and really well executed early game plan from Eric. Just a little bit unfortunate.
Big man Blastoise, big man Blastoise, big man Blastoise.
After having that plan in place and being able to try and pressure and pin Darway into that spot. But
scary that.
Yeah, Darway playing to their outs, getting the bulk up off, and that
will be
all
5
important
trainers.
bit of blade
That
into the
should be
to
doable.
recover that lost health.
And then so jumping ahead a bit,
Will it be?
It felt so
Willy,
over the
Willy.
other direction after
All right,
this,
mate.
right? Where I believe this turn King Gambit switches in.
Another trainer.
Sinister switches in as well. I guess it's already out there.
Oh, fuck. Get him, get him, get him.
But we're going to end this turn with the Serral Edge all the way back to 100
Blammo.
HP, right? Literally down to 1 and full healed. Not something we pretty much see
Vaporeon?
ever, without using like a
How
direct
vapid.
recovery move. It's all just by leeching HP. It's again, a very cool strategy that trainers aren't prepared for, right? At this point,
Nice.
like, I needed to be able to beat 3 archetypes, maybe like 4th with Perish Song, right? And this
Throw it in the
pretty out of
sewers.
left field. So it's really cool to see this. But
Oh, knock out
we'll remember
unaware
kind of
opponents in
how
one
this
hit.
was-
I see.
Too far. We'll kind of all remember how this broke down.
They'll have to be
where,
caught unawares.
Things
Oh my God.
happen here, and if you're a newer player, not
They
familiar
have
with
to
mechanics,
space the trainers out like
critical
this?
hits are real good in
Hey man, I'm
Pokemon.
so
It's not
spaced
just
out.
that they do
Whoa!
times and a half the normal damage, but also if your attack has been reduced below your neutral level,
Blammo.
it ignores that. And more critically, if your opponent's defense has been increased above a neutral level, it ignores that too.
This
Glaceon.
is just game-changing. Instantly lost Darway the match on the spot here, that critical hit, because without it,
Yeah,
you
Blizzard
know
foxed
that
me,
the Serral
Jesus.
takes that. It probably picks up the knockout onto the Charizard. Yes, the Melodic probably goes down to that combination, but at this
my.
point,
Oh,
remove the
okay.
Charizard, and then all you've got to deal with is that Garchomp that's already so weakened. You can just kind of take your time, chip it down, and remove it slowly but surely.
Nice.
But unfortunately, that's not what the game wanted to happen.
Okay, good night.
Oh, and the game wanted some things to
Oh,
happen.
yeah, you can
in
heal my
game 2 as
Pokemon
well.
after you've
Once again,
murdered
I really
them.
like Eric's adjustment. Actually, he super won the lead matchup here. You get the Defiant boost and King
Yep.
Gambit, which eventually spells Dawei's Doom, but Aerodactyl doing a great
Go
job
to
here.
defeat
and I
2
think
more
it covers a lot
trainers
of
and
different
knock
league
out one
combinations,
more
right? If Incineroar
unaware
is not
opponent.
out,
Okay.
then Aerodactyl
Giant
is pretty
Pokeball up there.
horrifying, and again, you have the chance. If you just get a Rock Slide flinch, that could end the game too. The Serral Edge is by far
Tommy
the most
10 names
vulnerable for
Robinson,
that first
detained
pull
under
shot.
Section 3 of the
So I think
Counterterrorism
this
and
is a
Border
really
Security
great
Act
approach to the match.
2019.
Again,
Oh, he's a
there's
prick,
some
isn't he?
stuff that's going to happen after this. Maybe just kind of skipping ahead to the first instance.
The trainer in
where,
here?
we
Why is
get
there no
this,
trainers anywhere?
Turn 3 play, I think it is.
Bro, who made this game?
Again, being threatened by these Pokemon.
Pokemon
having to
Company
rely on
International,
Milotic
yes.
To help out, and this is one where things could have gone differently. Tailwind going to be pretty integral here, and Milotic going to not be able. I mean, the bright lights of the stage.
This is
are
so
a little
rigged.
too
Where
much
are all
for
the
it.
trainers?
Yeah, blinding it, just targeting just slightly off there, because so important here. We saw the damage later on, and this would have been enough to take that King Gambit down from the health that it was at. And that would have made things so much easier for then this Serral Edge to go forward in the match and be able to just have the ability to get through the remaining Pokemon, even under
he's
these
bulking up.
tougher conditions, because then you're freed up to
Like an Incredible
utilize
Hulk.
the Intimidate a bit more than
Oh,
you're
shit,
able to
bro.
gear, where almost
Oh,
bringing
shit,
it
bro.
in to weaken the Aerodactyl kind of punishes you. Double-edged sword, I should say, and then falls
shit,
back
bro.
on the Serral Edge rather than what you would kind of want it to.
It's forced to take a big risk here, right? And unfortunately, the Serral Edge not going to benefit from this risk, where it's proven to be too big of a threat to be ignored. Gets double targeted here, and bulk up only one level. Of
Glalie, more like your mom Glalie.
Hit with 2 levels of
Oh, and it's a Mega Glalie, okay.
Yeah, we see why this is such a great Pokemon, and even with the Colbur Berry there to have the damage of the super effective move, enough to pick up this knockout. Obviously, the battle continues
let's
from
use
there.
you.
And I think Dawei did a great job of not just making the game instantly over, or at least you could kind of imagine for a while there maybe a path where Milotic could bring it back. But I think the game really ends right here. It's a very Serral-based team. It's so cool, but Eric did a great job of keeping the pressure up, right? It didn't take a whole lot of things going right for him.
Bring the bunny out, and then real quick.
Maybe a few more, but he needed really the second game. But I think that pressure is really
Revive
important, and I think that's kind of the thing to learn if you're playing this sort of team, right? Where it is a little more vulnerable to be critical hits too, where you're doing attacks more frequently as it keeps boosting and healing and boosting and healing. But I think it's really the constant pressure that's the important thing. You can't give free turns.
No, and Eric did like you say, a great job.
Thank you.
I think that performance from
Good
Eric
crowd for his
can be
legal
overshadowed
fees in
maybe
like 5
by the
seconds.
critical
Yeah,
hit,
he's a
how
bit
impactful it was,
flat
but
for
you
that.
can't take away
We
from
don't
how
like
well
his
Eric
face or
positioned
attitude or
a lot of the
voice or
Pokemon, how close
personality
they
or
were
anything
to
about
just
him.
taking down that Serral Edge. Anyway, I think it's good
let's,
that you really
heal.
highlighted that to say, okay, that probably was a roll, and Eric did everything right up to that point. Just a bit unfortunate in that scenario not to get it. Dawei definitely unfortunate to lose the Serral Edge the way they did, but Eric did great adjustments in game 2 to really turn it around. And then
Give me the
if it even
Holuchar.
went to a game 3 from there, if Dawei took game 1.
Come on, one more defeat for 6,000 points.
Where
Where are all the trainers?
Anyway.
Yeah, I think it would have been really fun to get to see.
Fine, new ones might spawn soon.
Hey, sometimes this happens. Great job
Hopefully.
by both of those players. But hey, as much fun as that top 8 match was, we've got one more left. So
You're not gonna
back
find
to
the golden
casters
Pokeball,
for our
though. Yeah,
final
true.
top 8 match.
Come on.
Last time we were here in New Orleans for the North America International Championships, we were this far in the tournament and there were no North Americans left. And taking a look at our top 4, I'm so glad we have this last top 8 match to at least give North America one chance.
Yep.
We've got Marcus Dion versus Wolf Glick as Shoma
Get it
Honami
done,
from
get it
Japan,
done.
Francesco Piopera from Italy, and Eric Rios from Spain are waiting in those top 4s.
There'll be one North American player in the semifinal. There won't be necessarily one.
Yay, we did it!
In the final, Marcus trying to represent Canada
At least
up
we got
there in the
17,000.
semifinal,
Give me
but
that.
has a
Whatever he
tough
gave me.
opponent ahead of him. Wolf and that Toxapex
Sorry,
standing
ball.
in the way.
Marcus Dion is facing up
I
against
don't think I'll be able to find
giant. I feel like
the
Wolf
big ball, and
needs
I'm not
no
going to try. I'm
introduction
just
to
going to leave.
these numerous
That'll save my
list of
game.
accomplishments that he has.
Put this up.
10 times a
Tinkle
regional
before the set.
champion,
Good
probably
shout.
enough
Tinkle before the
to
set.
look at if you weren't already looking at the fact that he was a world champion in 2016. But Marcus Dion really represents a new era of video game player. He has consistently performed better and better every single season. Last year, even getting a second place at the Merida Regional Championships and performing on those international stages, but this is by far his best performance to date. Something that I know he's taking to the bank, but he's hoping that he can get even more out of.
Right, one of the players who really broke out in Scarlet and Violet and trying to carry that over into Pokemon Champions and having a lot of success with this Lycanroc, Frostlass, Scovillian composition. We've seen a lot of this team in Phase 2. So much of it that Lycanroc showed up as the 12th most used Pokemon in the format, but Marcus is the last one standing.
And funny when he said in his interview earlier that he barely had any experience on this team. He just reached out to someone and said, hey, can I use this? And that's what he locked into for the North America International Championships. And maybe it's that weight off his shoulders where he was able to get away with a top 8 so far, and maybe even more.
He's had 15 matches in the tournament to practice with it at least, and now has Wolf on the other side. This team really based
Marcus,
around
do it for
positioning the
Lycanroc.
right pieces at the right time. Frostlass can put so much damage out with Blizzard, but really crucially checks down Garchomps on the other side
Do
as
it for
well.
Lycanroc.
Helps to chuck down Charizards, which are so frequent. Basculegion and Kingambit, the 2 most used Pokemon in the format, so why not fit them? And Sneasler, the 3rd most used in the tournament, fit in as well. Have all of these crucial non-mega attackers, and then Scovillian can provide such useful support. Its Spicy Extract will help burn Pokemon when it redirects with Rage Powder after Mega Evolving, and may play an important role in this match.
But I'm looking at that Lycanroc.
Actually, Spicy Spray, not Spicy
Extract.
Extract. Spicy Extract is his signature move.
Team on stream previous, but
Hope this helps.
did bring it in his
I do hope one of these guys in the finals, just for the NAIC, just for the North American representation.
Charizard. Why?
We want it to be Marcus. Do it for Canada. Where's Amanda? She should be watching this.
That's exactly what this Lycanroc is built for.
Right, there's no alternative Mega on Wolf's side, and we've seen in a lot of Wolf's matches, the Wide Guard and Toxapex can do such a good job of protecting Charizard because most Rock offense in this format is Rock Slide. Lycanroc, one of the few ways to do
Team sheets exchanged.
Damage in this format could be really helpful to break through Charizard. The Swords Dance Kingambit on Marcus's side also
fucking
can be really
bring the
crucial
Mama
for
Swine.
getting
You
boosts
won't.
up, immune
You
to
won't.
Toxic from Toxapex.
I want to
And
know
you
if
get enough
Wolf's
attacks,
even
that
used the
can break
Mama Swine
through
all
these Pokemon,
weekend.
but has to be really weary about the Charizard on the other side, which again is where the Lycanroc
Yeah, mate,
comes in.
simmer
There's a lot
down.
of
I was
checks
worried.
and balances in this
Do it for
matchup. If
Ryan
one player can
Reynolds.
get the right positioning at the right moment,
for Renault
they were
Clio.
going to be able to bust the game open. Wolf has been able to do that in a lot of games with the Choice Scarf Hydreigon, but
Oh
other
my
options
days.
like Sneasler and Mamoswine can provide the right offense at the right time to open up something like the Kingambit, eliminate it so that Toxapex can close out
Everybody
a much longer game.
calls
We've
me
also seen
Bing
Wolf
Bong Jim.
lean really hard
Because
into
I
Incineroar
go to
in
the
other
gym and
games.
go Bing
The third
Bong.
one's going to be helpful damage in the Kingambit. You've got to be afraid of
very much.
Defiant here
That's
as
much
well. If
better.
you're really worried about, at some point, a Kingambit, if it has attack, is even threatening the
boy.
Charizard itself with Sucker Punch, and then things might start to look really difficult because Toxapex can't do much to support Charizard away from that.
But you do have two
Give a Garchomp and
instances of
friends.
fake out on
Maybe.
this team with the Incineroar and the
That's what they
Sneasler.
keep
To me,
saying,
that's
but then he
one
keeps
turn
not
where you
bringing
can
it to
guarantee some
Garchomp
damage
fights.
into that Kingambit. But I'm really curious about the Mamoswine. Wolf hasn't brought it to any
That'll
of
be
his
in the
previous
NAIC
matches
video
we
for
have
next
seen on
year.
stream, and we've got a good handful of those. But can it come to this one?
So far, it's just been the threat of Mamoswine.
It'll
and I
be.
think that'll
Oh,
probably
and
be
I
how
just
it
thought,
stays.
why
I'm not
don't
sure
I
it
throw
matches up
Mamoswine
that
in there
well
because
here,
it's
but
funny,
could be Brock
and then
here
never
that
use
could
it.
be really useful into Marcus's team, but also for Pokemon
What
on the
Wolf
other
needs
side
for a
with
world
super
qualification?
effective
Yeah,
moves
because he
into
must
it.
have
Focus
championship
does some,
points,
but
but
if
he
you
hasn't
already have
won
it broken,
anything
it could be
significant
a
in
momentum
the season, has
black
he?
hole. We have seen Toxapex brought to every game, but that's not
Has he? I
necessarily
can't
a given.
remember.
Wolf probably has other
Wolf
game
is up
plans for the path
against
to win Toxapex, so hard if he's worried about the
Marcus
threat of some of the options on Marcus's side.
Dion.
Let's get into it. Our final top 8 at the North America International National Championships of 2026 between Wolf Flick and Marcus Dion. That
Here we go.
Charizard hits the field next to Wolf's
Not forward skirt for him, but I've seen that he's done locals this season. Probably a scramble for points. Yeah, maybe.
Timing for Incineroar gets an Intimidate into two physical
Which is
attackers,
crazy to think
dodges
about.
Defiant on this turn, immediately has fake up pressure into Lycanroc.
I wonder if he puts extra pressure on himself because he's like, I have to qualify for Worlds for content.
It's going to be the Sneasler that comes in to take its place, so maybe we just end up seeing a Protect.
How do I make a Worlds video if I don't compete at Worlds?
Is also going to go back to its Pokeball. It's done its job of that Intimidate drop. Charizard
Oh.
Mega Evolving. Drought, Set, Sun activated, and this Charizard is
Yeah,
ready
big Intimidate.
to throw out those Heat Waves or maybe even a Solar Beam. at
Cell
this
Rock, baby.
Lycanroc. Let's find out. Is Lycanroc, though, going to protect for this turn, so it's not going to take any damage, but the Sneasler could be worse for wear. Just kidding. Charizard's going to protect too, but it fails because there was nothing else
Predicted
happening
the
this turn.
Charizard protect, but now the Charizard can protect next turn.
For Wolf, the Protect is still available on this next turn. Wolf makes a classic play in Pokemon when you have two Fake Out users. Bait the Protect by showing one Fake Out and immediately rotate to the second one. Now Lycanroc can't protect this turn, but Marcus, one step ahead, also got Sneasler on the field, is able to get the faster Fake Out and flinch the Sneasler on Wolf's side.
So
Rock slide. Oh, for God's sake!
Critical here, as this Charizard is
That's
not going to take any damage or even
dreadful.
under threat of a knockout. Sneasler takes a little chip, but this Charizard gets the breathing room that it needs. A Heat Wave to connect on both Pokemon. To break the Focus Sash on that Lycanroc.
And then a
that's
burn
just
on the
gonna take
Lycanroc.
another one to clean out
Lucky
both of
there,
them.
because I wouldn't have been surprised.
A devastating miss for Marcus. Would have just
Should have gone for
had the
Accelerock,
KO on
mate.
Charizard. They're most likely the Intimidator and the Lycanroc, but it's still a lot of damage back the other way. We see Jolly speed alignment plus speed on both these Sneasers. They're both moving quick. Maybe Wolf hoping his Sneasler would be able to move first,
Charizard's just
but Marcus
different.
is able to
It's
get
got
out
increased
with the faster
accuracy.
Fake out. Now, though,
Accuracy,
Lycanroc,
evasion.
Once off the field, no Charizard can just protect itself for this turn. A little bit too much danger. So
A
it's the
Pokemon that's weak to Solar Beam is a... I mean, lucky there, but crikey.
Charizard does have that
Close
protect,
combat, yep.
but Sneasler
Oh.
can go for the close combat. Doesn't fall for the Ghost type on the other side, but actually doesn't get the knockout. It's
We live in,
Marcus's
boys.
Sneasler anyway. The defenses drop it. That means that the White Herb gets to activate, and that will be the Sneasler getting an unburdened boost for the next turn. But it's got to take a close combat on the other side.
In here,
You can
Oh,
see
damn.
it does smell.
Hey, D. McCullen, how you doing?
I think this is a really strong turn for Marcus. The close combat into Wolf's
Thanks for joining
Sneasler,
us.
Very helpful for trying to put it into Aqua Jet KO range. The White Herb does get rid of
Oh boy.
defense drop there, so maybe not in Aqua Jet KO range. The Lycanroc rotates off the field as Charizard protects itself, maybe hoping to find a close combat into that slot on that turn that Basculegion would have switched in immune to, but still Basculegion lands into a pretty comfortable position here. Has to worry about Solar Beam on the other side.
I was going to say, is it a comfortable position? Like, Solar Beam fucking ruins it.
The Sun as well, only 2 turns.
Unless it's Citrus Berry, so it's bulky Bask, isn't it? So maybe one Solar Beam isn't
So
enough.
that's why we see Wolf actually take this Charizard off the field. You want
Oh,
to make sure
Instin's
that
not,
Sun is going to be
sorry,
active
Intimidate's
earlier.
not good for
Charizard's
Vascu,
also
though.
still so healthy, so that makes a great resource to rely upon later in the game. As
Yeah, Solar Beam won't
comes in,
KO.
Gets the Intimidate drop into both of these physical
Cheeky
attackers.
Dire,
We see
Daddy
the Sneasler
Dire
protect
Claw.
itself from a Dire Claw. Basculegion, though, in the Sun, is still going to fire up this Wave Crash and not get the KO
Ooh.
onto Wolf's Sneasler.
Wolf Sneasler able to hang on even through Wave Crash in the Sun. Very comfortable there. The extra Intimidate coming into Basculegion.
I mean, yeah,
helpful
that
for
Intimidate
turn. And
mattered
now
big.
Sneasler protected itself in the previous turn, but Incineroar rotates in to threaten a Fake Out in that spot. Sneasler, though, now so low on Wolf's side, probably in the Aqua Jet range, but that Wave Crashed it so little that maybe not. It's definitely a little bit close there. Definitely a back and forth battle here. Charizard
How
getting
strong
out of
Throat
harm's
Chop
way,
is
but
here?
has to also know that Lycanroc is in the back. You don't want to preserve Charizard for late.
Feel like-
but you know your opponent's doing the same thing with Lycanroc.
Oh, Wolfie
so
is switching
maybe some urgency to get
in
value out of
High
it, but on the
Dragon.
meantime, shift up this board position.
Well, we're not going to see the Toxapex in this game.
Which
Instead,
is
it's going
quite
to
the
be
threat
High
to the,
Dragon with that
Bascu.
Twist Guard. A switch in that would for sure be able to take the Aqua Jet if you were expecting
Down
it
goes
to be a
Sneasler,
roll
man.
from the Basculegion. But a Fake Out into Marcus's Sneasler is going to send it back hacking, and the Sun fades away.
I really like that
He's
play.
going backpacking.
In any earlier turn, the Hydreigon would have been really vulnerable.
Oh,
to the
shit,
Sneasler on the
bruv.
other side. It had unburdened itself, so it would have been faster.
The problem
than the
here
quick
is
turn.
the
Hydreigon
Hydreigon
defends
outspeeds the
effective
Frostlass.
But you know that on that turn, you're throwing a Fake Out at a Sneasler that just protected itself. Sneasler is doing one of two things. It's getting
I don't
KO'd
think
by
this
Fake
is
Out
a
like we just
good
saw,
position
or it's
for
switching out to the
Marcus.
back, removing that unburden so you don't have to deal with it in the
Because
future.
neither of
Either
these
way,
want
this
to
is
take a
great
Dark
time for
Pulse or a
Hydreigon to
Snarl.
come onto the field and assert itself. Now finding itself in against two Pokemon weak to
Really?
Dark Pulse, ready to lock in. And then Frostlass doesn't find itself in a great position here. While it's worried about Choice Scarf, Dark Pulse on one side, it's worried about not doing much damage to Incineroar on the other side, and then getting damage back.
Bass can only take one target.
The good news for Marcus, the Sun
and it's still at -1.
Looking completely healthy here. It's not the target for Dark Pulse, and it has free firing into Incineroar. So this is one of those situations where both players have so many valid targets they can make. If you find yourself on the wrong side of where the targeting is, crucial damage could land right now.
But on the flip side of things, you
Welcome
gotta
to
be really
Sneasler.
careful about when you actually set the snow. You would love to be able to throw out those blizzards, but the Charizard is always waiting in the wings from Wolf to come back in and take that snow away.
I think the rock slide mismade this a bit different from Marcus,
It's going to be the Sneasler joining the fray.
I don't know what the benefit is.
The field. The Hydreigon has set its targets on this Basculegion. A one-hit knockout with the Dark Pulse is going to bring Marcus in this first game down to just 2 Pokemon. Frostlass gets to use Blizzard though, so you're going to end up having to trade
but it
the
wasn't
Sneasler
enough.
for the Basculegion, and you don't get the KO onto the Hydreigon.
You can't get the snow back up. There's a Charizard in the back.
Threat for a KO. We're really used to seeing those Basculegions when they're holding Citrus Berry be bulky enough to take a hit, even when it's super effective, like a Sucker Punch.
Like, you're not going to get Aurora Veil up.
Having enough special attack to just get the KO and then withstand the hit back. But now, this is the Lycanroc's moment to shine. Threatening a Celerock as a KO into the Hydreigon before it can move, threatening a ton of damage into Charizard before it can move with Rock Slide. Now Wolf's got to start making a pivot.
I mean,
Incineroar in the back, very healthy. Doesn't want to take a rock move though. You'd like to get in somehow. Pressure.
This is a
One of
tricky
your
boy.
Offense. It's a really delicate dance here, and Marcus still has his own resources to put out damage. The good news is with 2 KOs
Protected to Hydreigon and Dark Pulse Lycanroc.
You don't have to worry about snow coming back.
Oh, you mean protected to Charizard, right?
You know, Marcus protecting it the
Protect
right time,
Charizard.
One vulnerable
Dark Pulse
Pokemon to get
Lycanroc.
other Pokemon, but no Accelerock. Just Dark Pulse. Lycanroc down.
Lycanroc just falls to the Dark Pulse.
Why would you not go Accelerock there?
To fend for itself. Try to bring that justice back.
Why would you not go Accelerock there?
The Shadow Ball, which is going to be good to get the knockdown into the Hydreigon, but Charizard's free and clear. You just throw a Weather Ball.
Am I missing something?
Knock it out. Doesn't even not going to be the Weather Ball. It's just going to be the single target Heat Wave. In game 1 goes to Wolf Flig.
Yeah, I think Wolf there saying you can only have one.
Raichu Knight is only 4 days away. Oh yeah.
Starts
Starts with an R though, right?
This Heat Wave from coming out, and it's going to KO the Frostlass and possibly just the Lycanroc as well. And if you don't go for a Celerock,
Speed tiering, maybe.
in the game on the spot with no way to
But
stop the
I
Charizard
can kind of tell you the speed tier.
having the options there. And
I can
even
tell you
if
the
give
speed
up a
tier
KO, you have
of
the
Choice
Incineroar
Scarf
in the back to
Hydreigon
end
versus
that
the
game.
entire field.
It's
It's
just
faster.
such a tricky spot because you're right. You can only
Accelerock KO
one
Hydreigon, then you
game.
lose still,
And
I
maybe the
suppose.
call
But
from
Heat
Marcus
Wave
is
can
also,
miss.
I think you're going to end up protecting the Charizard.
I was always
But then
told
if you
that
throw a switch in,
you
then
try
maybe also the
for the
hope is
win.
that you just get some damage down. It's just so tough, I think, with only 2 Pokemon
KO's odd, you
remaining,
lose still.
Not having the snow, you can't just freely send out
Maybe.
the blizzards, and it was also really unfortunate that you didn't
Not
get
if you
the
flinch the
Blizzard KO
Incin with the
onto
Rock
Hydreigon
Slide.
the turn before.
Yeah, if that Hydreigon had already been down, then you at least forcing Incineroar on the field. I think things are maybe still an uphill battle.
I think you Accelerock Hydreigon, hope for the Heat Wave miss, then KO the Zard.
But yeah, the threat of both attackers. Marcus is looking to make a
Wait,
read on
with that
which he's gonna
attitude.
protect or switch, but
You should have
because it doesn't
Accelerock,
to be
right?
either, is up enough to just give one away.
Yeah, they've been talking about it a lot, that it threatens
Two
with Accelerock.
leads, Sneasler and Charizard versus the Lycanroc and Basculegion.
Okay, so Lycanroc has to protect turn
In
1.
this situation, the Lycanroc once again on the field trying to threaten down the Charizard, but finds itself
Snow Urban
against
Champions is
Fake
going to
Out
be crafting
again.
their team to exactly like these for the next rank.
Charizard
Oh
we've
yeah.
seen a few times in the lead position this weekend. With the sun going up, you don't immediately lose a lot of your damage.
Enjoying an AOC, I had to stop after Ko and Darway got screwed. Darway got so royally screwed, it was disgusting to watch. The RNG was horrible.
To make a pivot in this situation, but
And Ko didn't have it much better, you're right. Had to take a walk after Darway got screwed, I get it, yeah. Technically, it would be the Japanese pronunciation faithful. Had NOA and NOE switched the R and L.
Evolution for that Charizard. You know that's the only Mega on Wolf's
Well, yeah, if you want to
team.
get
Expect that
technical.
Every game, if it's on the field. Drought,
But also-
Death, Sun once again activated, which is going to limit this Basculegion's damage output quite a bit.
All right.
This Lycanroc is going to protect itself. Under threat of Fake Out, it does not
Although
want the
technically,
Focus Sash to be broken,
if I
and
did
also
pronounce
does
it with the
not wanna
Japanese
just get KO'd
pronunciation,
right
people would just be
here.
like, why is he
Charizard
mocking
is
the
going
Asian
to
accent?
set up
So
for
I'll
Solar
stick
Beam,
with
and the
the
Solar
Western
Beam
way
goes
just
for
to
Lycanroc. It's into the
keep everyone happy.
Basculegion, not
It's a
protecting
good idea.
does get taken down into the red, but that's what the Citrus Berry is for. It's going to be able to get a
Guess
little bit
nice
of
to meet you
recovery
too.
back, and get something done with this wave crash.
First time speaking to someone and you're like, well, actually.
We saw from that last game. It's not going to take very much from that.
The RNG was so bad, I felt almost deliberate, yeah.
So well, and Wolf basically just makes the simplest.
You got top 32? Oh, well done.
Lycanroc from attacking to keep Charizard safe, so I throw a fake out there, and then I don't want to
Damn,
throw
well
my
done.
eggs in one basket, so I'm going to throw damage at the basket region as well. Marcus doesn't double protect.
Mate, you played insane, though.
Big solar beam there, and now is worried about close combat into the Lycanroc, and so has to bring Frostlass in to try to take that. Meanwhile, Charizard, scared of a Cellrock, leaving the field itself for Incineroar to get a pretty valuable
Yoshi, do you remember Ginger Lad from the last game yesterday?
Means that no close combat from this Sneasler is going to land. Another wave crash will. Sneasler still hanging on through that. And now there's an Incineroar here to join the party.
Incineroar finds itself in a pretty nice position here with Sun up.
First international, and he was undefeated till that point. That's what I remember. I do apologize, Steve. Orange Steve. I've completely forgotten the name, but
especially as bulky as they are, as bulky as we've seen the Sneasler is.
I want to say Jacob, but I could be wrong. I'm seeing Jacob in my mind.
Also naturally slower means that this Frostlass is going to be able to guarantee a Blizzard, a KO onto the Sneasler, and some nice chip to
James! I was so close. I was so close.
But that means it's still here on the field to have this wave crash, as if the snow took that sun away.
Yeah, hell of a performance for first international as well. Yeah, I was this close.
Pokemon advantage for Marcus Dion.
Yeah, Marcus basically just makes the simplest play.
Bascu gone.
Says that I can get the Blizzard and I can get the Wave Crash. I don't mind losing Bascu Legion because this end game becomes so difficult.
Here we go.
I have Focus Sash intact Lycanroc, and you have Charizard coming in afterwards. But Wolf's options to pivot out of that are just so poor now. Like, you don't want to bring in Charizard and then have the Mega Evolution happen afterwards. Your Hydreigon in the back so important. You don't want it to take a Blizzard, and so he's kind of forced to give over to KOs there. But yeah, this looks so difficult for Wolf at this point. You get a few positive things, but
And Marcus is clawing it back. My first matches today with Kareem and Marco Silva. I went straight to 8-3. Yeah, I mean, I think we saw one of them. Or did we?
Just tries to fight through this.
I think one of them was on stream. Or was it not?
You want the Hydreigon, the Sneasler to try to land a close combat into the Hydreigon. And
Mate, that's how long the days are in this. No, it wasn't. You were just at the stream game yesterday.
To stop the Charizard offense.
Mate, of all the opponents to go against, though, Marco Silva as well. Fucking hell.
At least I can get some damage down onto that, or maybe even better, I break the focus out.
That's good because my loss to Ko was the best loss I had. Yeah, like, it was very neck and neck in those matches, from what I remember.
And so that's going to be some great damage down into both Pokemon, and if it wasn't looking difficult before, it's looking pretty impossible now.
Although saying that, I've watched that many of these at this point, I'm like, everything's blurring into one.
Meteors that you can afford the special attack drop, maybe already looking for
okay, Dark Pulse for the, maybe flinch the Sneasler?
Blizzard misses, but it may just be Shadow Ball to close up a safe KO.
Yeah, it's just going to be Shadow Ball.
Yeah, Shadow Ball, valid.
It took so much damage from that Blizzard before that this
and with Lycanroc in the back, Charizard's screwed. So he's clawed it back. Marcus has taken him to game 3. That's pretty baller.
It doesn't really matter. Charizard gets the Heat Wave here, and we're going to be able to bring the Lycanroc back in with that Focus Sash.
Yeah, it's all for naught because Lycanroc is going to come in with extreme 1v1.
I'm still chuffed. I recognized the name Orange Steve from the trainer name from yesterday's stream. I'm proud of that because that was a deep pull. Marcus our last hope of the format not being Zardwire Floette yet again.
Just means that you have extra credit on the game to win, extra credit on bringing us to a game 3.
I mean, we need Marcus to get rid of Wolf. I like Wolf, but we need Marcus to get rid of him so the ladder isn't full of Toxapex and Mamoswine that nobody knows how to use because we haven't seen him use it yet.
You can see how fast and furious these games are going. One bit of mispositioning where your
people gasping at the Heatwave double KO as if a Frostlass was winning that ever. Yeah.
So quickly. This turn where Wolf just loses everything. Takes the KO into the Sneasler with Blizzard, takes the KO into Incineroar with Wave Crash. There's just no way to fight it back after that. Your Charizard is a sitting duck.
Oh, Darway though. Darway should have gone the distance.
Your Hydreigon
with that RNG. Even do you know what? Do you know why I feel so bad for Darway? Is the fact that even at the end, even when it was already obvious that she was done, defeated, game 2 was not going her way, the game was like, hey, what about this 10% paralysis? Like, didn't even need to happen. I've never. I don't remember the last time I've seen such bad RNG. I think Wolf has swine to scare off Garchomp. Yeah, I said this earlier. I think it's just a 5th mon. A 6th mon. I think he's using a team of 5 and just the Mamo is just there for fear.
Wolf's games on broadcast so far have all been
it's like watching the Aaron trailer Emilio Forbes finals. Don't give me those flashbacks.
Really struggle against the bunch of the Pokemon on Marcus's side. But
the scenes are unbelievable.
Most against the King Gambit, I don't think we've actually seen from Marcus yet. So maybe there's
come on, Marcus, do it for Canada.
I won game 1 in the damage trades, and we win game 2 in the damage trades. These are going back to the leads from game 1, where Wolf was able to win and finding the same leads on the opposite side from Marcus that Wolf got in game 1. So it gets a really valuable
turn 1 attack drop on 2 Pokemon is not ideal.
Helps to keep combined with Sun, the Incineroar a lot safer on the field.
Big old,
yeah, that's like gray hair.
Oh, I definitely got that because I took about 4. Jesus Christ. Okay, don't do that anymore.
The field in game 1 here would threaten both of these Pokemon quite a bit. Yeah,
Incineroar out, standard pivot into Sneasler, yeah.
Same run back of what we ended up seeing in that very first game.
Sierra be pumped if Marcus pulls this off, right?
An additional pivot coming out from Marcus.
Remember the crucial rock slide miss early on in game 1. Wolf's not going to probably get that again.
Canada
is going to Mega Evolve here, but protects. So it might not be a rock slide miss now, but Sneasler has.
See, I'm not wrong, right? I was saying this yesterday. Wolf does this a lot. Very often, Wolf will lead Charizard and something, and he'll switch something out, and he'll protect Charizard. He does that, like, I swear he's done that.
Yeah, not too significant of damage. The Sneasler pretty
almost, I would say 80% of the games he's had on stream.
It was the turn 2, I believe, that the Wolf risked.
I do know some Canadians. I know some hot Canadians.
Swung out and just missed.
Here's how Marcus deals with Toxapex, because most of the Zard teams have Whimsicott to encore it. Yeah. He doesn't have any ground moves, does he?
Really need to answer
unless the Lycanroc has like Stomping Tantrum, but I don't think it'll be enough.
Pressure once again. And with enough Intimidates, the Charizard...
Nick Trot in Dortmund, he always terrored Flutter Main turn 1. And in finals, his opponent called his bluff. Man.
Not that worried about it.
Yeah, Incin will be coming back. Incin coming back is quite a straightforward... Oh, I think this is Solar Beam, you know. Solar Beam into Lycanroc. Oh no, just Heat Wave. Bascu avoids.
Misses the Bascu Legion, but not the Lycanroc. So it's going to make it a lot easier to clean up on a subsequent turn.
At least it's no burn.
In the sun, it is going to hit its primary target in that Charizard.
I mean, that's an Excel Rock range.
That's going to be recoiled back. You might have loved to have.
I think that's Excel Rock range.
The Sun and the early Intimidate means that Wave.
Because I don't think Wolf's running bulky Zard, is he?
Still really impactful damage, makes sure that Accelerock is really threatening a KO, even with an attack drop on Lycanroc. Meanwhile, I think that's a really.
Although if Incin switches in, the Accelerock isn't.
Get a fake out in the Lycanroc, get significant damage into Lycanroc, not have it flee into the back. I think Wolf has shown a willingness to show fake out and switch to a second fake out Pokemon. This time, actually clicking the button and getting rewarded for it.
Yeah, Bask is way out of Solar Beam range.
Respect Lycanroc's offense. You really love to land close combat from Sneasler into Lycanroc while protecting Charizard.
Well, I can see Sneasler being swapped for Incin. But I'm fucking wrong.
And the situation where you switch Charizard out
Hydreigon.
That's what leads to the late game between Lycanroc and Charizard.
And now it's Accelerock. Let me cross-check with my Zod, see if he's running bulky. But now close combat. Yeah, oh. That's rough. That was what I was trying to get out, but my words were all fucking bundled up. Is Accelerock and then close combat into Lycanroc.
That Charizard, I'm going to click Accelerock into it, but is punished so hard. Not only punished,
but now it's that mean speed Sneasler. He is in fact running some bulk. Oh shit.
In the future, even more punished.
Fair play.
Hydreigon coming onto the field at the exact same time that you bring Frostlass on in the field. This is Hydreigon's dream position to be able to have the speed advantage.
Hydreigon loves this.
Yes, you have to worry about the Mega Evolution and the Blizzard back, but the damage may be done. The Sneasler also got the Unburden on the last turn, so safely faster than either thing.
Sneasler could just go Diaclaw. Diaclaw and like Dark Pulse would take out
That means you could try to swing with Dark Pulse, and Dire Claw might be enough damage in a Frostlass.
Has some HP investment at least, probably some defense because it seems standard. Fair.
Get that if you get enough damage back and eventually get control of the weather again with Sun. Wolf has created such a big lead for himself on that last turn, on the
even close combat because of the Gambit switch.
This is the kind of situation where with these teams swinging out at each other so aggressively, when you get in this mispositioned place, it can be a big problem.
Bascu's going back.
Both have the option to protect, but it's
The
not
Sneasler,
going to.
no Gambit switch.
Knows that the Dark Pulse is going to knock it out, so the Sneasler gets to come in instead. Frostlass Mega Evolves means that it's going to take away the sun, set the snow, and be able to get those 100% accurate blizzards. That's something that this High Dragon will fall to based on how much damage we've seen so far.
Ooh.
But the Sneasler says, not right now.
Aurora Veil. Too late for Aurora Veil.
Dark Pulse. The Frostlass is going to be down to 3 HP, but I think this High Dragon's going to trade itself. I think you like it though, as Frostlass's Blizzard lands into the High Dragon.
That's a,
I think it's going to be out
pretty nice
as
turn.
we get to see the Charizard come back in and take away
One shot on
the
High
winner.
Dragon. That's handy. That's helpful.
May come in as well to provide a valuable Intimidate, provide a Blizzard resistance. Either option pretty good for Wolf. We have seen Hydreigon take Blizzard earlier on to the Accel Rock chip, helping to make sure that Blizzard can clean up the KO there. And like we mentioned, Dark Pulse not quite
I think
enough damage.
Wolf is still in the better position.
The risk of a Dark Pulse flinch there, that might have just been game ending. Hydreigon does take a
fake out
down,
online.
Lands that really valuable damage.
But realistically,
Unburden. Marcus doesn't have the Unburden, but Marcus has the fake out. Wolf doesn't have the fake out. So bringing in Drone Incineroar helps to also offer that. So
hey, there's the White Herb.
Kind of can think about all of the options here.
So now a close combat into Incin goes pretty hard.
Sneasler or your Incineroar that will get to swing out and attack.
Frostlass kind of needs to protect or switch to Bascu, but you don't want to switch Bascu in on a Diaclaw just in case you get the sleep.
Incineroar or even
Or the
Sneasler,
paralysis.
we've seen Marcus willing to do that to get some chip in and get his own Unburden activated. Then you can use Fake Out to block that. So a bunch of options on the table here. Kind of more options for Wolf than Marcus at this point.
Oh, bless. I think Len was just talking about Marcus and
and
Sneasler getting Unburden activated, but it already has.
Going to take away the accuracy of these blizzards as well. So this Frostlass
Oh, fake out the Sneasler.
damage is going
Oh,
to
this
have
is
to
a good
go
turn.
for those Shadow Balls. As Sneasler flinches,
Mate, that was a ballsy as fuck play, but it paid off.
do survive it. They're at slivers of HP, but still able to provide something of value to this game.
That was not
Bascu
what
in the
Wolf
back
wanted out of
is
that turn.
loving
Maybe
this.
Hoping the threat of Fake Out or the threat of Incineroar just staying on the field, taking a Blizzard and KOing Frostlass was going to be so much that Marcus wouldn't make that play. But that's exactly the play that Wolf couldn't afford, especially when Blizzard hits in
Like
both
Sneasler
spots.
can
Because
now
the
KO
Sneasler
Charizard
on
with a
Marcus's side is
Diaclaw.
threatening to just KO the Sneasler on Wolf's side. Charizard.
Yeah, Aurora
just
Veil was
vulnerable to a Shadow
tempting,
Ball.
but
Frostlass certainly
I
moving
think
for it.
I think
Sneasler
Blizzard
also
was the
moving
right
for it and
play for the
threatening a
situation,
Diaclaw
but
back.
I'd have never clicked it in a million years. I'd have been like, protect, and that's why I'm shit. No one does protect Fake Out here. You'd have at least gone for Aurora Veil and prayed. Yeah.
Here. That turn gave up so many resources, and there, Marcus wins the sweet tie, but it's just close combat and Charizard getting the KO there.
Yeah, Marcus Sneasler sees uncontested. Yeah, big time.
Wolf does not have this Mega
I do think they trade Megas here. I think.
Going to be forced to bring back in this Incineroar, but you gotta hope that you can even up the Pokemon count at the very least. As Direclaw is going to take out the opposing Mega, but that was a 2v2 between Wolf's.
So what
Sneasler
determines
and Marcus.
whose Pokemon comes in first here?
I'm not sure this is a winnable 2v2. The Intimidate is going to help. The Sun is going to help mitigate the damage from the Bastion
doesn't it matter?
on the other side. But having full health on both the Sneasler
Yeah, the problem
and
is the Sun.
Bastion Legion is so much to ask Incineroar to deal with because
But
Sneasler is really not going to offer much
Aquajet
help at this
definitely
point.
takes out
With only
Sneasler.
15 HP left.
A decent close combat on Incineroar, although it's probably a fake out.
To Marcus swinging out with Sneasler in that spot, and Incineroar is facing down close combats and wave crashes. Yes, they're mitigated, but it's going to be a lot of damage coming back.
I would
Once
say
it's over, definitely
Aquajet,
with the right
Sneasler,
targeting at the right time,
close
it's
combat
possible
Incin.
for Incineroar to get through this, but it's an uphill battle for Wolf. Wolf relies on this Incineroar so often. This
Marcus
is gonna
could
be a
do
moment
it.
He needs it to come through for him.
I think you double target the Incin.
Trusty Incineroar.
Yeah, because Sneasler can't really take out Bascu.
Champion from 2019. Wolf's Incineroar
There's the
having
close combat.
close combat. It does get taken down to below half HP, but can the wave crash from this Basket Legion actually finish it off? At the very least, this Incineroar does get a bit of
The Diaclaw.
the Citrus Berry, and hopefully its partner
Status.
Sneasler can help it out with something.
That's fine. That's fine. Poison's fine. Poison's the best case scenario there. Well, best case scenario is no status, but
maybe some poison recoil at the end of the turn.
but it wasn't enough.
It's looking tough. This Sneasler is still very healthy.
Yeah, the Sneasler health is huge, but you've dealt with one
Oh.
of the threats. You don't even need the poison damage, just being able to
Marcus
withstand
the
the
Sneasler
wave
could
crash
still
in the
do
sun
it.
with the Intimidate, withstand the close combat with the Intimidate, but now your Pokemon are so low, both clearly in close
Does Wolf's
combat
Incin
range
have
for Sneasler,
Protect?
but close combat has had to come out.
I know Wolf Sneasler has Protect, I'm pretty sure.
Defense. The White Herb was burned on the first one, is now at -1 defense, -2 defense. And so
getting back into shiny breeding? Oh yeah? What are you going for first, Alex?
Wolf also has to Protect and Dire Claw.
Wow.
Oh, look how much damage the Dire Claw is.
Damn.
To the Sneasler. There's not going to be an additional stat.
Went for the gunk shot, bro.
But the gunk shot from the opposing Sneasler is going to be able to bring this down.
And that's to maintain the defense. Down to a speed tie.
I believe this is a Sneasler speed tie. I believe this is a 50-50, plain and
Oh.
simple.
Which one moves first?
Well, in a battle, Wolf versus RNG, Wolf normally wins.
Needs to rely on their Sneaslers right now, and it's going to be
No! Marcus! He played so well, though. It was this close.
One too many defense drops on that Sneasler.
Shiny Togepi evolved already? Nice. Man.
Had it wrapped up, but it had to close combat
God
one
damn.
too many times. Had to close combat into Incineroar. Had to close combat into the Sneasler on the other side. Had to close
God
combat.
damn. Right.
At one point to pick up
Oh, I ran out of
KO
donut
there.
energy. I did. I was in a place.
Shot in any of those moments. Didn't want
I
to
thought I
risk
left already.
85% accuracy. Instead,
Pain
takes
and
all
suffering,
those
yeah,
defense
right?
drops,
Oh
and
my
that's
God.
one too many. Sneasler able to pick up the two-hit KO
That
on
is
his
rough.
counterpart.
And what did I do in that last place? Good question. What did I do in that last place? You didn't get enough points. Oh, yeah, no, I did battles, didn't I? Yeah. I need to get more points. Just face a Mega, and you should be fine. Mega Scovillain.
To neutral, but Wolf ended up cycling so
The Intimidate to burn the White Herb was
Intimidate
huge.
drop
Yeah.
onto the Sneasler was already doing less damage, but it all started all the way
No
back
more
at the
Canada.
beginning of this game 3 where we saw
Up
the
the Japan.
of
Up the Japan.
Mega evolutions, and also the fact that Marcus had to give up that Lycanroc so
Cheers, bro.
early.
Those are some great balls.
Marcus getting a few turns wrong, hoping Wolf would expose a little bit more risk, and that Lycanroc went down
I should probably
easily.
make sure I've
Then it
got
felt
some
like
kind
Marcus
of
was
fire
clawing it back.
Pokemon.
This turn where Charizard switched into a Blizzard,
Groudon
it
is
hit
not a
both
fire Pokemon,
targets,
man. Come
felt
on.
like it put Marcus so far
Charizard
ahead,
knocking about in this
and then
game?
following up on that, Marcus is able
You
to
do?
get close
Oh, okay,
combat
well,
with
let's
Wolf.
throw
Look at
that
those
about.
defense drops adding up
I'll just keep
in
that
the
level 3
background
Bunnelby
while
there, just in
Marcus
case.
is getting the KOs, and Wolf has all the damage he needs, enough damage
And,
mitigation.
let's
The
go
heat
fight
intimidates,
Scolipede.
and the sun helping so much to mitigate what the
Let's go the
Basilisk
correct
can
way,
do in
Lim. It's
return,
really
and
important you go the
able
right
to
way.
take that double up, that massive
Len said it
double up,
right.
way
Mark's
back
got some
in
key
close
turns
combat,
incorrect.
and
Yeah.
still swing out with throat trap at the end of the
There's
turn.
definitely a mistake. One downside to such a centralized format is that many games will come down to speed tie, even with really great play for the competitors. Yeah, absolutely.
If it connects onto the Sneasler, do you actually think that you
Like,
survive
I'm
an
excited
attack
for
from
more
the
Pokemon to be added to the
Incineroar?
game so we
Flare
can
was
mix
in the
things up
sun,
a
so
bit.
I have to assume the answer is no.
Oh yeah, the Incineroar Flare
Although
did
once, like,
significantly more damage
legendaries
than
and
anything Sneasler was
paradoxes are
doing.
back,
Might
I'll
have been a
probably start
one-hit
crying.
KO, regardless of needing 2 turns. So I think that was the right targeting, but then just
Bro, where
had
am I
too
trying
many
to go?
drops. And
In
Dire
there,
Claw doing
apparently.
50%
Oh, and I
of
can.
Sneasler on
Wicked.
the other side.
And if you weren't confident that you were going to get the damage roll, then close combat for sure seals up the deal for you.
One of them, do it.
For that second attack. What a photo finish, though, between Marcus,
Up the
Sion,
Len.
and Wolf.
Up the Len.
Marcus, of course, one of his best finishes to date.
Hey gang, did I ever tell you Len was my first in-person loss? I always do that. Please Pokemon, put Eternal Flow out as an event or a recruiting champions. They ought to.
So close to being able to claim that title. Now maybe gets a chance.
Oh, it was Frostlass. Whoops.
North America International Championship
I was
title.
convinced it was
Let's hear how
Scovillain.
he's feeling.
Not Scovillain. Scolipede.
Congratulations to
Fine,
none
fire still
other than
works.
Wolflick
Just
securing a spot at
fire and
top
flying
4
doesn't work
here
as
at
well.
NAIC.
Where's my fire moves, bro?
Incredible. I mean, talk
That's
to me
air
about
slash.
that match, specifically that game 3, because that was so stressful.
Hey, Charizard, bro, stop taking damage, yeah?
I'd like to ask for is a
Oh,
round
she's
of
over there.
applause for Marcus Dion, because
Oh, there we go. Good. Good aiming there.
what I will say is I got the chance to talk to Marcus a fair bit before the set
Uh-oh.
because we were the last set, so we had some waiting time, and he's such a kind, thoughtful, articulate. and
Makes
smart
weird
young man.
noises.
Like he's I don't know, maybe it's that I'm unk status now, but he's still so young and he's so mature, and I mean his gameplay is just unparalleled. Like that was.
Oh boy.
I thought I had a good matchup. I thought I had a good matchup, and then I ran into Marcus Dion, and I said
Thank
maybe should
you.
have thought about
Now I
this
can
a
get
little
some
bit more.
mega action.
Yeah, no, I mean, game 3, I felt like I understood his macro plan, but actually handling it was pretty difficult.
I really have no better move than Fire Spin.
Yeah, the way that the position is weaved in and out, and the fact that our Sneasler was speed tying made it really complicated
Come on.
to plan. I honestly thought
Oh, that was Flamethrower, but it helps if you're in range, bro.
thought that it was over, but I tried to find outs to.
Oh, that's Heat Wave. Okay.
And I mean, I was able to do it, but only just by the skin of my teeth.
I mean, it's been so impressive to see the tournament run that you've put together here, especially.
That's the good stuff. Please don't kill my Charizard. He needs me.
The internationals have only gotten more stacked. There's so many players competing.
That's it. Come on.
How does it feel to be able to be in top 4 and on
Do it, do it, do it, do it.
It feels incredible. I mean, honestly, I knew it was a tall order to go from Indianapolis not even 2 weeks ago and say, okay, I want to build this.
That's the good shit, bro.
Like,
oh god, I need to heal.
Steelix. Like Steelix did a good job. He's going on the bench. So, yeah, I mean, starting from basically nothing and having to build a whole new team, you can never expect Kid to do anywhere near as well as top 4.
You're hurting my player character. Stop this.
I'm really proud. I'm really happy with the team that I built. I feel like it's been a really good call. I felt like
Charizard's frozen. Oh, okay.
Good. But yeah, overall,
If I'd been unfrozen, that'd be way better.
It's not day 1 of NAIC, and I think it stuck with me a little bit. Like, this is a tournament that I have history with, that I care a lot about, and so to be able to not only redeem myself and make day 2, but you know, now be in the semifinals, it's a great feeling.
And I know,
oh boy.
Coming off
yeah, I need all that, please. Thank you.
Like, Theodore's bench now. You come into this tournament.
Where's she at?
You have a Mamoswine. You're constantly finding new ways to, like,
use the Mamoswine, bro. Why aren't we seeing you use the Mamoswine, my guy?
Teams that want to be like you. Any like advice for those that are trying to find their way within this competitive scene?
I think it's really easy to look at kind of
the good stuff. Thank you.
Especially when there's something unusual or something different, and be like, oh yeah, like they're making their weird Pokemon work, I'll make mine work. But really, the best advice I can have is that the better you understand Pokemon fundamentally, the easier it is to find the spots where some of the more niche picks can shine. And so if you're a beginner player and you want to use,
bro, you're not even Mega anymore.
Like, a good exercise is to get experience.
Someone's got to ask you what Mamoswine does. Yeah.
Pokemon the strongest? Why does Kingambit have 70% usage? Why is Basculegion? Why are Garchomp so powerful? When you understand why these Pokemon are so strong, you can not only look for the strengths of other lesser used Pokemon, but you can also find their weaknesses, right? Tonspec was added initially because of the Floette and Incineroar Sinisha combination. I had such a hard time with Steelix. I'd like to have a good matchup versus that, right? And it's because I understood the strengths of that combo that I feel like I was able to spot Tonspec.
And I mean, you keep popping off. You keep
you have to get behind this. Charizard, don't be dead.
So I want to make sure you can rest before your next match. But any final words for those watching?
I've had so much support. I've had so much support over the course of my life, but especially for this run. I want to give a huge shout out to Yuki and to Dylan, who helped build this team. Helped is the wrong word. We all built this team together. It was a collaborative effort, and yeah, especially under a time crunch, it was really,
why is Kingambit 70% usage? Because the 2 best teams in the format commonly use Kingambit. I mean, you're not wrong.
Sorry, Brendan. Go next.
Come on, you bastard.
Big shout out to them. Justin Parent,
have it.
Marcus, Kamon, and
it's nearly done, bro. It's nearly done.
Excuse me. They all helped play some time in matches.
Thank you.
There you go. Always helpful. I'm sure
that should be enough for a special scan. Lovely.
I really feel like I stand on the shoulders of giants. I have so many incredible people in my corner, and I'm just so grateful to be where I am.
I mean, you definitely need that community to be able to help you.
It's okay, Wolf. You don't have to pretend to be humble. None of us would be humble if we were as decorated as you are.
As for us, I mean, what an incredible
series.
It's been a fantastic day. Let's hear a little bit more.
Mamoswine is like Pot of Greed. We have no idea what it does. I summon Pot of Greed to draw 3 additional cards from my deck. That's not what it does.
His #1 fan, Mamoswine, who I think he left his
yes, it do, Yugi.
But cheering for him wherever he is.
Poor Mamoswine. I feel like that's one of the Pokemon we've looked at this roster and said, come on, please,
right, let's go get our special scan.
Fantastic.
Oh, my Lord. J Nitro and Scathing Superior, how you doing?
Fantastic.
What are you two been up to?
Happening.
I feel like this is a coordinated attack. What's happening?
Both of these teams on stream a number of times.
What you pair been up to?
Some of the turns I thought really fun here.
Some kind of Soul Link, Nuzlocke, Happy Wheels playthrough part 9.
So all of our blood pressure recovers. Let's remember the good times, the bad times.
Dark Wolf. I mean, I'm winning with the Toxapex. Get better, scrubs. Doing Zygarde Dynamax Adventures? Yo! There's been a betrayal? What's the betrayal?
Len and I were ducking at it a lot.
Thank you, Emma. Superior stole my shiny Zygarde look. Yo, you got the Colgate fucking dragon? Let's go.
Very different if that didn't happen.
That's true. I feel like on the flip side of things,
Congrats.
you know,
I'm
Charizard
Toothpaste
felt
Boy.
like it was really trying to put in some big heat waves.
Man.
Did end up getting a double connect.
Got a big
here, and
blizzard
I
in
think
the
that
sun,
made
but
things
it wasn't
also a lot more difficult
enough.
for Marcus.
Yeah.
Wait.
Speaking of which,
Did they do the special and I didn't
notice?
notice?
Interesting turn. Maybe let's move
Probably.
a little bit forward to try to
If
get
it's
some
battles,
Pokemon.
I will scream.
We can look at some health bars. I love health
It's
bars.
not
There we go.
battles. Oh, it's
I
not
think
good
really
though.
easy. I think throughout the course of the match, Wolf is maybe the best of the world at cycling fake outs, and I think he did a really nice job to set this turn up where he had threatened fake out, but then because of the threat of the fake out, brought in another fake out Pokemon the following turn.
It's nothing like what I want.
Keep that pressure
Oh,
up
Liam, you're indoor. Oh, no, it's fine. From Superior had the path we were using. Ah, I see. I've done under 50, bro.
You know, I think the Sneasler is at like, what, 9 HP or something, which you get the very wonky
The path was
knockout with
insane.
fake out, which not what that moves for,
Wait,
but hey, you
it's
know,
behind the build. Oh, it's on the building.
You believe hard enough.
Hello,
But more
Spinnerack.
critically,
Would you like
he
to
reveals
party?
the Hydreigon and brings it in a situation where checking the Basket Legion. I thought it was like an
Sparkling,
incredibly
sparkling
valuable play for
electric.
Wolf.
That's fine.
It was so good too, especially
Do one
with
of
that
them.
Choice Scarf. You know that you're going to be faster than Basket Legion, or bare minimum, you're going to have to
So
try
we
to
got
lock it into something
Shoma
like the Aqua Jet if you want to guarantee
versus
that it's going to get any damage
Francesco
down.
and Eric versus Wolf.
You get to pick your poison with the two ghost
Do you know what? At least there's four different nationalities in the semis. That's banging.
Not only do you come in and like I think I was expecting an Aqua Jet from Basket
I'll show you
Legion
my
into the
semi.
Hydreigon
Stop
slot,
this.
which I still would have been great, right? So it was an
Destroy fighting
incredible play for Wolf. But
Pokeballs.
because he gets the protect
Catch
instead,
fighting type
you know, Basket Legion
Pokemon.
probably doesn't want to double protect, or if it does, you still have like that
Destroy
70%
patches
chance
of
knocking it out.
brambles. Oh, I kind of
Frost
wish I
Lash,
brought
the Dark
my
Pulse,
Charizard
and,
now.
because of the
You
wonky
could just
stuff that
switch. I
happened
can't
the
right
first
now.
turn, Lycanrot's also at half HP, so there's not really an option to switch that in the slot if it does.
Yeah, we'll
do
destroy
deal
these
damage,
while we're
and
here.
then Charizard just
Not
wins the
worthy
game
of
for
eating
you.
Professor
So,
Oak's
it
skin
winds up being
tags,
like a really
but
decisive
I'd
game
still
they
do it.
play, I believe. You know, we can see what
Sweetheart,
happens here where, you know,
it's
Frost
funny
Lash
you
does
think
Mega
you're in with a
Ball, does his
chance
best
of
here,
eating
but
Professor Oak's skin
Hydreigon
tags.
showing us the
What makes you think he'd have you?
Very good against two Ghost-type Pokemon.
Quite arrogant to think he'd even want
you.
you.
Len and I were talking about
I
this.
bet you look nothing like Ash Ketchum's mum.
You expected the Basket Legion is going to be a bit tankier, especially to take those physical Dark-type attacks. But that's what Hydreigon is so good at as a special attacker. Good ignore
Imagine being
all of
arrogant
that
enough to
defensive
assume you could have
investment that
any
you have on
person
that
you lay your
Pokemon.
eyes on.
So,
What are you,
bye-bye,
me?
Citrus Berry.
I think it's especially great too. I mean, first of all, you know, Wolf played back at a time where, you know, Hydreigon was Floette, right? And he was the best special attacker in the format.
Here we
So,
go,
easy to forget sometimes how
lovely.
strong this Pokemon is in that regard, where it is really good. And
We do have good news though. We're both going to MegaCon August. Nice. Which MegaCon's that? Is that Farnborough? Or wait, is it London? No. Manchester, Liam. August 1st and 2nd. You're right. I definitely remembered.
We get this play here where Lycanroc is, you know, maybe trying to get an Incineroar on the switch, and Wolf kind of realized like, hey,
I appreciate being in this big old grass outbreak and just
goofy here is poor Lycanroc
absolutely slamming myself with the
there's no way for Wolf to lose from here.
Yeah, because I
with the
think the
Swampert
other
action.
alternative here is that you're hoping maybe you just get like the
I'd like
the
to,
rock slide
thank you.
too,
I'd like to
but
bring out that
you-
Charizard again
if you're
because
you're-
there's
if you're
brambles in it.
Marcus trying to hedge your bets, you think that maybe the Dark
Can't
Pulse
believe my
is gonna
special
get
scan was
processed this
this.
way, maybe you
I'm
survive
so
that,
disappointed.
And then the Lycanroc is able to just land the rock slide to finish
Both
it off.
picture in chat
and then you
because
go
that
to the
deserves a
rock slide
Kyber
follow
reaction
with the
image.
Shadow Ball, but unfortunately
Chicken
just gets that
Korma.
call
I
wrong
love
and you go to
Korma.
game two.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of a tale of a set, right? Not either player individually getting a lot of calls wrong.
Yeah, I think you kind of need to kill the chest spin and wait, because then hopefully a chestnut spawns. Cheers, love. No, Venusaur, go away, mate.
You know, that's how you get to this point in the tournament, right? You're going to win some, you're going to lose some. We see a sort of fun matchup.
You solar beaming me?
You know, Charizard trying to sneak around
Where you at?
Rock, and I think at this point,
There we
Charizard
go.
go for the fake out there, but you know, it's not going to matter because Lycanroc
Needs
is
to catch
protecting
one
once
fighting
and preserve
type.
its focus stat,
So if
and
that could
critically in
spawn,
the
that'd be
game
sick.
where, Marcus won, and Charizard forced to take the solar
Let's
beam
go
into the
collect
Basket
some
Legion
shite.
instead. I think I mentioned previously when Wolf was on stream, you know, Charizard's trained a little differently than some of the others. So
I'm going to need a chestman to not spawn and a chestnut in its place, please. I was like, Jesus, what's that? It's my Charizard.
Just enough
Obs.
HP too, where the Citrus Berry makes things super awkward. Because I don't even think from that position, like the Dire Claw looks
there
particularly
you are.
strong. But with the way
Come on, big lad.
recoil, maybe that ends up being a different story.
I was gaming, mate. It's so gaming right now. You can't, but you can't even. I can't even describe it to you, Steve. Gaming is gaming right now.
Marcus made a great play to switch one of his Ghost-type Pokemon into a close combat and avoid critically.
So I got an email from Google saying I could try out AI features, and now I'm going to figure out if I need to opt out of it or just ignore that. Oh god. AI needs to fuck off.
It's a double knockout with the help of these two Pokemon here.
It's only a matter of time before we get an AI Wolf Glick.
Blizzard Sneasler to finish off
so we can
Sneasler, and then
get
the
fucking
Incineroar
battered in
there,
real
taking
time.
away the sun, so these wave crashes are full power.
From anywhere in the world.
Take a lot of recoil and response, so I remember getting so excited that Marcus ended up taking a double knockout here.
AI comes from us all. I thought cum came from us all.
Itself out of the process.
Yeah, it's, you know, these things
Cum
happen.
comes for everyone at some point.
Very
That's what
happy
you
to get
told
that
me.
knockout for its team. Also critical here too, where again you could consider the Pokemon in the back. Or
Would Steve lie for protein? I think so.
This time Lycanroc is still around. It's much easier to find that.
I'd lie for protein.
I don't even know if we get to this point. Your Wolf trying to make a little goofy play here because he doesn't want to get in a situation after.
Can I have a chestnut spawn, please, so I can get my rewards, please? Thanks,
I think it winds
please.
up happening anyway, but does his best to avoid a situation where he knows he's gonna have a.
I'm gonna have to fight another Mega Pokemon, aren't I?
Are
we winning? We never win, Shiny. We never win. Have you seen my face?
You look at that turn and you go, hey,
I have to live with this every day.
Pokemon knocked out, but the fact that you had
Okay,
that
we'll just
1v1
murder the
with
Bulbasaur until the
and you were able to
chest
just get
spin
that
hopefully
free
spawns a
priority
chest
Accelerock, who was
snort.
always going to be able to take that knockout.
Ian, what you should have done is when the chest
fast
spin
way to get
is
that
here,
Pokemon count
is reset.
neutralized. That Lycanroc got exactly
some
what
travel.
I wanted on the other side.
An NPC in FF7 remake just mentioned being tired and their bed beckoning them. Couldn't agree more. Oh, no worries, Taser. Get some sleep, lad.
Kind of discussing how good is Lycanroc really. I mean, Marcus piloted it really
2 more
well,
matches to go tonight, lads. How do we feel? Are we crack-a-lacking?
But you kind of see why, you know, one mistake and we're talking about how easily Lycanroc won that match.
I'm rooting for Shoma, because Shoma knocked out Ko and I wanted Ko to win. So I'm just like, okay, you this time.
The previous game, but you know, the Lycanroc I think very cleverly doesn't use.
Whoa, what about me
Protect
lying?
here. Charizard does. The previous time there was a swap in both the other slots.
protein.
Game 1 where we saw the same leads, which caused Charizard
Where
to
you
fail to
been?
protect very usefully. This time Lycanroc I think anticipating the Wolf might go for a cycle, doesn't go for the protect. So
Yeah, how we doing? The chest spin are back, but they're not chest noughts, so we're unhappy.
Anyway, I think critically losing its focus.
This game have Breloom in it? I don't think it does.
Comes in and pretty critical over the course
Damn,
of this
bad game.
Also critical, I believe, for this turn is a heat wave miss. It winds up
I want Dakota to win too, and then Darway, and now I have no idea. I know, right?
Anyway, I kind of wonder on this play if Wolf wasn't just fishing for chip on the.
Feel bad, right? Because I like Wolf, but at the same time, I'm like, you've won enough, sir.
Yeah, but
It's someone else's turn. Chestnut. Hello, friend.
The heat wave missed here, but I feel like maybe
No, get that one. No.
We're kind of just seeing Wolves really start to figure out, okay, how am I going to get to the end of this game? It's always going to be about the Lycanroc.
Okay,
I feel like that was
do this
always
here.
going to be target number 1 to prioritize, so your
Charizard,
target
do your
didn't have a
thing.
hard time.
Target number 1. I'm so glad you mentioned that. I think this is just the next turn here.
Please
on turn
catch the
3,
chestnut.
And, you know, it's the best
You
of times, the
arsehole.
worst of times a little bit where Lycanroc goes for the Accelerock, does
Well,
not find its intended
I don't think
target
we're
as
getting
Charizard
our big
has
boy
escaped battle. This
score.
gets picked up by the Sneasler, who stays in the battle for what feels like forever here.
Seemed like Shoma was my greatest fear going into this. Oh yeah.
You know, it's still a Pokemon you can think of as being very frail, but you know, watch that slot.
See, this is how good I am at VGC. My greatest fear is having an opponent. That's all it takes for me to be like, oh god, I ain't got this, dude.
Where I think it's 2 turns later that Marcus gets his revenge and makes this game really
He actually just leaves because he's qualified now. I mean, yeah.
I mean, it's just so fascinating to see the fact that you
Roselli
have
Chomp is hard to remove and kills
able to actually
everything.
take away the weather from this Frost Blast. And even though you ended up seeing that the Sneasler for Marcus was able to get that fake out
mate, Matt keeps trying to warn me about Roselli Chomp, and I'm always like, nah, it's fine.
When the Sneaslers both freshly come in and are really helping.
I never run into them, and to be fair, I haven't run into Roselli Chomp as far as I'm aware at all yet. But I've seen loads of them on like on the stream and stuff this weekend. Greatest fear is my own team. I'm a playthrough team basic, bitch. Imagine.
So, you know, I think that's a pretty good bet.
Imagine the balls on someone to go to an event with the playthrough team.
Got lost in the sauce a little bit in this end game because like,
something tells me we're not getting a chestnut.
Of course, we end up in a very fun end
we don't
game
need it.
situation.
It's just it would have been nice to get the points.
Which of the Pokemon win the speed tie, and Wolf gets it.
What have I got? 6,000. No, you got 6. Yeah, that's 6,000. Not 16,000.
It was just so close between them the whole way, and it really did just come down to a coin flip on that one.
Might as well go down to the wire, because maybe we'll get really lucky, and maybe one will just spawn, and maybe we'll just get a first-time catch.
Getting a lucky roll, but he put
those 6,000 points, or whatever it is.
Like he said too,
put you up to
played a really excellent set.
9,000.
Props to him as well for picking up that team so quickly. I think one of the challenges for the players playing that Lycanroc team is that I don't know if anyone's seriously doubting how good it is.
God damn it, Cletus.
Everyone kind of learned at the same time. It all had a very public showing on stream last weekend, and that he was able to learn so quickly, get this far in the tournament with it. I think was a really impressive showing.
Well,
Absolutely.
Fuck you,
I mean,
Hooper.
he said in himself
I
in
think
the
I need to make
interview
more
that this was
fucking
just like,
donuts.
okay, I got maybe a day with
Darway
this
wasn't
team,
even the
but
only
I'm gonna
Surreal Edge to
figure
top
it
cut.
out,
Oh
flip right
shit!
over, and here
Who
we go,
else had
like, we've got
a Surreal Edge?
And the fact that he made top 8, I mean, Marcus Dion has always been
Right,
one of
let's
those competitors that he's getting really, really
go
good.
here.
And I think he's just 1-2 events away, maybe even 2 ICs away from claiming that title.
Dylan Matthews had one. Oh shit!
His same top 16 opponent as last year, able to get
Imagine
through it
how
this
much
time,
Wolf
defeat
has
the
made off of
reigning
Pokemon.
champion. So I'm sure he's feeling pretty good about that run. I think very impressive run by
Research
him.
the
And,
fuck up,
doing a
Mabel.
good
No
job
one wants your
representing his
research no
country
more.
as well. You know, the other part of the
Wolf's
North
made an
America
insane
region
amount of
showing it's still
Pokemon.
got
But
it
fair
too.
play, like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely. At least we have
Oh,
one
Dylan
Wolf
won
left in
Houston.
this top 4, right? We've got Wolf Click representing the United States. And across from him, we have Eric Rios from Spain. On the flip side of the bracket, we've got an Italian. We've got a
Here we go.
Japanese player. Scott, who's taking it?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I guess I got to root for Wolf there because he's going to get our stream numbers the biggest. But you know, I think it's going to be a lot of fun no matter how it plays out. You know, these international championships feel more and more international every year, and you know, I can't wait to see what happens next. So we're going to have to go to a quick little break, but soon we'll be back with the semifinals.
I thought this was the quick little break. Wolf dog walks, Eric. After that, I can rest easy. Oh.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with 2
Oh yeah, to be
more
fair, we want revenge for Darway,
Pokemon
don't we?
trainers
So I
in
guess
our
we are rooting
community.
for Wolf.
This is Curly Swirly Maria and Kate Berry Kim. How's it going, y'all?
Great, having a great time.
How about you? Awesome.
Let's go.
So you both are known for your incredible Pokemon plush collection. So I want to start with you, Maria. How did
That'll
you
do.
get into Pokemon?
I remember very vividly.
Oh,
I was
Gabby's
about
fucking
5 years
wonderful.
old, and
All
I
the time in the
remember
world for Gabby
SSN
Snyder.
episode aired on TV, and I heard that was like the intro promo episode for Pokemon, and I just saw
do we
the
have
cutest little yellow mouse ever, and I
Mega
fell
to
in love
fight?
ever since.
No.
I mean, Pikachu is very dashing. How about you?
It's 6 minutes,
started
mate.
with Pokemon
6
Blue,
minutes
so
of waiting.
much fun, and my first plushie was the talking electronic Mew plush.
That's a really
Might be worth
unique
having a
first
piss break,
plushie
you know?
to get, actually.
Yes, it was so cute. I wanted Mew.
Gabby's so sweet. I still think I have the
And
world
do
sticker
have
she
to
gave
ask,
me.
you
Oh yeah,
have
she's
some
giving out the
friends
Beative
with you
stickers
here
to everyone.
today. Why did you bring
Why have
the
I gone
plush
here?
that you decided to bring?
This is the complete wrong place. I want to go to
I brought
Pokemon Center.
Smeargle because I'm a big fan of
Stupid.
Beagles, so that's why I love Smeargle. And this one I brought on behalf for Aura Lore 67. She loves Lucario, so I'm representing
6'7",
her.
don't.
Awesome. And this lovely Pikachu, and this Pikachu too, actually.
Everyone
Pikachu
enjoys
because
your
today's
cookies,
outfit
Amma.
is
They're
Pikachu.
fucking lovely.
I got to meet Pikachu earlier. It was so much fun, and there's so many photo opportunities.
Yeah, I've been seeing Pikachu roam
Plus,
around
if
the
Wolf
halls.
wins,
Pikachu
then
was
the
in parade
guy
earlier,
he just
so
beat, I think, gets
definitely a
third on
good day
tie
to meet
breaks.
Pikachu. Do you
Damn.
have any advice for anybody who's looking to start their own
That's
Pokemon
Heatran.
collections?
I would say my biggest advice is
Is
don't
it?
rush into it. Don't feel like you have to collect
Yes.
everything. Every collection
Which
is
means we bring
special, so
Swampert
don't
and
feel
we
the
win.
pressure to
Yeah.
buy everything if you don't need to.
All right, how about you?
I'd say have fun. Start with your favorite plushie, your favorite Pokemon. Get a
Oh,
plushie
wrong
of
way,
that,
apparently.
and go from there.
All right. The last question I want to ask you both is that you take fantastic photos
So
of
many
your
cool teams we
Pokemon
never saw. I
plushies. Do you have any
know.
advice for me? Because I'm trying to get better at taking photos
That's
of my
okay.
own
There's
plushies.
always next time.
I would say try portrait mode and really good lighting. Those are my 2 tools that I use the most.
All right, and Kim, I mean, you have such great locations with
Where are we
yours.
going?
What about advice from
Liam,
you?
you've gone the wrong way.
say,
Yeah, why am I
grab
dumb?
a good size,
much
medium sized
time you got?
plushie, put it next to your cheek, smile, put it up front. There's so many fun poses.
Yeah, we never got to see
All right,
Weavile
well,
on
thank you
stream.
both so much. Do you have any shout outs you want to give to anybody who might be watching at home?
I want to shout out for my husband, Frank, and also for my friend Lauren. You're
Up
right
the Frank,
here,
up
so
the
those are my
Lauren.
shout-outs.
Hopefully they're not
Thank
up
you.
each other. Stop it.
My friends and family.
You can't call into question people's
All right, well,
relationships
thank you both
like
so much
that.
for your time. I really appreciate talking with you. Have fun at the North American
Swampert, let's do
International
this.
Championships, and we'll be back with more action soon.
Snorlax Toxapex top 32. Hisui and Samurott top 32. Bruh.
Let's see which one of you it is.
Samurot's
All right,
a wild
let's
pull.
describe this Pokemon in one word. Puka?
Fast.
Hey, fast. Cool.
Uh-oh. Words are hard. Stylish.
Stylish.
Hot.
Hot.
These are really, really different words.
We've
Do
had
it, lad.
Cool
Get him.
And hot. Interesting. Cool, hot, stylish.
You're a menace. What have I done? Guy running Orthworm who was 7-2 going into the day. A guy running Orthworm I'll always have respect for. Mad respect for Orthworm usage.
Sleek. Sleek.
Come on.
Fast.
Also so fast. Okay, let's guess who that did.
That's it. I need some of this. Thank you, Heatran. Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
Oh God.
All right,
Oh God.
for you the ditto. Yeah, you gave me nothing. Y'all gave me nothing.
Nobody remembers the Heatran fight. Everybody remembers the Heatran fight because we all went, what? That didn't need a mega, but I'm glad it's got one.
The Ponyta. Oh, so close.
Hey, regulation MB. We're gonna have mega Heatran.
All right, thanks for playing. Good job, everybody.
Night Slash, bruh. Let's go, boy. Oh God. Oh my, that's my face. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Bro. Brotran, stop this. Uh-oh. Yeah, give me all these bitties and bobbies, please. Oh, fuck, fuck, fuck. Bro, be nice. Thank you. That's it, keep going. Oh, he mad. He hecking mad, bro. Just upset him. Just upset him more. Just alternate. Crash, it took me a sec. Hopefully. Oh, I see. I see. Uh-oh. Ooh. 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 Just run, Liam. Swampert, no. Bro's burned, bro. Fuck. Well, that just made me slightly perturbed. That's fine. Let me back in, bro. I did die. That's a good spot, Breen, I'll be honest. Well, I'll say it again. Well, let's do some resetty spaghetti. Thank you very much. And then we'll see if he's... I'm pretty sure the same mega respawns, doesn't it? To be clear, I meant it cheekily like Dark Souls, not like Captain Obvious. You died. As opposed to, you died. Where did you put my Heatran? Yeah, it's still Heatran.
Welcome back, Pokemon
save your game,
trainers. Over 1,000
just in case of diabolical. I mean, it saved when I died. But...
the North American International Championship yesterday.
Bing bong.
And here we are, the first ever Pokemon Champions International Championship, and only 4 trainers.
It's not quite time.
I'm Joe Brown, joined by Gabby Snyder for our first top 4 matchup, and this is going to be incredible.
It's going to be a champion time to steal something from a previous generation. We got it out of the way. Now we can move forward into our first semifinals matchup. Oh, Joe, I'm so excited.
Yeah, so let's
I need
take
a quick tinkle before we get to the next round, because you know,
the
tiny
caliber
blood
of play here in top 4. Shoma Honami. There are not many trainers more significant to the history of competitive VGC than Shoma.
He will be facing Francesco Piopero, who is one of our incredible Italian players who have just been on a tear throughout this season, really defining the VGC metagame throughout Scarlet and Violet, and now setting the pace for Pokemon Champions.
And on the bottom of top 4, an incredible dream you can only imagine. Eric Rios, if he wins a 2nd international championship, Eric will put himself in a conversation as one of the greatest VGC trainers of all time.
And what else can be said about Wolf Glick? I mean, who else remembers that iconic line? It wasn't enough. Here he is on the cusp of making it to a 2nd international championship finals. He has such a unique team. He has the skill, but will he make it there?
We can do it, baby.
Time will only tell.
And time will only tell if he actually brings Mamoswine in top 4. I guess we'll have to find out after this first top 4 matchup.
Tomorrow? Yeah, tomorrow will be
Shoma
the junior.
Francesco.
Yeah, tomorrow will be the Unite
as
final.
Very important player, winning
then it will be the Go final. Well, sorry, the Go
for VGC. Also
losers bracket final, and then the Go final,
which
which will end up getting reset because it always gets reset in the bracket.
at the Japan Championship.
Then it will be TCG Juniors, TCG Seniors, TCG Masters,
like
VGC Juniors,
right?
VGC
like but you have to understand that
Seniors,
was
VGC Masters,
a couple of online tournaments even
Hello,
make it
Purple
to
Dragon. How are you doing?
Stage, at which point you had to do well in a best-of-1 closed
Wolf knocked out Father Marcus. He
to
did.
Make it to day 2 of
But
the
we do want him
competition
to beat
then
Eric
do well
as
enough to
revenge
lock in your
for
world invite.
Darway.
And if that wasn't enough, here he is in top 4 of this competition, competing for his opportunity to compete in the finals tomorrow. So,
all right, Bridget, welcome back.
Strong player competing here this weekend.
Yeah, and then Francesco Piopero, like we were talking about, we've seen him multiple times. We've actually had the pleasure of casting both of his games on stream today. One of the top Italian trainers.
Zardwai top 4.
Got very fortunate facing off against
Big
that
old
Lycanroc Italian variant a couple of times, and obviously he's very familiar with some of his comrades, his teammates that have also helped.
Don't forget, gang, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday next week, Code Ace will be
Shoma, a player of Shoma's caliber.
40% off on G Fuel.
I mention about
That's
Francesco is that last year got top 8 at the North America
Pogo's
International
certainly a thing.
Championships.
I don't think I'd mind Pokemon Go
Top 4 at the European
like having to sit through it so much if they didn't have the game audio on, because the game audio is the most obnoxious shit I've ever heard.
This could be his
But go.
opportunity to finally take the crown.
Yeah, Zardwai is guaranteed to win.
On the map of the absolutely
Crazy stairs.
group of Italian VGC trainers that have won international championships. He could be the very next one. And I have a little fun fact. You love statistics, Gabby.
Ooh, I love statistics.
100% of the remaining trainers have a Charizard on their team.
And I believe
There
those are all also Charizard Y.
Yes.
So that is going to be an interesting number to crunch later on today. But for now,
We can stop Shoma, then Float will be stopped from winning again at least. Yeah.
First top 4 match of the evening here.
This is going to be incredible.
Big
Shoma
statistics,
Konami
man.
versus
Wow.
Francesco Piopero. Shoma, the 2015 Pokemon World
Wolf will win,
champion. They're
but what if he
getting set
doesn't?
up. They obviously have some similar strategies, and they've had the fortune of seeing each other.
I do like
playing
that
on
because
stream.
like Wolf
You
has some
can't
like
figure out
hardcore
your
super
opponent's
fans
play style.
who are like, oh my god, he'll win everything, and you're there like, you know he's lost at events, right? Like,
but also throughout the Japanese
you
circuit.
watched his
What's really
videos where he
exciting
talks
as well
about
has been seeing him
losing
compete
at
throughout
tournaments,
the
right? And they're like, no,
international
he'll win.
circuit throughout this
He's guaranteed to
year.
win. He's
So
Wolf, and you're
while
like,
we can only show these incredible accomplishments
he
here,
loses,
it's
you know.
been
He played
really
Player
exciting
Obscure.
to
Yeah,
see
I've got a
him
playlist on my channel of me
consistently
playing it.
throughout this season, only to end up here on the stage.
Cracking
And
game.
consistent is a great word we can use for Francesco.
Incineroar's winning Worlds
today,
too.
Gabby, he, in his 2 prior stream
Wait,
matches,
Incineroar
has
winning?
been incredibly consistent,
Inciner winning?
controlling
Every team's
the
got an
pace of
Incin.
play,
Has every team got a
forcing his
Sneasler?
opponent into difficult decisions that
Oh shit,
feel
Lycanroc's out. I
suboptimal.
just realized.
It's gonna be tough
No more
to do
Lycanroc.
that against a world champion.
Exactly. So
Yeah,
if you
Shoma
are
hasn't got an
just
Incin.
tuning in, Shoma Honami
Damn.
is running Charizard with that Charizard Y Megastone, Floette Eternal
Show me a
Flower
regression
Form with
analysis,
its
Lapa.
Megastone,
Wow.
Basculegion, Garchomp, King Gambit.
For his last few
and
games, but I have a good feeling about him
Whimsicott,
winning
which is
this.
going
Oh
to be
yeah,
such a key
fair.
piece here, as that Whimsicott is the Pokemon with Tailwind, is the Pokemon that is going to be
Shoma
setting
might be the best
pace
player out of the
battle
4. These
for
Japanese players
Shoma.
aren't to be messed with.
And
Mate,
this
Japan
is
are
the
fucking
Whimsicott version, as we talked
cracked.
about all weekend. The more common variant of the Charizard
There's a reason
Y
some of the
Mega
best teams of all
because you
time have
priority
been pulled
tailwind
from
with
Western
your
players
Prankster
going, oh,
ability.
Japan's doing
You don't
something
have to worry,
pretty
as long
crazy.
as you're not phased out, right? As long as there's something not preventing you from actually attacking.
Ooh, what was that
your
big
turn,
noise
you will
for?
guaranteed
Did
get
someone's
that tailwind up.
balls fall out of their
And
trousers?
watch some of Shoma's games from earlier on in the tournament, which you can find the VODs over on the Pokemon YouTube channel. You'll see that he also likes to use Encore to lock his opponents
Let's
into
go.
moves. He likes to use Moonblast when the Floette has Mega Evolved to take advantage of that Fairy Aura ability.
Spoiler alert, the
You know,
winner
he's
will
really
win.
been a
Danny, I don't know,
Whimsicott
man.
aficionado
No surprise the
throughout
second
this
coming of
tournament,
Chalk format has been
showcasing that it's
dominated
not
by the
just a
2015
support
World
Pokemon,
Champion.
but
Yeah.
it can do a lot of offense as well.
And that King Gambit holding the Aqua Berry, not the most common held item for King Gambit. You'll likely see more Chople Berries and black glasses. But when your opponent, like Francesco, has a Charizard, it might be very beneficial to have Aqua Berry King Gambit.
Well, talking about unique items, let's go ahead and look at Francesco's
Kind of crazy,
own
isn't it? The
team
finals
and
of
Francesco's
NAIC
own
2026
King Gambit,
feature,
which is
sorry, the
actually
semi-finals of
going to be
NAIC
very
2026
as well.
feature
Players gonna go ahead,
the
both
2015
fist
and 2016
exchange,
world
team sheet,
champions.
and
Like,
go
not
and
just
get
2 world
started.
champions, but 2 consecutive world
Has a little
champions.
bit of a different approach
That's kinda
to
weird.
this Charizard
Love that.
Mega Y
Yeah, I think Shoma
team.
versus Wolf
Yes, you
is
still
the
have
most
tailwind support with the
compelling
Mega
final.
Aerodactyl, But you also
with Shoma
have
winning.
Sylveon there providing some good support with Yon to provide that switch pressure that the Whimsicott and Encore bring for
Don't
Shoma.
pick your nose on stream, Francesco. I know it was just a little itch, but people will accuse you of picking. All these 4 people probably didn't need the Worlds Invite, which is very funny. Not funny for the people needing Worlds Invites. I mean, yeah.
As your strong fairy special attacker instead of Mega Floette. They're using
they also
pieces, but
might not need the 7 grand for or whatever it is for making top 4, but they're getting.
Compare these teams side by side. Is that
you don't know that. You don't know what people need, Liam. That's true. I know what I need to make Ren.
They both have that jolly sat
Maybe I should get good at
alignment,
what
so
I
it's
do.
possible they are trained
It seems to
the
work for these
maximum
guys.
amount of speed possible. But Francesco has the citrus
Can't believe his
berry
support
and
for the speed.
protect
That
on his
tournament's
Garchomp,
unwatchable. Winner will
whereas
win.
Shoma is running the Roselli berry and
Like how
no
celebs get all the
protect
free
on his
sponsor
Garchomp,
gifts.
instead opting for
Yeah.
poison jab for more type coverage.
Well,
which
it's
is
like when
something
you
that
get a
typically
fucking streamer
see
like
on the
XQC or
ladder in
something
Pokemon
who's like
Champions, but
literally
not
got
really
$1 million
in these
brand
in-person
deals.
tournaments.
And then people are like, hey, XQC, here's my $5. Keep up the good work, dude. And you're like, oh.
Poison jab. So let's get
The everyman handing $5 to XQC.
International Championship.
Maybe Wolf needed the auto qualify, but the other 3 must have had it on lock. Oh yeah, to be fair, I don't think Wolf has qualified. I don't know how many points he's got.
Whimsicott and Garchomp is a very common lead for these teams that bring Whimsicott because it gives you a variety of ways to respond to these Charizard teams. Normally, Garchomp
Play Pokemon
would be
leaderboards
threatened
overall.
by a Pokemon like Sylveon, but like you said, Joe, thanks to that Roselli berry, there is a little bit of survivability for this Garchomp.
VGC
It
Master
can
Division?
take a Hyper Voice from this Pokemon and have the opportunity to return an attack if it decides to stay on the field. Whimsicott also not too threatened by this position. Thanks to the Prankster ability, it will have priority, and it should be able to attack at least once thanks to the Focus Sash.
And that's going to allow, if he wants to go for
Let's
Tailwind,
hear
allow
it
the
for
Garchomp to be
Wolfglick.
super, super speedy. But no Tailwind just yet. Just a Moonblast into the Sylveon. Does not do too much damage. There's no Fairy Feather boosting Whimsicott's damage on the turn.
We show 100 per page, please.
Sylveon down to close to half HP. King Gambit just swapped in. So
Oh, Wolf is 54. No, he's more than qualified. In the current rankings, he's got 1,150. He's in the top 54 in the world.
That Charizard was just too tempting of
But
a
what about
target
North
for
America?
Shoma. Charizard with the sun on the field, we know just how much damage it can do with those fire type attacks. Being able to land an early
Oh yeah,
rock
Wolf's
slide on
10th
that
in America.
Pokemon
Yeah,
would
he
have
qualified
swung the
ages ago.
momentum so much in Shoma's favor, he just had to go for it. Unfortunately, Francesco made a great switch there as King Gambit resisting that rock
I think he
type
qualified
attack.
based on the. Oh yeah,
barely
he
took
did. Yeah.
any damage.
Shit,
That
good
was a
point.
great
Yeah, he
play
came.
for him. Now he has the
Yeah.
opportunity to respond. Like you said, the
He came
Roselli
second with
berry
the
is gone.
Steelix team, didn't
King
he?
Gambit also can
No,
threaten some
yeah.
fast damage if it decides to go for a sucker punch. The field is much more open to Francesco.
He said
this
bases
turn
on
compared to it
the
was
regional
last
with
turn.
the
There is
Steelix he
something
qualified.
key in this matchup with
There you go.
Sylveon not having Hyper Beam. It
Thank you,
has
Dragonair.
gone at some
That was
point.
very
Francesco
helpful.
Might want to force his opponent into a bad
I have
spot
no
and
championship
maybe
points this
fall
season.
asleep. But for now, it's just going to be
My
multiple
career best
priority
championship
attacks.
points total
Quick
is
attack
25.
From the Sylveon will take the rough skin damage so that sucker punch can follow up, and you don't care about Tailwind, you don't care about Garchomp being one of the strongest attackers in the
GG
game.
Garchomp,
What you
though,
cannot
that's
get out
rough.
before it attacks.
Usually these King Gambit that hold these damage reducing berries such as Chople, such as Akka, don't necessarily have the attack investment you'll see in some of the other King Gambit in the metagame. So that quick
That was
attack was
baller.
just additional insurance that Francesco would get the knockout there. So very
Yeah, Danny, I
well
think you're right. I
played.
think he qualified.
Shoma does have the
Well, I think
opportunity
he
to get a
got
Pokemon
pretty
in,
close
though,
fairly
on the
early.
first turn of
Second isn't
Tailwind,
into
so
qualification though. It could have been up in the air. I think it was. I think what Dragonair is saying is based on the points that he got
Yep, there is the Follette
at
and Mega Evolve
the regional with
its fairy
Steelix. That
aura
was
ability.
what he
There'd
needed
actually
to
be
get
3 Pokemon on
the
the
world's
field, Gabby, that would be boosting
qualification, I
their
think.
fairy damage.
But Sylveon has already
Have you played
taken over
Titanic
half of his
Adventure
health
Out of
in
Time?
damage.
I am hearing
And
about
regardless of
Titanic
the
Adventure
Tailwind
Out of
being
Time
on
for the
field,
first
Follette
time.
is just going to be
right now.
naturally faster than the Pokemon
Yeah, there
on
you go. I got you,
Francesco's
Dragonair. Don't you
side.
worry.
So
I got you.
Overall, this
My
Follette
career
is
best is no
pretty
points.
well
Yeah, but you're
positioned
fit, so
to
it's
start
fine.
going
Don't worry about
on
it.
the offense for Shoma.
King Gambit is relatively
I mean, I'm not
healthy,
knocking
though.
my
A
fellow
fairy
Pokemon
attack
fans,
while
but who
boosted
wants
by Fairy
CP
Aura is
anyway?
the
I don't want that
only
anywhere near me.
Shoma does not have Calm Mind like we've seen so many other players.
King Gambit doesn't have Protect, by the way, both Iron Head and Low Kick. Ooh, 4 moves Gambit, though.
Your own
I'm all about the 4 moves gambit.
And that's also Floette's signature move.
The only time 4 moves isn't acceptable is drop low kick for sword dance. That's why I don't win.
Mega Floette on the field, activating Fairy Aura. All fairy damage boosted by 30%.
Cheeky quickie.
Quick attack does even more into the Whimsicott.
Oh, cheeky sucker.
Has to follow up with
I love that you can just never abbreviate championship points. Yeah.
Is knocked out. Shoma no longer has that support from his Whimsicott. Dazzling Gleam into both of Francesco's Pokemon. But
my goal is right now top cut a local. Mate, my goal is to legitimately top cut a local. Because the only time I top cut a local was when I came 9th overall in Swiss. But the person that came 8th was a senior, therefore couldn't qualify for Masters Top Cut, so I got bumped in. Hell yeah.
Likewise, you couldn't
that was back in what, Reg H with Prankster Attract Illumise. Have I top got a local twice? Are you sure? I must have done. That's how I got 25 points. I don't remember how I did the other one.
The Mystic Water Basculegion. You have access to Protect where a Choice Scarf version would not, and now you have those last.
Wait, I have points this season? How?
Is pretty strong.
It's going to be pretty strong, but Shoma
do
will
I?
have to
I'm on the fucking ladder. I'm on the board.
Remove the King Gambit.
Please stop. Am I on the board?
Before you can feel
Wait,
a little bit
what?
comfortable going for that big
When did
attack.
I get
mean,
those?
The reason why King Gambit has been so popular throughout Pokemon Champions and the MA format is
for real, when did I get those
it's
points?
a great counter to Pokemon like Basculegion thanks to priority.
I got a challenge in Birmingham. When was this?
You have to Aqua Jet Sylveon because Quick Attack Sylveon.
I was there. When was this?
Crazy to see here in top 4, but that's what Shoma needs to do to try to
Right,
win this
big
game.
old dazzle.
And now with Dazzling
Gambit
Gleam
gone.
into the single target on King Gambit, you pick up 2.
Amma, I'm not being a dick, Amma. When was this? Bronzong? That wasn't this year, was it?
You can go for Wave Crash. You can go for Last Respect on the last turn of Tailwind.
But Francesco didn't take the bait. That Sucker Punch didn't target the Basculegion, so he still was able to get damage out of that turn while the King Gambit was making its way off the field. So even though both of these trainers are down to their final
Trying to find
2
myself in
Pokemon,
the ranking.
I think they got the maximum value out of their first 2 Pokemon in this
Oh my
game.
god, I have 8 points! I'm 2,200 in Europe! Yay! Let's go! When the fuck did that happen? This season, I had to leave early because my cousin was getting baptized. Do you not remember this? That sounds familiar. Oh my god.
It is, and that's going to be the key thing to
Yeah, because I was sad because you left, and I was like,
Double
oh.
Protect here is a pretty safe
That's exact
play for Francesco,
reenactment.
and we see one, and I'm assuming we're going to see the next one.
Hey, go me. I got 8 points this season. Let's fucking go. Wait, that means I've got 33 points all time. Shibby.
And that's just great.
I'm more goated than I realized.
Timers in play for these
Oh,
Pokemon
last respect into the
battles
Protect is
by
sad.
Francesco. If you go ahead and Mega Evolve
Tailwind
and then
gone.
immediately use Protect, that's a turn of Sunlight that's just gone. By using Protect and then just waiting that turn, you're not necessarily wasting anything. So you can go for the Mega Evolution now.
I mean, last
and
respects
get
will
the
take
full
something.
Value of your Sunlight turns strictly for damage.
A lot of Charizard players like having the sun up against
Another interesting thing, the Garchomp has Rock Tomb instead of Rock Slide. Yes, I noticed that in the I noticed it in the game against Darway. I was like, oh, Rock Tomb.
Not even helping defensively here.
Exactly, and the other big
How do I know your
question
point
on
to
my
better than
mind,
you?
too, is just how critical is the amount of damage that Floette has taken throughout this match when it comes to facing off.
How many
against
points
the
away from Worlds
Charizard
qualification?
and the Garchomp on Francesco's side of the field.
I think
Francesco
the
also still
minimum
has some
you
speed
need is
control
like
available to him
a
via
lot.
Rock Tomb on that Garchomp, so that could also be another way through this battle for him.
See how this turn will play out. Absolutely crucial as we get towards the end of game 1. Basculegion protecting
Oh
itself.
yeah, no, you have to be in the top
Solar Beam
80, don't you? There's no number now. You just have to be in the top 80, so like a couple of thousand. I had that for a while. I dropped it on an online tour. My opponent switched in a King Gambit on it. Yeah, see, that's why I wouldn't run it, because King Gambit's way too common.
The Solar Beam, unfortunately, if it targets that Basculegion, it's not going to
Yeah, so I'm with you on that one. Plus, Rock Slide Flinch is just, I think it's just way more beneficial.
2 versus 1. Charizard might be the main character of Regulation MA, but it's going to be real difficult to take down. pretty much 2 fully healthy Pokemon.
But this does give Francesco time to go back to the drawing board.
I can't see Charizard making its way through this, but stranger things have happened.
As there's still a couple of potential
it's anti-wide guard, but
to get that extra time to think.
There's an Aqua Jet in the sun. It does some solid damage to the Charizard.
At that point, just run
here,
Lycanroc,
but the Moonblast on the follow-up is resisted, but when it comes from Mega
still
Flow,
decent damage.
Doesn't mean much. 2 hits bring
Cheeky
Charizard
Lash
down
respects.
under 50%. Here's the Solar Beam.
Just use
though,
fucking
super
Solar
effective.
Beam.
Because
Okay,
the sun is up,
thanks.
does not take 2 turns to charge. Will be automatically targeting down that Basculegion. Is it enough for full HP? Yes, it is. Sometimes we saw yesterday. We saw Basculegion live on 1 HP.
Bro.
Was not able to.
And that, again, great information moving forward for all of these trainers. And what I'm wondering right now is whether or not...
Why not Lash Respects? I guess because... Yeah, because it doesn't outspeed. And I don't think... Is Shoma running Bulky Bask? No.
There's still 3 turns of Harsh Sunlight, so it's not like Shoma can try to hang around and wait for the sun to go down. Consistently, though, Shoma has outsped, and that's because on the open team sheets, Mega Floette is timid.
And it's also good tech to know just how much you can get away with in the sun with the...
Yeah, and Francesco is going to be trying to utilize
Light of Ruin should win
Weather
this
Ball,
if
which
it
is
lands.
guaranteed to connect thanks to the accuracy and will be stronger thanks to the fact that the Harsh Sunlight is still active on the field.
1 Pokemon apiece here in Game 1. The 2 most important Pokemon in the metagame here.
No,
with the Light of Ruin, it missed. It doesn't do any
Shoma.
damage to Charizard. And now a sun-boosted Weather Ball takes out Floette. Francesco Piopero and his Charizard.
Damn.
And might, with 1 more win, move on to the finals.
That is
Shoma needed
rough.
the extra bit of damage Light of Ruin provided to guarantee the KO against that Charizard, but unfortunately the downside to Light of Ruin is that it is not the most accurate attack, giving Charizard the opportunity to fire back and get the win for Francesco. What an incredibly close game there. I mean, it started out so much in Shoma's favor. It felt like he had that momentum and that Floette exactly where it needed to be.
Quite simply, Shoma's Floette was a monster that game.
That was mad.
I believe all 3 of the knockouts.
Light of Ruin should not miss. I'm sorry, like Hyper Beam. Why does a move with massive drawback also miss? Yeah. Francesco getting good karma for bringing Thunderous Tinglu at UIC.
The first Moonblast did not. It did maybe close to 50% on the Charizard.
It did, yeah.
Resist, so Shoma knew he had to risk Light of Ruin, and that's what
If Light of Ruin didn't miss, people would run it a lot more often. Yeah, true.
Going into game number 2, though, I mean, it's such a tough question to ask yourself, right? You feel like you have the right game plan, except
Why does
for
Zard
the
get 225 base power Weather Ball? I feel like any Pokemon that has an ability that changes the weather kind of deserves Weather Ball. As OP as it is.
That you can make that give you a better line into your opponent.
I'm starting to wonder.
We draw the line at Light of Ruin.
Tailwind from Whimsicott is considering Francesco was able to just ignore 2 turns of Tailwind by clicking Quick Attack and Sucker Punch consecutively on 2 straight turns, Gabby. So maybe that could be an adjustment. Wait for Whimsicott a little bit later in the match to ensure that your Floette outspeeds and it doesn't have to worry about
Come on, Shoma. Turn it around, Shoma. You can do it.
Shoma
me the money. Come on.
And I also have to wonder as well.
We want a Game Freak to take away Weather Ball from Charizard.
Field at that point in time. That
it's
also
not a
means
bad
you can
shout.
put a Pokemon that has
It already
a bit
gets
more
Solar Beam, I
damage
suppose.
pressure in its spot too. Like we saw how much Moonblast does with Fairy Aura.
But I like the
in
utility
other
of Weather
battles
Ball.
in this matchup, but here it just didn't seem to find the alignment it was looking for.
Shoma Honami, not a
Weaker Flamethrower, miss Overheat. Yeah,
did
valid.
Game 1 of his top 8 match as well and was able to pull off that comeback. So now's the time for the world champ to show what he's made of.
Ooh, wait, world champ difference, baby.
With a Garchomp staring down a Sylveon once again, but this time it's going to be the Basculegion and the Aerodactyl out on the field for Shoma and Francesco.
Versus Wolf
and
finals.
We saw just how much damage Garchomp took from the Sylveon.
Give
in
Shoma a
game
chance.
number
Let's
1.
not write him off when he's only lost 1 game.
Afraid of this board position, and Basculegion is certainly happy to stare down and
bum,
threaten the Aerodactyl
right,
on
how
the opposing
about
side of the field.
Especially while there's no threat of Wave Crash actually being or having its damage mitigated, since Charizard's not on the field to set up the drought. It needs to take a turn actually Mega Evolving. So you know if you click Wave Crash into either of Francesco's Pokemon, it's going to do a lot of
switching
damage.
to the Whimsy.
Exactly.
Nice.
And Shoma also making a defensive switch here, not even ready to lose
so
the
stagger the tailwind, nice.
There is the Whimsicott we were talking about, not leading it, but bringing it in the back
Hyper
for a
voice.
situation like this. Tailwind doubling Francesco's speed on his field for the next 4 turns. Hyper Voice does some solid damage into both, but Wave Crash picks
big
up the 1-hit KO.
And by sending in the Whimsicott,
although the recoil is going to be fucking rude.
Now also staggered your tailwinds so that when tailwind does expire, you have 1 extra turn that guarantees you will be faster, and Francesco just lost the ability to reset it.
Garchomp swapping in for Francesco now. Down the Aerodactyl.
Very bulky Basque,
Not necessarily the end of the world because these Charizard teams are very
And would you just
capable
stagger the
of bringing
tailwind
both
from
of their
here,
Mega
or would
Evolutions into the
you
same battle?
protect,
and arguably in this
if that's an
matchup, you
option,
don't
on the
necessarily
Whimsicott,
want
and
to
then
Mega
tailwind
evolve
next
the
turn, but then
Aerodactyl
Basque
unless you're
kind of...
positive that your
Well, Basque
opponent's
won't
gonna be bringing
outspeed,
that
it'll outspeed
Charizard. So
Sylveon, but it won't
Francesco,
outspeed
that probably
Garchomp
wasn't
even with the
really part of
tailwind
his
match,
game
so
plan.
like...
Now that you have the Garchomp out onto the field, the Basculation is most likely
is you
the
don't wanna
target that
risk
Francesco
switching
is
in
going to be aiming
Charizard.
for. The big question is, though, how can you
Who did he
find an
drop for
attack
Aero?
to land against it if you expect the tailwind, but Whimsicott here making another tricky play.
Choma playing it safe.
double protect. There you go. So that's a really good way.
The field with that breakthrough ability and a focus sash intact, you're
Whittling down that tailwind.
But no, you brought up a great point, Gabby, about staggering tailwinds. Now Francesco
Yeah, the
has
tailwind
wasted
stagger
2
here is
turns of
insane
tailwind,
now.
So you'll have 2 turns of that stagger if Whimsicott clicks it now.
Just safe plays from
Oh, boy.
Doma. Switching in the Whimsicott, taking some damage, using Protect on both of your Pokemon, stalling out yet another turn of Tailwind, slowly ticking that timer down. He is in a position now where he will be forced to either switch or
I do think
attack,
potentially...
but knowing that you have 2 turns of Tailwind now in your favor at the end of Francesco's Tailwind,
Yeah, like
that's
potentially
a huge
both
advantage on his
Choma's
side.
Pokemon go
And
down
if
now,
the
but
Whimsicott hypothetically gets knocked out this turn, that
the
just
2
means that
Pokemon in the
more
back are going to have a
powerful
really
Pokemon
good
can come in and
time.
take advantage of those.
Whimsicott finally clicks Tailwind, doubling Shoma's speed for the
Aqua Jet
next
just to get
2
the damage
turns.
off, yeah.
Basculation goes for Aqua Jet
Rock
into
Tomb.
the Sylveon, though.
Oh,
And
it lives though, but the
okay
Hyper
amount of
Voice will
damage,
take it
but
out.
the Rock Tomb from Francesco brings
Yeah.
Basculation very low, low enough for Sylveon to pick up a double KO. This does.
But
if you
now,
think it might
like,
be bad,
Protect
Shoma's
on the
down.
next
Only
turn.
2 Pokemon remaining. Now it's Shoma gets 2 full HP Pokemon in
Man,
with 3 turns
this
of
is
Tailwind.
this is fine
One
for
of those
Shoma.
Pokemon is going to be that Garchomp from earlier, and you can only assume the other one's going to be his Mega Pokemon of choice. And it's that Floette once again making an appearance.
So Sylveon has taken some damage.
3 turns of Tailwind on one
Garchomp is
side,
full
1
HP,
turn of Tailwind
but
on the
it's
other, I
staring
believe.
down the strongest fairy attacking Pokemon in the meta right now in Mega Floette.
See, that's the confusing thing about the bar at the top. Like it says Tailwind, 3 turns out of 4, and you're like,
A poison jab is
on
enough
this
to
side,
threaten it
yes.
off the field. Now, this is something that Shoma would be more aware
but this is supposed to be
of than we would
spectating
be.
both
I would
teams, so
assume
like,
that
it
if
should also show the other
that's
teams.
something on his mind, we'll see him go for it this turn. I'm more curious.
It doesn't
to see if
specify who's
Francesco's
Tailwind,
thinking
yeah.
About repositioning his Pokemon now, because the thing about Shoma's position is, yes, he has these 2
Mega
great
Floette just
attackers
spams
on the
Dazzling
field,
Gleam, surely.
but
Like, what
also
can he do?
has
Yeah.
lost any ability to pivot, and he has lost any ability really to
Like, he could
adjust at
get
this
1
point.
Rock
His
Tomb
back
off.
is against the wall. He has to attack if he wants to find his way into the finals.
And Shoma needs to find out who that 4th Pokemon in the back is for Francesco, who has not been revealed yet.
But then,
is the
surely this
final
turn is
turn
just
of
Protect,
Tailwind
right?
for
Or
Francesco, his Aerodactyl was knocked out. There's no
Nope.
way for him to boost his speed.
Oh,
anymore outside
Garchomp
of
lives, though.
lowering Shoma's speed with the rock attacks there. Garchomp does hang on. It's so bulky and can respond with the
Rock Tomb,
just
slows down the
I
Floette.
said, lowering Floette speed by 1 stage. Now you have
Poison
Garchomp
Jab
with
takes out the
Poison Jab on
Sylveon.
Shoma's
Good.
super effective. Sylveon's down.
So with the speed lowered on Floette, that could start adding up over time once Tailwind has expired, or honestly, once there's enough speed drops to just mitigate that Tailwind
Bascu in the back.
Does Garchomp
I guess
have
the
enough time on the
Bascu,
field to
if you
even
will.
get there?
Francesco didn't even bring
So-
Charizard in this game, was willing to not Mega Evolve Aerodactyl for the illusion that Charizard was in the back, but it's
Like,
Basculation
Floette just
with a
dazzles
Focus
again.
Sash in the back.
So Basculation is going to have to take
Chomp and
2
Dragon
hits
Claw.
to pick up the KO on it, thanks to that focus sash, thanks to the fact that it is at full health and it will be able to withstand one big hit at first. That all being said, though,
Claw Gleam wins, yeah, surely.
Has a lot going for him this turn. Francesco's two Pokemon can go for a Protect to stall out of turn of Tailwind, like we saw Shoma do earlier on.
I don't know if the Dazzling Gleam plus Dragon Claw kills. Oh, damn, you think?
Has a ton of board pressure with a ton of damage threatening.
Yeah, like it's sash fast, so like...
will protect on Francesco's side. There are 2 turns of Tailwind remaining. At the end of this, it's just the one. Because
honestly, with the double protect block people have been having today,
once the Tailwind ends,
Francesco might as well go double protect.
Pokemon. We've seen a lot of double protects over the weekend, Gabby, and Francesco might need one more.
Shoma, though, using the targeting that turn to try and break the focus sash on Basculesian and then follow it up with a Dazzling Gleam, most likely fishing for the double KO onto the Garchomp and the Basculesian. Now, whether or not he goes for that a second time is a bit of a mind game here, because typically when players go for double protect,
it doesn't work.
That one didn't work.
Only a 30%
but he got it.
Oh!
That's a huge double protect. 30% chance to play.
Fun fact about double protect.
The Dragon Claw goes into Basculesian. There's no damage.
No, Shoma!
Shoma doubles the Basculesian because of the
Oh, it's okay.
sash.
It's okay, because no one attacked, remember, Liam. But now there's no Tailwind.
He changed from the Dazzling Gleam to the Moonblast just to ensure there was that little bit of extra damage in case it was needed to pick up that KO, but unfortunately was punished for it because that 1 in 3 chance of protect.
That was pain.
Succeeding twice in a row on a singular Pokemon. Francesco was able to scout out what Shoma was targeting and take advantage of it with that move. Now with the
why change from the Dazzle?
On the Floette, he will have an opportunity to try and get some damage down. But these Garchomps, we haven't seen how the speeds interact without Tailwind. This could be a potential speed tie as both of them are
This could be a
jolly.
nightmare.
New Orleans is known as the spookiest city in the country, Gabby. But there's nothing spookier than all these double protects that have been coming out throughout the weekend.
Slow down the Garchomp and they get Lash Respects off. We know the Floette's -1 speed. Oh, shit. And it outsped the Floette, more importantly. So there's no way for Shoma to win. Yeah. Oh, man. Changing to Moonblast was a bad play. Shoma, my Shayla.
Speechless on his side of the screen. He wasn't expecting to be here. He wasn't expecting to lock in this win, but he is so close to making it onto the finals here in New Orleans.
Francesco Piopero looking to pay.
Yeah, just Lash Respects does it, right?
Shoma Honami, one of the greatest trainers in VGC history.
Yeah, that's it.
His respect with the last respect into Mega
Man, well done. Well done.
From top 8 last year to top
That was
4 at the
gnarly.
European International Championship.
Seriously, there's going to be any match that's turned by 10% and 30% chance? I know, right? What was I doing here? I was going towards your dad in the bath? No. That's the one.
Francesco's beside himself right now. He is popping off. He can't even believe what just happened.
That's crazy, man.
Titans in VGC for your chance at your first international
Okay, Wolf has to win, bro.
What an incredible run from Shoma Honami throughout this tournament.
You know what? Let's root for Wolf. We should have done that all along.
It was just a little bit of luck that gave Francesco his way back into the game that opened
Where am
the
I
door
going?
for
I'm
that
going
lost
to the
respect
marker
to
that I've
connect,
marked
to get
that I
knockout,
have already forgot
to
there.
find his way back in. But I mean, think about the
That was
innovations here.
crazy.
The
Me
blockchain,
heart
the
kind of
Garchomp,
take
that
it, lads.
secondary mode of speed control. It was the fact that he had that available to him that allowed him to capitalize on that double protect to make this out even possible.
That'll do, Liam. That'll do. That's the one. That's crazy. We've got one more match, though.
But having Rock Tomb instead of Rock Slide, where you
Is it Wolf? Is it Francesco? They got to give Francesco time to have, like, you know, a little poo. That's what I'd need if I was about to face Wolf.
Francesco understood. It's not the flinches that'll get me the victory. It's lowering Floette speed. Floette and Charizard.
Oh no, he's not facing Wolf. He doesn't need a poo. He's done for the day. Sorry, Eric needs a little poo. Why am I dumb? Why am I dumb? How much time you got, Lynn? Oh.
And what an incredible finals it will be.
Okay, right, let's actually not get hit by all of Heatran's shit this time, yeah? Uh-oh.
Give him a run for the title. It does not get easier. Yeah, you'd be one world champion, but you
Rude.
could be facing another.
Stop being
or
rude.
You could be facing one of the strongest players that Spain has to offer. I mean,
Rude.
talk about what an incredible event we're going to be setting up for tomorrow.
That's it.
I'm so excited to see how Francesco does tomorrow because we've had the pleasure of casting all 3 of his stream matches today, and he's been playing phenomenally.
Yeah, get some shit out of him.
To hear from Francesco, let's head over to stage to see what he has to
That's
say.
it.
Thank you so much, Gabby and Joe.
Oh, Christ.
I am here
Rude.
with our first
Rude much?
NAIC 2026, Francesco Piopero.
Can I get some mega charge, please? Oh, God.
Francesco, the last time we talked, you were so locked in on your
Oh, boy. Oh, boy.
You were so stoic.
That's it. That's the good
But now
stuff.
that you
Oh,
won your
God.
top 4,
Oh,
you're
God.
going to
Oh, God.
finals. How you feeling?
I don't know.
Where are the bits? I need the bits.
It just hasn't sunk in yet, has it?
Yeah, I mean, the game was...
Francesco, go to bed.
I don't know. The game just smiled to me today, so...
Uh-oh.
I'm thankful.
Uh-oh. Well, remember, just run. Don't dodge roll. Just run.
Missed that light of ruin, but in game 2, we could see it. The emotion
That's it. And then heal. Heal. Uh-oh.
At the very end.
Heal.
You were going to get
Mini-me.
that final last respects. When was it in that second
Could
game?
be lurking. Oh, no worries, mate. Appreciate you popping in. Again, congrats on doing so well.
He went for Moonblast on the Basque Legion, which I wasn't expecting because...
Here we go. Lovely.
Feared
Oh, shit, bruv. Oh, shit, bruv.
Lovely,
lovely, lovely. Oh, Christ.
So he went for the double onto the Basque Legion.
Kill the
and I went
Heatran
for
big.
double,
Kill the
double
Heatran
protect
big.
both of my
Yes,
Pokemon.
please.
And I needed,
That's the
I
stuff.
needed that in case
Yeah,
he went for
slag.
Dazzling Gleam, but
Yeah, that's it.
since he went
Kill,
for
kill,
the
kill.
Moonblast, Basque Legion was the only one who needed the protect. And
He's mad, look. Look at this guy. Why is he so mad?
This is unreal.
You don't even
Why
play
did it
sports, this
happen to me?
Heatran.
I was like, I'm in finals. And it was incredible, honestly. Like,
Uh-oh.
in both games, I think...
No, no, no. Stay away from that.
In game 1, when I...
You're very rude, Mr. Heatran.
The light of ruin was because our Poet and
No.
got some speed tie. So I had
Do
to
not
either
die.
decide if I was to double up the
God.
Poet with a Rock Tomb
Oh,
plus
God.
Heatwave or
Could stop doing this little spin
or if I
attack,
had
please.
to Rock Tomb and Solar being the Basque Legion. And
Come
he
on.
won the speed tie, so it didn't matter on my end. But in case
Uh-oh.
I had to go for the
Uh-oh.
weather on the Poet. So that was a 50-50.
Uh-oh.
But in the 50-50, there was also
Say
the chance
50-50
that,
again, I dare you.
Light of Ruin can miss. And when testing for this
Oh, God.
tournament, I mean for Turin, I tested both teams. And at one point I got mad because Light
When
of
I
Ruin
was
kept
practicing
missing
for
on
Turin,
turn
I tested
one.
positive.
And so I
No,
switched
stop
back on
this.
team. I'm glad I did, and I'm glad Light of Ruin has 90% accuracy. I
Whoa,
guess.
whoa, whoa, whoa,
So,
whoa, whoa. You're doing
yeah.
bad things,
And
mad
game
thing.
two, I think the turn where Shoma did an amazing play, which was double protecting.
God,
with
this guy's
Whimsicott
mean.
and Basque Legion, and I think emotions got
That's
me
it,
there
what?
because I should have gone for a different play instead of the Rock
the good
Tomb
stuff.
plus Hyper Voice. I should have gone for Dawn
Cheeky
on the
Earthquake,
Whimsicott
cheeky
to
bulldoze.
lock myself
Cheeky
into a better
Earthquake,
position,
cheeky
better
bulldoze.
solve the Tailwind, see
Cheeky
what he was going
Earthquake,
for.
cheeky bulldoze.
Instead I gave him double free switch,
Uh-oh.
which was a mistake. And then
Bro's mad.
I think I messed up again after that. So, I mean, like, the game just said, don't worry about it.
got him,
I'll shoot this
dude.
time. So, yeah, it was like, I got here
We got him,
in Top Cut
dude.
International so many times that at one point, I
Scary.
think just by luck, by getting the second top board, first time I got out, the second time I just,
Good job, mate.
a little bit of luck helped for sure.
Oh, it didn't give us what
with
we
the mind
needed.
games.
God damn it.
And yeah, that's
Fucking
it. I'm in finals.
It's so nice to see that Arceus is smiling down upon you for this one, because I have seen you get a little unlucky in some of your stream
controversial
matches before,
religious
but Francesco,
iconography.
You've got two powerful opponents.
Iconography
on
is not
other
the word,
side of
but
the
it sounded
bracket.
right.
Who do you think you're going to be facing? Is it going to be Wolf Blake or is it going to be Eric Rios?
I don't know. Both are amazing players.
Oh, that's a diplomatic answer,
Eric
sir.
knocked me out from NAIC last year, so a rematch would be nice. Yeah, I guess like a rematch with Eric would be like the rematch of last year. That would be cool. But facing Wolf Glick in an international finals, that would be nice too. Yeah.
You got your work cut out for you, Francesco.
Yeah, I
We
wouldn't
got
be
all
like,
night
oh,
to
that'd be
prepare.
nice. I'd be like,
Any
that
final
sounds
words to
like
the
the
people
seventh
supporting
circle
you?
of hell.
Thanks, everybody. Thank you. See you tomorrow.
All right, everybody, give it up one more
Arceus.
time
Arceus is
for your
nothing more
first
than a
final
house
for
reference.
Francesco Piopero.
Wow.
while we do that and get ready for our
You dare say that in
final
front of
top
so many
four match of the
Arcanites?
day. We're going to have Scott's thoughts.
I love when Scott shows off his thoughts.
Thank you,
Some of them
Rose.
got big titties.
Wow, I don't know what's going on in this tournament today. We've seen some really crazy matches. I feel like we've been doing this for a long time, right? I think it's what, like year 13 of the stream, and still I'm seeing things that I've never
I
seen
think they
before.
can say hell on stream. It is America, so maybe
you can
not.
maybe check
That's
things
a
off,
heck.
or at least compare to past years.
Yeah, maybe it's not as crazy as it seems, right?
Okay,
You know,
sparkling
it's just,
items,
but
destroy
it's a lot of
balls.
fun in the match, right? Two really good players. This is
Destroy
a
piles of
strange
sludge.
format, right? Where there's
I
a
didn't
really
have to
small
catch
margin of
anything,
victory.
wicked.
Again, teams are similar. Everyone's got similar tools. Everything does so much damage that
Scotty, I
think
do
it's
like
just a
big
little bit
titties.
more, there's more possibilities for things to be a little wonky than
Good lad.
normal, and that was one of the wonkiest.
Oh yeah, but it makes it fun as a viewer, so I'm really excited to hear your thoughts about how that match
Okay,
progressed, because
so
really
little
it
jog,
just felt
little
neck
jog.
and neck.
Yeah, I think to me the thing that's
Oh,
going
over there.
kind of about both games is
Nice.
the way that Tailwind was managed, right?
Oh, yeah.
Tailwind has been so important.
I think
for
sludge will
these
be
teams
between
throughout the
these
course of the weekend,
buildings,
and,
maybe.
I think there was some cool solutions to it.
Silly
in both
boy, there's no
games.
sludge here.
Maybe the outcome wasn't like the most
that's actually
mathematically
quite smart. There's some
probable outcome
sludge.
in either of the games, but
Get
I
it
think
wet, get it
some of the
wet.
transitions are
Oh,
interesting
yes.
things. So,
Oh, that's the wrong
I think,
button. That's
jumping
also
to
the wrong button.
First game here, yeah.
Maybe
so,
press the
we
correct
see
button.
At the beginning, relatively
class, mate.
normal
Well done.
Pokemon, right?
Proud of you. You got there
we're gonna have a
eventually.
normal game. They're gonna be super normal here, and it is at first kind of one of the things we see a lot of, right?
Lovely.
One side gets a bunch of chip damage, the other side sets up a tailwind,
Collect
and
everything.
you're just kind of making a trade where both sides have some advantage.
Yeah, no, this was honestly a pretty,
hello
what felt
again.
like a pretty
Hello,
normal
hello.
start to what I thought was going to be one of those games where, Whimsicott
Destroy floating
and Aerodactyl
pokies.
kind
Oh,
of
there's some
hang
pokies.
out,
Hello.
have fun, but, because it was Charizard at the beginning, but overall just felt very
Is it
standard.
cold in here, bro?
so
You
first
got
turn,
pokies. Let's
create
go.
some damage, like really big hyper voice the other direction.
Yeah.
Bing
Roselli
bong.
Berry gets broken.
Let's
which
hear
are
it
pretty
for a
critical
wolf
throughout
click.
the course of this match, and then the following turn, it's gonna be okay.
I wonder
well,
if Wolf's got a
we've
speech
very
prepared for when he
easy,
wins tomorrow.
Air quotes. Easy, tailwind coming, and surely
He's
the
not
player
even
with
won
tailwind
the
will
semi
get
yet.
advantage from the speed control, and not really what ends up happening here. Where Whimsicott goes for the tailwind as it needs to. It's being threatened with a knockout, and but it doesn't get targeted.
bro,
here.
you didn't
Instead,
catch it.
multiple priority moves.
Go get the thing.
Well, and I think this was just that innovation
Nice.
that Francesco has brought throughout this
Right,
tournament.
5
just
more of
recognizing
those.
that you don't care about the speed.
This
if your
area
priority is
isn't
always
actually
+1, right?
a place
Exactly.
that
Yeah,
yields
I
a
think
lot
it's a really
of
good
result.
solution to this.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
true.
it would have done devastating damage, no matter what Garchomp wound up doing. But surely that can't happen again, right? Whimsicott tries to go on the offense the
little
next
item
turn,
for
and
Liam.
oh no, this looked pretty familiar.
And
for
I think he
Liam.
makes this look so
Another
easy,
item
but
for
he
Liam.
had to
Hello.
call this right, like every single turn. I mean, that's
Where's me
he's
sludge,
doubling down into a
lads?
target. That's a big risk.
Yeah, if the switch instead, especially this turn
need to
where
destroy more
Follett would have did
sludge
all this damage
lads.
anyway, it was pretty big error, but calls it exactly correct.
I think
And
there'll probably
we
be
wind up at this
some-
point, I think turn 5, where Tailwind is expired, and it was like
I wanna
almost
go down
completely
there, yeah.
irrelevant, right? I don't think it actually changed
Holucha,
the order
do me a
that
solid.
Pokemon moved in at any point.
Oh, okay,
This
apparently.
was a really interesting
You're
endgame
uncool,
here.
Holucha.
It did.
So there's both sides now.
Good stuff.
Tailwind is expired. They can have
Ooh,
to make
there's
a call
one
what
there,
their
look.
opponent is going to do. Basket Legion is going to do
No,
a
go
great
get
job
it.
of
I just
eating
told you to do a
Charizard
thing.
Solar Beam here. Well, it's going to pick up the partner.
Thanks, mate.
It seemed pretty over. I guess as we learned in the interview, speed tie. So it could have gone very differently than it did here.
Yeah, I know. I'm really glad that he mentioned that too, because that was
Translation
one of
to
the
your God,
things
let
that
me
was
be Wolf,
bouncing
yeah,
around in
little
my
bit.
head a little bit. But to get the confirmation from the
Holucha,
players
you
is
just
always
killed
great.
your trainer,
So
basically.
at this point, it looks like the game is pretty over.
Yep.
And it's not. Solar Beam
So I
eventually
just need to
lands.
find
Flood,
the sludge.
Again, use Charizard
Where
in
is
large part
the
because it does
sludge?
well against Floette. So because Charizard's able to pick the Floette up, we wind up in this
Oh, what's
familiar
down here?
turn, and I'll make you all watch it one more time. But
Besides
yeah,
one
this is the risk
flirting
of using
perky
this
bird.
Floette, where it can do a lot of damage, but it can also do zero
Find the
damage.
sludge, lads.
Yeah, and I mean, just to hear Francesco talk about it too, right? And, like, this happened to him so much in practice that
Yo, there's more
he
while
ended up
I'm
switching
angry.
teams, and then to have
Oh,
this
I've
be
gone the
one of the
wrong
reasons why he
way.
wins game one. I mean, talk about
I
storytelling.
didn't mean to
Yeah,
go
and,
the
like,
wrong
very relatable,
way.
right? 'Cause I'm sure the same thing
Yeah.
happened to a lot of us where
Oh, yeah.
I tried that team too. It's very popular in Japan during the PJCS
Bro,
in
where'd you put
general,
all your
and
sludge?
I was like, I'm shocked it worked so well there, given it's all
Okay,
best
my
of
Willy.
one, or not all best of one, but primarily best of one, right? It's just so easy for
Does
that
anyone
to happen.
leave any sludge
So,
nearby?
Yeah, this game we see another standard tailwind trade to start out the game, but kind of in reverse, where instead it's going to be Francesco who gets the tailwind up early and starts trading some damage.
Exactly, and I really love the play that Summer made where just going for that double protect to waste this tailwind turn here. That was such a unique approach to this game.
Yeah, we're going to see that following up here. So first,
okay,
Vasqueligian is going to do its
There's a
best.
patch of sludge somewhere I have yet to find, and I cannot believe it's giving me the runaround.
It makes a huge impact later in the game because it forces Francesco to do the same thing much later
Am I
on.
just a big
both the protects, I think, without
dunderhead,
protect on the subsequent turn.
you might just be a big dunderhead.
Okay, let's watch.
We can just watch
Let's
it.
watch the protect animations. I love the protect animations.
I think we need to come up with a different.
If it asks me to destroy piles of sludge, it spawns piles of sludge, right?
I was thinking the same thing. Yeah, it's like the problem of like bi-weekly
it's
or
not a joke.
monthly, or like, do you mean twice doing those periods, or do you mean once every? Yeah. Both Pokemon Protect, whatever you want to call it, it doesn't matter.
Just
and it does a great job of creating a situation
wait, what if it's
where
in here? No, it's not.
it's able to, Shoma's able to match the Tailwind, only one turn of
Come on.
overlap. But some more stuff happens during that Tailwind. Garchomp could I think probably a clip of this one. Gets the Rock Tomb drop.
This
and,
map
I
I
was
just
mentioning
haven't
the last time,
been going to.
there's no wide guards left unless you're in a wolf. Maybe Rock Tomb wasn't
Ah,
such a big deal,
you
but
fucking idiot.
winds
You're
up
so
being critical here.
stupid, Liam.
This is the
Cheers.
one turn of Tailwind that Shoma gets to take advantage of. Both sides really only getting one turn out of it. And
Don't worry, gang. Don't worry, gang. I got this.
This Rock Tomb winds up being a huge problem later in the game.
Beautiful.
Exactly. I mean, that's that speed tie completely off the table.
And yes,
now
it did
Poet's
annoy me that
guaranteed
it did
to
just
second.
the slight.
No longer are you worried about
It
that
did
Pokemon,
just the
really.
one
At least in terms
piece of the sludge
the
rather than
speed on the
both.
field. Certainly, it's still one of the biggest damage dealers for Shoma.
Yeah, so
Ah,
that winds up being
big
huge.
boy.
Then, the Tailwind expires, and we wind up once again in some
Big
bizarre
boy.
situations where,
Luscious.
why wouldn't we? It's been a
Luscious,
the way
delicious.
things have been going. See that double protect, and this time, no matter how you're considering a double protect, it's going to do both.
So
of
we
them.
did all those, but it
Basket
didn't
Legion's
finish
going
our
to get the
hyperspace
double.
research.
Like
That's really
Francesco
annoying.
mentioned, it makes sense. Where I think it's like fairly
Means
likely that both
another
of it is.
area.
The Dazzling Gleam isn't enough. You feel like it's always it's a confirmed KO, right? He's protected the last term. Surely I'm going to get this one, but he doesn't. Then the Tailwind expires, and we wind up in this exciting play the last turn. Where speaking of speed type Pokemon,
much do we need?
I believe these Garchomp are as well, and it comes all down to it.
Yeah, I mean, both of them had that jolly stat alignment, so chances are they were
6,000? Oh,
back
God,
speed.
we're gonna have
And
to find an area that's
this is Pokemon at the essence of it, right? You have to take these risks. You have to just hope for that little bit of luck. And like Francesco said, he's made it this far so many times. Just that little extra bit was what finally
Do
got
a
him
battle
through
zone. Maybe a battle zone to give more
and
points. I
sometimes
don't know if
what it
they
takes,
do.
right?
Exactly.
Where,
Why,
every
Nexus?
game can't just come down to like, I floored
Oh,
my
have a
opponent
good
because
look.
I made all the perfect decisions. The margins are going to be small.
Hello, darling. How you
Everyone
doing?
got to this point in the tournament for a reason.
Oh, it's
Certainly
finally
some
died.
bounces
It's
going
in there
for
somewhere.
Francesco's way, but easily some other things could have happened differently earlier in the game that would have caused us not to need to be in that situation anyway. There's always going to be bounces both directions, and really fun match by both players. Certainly my heart goes out to Shoma, where that's a pretty rough way to go out, but he played an excellent tournament too. So congratulations to both of them on a great run, and that was just one of these incredible semifinal matches.
I know, we still have another incredible
good
semifinal
luck.
match coming up.
I said,
Wolf,
I'm
Glick,
not in
Eric
it.
Rios, who could ask for more?
What?
Well, I'd love to send you all the
good luck for
15 or 20
surviving. I will
minutes of
do.
video, but unfortunately, I think
Everyone
the
says
match is
hi.
ready. So, casters, back to you.
She says, I know my tits are great. No, she said, I love you all.
Lucky us, Scott is right, and we
They
do
are
have
great.
that final match of
Bye,
the day
Sop.
ready for you. Francesco Piopera waiting to see who he will face off against in the grand finals tomorrow on Championship
Oh,
Sunday.
heck.
My name is Rosemary Kelly. I'm once
But
again
first,
joined
here's
by
a short
Red
break,
Duel,
10-minute
and we're going
countdown.
to have the extreme honor of taking you through this final match.
Such an important match. Both players trying to make their way into the final.
defeat
Like you say,
trainers.
up against a waiting Francesco who is ready to play tomorrow. But only one of these players, only Eric,
They're using
or
dark
Wolf,
types.
can make it into that championship Sunday match.
Both of them are international champions. Eric Rios won
Look at my
the
Lotic.
EUIC back in 2022 in Frankfurt, and Wolf
Nice.
is part of a very extremely elite club of competitors that has been able to win multiple international
get him.
championships in the Masters division. Wolf has a win from 2019
Nice.
NAIC as
Both
well
are true.
as a win from
Oh my God, both kitties.
back in 2025.
Kill.
So, can Eric join
Oh, damn, he got
that
me.
club?
I've been challenged.
He really wants to.
Please don't challenge me.
Through Wolf Flick first.
And Wolf wants to move on from 2 to 3 international championships. That's the first
Oh, very
to
much.
make his way through Eric. Now, we've seen this matchup already once before. Alex
Oh, no,
Gomez
it's a
against Wolf
pedo.
earlier on in the broadcast. Exactly the same.
Oh, shit,
team.
bro.
In that matchup.
Sorry,
Alex
Pokemon,
seemed to
but
have the
Pokemon's
advantage
on.
in game 1. Had the Furgraf positioned against the Toxapex with its full special
No
attack.
pressure,
but
Eric.
Wolf got the critical double protect with Baneful Bunker to win that game.
Okay,
And
he's
then
an
in game
EUIC
2, it was
champion
all
in
Wolf.
2022.
Used the Incineroar much more effectively, mitigated a lot of Alex's damage, ended up coming out on top. Now, both players have had a lot of
Oh,
time
damn, I just
to digest
realized.
that match
Maybe
against
this is
Alex
Wolf's year. He won
themselves
Worlds in San
and
Francisco
with all of
10
their
years
support
ago.
network to find
And this year
new game
Worlds is
plans
in
to
San
figure out what went
Francisco.
wrong
It
and
writes
went
itself.
well in the previous time that these two teams matched up against each other. And it's also a different
That's
player
crazy,
on the
though.
other side.
Two-time
Perspective
international
on how to
champion,
approach
10-time
this.
regional
It'll be interesting to see
champion.
if there's any major departures. Will Wolf still focus
Bruh.
on the Toxipex
Here we
and trying
go.
to create that win condition?
Last
Will Eric
game,
focus
well,
on
last
Fur
match,
as a way
last
to
set of
handle
the
that, or really
night,
focus
lads.
on other things like Garchomp as the in-game condition. You really do have to find a way to
Sorry,
eventually
Eric,
deal enough damage to
but we're all
Toxipex.
Wolf in this house
Either
right now.
way, I'm expecting a methodical match between these two competitors. Eric Rios and Alex Gomez, both pretty famous for not wanting
I
to
think
take
I've watched
huge
Wolf beat
risks
this
in their
team
play.
on stream already.
Similarly, alongside Wolf Glick, someone who always looks for the most optimal
But
play
I've never
with the
watched him
least
beat
amount of
this
variance.
team
So one thing's
being
for sure, it's gonna
piloted by
be
Eric
a
Rios.
very intense game of chess
Which
between
is
these two
exactly what I said about
We've seen a
Darway.
few Fast and Furious matches in a row on
Which means
broadcast.
Eric
Wouldn't be
Rios is
surprised
about to
see
get some
this
of that
one
mad
slow
RNG.
down a little bit. Now, Wolf's actually been against this 3 times. This will be the 3rd time on broadcast. Was against Alex Underhill in phase 1 of the broadcast. That one really focused on the King Gambit being led, and the Infestation was able to break Focus Ash and finish off King Gambit there. But a lot of tools here able to put out.
Go on, Len, with the tech there.
And threaten the Charizard, which is obviously always important.
Here we
for
go.
Wolf.
Team sheets have been
Think about the
traded.
Toxipex. You think about the
Semi-final
in-game,
2
you're only in an
underway,
in-game once
baby.
your
There's
opponent's
that
down to
Quaxley
1 or
again.
2 Pokemon. You've got to fire off the quick offense to get there.
Bring the Mamoswine, bro. You won't. No balls.
Something that can stall out the match. It's going to be a Pokemon that you're really going to have to
Can't wait
put
for
a lot of
Wolf's
thought
third Worlds
into.
win in
Do you
2036 San
have the game
Francisco.
plan at the end of the road to deal with it if Wolf
Francisco.
is deciding to try to bring this to a 1v1?
So the way that Wolf usually tries to get there is the damage from
Taking my
Sneasler,
watch
and
off. It's been
especially
on too
the
long.
Toy Scarf Hydreigon paired with the Charizard. Especially when you've locked
Come on,
something
Wolf,
in
make
with
quick
that
work of
infestation,
it. Yeah,
the
2-0,
Hydreigon
because
threatens so much
I've
damage
got
back on
to
the other
be up
side
at the gym
with
at
the
9.
meteor,
No, I've got to be
crucially
up at
against
8
the
for the
Garchomp
gym because
on
we're going
Eric's
at
side,
9.
which with Stomping Tantrum is a much bigger
It's
threat
deadlift day. I'm not
into
missing
Wolf's
it.
Toxapex than most Garchomp that carry a rock move would be. Also, the Incineroar, so important for mitigating damage in the middle of the game, can intimidate Garchomp and Aerodactyl, can put important fake outs out, and can resist Charizard's own offense on the other side to make sure that Wolf has the time
Those are some
to
mad
put
curtains,
the chip
bro.
down where he needs to for Charizard and Hydreigon to finish off KOs.
Big players in this match are going to be
Oh, boy.
your Mega Evolutions. You have an option of the Mega Aerodactyl for Eric Rios, a matched Charizard Y on both teams. Wolf without only one singular
I really
Mega
hope Charizard
option
Y
is
wins.
going to have to find a way to make sure that this Charizard can stand tall to the threats on the other side.
Right, you really need damage from Charizard and the Hydreigon to land.
Is
to
Wolf
get
using
through that
Incineroar?
in the
That's quite
game.
rare
And so much
for
of that
Wolf,
is
I
about
believe.
getting good value out of Incineroar. In the game 1 against Alex,
But
Incineroar
work in
got
the
no
morning's open.
value.
Wolf
Switched
sweeps this in
immediately
2
with KO in game
games.
2, got
Damn,
much
poor
better
Eric.
Value. Let's see how these play
It's
out.
fine.
We're
He's got
ready
Spain
to go
rooting for him,
into the
hasn't he?
leads.
Wolf is actually going to bring the Incineroar and the Mamoswine.
The Mamoswine! Mamoswine on stream!
In this NAIC
I don't fancy its luck
So
against the
excited to see it
Gambit.
Here, and I think this Aerodactyl is not going to be super happy about
Plus
that.
1.
King Gambit loves to see this Incineroar from here.
It's not a rumor, it is trained and it's on the field. Mamoswine finally ready to fight. Next to Incineroar immediately led, gets a valuable Intimidate against Aerodactyl.
Although it's a non-sash Aerodactyl, so I wonder if it doesn't Mega, can Mamo one-shot it with like Ice Shard or some shit?
Focus fire into it when you need to. Something like
Hell of a time to
Incineroar,
finally bring it in,
going
right?
For fake out to break the sash, Mamoswine can swing out on the offense in future turns.
Crack up if neither use
Aerodactyl also
Charizard.
is a little bit more worried than usual because if it gets relatively low, Mamoswine would love that as an Ice Shard.
Well, surely if Wolf brings Mamoswine, he doesn't bring Charizard. It's like, why would you want to set the sun up and then put Mamoswine on the field?
That carries no single targeting ground move, but you can't do that next to Incineroar, so maybe some
Mate, I'm so used to seeing the same Pokemon over again that Mamoswine just looks like it does not belong. Do you know what I mean? It's just like, what is this? Round boy. Love it though.
From Eric has not been brought to this very first game. Aerodactyl's going to get a boost to its speed.
Yeah, no Charizard on Eric's side.
Plausibility. Incineroar goes out on the offense first.
Oh, do you know what? Cheeky fake out and like Earthquake, not Earthquake. Would it have? Does it have a high horsepower or Stomping Tantrum or
We see that animation fall.
Flinch?
Slide from the Aerodactyl does land from to the Incineroar.
Crit on
and
the Mamoswine? That's gutted.
Can the Mamoswine move? Mamoswine flinches.
Crit and a
It
flinch.
will not see an attack first.
a brutal turn for
What
Wolf. Both the
demon
critical
did
hit
Eric
rock slide
Rios
and the
suck
Mamoswine
off to
showing
get
how
this
relatively
RNG? Because
bulky
good
this
lord.
Mamoswine is. That's not that much damage for a critical hit. Would have been even less.
What on
accounting
earth?
for the intimidate to the critical hit burst, but then crucially the flinch on a Mamoswine means that
if he wins, be prepared to suddenly see Mamoswine everywhere on the ladder. Low kick, go ham, baby. I'm not worried.
Incineroar not leaving the field would have taken Aerodactyl very low, if not going outright. So a big lost opportunity for Wolf there with the flinch, and now things get a little bit more dangerous. You've spent your turn of suppressing the King Gambit with the fake out. King Gambit would love to
Ruby's birthday ended
into the Mamoswine. Incineroar wants to be off the field, doesn't want to fight either of these Pokemon, so Toxapex out instead.
Behind me.
Toxapex is going to be able to take these attacks a little bit better, but Aerodactyl's not going for an attack. He's going to end up going for the
not going to attack.
Gives him speed control over to Eric. So
Kowtow, he's Sash though, is Mamo, so... Oh yeah, but it doesn't matter, the Sash was broke.
Would have done less damage. You're going to secure the knockout into the Mamoswine.
Cracking use of Mamoswine there.
Pokemon here ends up being the Charizard.
Oh, Zard's in.
This is such a difficult position at this point. You give up the Tailwind because you didn't land the Icicle Crash on the previous turn, and then the Tailwind
had a great go of it.
Can swing into the Mamoswine. And
you can just see the effect of Mamoswine's battle prowess, right?
Wolf gets to set the
if it does come between Francesco and Eric, who are we rooting for?
Wide guard will keep Charizard safe from Aerodactyl's rock offense, and Charizard with the Focus Sash broken on King Gambit is swinging away. But this could be a really poor damage trade as well. Sucker Punch plus Dual Wing Beat might just be a KO on Charizard, and if it's not, it will be Charizard extremely low. So nothing safe here, but Wolf's still going to press the button, get Charizard Mega Evolve to get the sun.
He's going to protect the Charizard, even though he's put the sun up. Trust.
Wolf is going to have to try to get himself back in this with a KO. The King Gambit would look really good, but you know that there's going to be a Rock Slide threatened by this Aerodactyl and that double up, as you mentioned. Toxapex protects itself, so
why
taking this damage, and Rock Slide doesn't fall for the bait. This Aerodactyl unleashes it into the Charizard.
I mean, fair play for living it, but
down and also leave this Charizard vulnerable to a knockout from the
Kowtow into the baneful bunker.
So this Charizard would have had a chance to do something, but it flinches.
Bro!
From Eric, this Aerodactyl is on fire.
Wolf not relying on Wide Guard to protect the Charizard, but just the Intimidate from earlier on to lower the Aerodactyl's attack stats and make sure the Charizard can withstand one Rock Slide. Knows the focus might be Toxapex.
Bro.
One Kowtow Cleave and a Rock Slide.
Okay, Eric's won game one. I don't see I don't see how you fix this. Paxorleans.
Wolf gives up so much of his resources left.
A Heat Wave would have genuinely been huge. Yeah, like Charizard dies to a Sucker Punch now.
And doesn't get the massive Heat Wave back in response.
Wolf has no choice except to bring in this Incineroar. The common goal here is
to get Gambit now
drop onto this Aerodactyl, but you have to give up another Divine Boost over to the King Gambit. So you end up seeing the Protect here from the Charizard.
God.
Rock Slide now out at -2 into this Incineroar. Does actually bring
this
it down
is rough,
to
dude.
Berry. So you do enough damage that you can at least
low
get
kick
that recovery
into
back
Incid.
from
Does
your
this run?
held
Does
item.
Eric
So
run
what
low
does
kick?
King Gambit do? It's at +2 now.
Kowtow into
Was trying
Charizard.
to go after the Charizard, so it's going to feel its mark.
What else can he do? He has to fake out. Yeah.
He's got this fake out on the board.
Has fake out on the board. I think we're going to learn a lot.
Yeah, the
about
Mamoswine came.
Where this fake out goes.
Not in a fun way.
And maybe stake the rest of your hopes in this game.
It definitely went as well.
If you can get flinch on a King Gambit and a Rock Slide to miss,
Man.
and Charizard's able to swing, but maybe you can't even take a Dual Wing Beat. But yeah, fake out into King Gambit. Let's see what Aerodactyl does.
Aerodactyl wants to hit this Rock Slide again for Eric to win him this first
Bro.
game. It is going to land. Charizard down, and Incineroar going to have to carry a
What's
lot
in the back?
of streams of
Sneasler?
damage for the rest of this first game. It's
No,
not
Liam.
over.
No,
just
yeah.
yet. There's
We know.
still
Oh no,
Toxapex
Toxapex. Yeah, no, never mind. Never mind. Toxapex in the back.
enormous amount of damage yet,
What?
but
This I
there's
forget
no
things
damage
so
on
quickly.
Eric's side either. This Aerodactyl and this King Gambit are so healthy.
Yeah, I'm not sure there are any dreams remaining at this point. I think they've all been eaten, whether there's a Gengar on the other side or not.
Oh, nice one, Len. Beautiful. These dreams have all been eaten, whether there's a Gengar on the other side or not. Len.
Is Flare Blitz from Incineroar.
That's some literature, that is.
KO, but first you have to make it through the turn.
Toxapex is going
Eric
for the
gets
wide
2
guard,
flinches,
so
but Wolf can't
know
get
that the
1
Rock
miss.
Slide isn't going to connect onto either of those Pokemon. But King Gambit can still swing out here. Aerodactyl sets a Tailwind to ensure that this King Gambit is going to end up being faster than this Incineroar, and it goes for the low
Yeah,
kick.
that's-
Incineroar,
yeah.
it's not that heavy, but at half HP, it's going to fall regardless.
I bet you wish your Toxapex had Haze right now.
A 1v4 looks impossible. Wolf knows it.
I lock in the forfeit, and now I am
Rios wins
panicking.
the first game of this set.
so close
the only damage Wolf ever
to winning
got.
NAIC,
Takeouts from
heading to the
Incineroar
finals.
Into King Gambit. Every other attack failed from a rock slide flinch. A game plan that really did rely
I lean back
on
in my
being
chair
able
and I
to
try to
stand those
relax.
rock slide flinches.
I know I'm
First putting
guaranteed a
Mamoswine
position
on
at
the field
Worlds.
and making it through a rock slide to get an attack out.
But
And
now
then put
I have to
Charizard on the
focus.
field
I want to
take a
be
rock slide and
the
get an attack
NAIC
off.
champion.
Both of them failed. Both of them cost so many resources that Wolf was not able to recover afterwards. Part of that is
think about the mistakes I made
and getting a Defiant boost so that the
and try to decide whether or not
you're
I can
missing
recover.
turns in front of a +1 and then +2 King Gambit, you don't have much time to recover.
And then that's when I remember the one subtle, unrelated sentence that Dr. Aaron Traylor said to me when we went to a beach house
Yeah, I mean, this is
on a pretend beach built in the middle of Kentucky. He said to me, Wolf, pizza is really tasty. And I thought, correct. So I looked at Toxapex and looked at how it's shaped like a pizza, and I knew what I needed to do. I'm writing a Wolf video. It's like a vision of the future.
Later for the Charizard as well. So then you have to wonder, when a game goes that poorly, you get 2 fake outs
Let's
and
go.
nothing else. You go back to the
I may have
drawing board,
watched a
look
few
for
of
new
Wolf's
game plan,
videos.
look for new path, may have already prearranged kind of what your game 2 and game 3 approach
I haven't quite got the
snap
accent
are,
down,
or
but
you say that would have worked if only the flinch
I never
doesn't
claimed
happen.
to.
And the flinches are in my favor, so maybe I will take another shot at it. But can you make it happen twice? If you're expecting to not get flinched a couple
oh
more
mate, the
times,
camera
it's a
nearly
lot
made
more
them kiss
difficult.
then.
It's hard when you're
Come
down
on,
the
lads.
game to
Big
withstand
game.
those kinds of odds.
Pressure mounts as Wolf's back is against
Ah,
the
no
wall, but he
Incineroar
still
lead. I like it.
decides to hedge his bets on this Mamoswine. Toxapex, the partner of choice for the second game, but Eric ends up bringing the Charizard.
2 fake outs and nothing
as a
else
big
was shocking
adjustment
RNG,
for the
right?
evolution.
Yeah, crucial difference for Wolf. The Toxapex immediately is on the field here. Both doesn't give over the Defiant boost to King Gambit. What would have been offering Wide Guard to stop Rock Slide. You can't get flinched if you're not getting hit. But Eric, one step ahead, has Charizard on the field already. The missing fake out really important.
See, I had some intel on the activities in the VGC hall. I heard they were going to do Pukumuku chucking cornhole, but with Pukumuku instead of bags. I decided I would use
Wants to
Pukumuku.
swing into the Mamoswine, get a lot of damage back. Isn't that worried about what Mamoswine
It was then I
does
remembered
back
the
to it?
poop
I think
carpet
that would be a lot of damage,
from
but you're not
earlier in the
threatening a KO,
day.
And Toxapex, of course, would take a lot of time to mount damage against Charizard. So it's very
Just the
somewhat
next closest
rare in
thing,
this
which is
format that you get
Toxapex. Oh my
completely
god, it's like he's in the room with us.
swing out with Charizard, and it feels like Eric has found himself in one right now.
Let's
The
go.
Mega Evolution immediately as the second game is off to the races. Charizard to set the sun.
Big
These
man
protocols
Zard.
for this Mamoswine are gonna hurt a lot. Whether or not that ends up being the case, though, this Mamoswine does have a chance to protect itself, but it ends up being
Solar
a
Beam.
Solar Beam from this Charizard
Into Mamo.
as the attack of choice. It unleashes its first powerful attack of this game into the Toxapex. Does about a third of its damage, but the Mamoswine lands the Icicle
Interested?
Crash, a move that we were hoping to see in that first game. But that Charizard takes it like a champ. A
Big
critical
crit.
hit, maybe evening out the karmic balances a little bit.
Oh, I
But
see.
Gambit finishes the turn with a countdown lead.
Yeah, that's a good shout.
Infestation into King Gambit breaks the Focus Ash. And maybe a relevant critical hit there, but doing more to even out that karma as you put it. I think that's an incredibly strong turn for Wolf. We talked about it in earlier matches.
I wonder what
Invest
the
a lot of
solar.
resources
I guess the solar
into
beam's
putting damage
neutral
in
into
That damage can be
Toxapex, but
undone oh so quickly.
I think if you were going to go single target into Toxapex, I think Weather Ball would have been stronger. Like resisted Weather Ball, I'm pretty sure is stronger than a non-stab neutral solar beam, right? Stab resisted Weather Ball.
The semi-final down one game on a huge risk there and gets a lot
Now
of
we know it
value
wasn't
back.
used.
Has really done significant work now. The King Gambit has its Focus Sash broken. Mamoswine could swing for a KO with Earthquake.
Yeah,
or
slightly
a future
weaker.
KO from Charizard with Heat Wave. So much damage on the Charizard. The critical hit helping.
Free
to make
KO
for that
Mamoswine
really
will probably
significant
predicted to
damage that
protect.
could
Yeah,
add up. And the
I thought
infestation
Wolf would have
trapping
protected
King
the
Gambit on
Mamoswine.
field. No protect, trapped, very vulnerable Pokemon at this
Oh,
point. but it
okay,
doesn't
so
mean
Solar
the
Beam is
pressure
actually
gone. I
stronger.
don't think
Damn.
Charizard is threatening a KO into Charizard, so the threat of Sucker Punch plus Solar Beam is still very real.
There was some Bane in that bunker for
Charizard
sure.
would end up moving first unless there is that increased
Uh-oh.
priority, as the King Gambit ends up swinging. The Heat Wave, though, is going to be the move locked in from this
Bye,
Charizard,
Momo.
expecting no wide guard from the Toxapex. So as that lands into the Mamoswine,
Sneaser's lightly in the
that
back to touch
one
the King
Icicle
Gambit.
Crash
You'd
is all
you'd
that
expect.
Wolf is going to get of value out of this Pokemon
That
for
close
the second
combat is
game.
needed.
Wolf tries to get away with it twice, tries to expose Mamoswine once again, and gets punished for it this time. The Sucker Punch.
Expose my Mamoswine, please respond.
Eric isn't as worried about the Protect on Mamoswine this time, isn't as worried about the wide guard, thinks he's put enough pressure into Toxapex.
Oh, just straight up Charizard, like it.
Toxapex doesn't want to give up with the Pokemon that early, and so your damage has forced a Protect from Toxapex on that turn that's exploited by a KO onto Mamoswine and a quick 4-3 Pokemon.
I mean, does he risk here? Switch into Incin?
And again, the positional advantage for Wolf.
To protect the Toxapex, get the Regenerator back, and then just go for a Heat Wave to take out Gambit.
Before either Pokemon on Eric's side, barring Sucker Punch, and the Icicle Crash crit means that might be enough damage to just be threatening a KO back with Heat Wave. So Wolf finds himself in the right position with Charizard here.
Gambit still tries to swing
I know the Sucker Punch is there.
The Sucker Punch bringing this Charizard down to
Oh
half.
my god!
Gambit's going to miss on the Heat Wave. Charizard, you need to get your eyes checked because you missed the opposing Charizard also. So it means that Eric's own Charizard gets to go for Weather Ball. Wolf,
mate.
This Toxapex is going to be able to contribute something with the Toxic back. So that's going to finish off the Charizard. But you needed that damage onto the King Gambit.
Jesus.
Yeah, really crucial. A couple of things there. Like, almost all of it has to go wrong for Wolf to still be vulnerable to Sucker Punch on the next turn. You both have to miss the KO on Charizard so that you take the Weather Ball back, and you have to miss the KO on the King Gambit so that the Sucker Punch threat is still there.
At least we're getting the infestation.
Things, Charizard now is vulnerable. On the other hand, King Gambit still can't protect itself, still can't switch off the field, so Charizard has some wiggle room to just protect itself, try to find the right threat.
Yeah, Zard's not done at least, but it's got to do some fun Protect games.
In the player cam, Wolf not getting exactly what he wanted out of that turn, and whenever there's a KO,
Garchomp can't Earthquake
like player immediately
safely.
Positional advantage right back, and again it happens for
But
Eric.
can Toxapex take a Stomping Tantrum? I think you have to get Incin here.
Charizard, you do not have to worry about.
I don't think it lives a sucker. But Toxapex might, but I don't think Charizard does.
The KO on Charizard, and so for now, Toxapex needs to go on the field. You need to find a new way to threaten these Pokemon, even though that means freeing the infestation.
Freeing the infestation and also giving over Defiant Boost to this King Gambit. Your hope here is that you're going to be able to take it
forgot I got hit by
out,
the Weather Ball.
there you go. On the subsequent turn, and the Charizard following it up with something like a Heat Wave. But the Dragon Claw is good. It's going to land into this Protect.
See, I kind of expected Incin to come in for the Charizard, so that low kick was well scouted.
Or knowing that the Dragon Claw would have knocked out the Charizard, and the low kick would have redirected into the Incineroar.
Yeah, I think Eric fishing for the Incineroar coming and knowing it's very likely that Wolf's position is so poor there, something has to change. And he doesn't think Wolf is going to let it change just by giving over KOs. So instead, Incineroar very likely to hit the field.
Yeah, had to give up Infestation, so King Gambit can safely switch out. But now it's a case of, do you go...
Still in a really tough spot.
The Charizard's outsped by the Garchomp though, isn't it?
So switch from the Charizard spot, and then Incineroar can try to cover that with Fake Out.
You can't really safely go... Well, you can go Fake Out Heat Wave, right?
Oh, okay. Both Pokemon are threatening KOs into Charizard.
Toxapex back in with the Regenerator boost.
With the Regenerator healing is going to get a little bit more staying power, and it's also going to make that Sucker
Yeah, that's a good point. That's a good point, Yosh.
Dragon Claw. Maybe this Incineroar can finally finish up the job that this Charizard started.
Nice.
The sun is good for the knockout, and that's going to bring Eric down to his final 2 Pokemon in the second game. Wolf has a chance, a Pokemon advantage. That's what's keeping him in this while the sun fades away.
Those were the 2 good turns Wolf needed. It felt like up till this point in this match, almost
the positioning is crazy.
You get 2 solid turns. Incineroar switching in for free, and then Toxapex switching in at very low cost, and King Gambit finally going down, and things start to even out.
Yeah, Sylveon isn't great here, is
still
it?
with a big obstacle
Realistically.
on the other side. His own Charizard's so low that you'll never be able to beat the Garchomp on that side. If they're ever on the field against each other, that's just
how he's even made this one was crazy. Yeah, like
to Dragon Claw the other way. So it's really going to be about Incineroar and Toxapex having to deal with Garchomp, but that's an uphill battle. These are 2 ground weak Pokemon. These are 2 Pokemon who are not there to fight the Garchomp, and yet that is
like Garchomp's a big threat still, but
asked of them at this point.
Garchomp has a single target ground type attack as well in the Stomping Tantrum, can pick and choose its target. While the Charizard has the flying typing, it would be
Sylveon does a lot
to
to
those ground
Incin.
type attacks, still leaves herself susceptible if you were to see something like that Dragon Claw from the Garchomp instead. But it is the Stomping Tantrum into the top of the defense. It's going to take another one in order to secure the knockout.
That was spicy.
Maybe Incineroar can get something done.
Oh, I like it.
Limit the damage output of the Sylveon while the Incineroar switches out.
You can get another Intimidate.
Has no choice except to come in and take its place. Is it going to come in just to faint?
Maybe hoping that -1 special attack Charizard can take an attack. You also want to be able to bring Incineroar in and to Intimidate again in the future, but no,
oh.
Hyper Beam is going to be Sylveon's move to knock out this Charizard.
Damn.
Brings Wolf down to his final 2 Pokemon.
But also, I mean, on the plus side, Flare Blitz is even stronger.
Eric needs in order to advance on to the finals. But Toxapex is still going to try its best. A Toxic into the Garchomp is going to poison it, so it's going to start taking residual at the end of every turn. But it feels like
now, if I'm Wolf, if I'm Eric,
not because Charizard was ever going
I am. If I'm Eric right now, I'm convinced there's a Protect from the Toxapex this turn, a Baneful Bunker.
But if Garchomp had navigated safely,
so part of me's like, go for the Incin. It's like there's no way Toxapex doesn't protect here, which is exactly why if I'm Wolf, I definitely don't protect the Toxapex and I go for the Infestation into the Garchomp. And then worry about protecting next turn. Oh yeah, fake out pressure. No, you don't even have to do that. Yeah.
On this turn, but it feels inevitable that at some point the Stomping Tantrums will land into Toxapex. The good news for Wolf is that it's now -2 on Garchomp, and the Garchomp has no way to switch out and mitigate that, but no fake
oh, he just went for it.
Into these Pokemon, Toxapex so
low.
But it hangs on. Incineroar is going to be brought down into Citrus.
Hey, Flare Blitz into Sylveon goes ham. Yeah.
Before it unleashes a Flare Blitz, Sylveon hangs on for dear life, though.
Oh.
More job, and it's going to have to be to survive to the end of his turn. Unfortunately, it doesn't. The Infestation lands, going to take Sylveon out. And now it's down to just the Garchomp. But with one more Earthquake left, Eric
I mean, Toxapex dies next turn, but
able to lock his spot in the finals. Can Wolf do it with his trusty Incineroar and his Toxapex?
This is not over yet because there's a tricky decision for Eric here.
Parting shot.
Just Earthquake, get a bunch of damage on both Pokemon, but Wide Guard would stop that. If you get Wide Guarded for too many turns, then you are just going to lose
shit,
to
yeah,
Toxic.
the Wide Guard
you
play.
probably need a Stomping Tantrum. You'd rather Stomping Tantrum the Toxapex, but it could just protect itself through the turn. And if you take a Protect there while the Incineroar
Wide Guard, he could do a bunch.
There's a way to lose. And if you swing into Incineroar with a Stomping Tantrum and Toxapex isn't going for Wide Guard, but is just infesting, then maybe the damage over time adds up fast enough.
I was going to say Baneful and a Parting Shot, and then spam.
Into the Incineroar instead. That would be good for a KO.
Yeah.
Potentially, if not a -2, but the Incineroar, it's going to hang on through this. It's going to be able to get one.
I went Throat Chop.
Off the Throat Chop into the Guard.
Don't know if it's enough though. I think Wolf's got to get the double protect. Otherwise, he's screwed. Can't take an Earthquake.
Wolf needed to get one more turn right. If that had been Stomping Tantrum into the Toxapex, then Incineroar makes it through the turn, and Wolf probably gets
He's done it like 5 times at this point,
yeah,
right?
Gets the targeting right, doesn't hit into Protect. There's no Infestation from Wolf on this turn that also would have made it easier to protect on the following turn. Wolf gets it wrong. Eric makes the right call, but it really was no information advantage for either player. It was just, where are you going to go? Do you see the rock, paper, scissors match right? And Eric gets it right.
Wolf has won 2 games.
He needed the Infestation, yeah, I think so.
Baneful Bunker double back to back. He tries it again.
Oh!
But fail, and Eric Rios,
It writes itself.
Stomping Tantrum knocks out the Toxapex. And
there we go.
to the finals of the North American
Wolf is out.
Championships. A star from Spain taking
I'd been so lucky all weekend with the Baneful Bunker double protects, and my luck finally ran out. My opponent hits a Stomping Tantrum, and my last Pokemon and my last hope of winning NAIC go down. Man, Cinema. Kojima would be proud.
At the right times to put pressure on the Toxapex and get just enough turns right
Wild
to
stuff.
weather the storm, to weather the toxic damage, and have the Garchomp.
Spain versus Italy, North American Championship final.
Winning the Europe International Championships in 2022. Eric has worked so hard in his Pokemon career.
Now to watch the Pokemon Twitch, you see all the wolf stands? Oh my god.
And now that he finds himself back
L,
at another
cheats,
IC
hacks.
top 4, he's done it again to make it to a finals.
Bruh.
But can he actually win this one? get himself that second IC title? That's the question.
Let's see if he gets interviewed.
Has done an amazing job this
Let me jump
so
to where I was. See if there's an interview before we go. Because we don't want to, we don't leave before someone gets interviewed. That's just rude.
For sure. Sylveon hyper beams.
Getting the crucial
KO
over Charizard.
Yeah, give me free stuff.
Imagine if Toxapex had an extra for turn,
called it on the RNG, right?
Health, then things look a lot better for Wolf. But Charizard
Hyper
goes down on the
Chadberry.
switch in, and then Wolf does a great job of fighting.
Ethan Bradbury?
Right.
Right. My Holucha is burned.
The KO on the Sylveon, but then this turn, the Baneful Bunker goes up for Toxapex.
Surely Eric can't feel good about that
there.
amount of
Stomping
hacks.
Tantrum into Incineroar, and that feels
Oh
like
God,
it seals
hello.
it up. Once this throat chop then puts the final rough skin damage into Incineroar.
In the words of John Cena, you cannot observe me.
Much health left on Garchomp.
Thank you.
Does that look any different if it ends up being
Watched enough sports to know how these kinds of Cinderella runs end.
that damage and you get that second Baneful Bunker? I know you still need the double protect there.
Get him.
Maybe that's a little more damage.
Evil's in this game. Forgot about that. They get demolished in finals, bruh.
Extra damage over time, and you
Go sports team.
Too, though, right? Because that was also critical.
To the hyper Cobra berries, bro.
The flare blitz, so it had to
Roba berries. Lol, they're mad. I'm not surprised.
Right, I mean, on the Baneful Bunker turn, if you can get that turn right, that was where it was still up in the air for both players. If you can get the
Wait, who was in here saying Wolf's got it on lock?
Away from the protect.
Gonna win the whole thing.
What an incredible match, though. I'm sure Eric must feel just be buzzing.
Damn.
So let's hear from Eric Rios about how he's feeling. Moving on to the finals of NAIC.
Oh.
Let's give it up for your finalists here at
Let's see, maybe Pia Para pops off. Ooh, the alliteration. That's hot.
What a match.
Oh, God.
You're in the finals tomorrow. You will be competing on Championship Sunday. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling great. I can't believe it. I'm again in finals.
Oh, a T-Tar. I'll tell you what T-Tar loves.
When I won the European International,
Ooh.
I want to give my best tomorrow to win the world.
Well, apparently he loves stone edging me till I die.
You got to see
Edging
top
me?
8 at UIC. Last NAIC, you competed on this stage and topped 4. How have you made this journey back? Like, talk to me about the work to make sure you could be on the stage again and you could have that
Okay,
chance
bro.
to
Okay,
take
bro.
home the
Okay,
second
bro.
international
Okay, bro.
title.
I work a lot.
Eric's on a villain run
really
now.
Good group of testing. I usually prepare 2 months before a tournament, and every internationals
Eric,
I
sweetheart,
play,
project
I
your
want
voice.
To give a try that I can competing at the highest level. Every year is difficult. Winning an international like this is really difficult. There are a lot of people competing. I can't believe it. I have no words for it.
We're going to get a couple more words because we need to
Bro
talk
is
about that.
speechless.
You're trying to fight for your spot in the finals. You're up against a world champion with a Mammothwine and a Toxapex. So what's even going through your mind then? Because that is definitely a difficult journey.
The matchup was really difficult against Wolf.
Nice.
He played well. Game 1, I got super
Nice.
lucky with the rocks of pinches. I was expecting Insyn because Alex Gomez, my teammate, played Wolf in the Swiss rounds. And the problem of the Wolves teams against my team is the Insyn intimidate.
3 in a row, then they put it rage quit,
he
bruh.
didn't use King Gambit. I don't think King Gambit
Triple
is
kill with
good
quick
in the
claw.
matchup,
Fissure
but
Torkoal.
at least it's so it helps against Toxapex because Toxapex is difficult to deal with. Plus
Oh shit, Mega
intimidate,
Sableye.
so yeah, I played around. I got King Gambit, he led with Insyn, so that was good. And then in game 2,
Nice.
I tried to play Charizard because I felt that Charizard could be good into Toxapex, can do a lot of damage, and he bring Mammothwine. I didn't expect it, to be honest.
Yeah, I think bringing Mammothwine was Wolf's mistake, to be honest.
And I mean, you talked about the
Should've saved it for the
people that
final.
have helped you get to this point, and I want to give you an opportunity to thank those people in any final words before we see you again tomorrow.
I want to thank all the friends that have been helping me for this tournament. Also, David, Sergio, all the Costa Rica people
Well,
that have been preparing this team. Also, Leo, Chinchilla, Canecro, all the
A
Koi community, all the Spanish people, family as well, friends.
Who did you not bring from Mamo?
And best of luck one more time,
Sneasler.
everyone, for Eric Rios. Congratulations and good
He didn't bring
luck
Sneasler from
tomorrow.
Mamo.
As for us, it's been a
Who could have
wonderful
just
day at
one-shot the
NAIC.
King
It's time
Gambit.
to close out out with our casters.
Yeah, and High Dragon. I don't think High Dragon would have done much, but I think Sneasler would have done great.
Exhausting string of matches.
Right, I'll wrap up this hyperspace when we've done. How many battles we got? We've got to do 2 more after this.
No, it has been definitely a top 8 to remember, I think, going forward. And yeah, we've had some incredible games. Been able to feature
High Dragon wouldn't
some
help much.
incredible players so far, but of course now we're down to the final 2, and that'll be deciding who will be our champion.
Let's go. Had to step back and shower because of frustration. I felt Pokemon Champions Day. I had to forfeit 50 plus battles today. So many stallers. One person didn't make a move the entire time. Oh, that's weird. I thought you meant like actual stalls, but you mean like people just not clicking their moves. Fucking hell, that's rough.
I should be really good. I'm kind of eager to look at the team matchup where both of them played so well, and yeah, it should be interesting.
Finals is a mirror. I will not be watching. We will be watching, so you know. Just come hang out with us. We're really cool.
Honami, one of the best players ever, former world champion against Francesco here, and
Who's not to worry about overabundance of Toxapex on the ladder? Yeah,
no,
true.
Unfortunately, Francesco
then again, the Wolf stands might still just go for it.
Such fun. I think the running theme from this top 8, the fine margins, and the tiniest thing going your way or maybe against you, makes such a big difference in these really tight games.
We've done all our tasks. Cool. So, wait, before you leave, Liam. Golden Ball.
Such an incredible player. Had a great run coming into this tournament.
Don't get spotted.
And pushing Francesco to Championship Sunday, and he will be going for that title.
He played really well. We saw a number of his matches.
Good job, big guy.
Excellent player. Really fun match to watch.
So we'll go here. We'll go see the special scan. See what we get. See how disappointed I am. And then that'll set us up for tomorrow.
Yeah, definitely. And I think the talking point is it's Mega Aerodactyl versus Mega Aerodactyl, which I really didn't think would be the matchup coming into this one. Of course, we've had a look at Francesco. We can have a look at Eric as well.
That's crazy.
We've just had Eric featured.
Double Mega Arrows.
It's always good to have a kind of look back to see some of these plays that Eric was able to execute in this game. It took him over the line.
Yeah, you know,
wait to take my contact lenses out,
a lot of Pokemon players, sometimes, you play turn 1, you forget what happened turn 1 by turn 5. So if you don't remember this match from several minutes ago, here it is again.
And yeah, you can see that
for those who do look forward to the Gen 1 map and Pirate Life DLC.
I think the pivotal thing that Eric has on the Garchomp as well, that Stomping Tantrum and the Earthquake, it really helped out a lot against that.
Come on, man, not battles. Something good, like a Porygon area or something.
Stomping Tantrum, but yeah, made life very difficult for Wolf in that exact moment.
Yeah, I think it's something to both from this trailer, both making that meta call with the Aerodactyl, but also, yeah, I mean, a handful of unconventional movesets. And I think that's just really important in a format like this one where every team is so similar. Everyone's lines had to be a little bit different to them than maybe they would have played into other similar teams. And that on top of their extremely high skill level helped push them through.
Yeah, exactly that. Like, we saw the role and how useful that has been on the Furgraph, and maybe hasn't come into play
Francesco
so much,
versus
but
Eric
I
Rios.
think
I
that is
feel
a very
like
unique choice.
why do I feel like that's a matchup I've seen before?
Something else that has been a big factor in
well, on that note, everybody, I appreciate all of y'all, but your boys going to bed.
The fun of your open team
I've got
if you don't
deadlift in the morning.
So
we'll be back on. We'll be starting at 2:30. We're going to watch everything. We're going to watch Unite. We're going to watch Pokemon Go. We're going to watch the TCG. Although we'll probably have it in the little window.
So I expect to see you tomorrow. So you get a special Blastoise and a
continue with what we've been doing
this is
here.
your last chance. If you haven't already, make sure you do tune in.
And I shall see you all very, very soon.
60 minutes
have a good one. Look after yourselves. And remember,
amazing special
if your pants aren't washed, wash your pants.
Blastoise
Words to live by.
In
it, boy!